Where is this place? Wang Hui rubbed his head. Youngest, are you alright? Come let your mother take a look at you. A plainly dressed woman hurried over and grabbed Wang Hui's hand, her voice filled with concern. Her clothes were so plain that patches covered the fabric, and she was clearly an older woman. She rushed over, seized Wang Hui's hand, and examined him from head to toe. Seeing nothing wrong, she let out a soft sigh of relief. I want to go outside and have a look, Wang Hui said weakly. Oh, I'll support you. Move slowly. Supported by the woman, Wang Hui walked out the door and looked around. This was a dilapidated little mountain village, and nothing around him seemed familiar. He thought to himself, wasn't I just buying snacks on Taobao? I blinked, and suddenly I'm here. Is this even still in China? Where on earth have I ended up? Did I jump into the wrong story? No, could it be I've been abducted to some remote mountain? No way, I'm already this old. Just then his stomach rumbled loudly, and his old face flushed red with embarrassment. Buffed you child, if you're hungry you should just say so. I'll go get you something to eat, the plainly dressed woman said as she headed toward the kitchen. Since he had come, he might as well settle in. First he needed to understand his surroundings. Wang Hui noticed a well in the courtyard and went over to draw some water to wash his face. The clear surface reflected a face with sword-like brows and bright eyes. Wang Hui could not help but raise his right hand to touch it. I've become younger and more handsome. After washing his face, Wang Hui sat on a stool. Now I'm a 16-year-old youth. Youngest, it's time to eat. When the woman placed a bowl of black paste-like food on the table, Wang Hui drew in a sharp breath and doubt surfaced in his heart. Is this really edible? Meeting the eager look in the woman's eyes, he suppressed his nausea and forced himself to finish the entire bowl. As soon as he finished eating, the woman hurried to clear the bowls and chopsticks, telling him to lie down and rest and not to move around too much. Once she left the room, all the discomfort he had been suppressing surged up at once, stirring a wave of nausea. He wanted to vomit, but couldn't. Inwardly, Wang Hui complained, I don't want to eat that black paste. I want potato chips. No sooner had he finished complaining in his heart than a cup of cola and a bag of potato chips appeared immediately to his left. Wang Hui rubbed his eyes and, scarcely daring to believe it, picked up the chips and cola. What on earth is going on? Did heaven give these to me, he wondered. Forget it, never mind. What matters is getting them into my stomach. Wang Hui tore open the bag, munching on the chips and sipping the cola with utter contentment. It would be perfect if I had a drumstick too. With a soft whoosh, a piece of fried chicken appeared in his hand. He devoured it ravenously before finally rubbing his now full stomach. Once his stomach was full, his thoughts began to turn. A surge of information flooded into his mind. This place was Wangjiao Village, and his name was still Wang Hui. He was a child who had even attended junior high school. In these times, that alone was quite remarkable. The woman from before was his mother, Yakin. This was a small village in Shandong during the 1960s. As the saying went, those who lived by the mountains depended on the mountains, and those by the water depended on the water. His former self had gone into the mountains hoping to catch wild pheasants and rabbits, but an accident occurred, and he had taken over this body, a so-called soul transmigration. By the time the villagers found him, he was already breathing out more than he was breathing in. His mother had not gone to work for several days, staying home to care for him. Under her constant attention, he had only just now regained consciousness. Work points were a unique feature of this era. Without them, there would be no grain allocated at the end of the year. Mother, I'm fine now. I'd like to walk around the courtyard, he said. All right, I'll just sit here mending clothes. You keep an eye on yourself, his motherly Yakin replied, without even lifting her head, continuing to sew the garment in her hands. Okay, mother. Wang Hui stepped out the door into the courtyard, his whole body bathed in warm sunlight. He glanced at the ground and the surroundings. 3 mud houses stood within the yard, and there was a well in the middle. There was also a small shed probably used for raising chickens and ducks, though it was empty now. Congratulations, host, for activating the Super Taobao System. A curtain of light appeared before his eyes. Super Taobao System. Host Wang Hui. Shop level 1 star. Age 16. Funds 154756 yuan and 8 jiao 7 fun. This was all the wealth from his previous life. Oh, fortunately it had come along with him. Within the Taobao shopping interface were countless shops, high-tech stores, everyday general merchandise, and more. Virtually everything one could imagine. There was also a consumption record and a storage space. In the consumption record, there was only the recent purchase of 1 bag of chips, a cola, and a fried chicken drumstick, costing a total of 3 fun. In this era, money's purchasing power was truly formidable. The storage space was nothing more than a novice gift pack. There was nothing else. Wang Hui closed the system's light curtain. There was no need to rush. He could explore it more at night. He strolled leisurely around the courtyard, pondering how he was going to survive in this era. Wang Hui, are you all better? Let's go out and play, a filthy little boy called, leaning over the outer courtyard wall. Wang, ergo, go play somewhere else. Our youngest isn't well yet. Off you go. It turned out his mother had heard Wang, ergo, calling him out to play. Ow. Startled, Wang, ergo, tumbled backward, then jumped up, patted the dust off his backside, and took off like the wind. Dong 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 dong. That's the end of work bell. Your father and the others will be back soon. They're not like Chow Chow appearing the moment they're mentioned, Wang Hui thought, joking silently. Soon a crowd of people poured into the courtyard. Seeing Wang Hui standing there, they immediately gathered around him. Youngest, are you better now? Asked the family head Wang Linghua. I'm already fine, don't worry, father, Wang Hui said, scratching his head with a smile. In that case, wash up. We'll be all right, father. Grandfather, a younger voice echoed. Wang Hui joined everyone in washing their hands. His mother Liakin had already finished cooking, and no wonder she had been able to bring him food so quickly earlier. A large family gathered around the table. From right to left sat his father Wang Lingyue, his mother Liakin, his eldest brother Wang Hongjun, his eldest sister-in-law Lin Hongxia, and his fifth sister Wang Dongmei. In his sister-in-law's arms was little Ye with big Ye and second Ye beside her. They had named the youngest girl Little Ye for fear that if more daughters came later they would end up with fourth Ye and fifth Ye as well. His mother had always hoped the eldest brother would have a son. She had even prepared a name in advance, Wang Weidong. Oh, and besides these there were three older sisters who were already married off: his second sister Wang Gun, third sister Wang Zhao, and fourth sister Wang Xia. Watching everyone gulp down bowls of wild vegetable gruel, Wang Hui still couldn't bring himself to accept it. After experiencing modern cuisine, this thin, tasteless fare was truly hard for him to swallow. Having little appetite, Wang Hui set his chopsticks down. Little brother, are you full? His eldest brother Wang Hong. I already ate earlier. I'm not hungry. The youngest already ate before you all did. You just go on and eat, their mother Liakin said casually. After that, the eldest brother silently returned to his bowl. After the meal, his sister-in-law and mother gathered up the bowls while his eldest brother went back to the room on the east side of the courtyard. Their parents lived in the middle house, and Wang Hui returned to the small room on the west side. Seeing the chip bag, cola bottle, and chicken bones still lying around, he hurried to tidy them up and tossed them straight into the storage space. Lying on the bed, Wang Hui studied his super Taobao system. It was identical to the Taobao created by that famous boss Ma, allowing him to shop in other people's stores. After some experimentation, he discovered that if he filled in a delivery address, the purchased items would appear directly at that location. If he left it blank, they would appear right beside him. He noticed another item in the storage space, the novice gift pack. Using his will, he opened it. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 physical enhancement card, 1 intermediate hunting skill card, and 1 advanced Bajiquan card. Still lying on the bed, Wang Hui first activated the physical enhancement card. A flash of light appeared, and the card shattered into a mysterious vapor. The vapor surged into his body like a rising tide. In an instant, he felt a warm current coursing through his limbs and bones, as if his very body were being remade. He clenched his fists, savoring the strength that now filled his palms. Thinking of the 2 remaining cards, he decided to activate them as well. Ding, intermediate hunting skill card, transferring. Ding, advanced Bajiquan card, transferring. The intermediate hunting skill card had finished integrating. At the same time, knowledge related to hunting surged into his mind. He learned to recognize the tracks and habits of all kinds of game, to master methods and techniques for tracking prey, and to understand how to set subtle traps and bait. Every detail was etched clearly into his mind like a vivid, living encyclopedia of the hunt. His body also began to respond unconsciously to this hunting knowledge, as if it had already experienced countless hunts, and was familiar with every movement, turning them into instinctive reactions. The advanced Bajiquan card finished transmitting. Immediately after, knowledge of Bajiquan surged in like a rising tide, ferocious and violent fist techniques, precise power-exerting skills, and agile footwork and body movements. From the basic stances to intricate forms, from the use of single moves to strategies for real combat, all of this knowledge was deeply branded into his mind, and his body began to familiarize itself in unison. His muscles automatically memorized each instant of power release, while his joints cooperated with every transition of movement, as though he had practiced Bajiquan diligently since childhood and already woven it into the instincts of his body. Lying on the bed, Wang Hui listened to the croaking of frogs outside and gradually drifted into sleep. Early the next morning, after brushing his teeth and washing his face, he rushed impatiently to the slightly shabby yard in front of the mud brick house. Standing in the center of the yard, Wang Hui took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resolve and focus. His body sank slightly as he set his stance, preparing to practice Bajiquan. With a low shout of hoo-ha, his body moved like a live leopard. Every movement was fierce and forceful. His fists tore through the air with a howling wind, as though even the air itself could be ripped apart. After finishing the set of punches, Wang Hui felt his whole body relaxed and unburdened, his mind clear and refreshed, as if every cell in his body had been infused with new vitality. His eldest brother clapped and said, "Well done, little brother, what were you practicing?" Turning around, Wang Hui saw his father Wang Lingyue, his mother Liakin, his elder brother Wang Hongjun, his sister-in-law Lin Hongxia, his fifth sister Wang Dongmei, and Dia Arya and Sanya all there watching. His face flushed red, and he waved his hand quickly. Nothing, I was just fooling around," he muttered. His mother Liakin smiled and said, "The food is on the table, go eat by yourself later." His father Wang Lingyue tugged at the heel of his shoe and said, "Arya, you stay home and wash clothes. Dongmei and Dia come with us to work." "Okay, Dad." "Okay, Grandpa." "What about me?" Wang Hui asked, pointing at himself. "You just recovered, so stay home and look after Xiaoya," they replied. "All right," he answered. The sound of a work bell rang outside. "Let's go, the bell for work is ringing, let's go." Father Wang Lingyue took the lead, walking out of the yard, heading to the brigade's gathering point. Once everyone assembled, the brigade leader Wang Jigang would assign teams before they began their work. After finishing a day's work, the scorer would record work points for everyone, and the day would thus be considered over. Watching his father and the others disappear into the distance, Wang Hui returned to the table. Looking at the earthy brown mash of wild vegetables before him, he lifted the bowl and took a sip. A faint bitterness spread across his tongue. He then bought 5 fried chicken drumsticks from a food store in the Taobao Mall. Glancing outside, he saw Arya washing clothes while Xiaoya sat obediently beside her. Wang Hui waved toward the yard and called Arya, put down the clothes for now and bring Xiaoya inside. Little uncle will show you something good. Okay, little uncle. I'll bring Xiaoya right now, Arya said, wiping her hands on her clothes. When she came in and saw the chicken drumsticks on the table, drool unconsciously slipped from the corner of her mouth. Meat, meat, meat. Xiaoya reached out her hand and opened her mouth wide. Had Xiaoya learned to talk? Wang Hui picked up Xiaoya and did not rush to feed her the chicken. Instead, he began to teach her word by word. Xiaoya, say little uncle. Meat, meat. Little uncle, little uncle. Xiaoya stared wide-eyed and insisted meat. Well, then she only knew how to say meat and nothing else. Wang Hui took chopsticks and shredded the chicken drumstick into small pieces. After all, Xiaoya was still just a baby. Amid her constant cries of meat, she ate half a drumstick while he and Arya finished the rest. Afterward, Arya carefully gathered all the bones. She then went out again to continue washing clothes. Arya, keep an eye on Xiaoya at home. I'm going out for a bit, Wang Hui said. All right, little uncle, remember to come back early, she replied. Wang Hui walked out of the house, confirmed his direction, and set off toward the mountains and forests. He did not go deep into the mountains. Instead, he circled along the outskirts. With the hunting skill now part of him, he quickly discovered traces of animals. Along the paths these animals had to pass, he set up several traps. The traps were made by himself using materials bought from a daily goods shop in the Taobao Mall. After all, he was now someone with a hunting skill. He also bought some food to use as bait. Then he found a tree near the traps, climbed up, and waited for the prey to arrive. He had not waited long when a few foolish roe deer came hopping along. Without even looking around, they headed straight for the bait set above the traps. The traps were small and could not catch them all. Only 2 fell in and were unable to escape, while the rest scattered in all directions. Only after the fleeing deer had completely vanished did Wang Hui climb down from the tree and store the 2 foolish roe deer into his system space. He reset the traps, climbed back up the tree, and resumed his patient wait. This time he was not as lucky as before. No other animals came. Seeing that it was almost noon, Hui climbed down from the tree and went to check the other traps. After going back and forth, he found that the other traps had yielded a decent harvest: 5 wild rabbits and 6 pheasants, all of which he stored into his space. For a first day of hunting, the harvest was quite abundant. Just as he was about to enter the village, Wang Hui took 2 pheasants out from his system space and strolled home in an open and relaxed manner. Arya took the pheasants and turned back to ask little uncle, where did these come from? I caught them in the mountains with traps, Wang Hui replied, chest puffed out. Little uncle, you're amazing, she said, giving him a thumbs up. Meat, meat, came Xiaoya's voice. Wang Hui quickly scooped her up to stop further praise. Too much of it felt awkward. Has Xiaoya been good at home? He asked. Meat, meat was all she kept saying. Wang Hui took 2 pieces of candy from his pocket. He had actually bought a bag of fruit candies from the Taobao System. He first gave one to Xiaoya, then handed another to Arya. With the candy in her mouth, Xiaoya's eyes narrowed with delight. Little uncle, it's so sweet, Arya said happily as she ate her candy. Eat without worry, little uncle still has more, Wang Hui said, taking out the remaining candies wrapped in a paper bag. At that moment, his mother and 5th sister returned home. Oh, what are you eating? They asked. Motherly Yakin said, candy. Where did this candy come from? She asked. Mom, it's mine. I bought it when I was at school and never got around to eating it, Wang Hui said, taking 2 more pieces from the bag. One for his 5th sister Wang Dongmei, and another which he unwrapped and gently put into his mother's mouth. You should keep it for yourself. Why give it to these girls? She muttered. Comrade Li Yakin snatched the bag away. Mom, what's wrong with girls? I think little girls are the most lovable, Wang Hui said, helplessly spreading his hands. Little girls will have to marry one day. Boys are the root, you know. In the future, if you get something good to eat, keep it for yourself, his mother lectured. She took out a few more pieces from the bag and gave one each to Deya and his 5th sister. Mom, I understand, they replied. With their heads lowered, 5th sister and Deya held the candy in their mouths in silence. When Comrade Li Yakin stepped into the kitchen and discovered the 2 pheasants, she immediately ran to Arya and asked where did these come from. Little uncle. Little uncle caught them in the mountains, Arya replied timidly. What? She exclaimed. You went up the mountain again. Do you know that last time you almost scared the life out of your mother? If this happens again, it will be unbearable, Wang Hui's mother Lin Yakin said as she spoke, and checked over his body, afraid that he might be missing an arm or a leg. Mom, it's fine. I only wandered around the outskirts, he reassured her. That's good then, she said. That's good. Just remember, you must always pay attention to your safety, she reminded him. Mother, cook all the chickens. What are we not going to make ends meet? All of them. No, just one will do. How can we cook them all? You don't know the value of firewood and rice if you don't manage the household. Mother, look how many of us there are. 1 chicken won't be enough. Cook them all. The traps are still set, so we'll have more to eat later. All right, well, cook them all today. Comrade Li Yakin looked at her youngest son and reluctantly agreed. Arya, today you get to enjoy a feast thanks to your little uncle. Remember his kindness, you hear? Go on, heat up some water. Yes, Grandma, Arya said weakly. Comrade Li Yakin muttered to herself while working swiftly. With a few quick motions, she cleaned and prepared the 2 wild pheasants. Wang Hui looked at the plucked bare pheasants and wondered if he should roast them, steam them, or make beggar's chicken. Lost in thought, Wang Hui left the kitchen and stepped into the courtyard. There was a long wooden bench there. He picked up Xiaoya, placed her on his lap, and held her close. He shifted left and right, adjusting his posture, but he still felt uneasy. The long bench was uncomfortable, reminding him of the cozy recliner he once had at home. He mused to himself, in a few days he'll find an excuse to get a comfortable recliner from the general store to replace this. Wang Hui looked up and saw wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of every house in the village. The smoke curled gently into the air as he sat quietly. As time passed, Wang Hui immersed himself in this beautiful atmosphere, feeling the charm of nature and the beauty of life. He thought how wonderful it would be to spend every day so leisurely. Yet reality always kept people busy. Wang Hui knew he had much to do. Having come from a later era, and aided by the system, he was certain he could make his family's life better and better. As he thought, Wang Hui couldn't help but smile. He hugged Xiaoya tightly. Meat. Xiaoya stared with her big, watery eyes fixated on the kitchen, or more precisely on those two pheasants. Xiaoya squirmed in Wang Hui's arms, reaching out her little hands as if she might fall. Wang Hui repositioned her, patted her bottom, and said, "It's not ready yet, be patient." He then took out a candy and popped it into Xiaoya's mouth. Time slipped by as Wang Hui played with Xiaoya. "Little one, go call your father and the others back for dinner," said Mother Lin Yakin, leaning against the doorframe. "Sure, I'm on it," Wang Hui replied, turning to look at his mother. Through the crack in the door, he could see Dia and fifth sister busy inside. Wang Hui set Xiaoya down, patted her head, and said, "Xiaoya, I'm going to call everyone back for dinner. You play by yourself for a bit." He adored this little girl, so small and soft with a milky scent. Wang Hui jogged toward where his father Wang Lingyue was working. Along the way, he greeted uncles, aunties, and elders. Sure enough, the Wang family village was all one clan. Traced back 3 generations, and every household was related. "Dad, come home for dinner." Before even reaching his father, Wang Hui waved his hand and shouted eagerly, "Old Wang, your youngest is better now, eh?" "He was looking so sickly a few days ago," said a middle-aged man beside his father, laughing. "Yes, he's better. He was bedridden for several days." Father packed up his tools and turned to call out to his eldest son nearby, "Dezhuang, you all come back too. We can finish this after eating." "Coming, Dad." "You go ahead," the eldest son replied. "Let's go, son," Father said, walking ahead without waiting for an answer. "It smells wonderful. Mother, what delicious food did you make today?" The eldest son sniffed the fragrant air. "We're having chicken today," Mother said, placing a large bowl on the table. "Mother, I don't remember us raising any." "Where did it come from?" the eldest son asked in confusion. "Xiaolu caught them. You get to eat chicken today, thanks to your little uncle. Remember his kindness, you hear?" Mother scooped up the rice. "Yes, Mother," the eldest son and fifth sister replied. "Yes, Grandma, Dia, and it, meat. Xiaoya chimed in. "Eldest daughter-in-law, eat more. Nourish yourself well, and give us a plump grand." Mother's words made the eldest daughter-in-law blush deeply. She could only respond with a soft "Wife, enough. Let's eat," Father interrupted. Mother wanted to say more to the eldest son Wang Hongjuan, but was cut off, so she sat down to eat. Everyone looked at the food on the table and dug in. The eldest son sighed. Even the New Year's feast might not be as good as this. A little wine would make it perfect. "Dream on. You want wine?" Mother said as she ladled some chicken soup for Xiaoya. "By the way, don't you dare blabber about this at work this afternoon. Whoever shoots their mouth off, they'll break their legs." "Got it," everyone replied in unison. Mother nodded in satisfaction. After the meal, the eldest daughter-in-law and fifth sister cleared the table, while Wang Hui returned to his room and lay on the bed thinking about how to improve the family's life. The mud house had to go. Dust was everywhere, and staying in it for long was no good. Xiaoya was adorable and sweet-smelling, but her hair was yellow, a clear sign of long-term malnutrition. The others were the same. Even though I could just take things out, I need a reason. I have to think this through carefully. I have roe deer, pheasants, and hares. I can also buy all kinds of grains from the Taobao food store and sell them. Lying in bed thinking, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his body. Opening his eyes, he saw Xiaoya lying on him. Looking outside, he saw it was, "Little one, you're awake. Your mother saved you a bowl of food. Eat it before you sleep again," Father said, sitting by the table, smoking his pipe idly. "Sure, Dad. How about we get up early tomorrow, called Big Brother, and head to the mountains?" Wang Hui said while eating. "Tap. Tap." Father tapped his pipe on the table and said, "What for?" "Dad, I set traps in the mountains today. That's how we got the chicken for lunch. If we go tomorrow, and there's a lot, we can take them to the county to sell," Wang Hui said between bites. "All right, we'll check it out in the morning." Seeing that his father clearly didn't believe he could catch much, Wang Hui muttered to himself, "I already have plenty in my system space, and there'll be even more tomorrow morning. If not, I can always buy from the Taobao store." "Little brother, wake up. Time to go up the mountain," the eldest brother said, gently shaking Wang Hui's arm. Wang Hui stretched, yawned, got up, and washed his face. The cool well water drove away his drowsiness. Wang Hui dressed properly and led his father and eldest brother up the mountain. As expected, today's haul was bountiful. There were plenty of roe deer, badgers, pheasants, and hares. Some were caught yesterday and taken from the system space, while others were purchased from the Taobao meat store. The three exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They knew this was a big catch, and the next task was to safely transport all the prey home. So they got to work. Wang Hui busied himself tying up the game while his father and eldest brother made trips back home. After several rounds, when the last batch of prey was safely stored in the small kitchen warehouse, the three were panting from exhaustion, but smiles lit up their faces. In the early morning, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, Dia, still drowsy with sleep, stepped out to wash up. She let out a startled cry as she gazed in disbelief at the pile of games stacked in the small kitchen storeroom. The entire family was roused from their slumber, rushing out fearing some mishap. To their astonishment, this was the scene that greeted them. Wang Mu murmured, "There's so much. If we preserve it all, we can have meat every day." Wang Fu said, "Wife, the eldest, the youngest, and I have discussed it. We can't eat all this ourselves. Let's take some to the supply cooperative and exchange it for other goods." Wang Mu agreed. "We're short on oil, salt, and other seasonings. It would be best to trade for some cloth too." Entering the kitchen, she picked up a rabbit and said, "Arya, I'll prepare this rabbit later. Just heat it up at noon." "All right, Grandma," Arya quickly responded. Wang Mu Li Yakin began bustling about in the kitchen. The eldest daughter-in-law, after washing up, came to help as well. Dia washed up on her own and then helped Xiaoya wash. The whole family began their busy morning. Dong 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 dong. The work bell rang. Lin Fu led the family to the assembly point as usual. This time Wang Hui went along. After resting for so many days, he had to participate in labor. In this era, idling about without working was not good. Troublemakers could even be subjected to criticism and struggle sessions. Arriving at the assembly point, a large crowd had already gathered there. Seeing that almost everyone was present, the brigade leader Wang Jigang began assigning tasks. Wang Laoyo, Wang Wu. Your group goes to. Ling Yu's boy is here today, I see. You've been to school, right? Today you follow your fifth sister and weed the fields. Tomorrow I'll discuss with the deputy leader to see if we can make you the scorekeeper. All right, Uncle Captain, Wang Hui replied and headed over to his fifth sister Wang Dongmei. Fifth sister, I'm with you today. No problem. Wang Hui followed his fifth sister Wang Dongmei to weed the fields. The work was light and quite easy. He just had to be careful not to mistake the seedlings for weeds. Before they knew it, it was noon. Xiaolu, let's go home for lunch. All right, sis. The siblings came out of the fields and headed home. On the way, they met Dia and returned together. As they pushed open the door, they saw Xiaoya running around the yard. Wang Hui was overjoyed. He stepped forward, scooped her up, and played with her until she giggled happily. On the table was a large bowl of rabbit meat, a bowl of wild vegetable soup, and cornbread. The steaming rabbit meat sat before them, its unique aroma irresistible. On the table was a large bowl of rabbit meat, a bowl of wild vegetable soup, and cornbread. The steaming rabbit meat sat before them, its unique aroma irresistible. Wang Hui picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It melted instantly, its exquisite flavor unforgettable. He didn't forget the little one in his arms. He picked a piece for Xiaoya. The little girl grabbed the meat with both hands, eating until her face was covered. After Wang Hui finished eating, he took a towel and gently wiped the little girl's face. After lunch, he told Arya to watch Xiaoya at home. His father, eldest brother, and sister-in-law went out to work. Wang Hui, his fifth sister, and Dia followed a step behind his father. There wasn't much work in the afternoon. The elder sisters-in-law and young wives weeded the fields while chatting. Amidst this group of women, the teenage Wang Hui received much attention. Ling Yu's boy, how old are you this year? Time to find a wife, isn't it? One elder sister-in-law asked. I'm 16, not 16 is not young. Wei Mint's boy is holding his wedding feast at the end of the year. You need to hurry. Want your sister-in-law to introduce someone. Wang Hui, is there anyone you fancy? Tell me, and I'll ask around for you. Time passed quickly amidst the idle chatter. Wang Dongmei 6 work points. Lin Hongxia 8 work points. Wang Hongjuan 10 work points. Wang Hui 6 work points. After recording the work points, Wang Hui and his fifth sister Wang Dongmei found their parents and went home together to prepare for dinner. During the meal, his father mentioned they had matters to discuss tonight and shouldn't sleep too early. After dinner, his mother and fifth sister cleared the table. After the eldest sister-in-law coaxed Xiaoya to sleep, they returned to the table. The head of the Wang family, Wang Lingyue, sat in the main seat, puffing on his pipe. He said, your mother and I have decided to keep 1 rabbit and 2 pheasants to preserve for ourselves. We'll take the rest to the supply cooperative to exchange for goods. Tomorrow the youngest and I will go. Your mother eldest son asked for leave for us tomorrow, understand? Yes, I know. Dad, can you bring back some wine tomorrow? Such good meat without wine is a shame. The eldest brother Wang Hongjuan replied. You fools still want a drink. Want a beating instead? His father roared. The eldest brother shrank his neck. All right. Your mother and I will preserve the rabbit and pheasants so they last. Eldest son and the youngest pack the meat into 2 baskets. Cover them up, understand? Mother, I know. Yes, mother. The eldest brother went out to find the baskets. Wang Hui followed his mother and eldest sister-in-law to the small storeroom. They picked out a plump rabbit and 2 pheasants, took them outside, and began to prepare them. Soon the eldest brother returned with the baskets. Wang Hui and his brother packed them full. Wang Hui lifted them to test the weight. They were quite heavy. It was a good thing his body had been strengthened by the system, or he might not have been able to carry them. The next morning the sky was just showing the first pale light of dawn, and everything was quiet. Before the villagers awoke, Wang Lingyue gently shook the sleeping Wang Hui. They quickly got up, shouldered their prepared baskets, and quietly left the house. They walked carefully, afraid of waking anyone. Along the way they remained silent, only exchanging occasional glances. Wang Lingyue's heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety. They needed to buy many things at the county supply cooperative, and he wasn't sure if they had enough to exchange or enough ration tickets. Wang Hui silently followed his father. Finally they arrived at the county supply cooperative. It wasn't open yet, but some early risers had already gathered it. Some were waiting to buy daily necessities, others had brought agricultural products to sell. Wang Lingyue and Wang Hui found a corner to sit down, placed their baskets beside them, and waited quietly. With a creak, the door of the supply cooperative opened. The crowd that had been waiting surged forward, all trying to squeeze in. The staff seemed to have anticipated this, handling the buying and selling requests with ease. When Wang Hui and his father uncovered the baskets, exclamations of wow, oh, and TSK sounded one after another. Hearing the noise, people turned to look at the father and son, their faces showing surprise. One staff member hurried inside. Soon a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit rushed over to them. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He quickly took the father's hand and said, "Comrade, hello. I am Hu Ziqiang, the director of the supply cooperative. Are all these for sale?" "Yes, comrade. We want to exchange all of them." "Would like some cloth soap?" And "Oh yes, salt too." Father Wang Lingwei replied, a little nervous at being received by the director himself. "No rush, no rush. Come inside. Shall we take care of these two, comrades?" One of the members, noticing this, hurried inside. Before long, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit rushed over to A hint of joy flickered in his eyes as he quickly grasped the father's hand and said, "Comrade, greetings. I am Hu Ziqiang, director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Are all these items for sale?" "Yes, comrade. Please take a look. We want to exchange all of these. We also wish to acquire some goods in return." Old Father Wang Lingyue, meeting such a high-ranking official for the first time, felt a touch of nervousness. "No rush, no rush. Come inside and let's talk. Shall we go weigh the items brought by these two villagers? Make sure there's no shortchanging." Director Hu Ziqiang said warmly, inviting them into an office. Have some tea, have some tea." Director Hu Ziqiang personally brewed tea and served it before sitting down opposite them. "Where do you two hail from?" Director Hu Ziqiang asked with a smile. "We come from Wang family village. This is my youngest, Wang Hui." Old Father Wang Lingyue introduced, somewhat ill at ease. "Wang family village. A fine place indeed. I've heard the soil there is fertile and the products abundant. You've brought quite a bounty this time." Hu Ziqiang said. Not much, just some things we caught ourselves. Would like to trade for some daily necessities to take back." Old Father Wang Lingyue replied with a laugh, gradually relaxing. Very good, very good. We have everything here. Just tell us what you need." Hu Ziqiang said, his gaze falling on Wang Hui. "This young lad looks quite sharp. Haha, thank you for the compliment. This child is indeed quite clever," Wang Lingyue said with pride. "So what do you plan to exchange these items for?" Hu Ziqiang continued. "Would like some cloth to make new clothes for the family, some soap for easier laundry, and some—" Wang Hui recalled what his mother and family had mentioned and stated his needs. "No problem, we can fulfill all that. Look, these are our latest fabrics. The quality is excellent," Director Hu Ziqiang said, pointing to several bolts of cloth hanging on the wall. "Wow, truly splendid." Wang Hui couldn't help but exclaim. "Then let's choose this one. It'll make a handsome outfit for my youngest." Old Father Wang Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. Next, they requested some daily necessities, soap, salt, and finally, recalling their eldest son, some loose liquor. Director Hu Ziqiang recorded everything one by one. "All right, please wait a moment. I'll have Shaoli prepare your items," Director Hu Ziqiang said before leaving the office to make arrangements. Wang Lingyue and Wang Hui waited in the office, sipping tea and admiring the scenery outside the window. After a while, Shaoli entered with a list. "Comrade, here is the inventory of your sold goods. Please take a look." Old Father Wang Lingyue took the list and handed it to Wang Hui. Wang Hui carefully checked it, confirmed it was correct, and said happily, That's right. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my duty. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring your items in. Please have a seat," Shaoli said before turning and leaving. Soon Director Hu Ziqiang returned with several staff members delivering the exchanged goods before them. Director Hu Ziqiang said with a smile, "Comrade, the meat you brought is a godsend. Our cooperative hasn't seen any meat for 2 months. The queue at the city's meat processing plant stretches far and wide, and we can never get to the front." Director Hu Ziqiang took a sip of tea and continued, "You've brought quite a lot this time. After deducting the items you've exchanged, I can give you 60 yuan and these coupons." 60 yuan. That much? That's almost the price of a whole pig. Thank you so much, Director. And so many coupons. Let me see. Grain coupons, oil coupons. Old Father Wang Lingyue took the money and coupons in disbelief. "It's not too much, comrade. Food is scarce now, and meat even more so. Even with meat coupons, you can't buy any. It will definitely get more expensive soon," Director Hu Ziqiang sighed. After a while, Old Father Wang Lingyue and Wang Hui prepared to leave. "Comrade, you're welcome to come again." Director Hu Ziqiang personally saw them out. Of course. Thank you, Director." Old Father Wang Lingyue and Wang Hui, carrying their backpacks, exited the cooperative. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, bringing a touch of heat. The two decided to find a place to eat before heading. Wang Hui pointed to a mutton soup restaurant ahead and said, "Dad, let's eat there today." "All right." Old Father Wang Lingyue sniffed the air as an aroma reached his nose. "What would you two like to eat?" the old man at the mutton soup restaurant asked with a smile. "Our soup is made from old mutton bones simmered for hours. It's delicious." "Give us 2 bowls of mutton soup and 4 flatbreads," the father said, pulling out money and grain coupons from his pocket and handing them over before finding a seat with Wang Hui. The owner took the money and coupons, smiling. "Trust me, you'll want to come back for more after this." With that, the owner turned and went into the kitchen, soon returning with 2 bowls of mutton soup. "Taste it first. My soup is wonderfully fragrant," the owner said with a smile, handing them 4 flatbreads. "Delicious. Your skill is truly top-notch, absolutely authentic." Old Father Wang Lingwei said, smacking his lips and giving a thumbs up. The owner laughed heartily and said to the father, "Brother, to be honest, my ancestors were chefs. This recipe has been passed down through generations to me. Many years now. Haha, your skill is undeniable. It's very tasty. Truly worthy of such a long heritage." Wang Hui said with a laugh as he ate, thinking that if he ever saw it again, it might well become a century-old establishment or even a millennium-old one. Just then a middle-aged man entered and walked over to their table saying, "Boss, give me a bowl of mutton soup too. Coming right up. Please wait a moment." The owner, having received the money and coupon, smiled and went into the kitchen. "Greetings, comrades. I am Luda, the canteen director of our county's textile factory," the middle-aged man said as he sat down beside them. Old Father Wang Lingwei and Wang Hui were utterly bewildered. They didn't know this man. The two stared blankly at Luda, who claimed to be a canteen director. Luda said with a smile, "I heard you supplied some meat to the cooperative earlier. I came looking for you as soon as I got the news. I thought you might have already gone back, but fate has truly brought us together. I was hoping you could provide some meat for our factory. You have no idea how hard it is to get meat now. The meat processing plant barely has any for us. Our workers haven't had meat in a long time." "Sorry, I got a bit carried away," Luda said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. "Director, we might not have any either," Wang Hui quickly interjected before his father could respond. Old Father Wang Lingwei heard his youngest son say this, opened his mouth, but no words came out. He was puzzled as to why his son had suddenly answered that way, yet he still trusted his child. It's all right. If there's a next time, just bring it directly to our factory, and we'll definitely treat you well," said Luda, the canteen director, with a sincere expression, his eyes brimming with anticipation and earnestness. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui nodded and replied, "All right, director. If the opportunity arises, we will certainly prioritize sending the items to you." Luda, the canteen director, smiled in gratitude and added, "If you have any issues or need assistance, feel free to contact." Mutton soup coming right up. At that moment, the owner placed the mutton soup before Luda. "Director, please enjoy your meal. We'll be heading back now," Wang Hui said, waving to Luda as he pulled his father out of the mutton soup shop. "Take care. Remember to consider our factory if there's another opportunity," Luda replied, also waving. Wang Hui and his father walked along the path back to the village, their hearts filled with joy. Wang Hui thought to himself, "If I can get on good terms with Director Luda, not only will our family have another sales channel, but our lives could also improve. Maybe I could even get my family members into the factory." The more he thought about it, the happier he became. So Wang Hui turned to his father and said, "Should we deliver the game to the textile factory as soon as possible? If there's a chance, we might even get our family members into the factory." Wang's father glanced at his son, a gratified smile spreading across his face, full of anticipation for the future. "Let's discuss it with the family when we get back." As they walked, Wang Hui suddenly felt tired. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This road is so long. If only But he quickly rallied, "It's nothing. As long as we work hard, things will get better." Finally, they arrived at Wang family village, drawing many stares because they had brought back cloth and so many goods. After the family finished their work, his mother touched the cloth and said, "This cloth is really nice. Making clothes for the youngest would look great." His father chuckled, "See, I told you this cloth was perfect for the youngest. Mom, look at my clothes, they're not worn out. Why make new ones?" Wang Hui waved his hand. "Look at Xiaoya, her clothes are barely covering her. Make them for the girls. I'm in no hurry. Those little girls can just patch up their old clothes. There's no need for new ones." His mother looked reluctant. Seeing her youngest son's displeased expression, his mother had no choice but to relent. She turned to her eldest daughter-in-law and said somewhat unhappily, "Here, take this. Make clothes for the girls when you have time." Wang Hui broke into a smile, went up to his mother, and shook her arm playfully. "That's more like it. Our family doesn't believe in favoring boys over girls. Oh, you always spoil them." His mother tapped his head lightly. Ahem ahem. His father cleared his throat softly. Once he had everyone's attention, he recounted the day's events. He also shared Wang Hui's idea. "Sixth brother, is this true? Is there really a chance?" asked the eldest brother. "Uncle, I know that having a job means becoming a city dweller. If there's an opportunity, we must seize it and not waste it," said Dia, clenching her fists. "If we don't get a job, it's not a big deal. We still have tickets and money. Our family won't lose out," said his father. "Sixth brother, if you get a job, does that mean you can eat commodity grain?" asked fifth sister with a smile. "Exactly," Wang Hui replied. The eldest sister-in-law nodded gently beside him. After the family meeting, seeing that it was getting late, everyone went to their rooms to wash up and sleep. Lying in bed, Wang Hui thought, "Getting meat is easy. Oh, I can just buy it from the Taobao meat shop. Transport is also easy with the system space. How can I get my family to agree to let me do this alone? If only I hadn't brought my father along from the start." The next day, at the crack of dawn, Wang Hui eagerly went up the mountain to set traps. With the aid of his skills, he was sure to have a bountiful harvest. Satisfied, he descended the mountain and headed home. Dong dong dong, the work bell rang. Wang Hui followed his family to the assembly point. The brigade leader arrived a bit late today. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt the brigade leader's gaze linger on him for a while. The brigade leader began assigning tasks, but when he finished, Wang Hui's name hadn't been called. "Brigade leader, what about me?" Wang Hui pointed to himself. "Brigade leader, why isn't our son assigned any work today?" his mother asked, puzzled. Yes, has our son done something wrong? Tell me, I'll teach him a lesson." "You can't keep him from working," his father said, frowning. "Don't worry, he hasn't done anything wrong. I just have a few things to ask him." You go on ahead to work." The brigade leader waved his hand. His parents kept looking back as they walked away. Soon only he and the brigade leader remained at the assembly point. The brigade leader looked at him and said, "Wang Hui, I heard that you and your father supplied meat to the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday." Wang Hui's heart tightened. How does the brigade leader know? He's not going to cause trouble for me, is he? Be our brigade leader who told you that. Wang Hui stammered, his heart sinking. He lowered his head, his mind racing. Is the brigade leader going to lock me in a small room? He'll be trapped with no one to... He glanced up at the brigade leader, then quickly looked down again. Oh no, this isn't going to end with me being punished by the law. For a moment, Wang Hui panicked, his hands unconsciously gripping his sleeves. The brigade leader seemed to read his thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't worry, kid. We're all from the same village, related by blood or marriage. Why would I harm you? Don't overthink it." Phew. Wang Hui let out a long breath, his hands unconsciously relaxing. Only then did he feel the morning breeze chill his body. He had broken out in a cold sweat from fear. The brigade leader said with a grin, "I saw your family got so much meat, and you're the only one who hasn't been working much lately. So I figured it must be your doing. I want you to get some for the village too. Any kind of meat will do." The brigade leader thought for a moment and added, "You don't have to come to work every day. As long as you can get the meat, I'll have the scorekeeper give you 10 points every day. Full work points. What do you think, kid?" "Wait, that's great. I agree." Wang Hui nodded eagerly. Good. You kid, I've always known you were talented. You studied well, and you're an excellent hunter," the brigade leader said, patting him on the shoulder before turning and hurrying away. Wang Hui stood at the assembly point, staring blankly at the retreating figure of the brigade leader, muttering to himself, "Who was the bastard who told everyone about our family's business? They nearly got me killed. I have to be more careful next time. This is the 1960s, and not my original world. I must be cautious in everything and never make such a mistake again." At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its rays over Wangjia village, bathing the entire hamlet in a bright and warm glow. In this tranquil little village, the Wang family was gathered around the table, sharing a meal. At that moment, Wang Hui, holding his rice bowl, said to his family while eating, "Father, the brigade leader found out about our trip to the supply cooperative yesterday." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a resounding crash echoed. A bowl rolled off the table and fell to the ground, its contents spilling everywhere. Everyone looked up, their gazes fixed on the source of the sound. It was Wang Hui's father. Upon hearing his son's words, the bowl and chopsticks slipped from his hands involuntarily, and he sat there stunned. His mother, startled by the shock, lost her balance and collapsed beside him. At this moment, she seemed utterly oblivious to the spilled grain and the broken bowl on the floor, her eyes filled with terror and unease. Under normal circumstances, this thrifty mother would have been heartbroken, but at that moment, she had no time to care about the eldest brother and his wife, the fifth sister, and the girls Dia Arya and Xiaoya stood frozen at a loss. "Little brother, is what you said true? The brigade leader really knows?" The mother anxiously grabbed the father's arm, her eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, "Didn't we tell no one? And we left so early. How could?" The father frowned, took a deep breath, and comforted her. Don't panic. Let's hear what little brother has to say first." He turned to his son, his eyes full of worry. Wang Hui scratched his head and smiled. "Don't worry, father, mother, it's nothing. The brigade leader just asked about the situation." The mother's tense expression softened slightly, but she still pressed on. "Then what did the brigade leader say?" Wang Hui quickly replied, "Nothing much. He even gave me a hunting rifle, just said that if I get any meat, I should share some." The father nodded and let out a long sigh. "That's reasonable. After all, we're all from the same brigade. Sharing some is only right. As long as you're fine, that's what matters." Wang Hui continued, "Oh right, the brigade leader also said he'd give me full work points every day." Hearing this, the mother's face lit up with a smile. "That's good, that's really good. With this, our family's future looks much..." She gently patted Wang Hui on the shoulder, her eyes filled with relief. The father also laughed joyfully. "Haha, our little brother has really made something of himself. Getting recognition from the brigade leader is no easy feat." Wang Hui scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "It's nothing really, just a stroke of luck." "Oh, if that's the case, then it's fine. Everyone eat up, the food is getting cold," the mother said as she began to pick up the fallen bowl and sweep away the scattered grain. Clutching her chest with a pang of regret, she added, "You little rascal, couldn't you have chosen a better time? Look at this fine grain, what a waste." Wang Hui spread his hands and said, "I didn't mean to either. This matter was weighing on my mind, and I couldn't keep it in any longer. Better to say it early." The father comforted the mother. "That's true enough. By the way, little brother, how do you plan to get the meat?" Hearing this, the eldest brother couldn't help but interject. "That's right, little brother. If you need my help, just say the word, and it'll be there in an instant." Wang Hui puffed out his chest and patted it confidently. "Father, big brother, just wait and see. I've got this well. Good, as long as you know what you're doing." "Father, mother, big brother, sister-in-law, fifth sister, I'm full. I'm going back to my room to lie down for a bit. I'll head up the mountain this afternoon to see what I can find," Wang Hui said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks before turning and heading to his room. The next day, the brigade leader announced that Wang Hui would be responsible for hunting and providing meat. For a time, there were both objections and approvals, but the brigade leader temporarily suppressed the dissent. One day, lying on his bed, he opened the system interface and browsed through the system's meat store, thinking he needed to bag something big. 1, to complete the brigade leader's task, and 2, since he was getting full work points every day, he had to silence the villagers' gossip. He couldn't just take work points without doing any work right. Even if the brigade leader agreed, the villagers wouldn't stand for it. All right, I'll go with this. A wild boar weighing over 200 gene. This will surely shock everyone. Haha, I'm such a genius. Once the family members had gone to work, leaving only Arya and Xiaoyu at home, Wang Hui finally got out of bed, dressed, and trotted off into the forest. I need to dig a big trap. Wild boars are very aggressive. It can't just fall flat on the ground. It's okay to work hard now. Think of the good life ahead. Wang Hui found a suitable spot and began setting up the trap. In the resource-rich mountains, he dug and dug, scooping up loads of earth to create a massive pitfall. A large pit, 3 meters deep and 2 meters long, appeared before him. At the bottom, over 20 sharpened bamboo stakes were buried deep. Carefully arranged, it ensured the wild boar couldn't escape the trap and wouldn't harm anyone. Wang Hui looked at his handiwork, nodded with satisfaction, and then climbed a crooked tree near the trap. Though the pit was a solid guarantee, adding an extra layer of protection couldn't hurt. With a wave of his hand, a wild boar weighing over 200 gene plunged into the trap with a thud. Oink, oink. The massive boar struggled fiercely in the pit, emitting low, furious grunts as if trying to break free. But all its efforts were in vain. The more than 20 sharpened bamboo stakes in the trap mercilessly pierced it, some driving straight into the boar's body, instantly splattering blood. The boar screamed in agony, trying to attack the bamboo with its tusks, but it couldn't escape its plight. Its body was pierced in multiple places, blood flowing endlessly, staining the ground red. Each struggle widened the wounds, intensifying the pain. The boar's eyes were filled with fear and despair as it began to realize it was in a hopeless situation. Its strength gradually waned, its movements grew sluggish, and finally it collapsed in a pool of blood, motionless. The scene was somewhat bloody. Wang Hui stood by the pit and thought for a moment. Wild boars are herd animals, so he tossed in a few more, some weighing over 100 gene, others around 30 gene. Once everything was done, Wang Hui went down the mountain to find the brigade leader. Brigade leader. Brigade leader, he called out at the top of his lungs. Oh, lad, what brings you here? Slow down, don't trip, the brigade leader said with concern, watching Wang Hui run up, panting heavily. Brigade leader, I caught so many wild boars. Hurry, bring some people and come with me, Wang Hui said with a smile. Really? The brigade leader asked, incredulous. Brigade leader, it's true. There's one that's huge, Wang Hui shouted, gesturing with his hands. All right, then let deputy leader Wang Yungue come with me first. The brigade leader spoke as he put down his work, wiping the sweat from his brow with his hand before straightening up. His gaze shifted to a nearby farmer. The farmer, called Wang Yungue, upon hearing the brigade leader's words, immediately stood up, his face alight. He agreed without hesitation. All right. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm. The brigade leader nodded in satisfaction and led Wang Yungue away from the fields. They followed a small path up the mountain. Along the way, the brigade leader and the deputy leader chatted about the year's grain harvest. Wang Hui led the way, with the two men following behind, step by step deeper into the mountains. The brigade leader and deputy leader gasped sharply. For a moment, they were rendered speechless, staring at each other with eyes brimming with shock and joy. After a long pause, the brigade leader said to Wang Hui, boy, did you do this? Wang Hui puffed out his chest and declared, of course, who else but me has such skill? The brigade leader's eyes widened. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. Little one, you are truly talented. Today you have rendered great service. After a brief discussion, the brigade leader and deputy leader quickly summoned people to transport the boar. It was getting late, and they feared more wild beasts might be attracted. Yungue, go find Butcher Zhang at the work assembly point. Once we get the boar down there, we'll slaughter it. They'll go call up the strong men in the village. I can't handle this alone. We'll need more people. Boy, you go back for now. Come when we slaughter the pig tonight. The brigade leader, still not recovered from his shock, spoke with a trembling voice. Got it. The deputy leader took off running. Okay. Wang Hui, seeing the brigade leader's stunned expression, turned and went down the mountain back home. Having been busy all afternoon and worked up a sweat, he needed a wash. Upon returning home, Wang Hui took after his bath, he dried his hair, changed into clean clothes, and then led Arya and Xiaoyu towards the assembly point. Along the way, he saw many villagers heading in the same direction. When they arrived at the assembly point, Wang Hui found a crowd already gathered. They had all heard that the brigade had caught a wild boar and came to see. Everyone's face was alight with excited smiles. The scene was lively and filled with a festive atmosphere. As time passed, anticipation grew. Finally, a commotion stirred in the front of the crowd. Soon after, a massive wild boar carried by the village's young men came into view, followed by more boars being brought to the assembly point. A buzz of discussion erupted. Look at those sharp tusks on this big boar, long and pointed. Ordinary stone probably couldn't withstand them and would be pierced. If it were a person, unthinkable, unthinkable. Indeed. Look at that sturdy body, those powerful limbs, that thick and coarse fur. It looks extraordinary, might even be the boar king. How capable must a person be to catch it? Even after removing the innards and bones, this big boar must weigh over 200 gene. Adding the others, maybe each of us can get at least a gene of meat. The big boar. Wang Hui listened to the chatter, a smile spreading across his face. Fellow villagers, quiet down, please, Brigade Leader Wang Jigang said, clapping his hands. As you can see, all these boars were caught by Wang Hui. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Wang Hui. Some showed shock, others doubt. He did this all by himself? How is that possible? I don't believe it either. A 16-year-old kid having this skill. The brigade leader couldn't have been fooled, could he? An old man with graying hair, standing beside the brigade leader, tapped his cane on the ground. Well done, boy. You truly are worthy of our Wang family name. Not bad at all. When the crowd saw the old man step forward, they knew he was a veteran who had been on the battlefield and fought the Japanese. It was said some villagers had seen the scars from his knife and bullets. He had truly walked through a hail of gunfire. He was a revolutionary elder who had participated in the Red Army. Thus the entire village held him in great esteem. The brigade leader took over, saying, Wang Hui here caught them with a trap. And so on and so forth. Hearing the brigade leader's account, the crowd finally believed that this 16-year-old youth had accomplished it. Today our brigade will dine at the brigade mess hall. A few of you come help Master Zhang slaughter the pigs. Some others clean up the mess hall, start the fires, boil water, and prepare the meal. Tonight we'll boil all the pig bones into soup. You young lads go back to work now and come back when the shift ends. Ho! The crowd cheered and then dispersed to their tasks. Some went back to work, others began boiling water. Butcher Zhang, invited by the deputy leader, had arrived early to prepare for the slaughter. He laid out his tools one by one. With the villagers' help, Butcher Zhang took his knife, expertly slit the pig's throat, and blood gushed out instantly. He swiftly placed the pig's body on the chopping block and began to carve the meat. In no time the meat was portioned. Butcher Zhang laid the pork out on the block, and everyone praised his excellent skill. The bones Butcher Zhang had trimmed were taken by a woman to make bone broth. Some people also picked wild vegetables to boil with the bones. Seeing that his help was no longer needed, Wang Hui took Xiaoya, an area home, planning to return with his father and the others when work ended in the evening. The sun gradually set in the west. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing the bell signaling the end of work, everyone in Wangjia village headed towards the brigade mess hall. Wang Hui, carrying his bowl and chopsticks, followed his father and the others. As soon as he entered the mess hall, a rich aroma of meat wafted over him, filling the air. It's been so long since we last had meat. Yes, yes. Quick, line up. I want some bone broth that smells delicious. Slurp, slurp, so fragrant, I want to eat. The woman serving food tapped the pot with her ladle and shouted, There's enough for everyone. Line up one by one, no need to rush. Everyone immediately queued up, afraid that if they were too late, there would be no soup left. A scoop of wild vegetable rice ball, a small bowl of wild vegetable bone broth. Those who received their portions quickly found a seat, took a sip of the broth. So fresh, and an involuntary smile appeared on their faces. Those still in line watched, drooling. Everyone, adults and children alike, enjoyed the meal. Seeing the happy faces, Wang Hui felt a warm glow in his heart. When everyone had nearly finished eating, the brigade leader stood up with a slight smile and said, I won't waste words. After discussion among the brigade cadres for the remaining meat, adults get 1 gene, children half a gene. Come collect it later. Oh, thank you, brigade leader. What? Brigade leader, say that again, I didn't hear clearly. Did you say we're getting more? Really? Brother Lingyue, your family first. Your family has 4 adults and 5 children, that's 6.5 gene of meat. The temporary distributor said, and someone immediately handed over several pieces of meat. Father and eldest brother took the meat and left the mess hall. Back home, Wang Hui sat at the doorstep, gazing into the distance. Under the starry night sky, the paths of Wangjia village echoed with laughter and joy. Happiness, it turned out, was this simple. After the hunting incident, Wang Hui delivered several more catches to the brigade. The villagers all knew that Wang Lingyu's 6th son was a capable young man. Many people wished to form a marriage alliance with Wang Hui, hoping for an endless supply of meat. And so another matchmaker arrived. Sister Hongxia, your brother-in-law, is 16 now, isn't he? It's time to find him a wife. I have a younger cousin back in my hometown, a perfect match. Why not let them meet? Who knows, it might work out, said the older woman who worked in the same group as the eldest sister-in-law. Before the eldest sister-in-law could respond, a young girl in the same group retorted, Oh, come on. Your cousin is lazy and gluttonous. How could she be worthy of brother-in-law? Sister Hongxia, I have relatives in the city. How about introducing a city girl to your brother-in-law? The older woman fumed. Why are you spreading lies? My cousin is not like that at all. The eldest sister-in-law, who had yet to speak, watched the two on the verge of a quarrel. She said nothing, quietly tending to her work and discreetly distancing herself from the brewing conflict. At lunch, the eldest sister-in-law mentioned the incident, and the family dismissed it as mere entertainment. After all, too many matchmakers had been frequenting their home lately. Most had been turned away by mother under various pretexts. Wang Hui decided it was time to focus on serious matters. He hadn't forgotten the canteen director of the textile factory and planned a trip to the county seat in the coming days. After the meal, he informed his family and set off. Once he was out of Wangjia village and sure no one was watching, he bought a bicycle from the Taobao shop. Without a serial number, Wang Hui could only ride it discreetly. If discovered, he might be suspected of theft. The bicycle was fast, and he soon approached his destination. He glanced around, no one in sight. With a swoosh, he stashed the bicycle into his system space. Wang Hui swaggered into the county town, only to suddenly realize he had no idea how to get to the textile factory. But that was no trouble. The textile factory was a major establishment in the county, so a simple inquiry would suffice. Comrade, excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the textile factory? Wang Hui stopped a young man on the street and asked. The young man replied with a smile, Comrade, hello. The textile factory. It's at the end of this road. After a moment's thought, he added, I haven't heard of any job openings there. If you're hoping to get in, I doubt you'll have much luck. Wang Hui smiled and said, thanks, but I'm here to see someone. Oh. The two parted ways, and Wang Hui followed the young man's directions to the end of the road where the textile factory indeed stood before him. Wang Hui looked around, slipped into an alley, and purchased an old pushcart from the Taobao general store. From the seafood shop, he bought 400 jin of fish. He then pushed the cart out of the alley and up to the factory security booth. Wang Hui explained his purpose to the guard. He was there to see Lu De, the canteen director. A guard stepped out, glanced at the fish in the cart, and went to fetch the director. While chatting with the other guards, Wang Hui learned some details about the factory. Indeed, no job vacancies had been announced, but perhaps the leadership still held a few positions in reserve. A little brother, it's you. Come in. Canteen director Lu De approached the security booth with a few men greeting. Director Lu glanced at the fish in the cart. He waved for the men to take the fish away, then turned and led Wang Hui into his office. Come have some tea with me first, Director Lu said, handing him a cup of tea that had already been brewed. Thank you, Director. Wang Hui accepted the cup with gratitude. Director, we caught 400 jin of fish this time. Would you be interested? Interested? Of course I am. Director Liu's face lit up with joy, though he lamented that it wasn't game meat. Still, it was far better than nothing. Director Lu smiled and said, all right, the current price for fish ranges from 0.3 to 0.46 yuan per jin. They'll give you the highest rate. 400 jin comes to 184 yuan. Here, 184 yuan, a little brother. Keep it safe. Director Lu handed over the money with a beaming smile. Wang Hui took it and stuffed it into his pocket, though in truth, he stored it in his system space. Director Liu's expression turned troubled. Little brother, our factory has many workers. 400 jin of fish is barely enough for them to have a bit of soup. We can't have watery broth every day. Did you manage to find any game last time? Wang Hui smiled and replied, Director, it's not that simple. We can't have a good haul every day. By the way, Director, is your factory hiring recently? Director Lu paused before answering. Little brother, to be honest, the factory isn't recruiting externally right now, but there are a few internal slots. If you're interested, I could get you a job as a purchasing officer. Wang Hui scratched his head and said, no, I'm still young. I was hoping to get the job for a family member. A position as a textile worker would be ideal. Director Liu's face showed reluctance, but then he stood up and said, wait here for a moment. He hurried out of the office. Wang Hui waited in the office for quite some time. When Director Lu finally returned, he announced as soon as he entered, little brother, I spoke with our factory director. He said if you can supply another 800 jin of fish or 300 jin of meat, he'll give you a job slot. Wang Hui exclaimed excitedly, really? Thank you, Director. Director Lu chuckled. I knew you were a clever one. Remember, if you can get more, do so. Your Uncle Lu won't treat you unfairly. Wang Hui smiled lightly and said, thank you, Uncle. It's getting late, so I should head back. Director Lu glanced at the darkening sky and replied, I won't keep you then. Travel safe. Will do. Wang Hui walked out of the office and spotted his pushcart at the factory gate. He went over, pushed it away, and continued until he left the county. In a secluded corner, he swapped the cart for the bicycle and pedaled back toward Wangjia village. Back home that night, Wang Hui lay in bed pondering who should get the job slot. He himself had no intention of taking it. Though it was a stable position, he was still young and wanted to explore the world. Dad, Mom, are you asleep? Unable to sleep, Wang Hui tossed and turned before getting up and heading to his parents' room. Dad, Mom, I went to the county textile factory today to see canteen director Lu De. He said we could trade 300 jin of meat for a job slot. Wang Hui said excitedly, his heart brimming with hope that he could finally improve his family's life. Really? That's great. Can you handle it on your own? His mother's voice carried a hint of concern. It's a textile factory, perfect for women. I was thinking my sister-in-law or fifth sister could go. Wang Hui carefully voiced his thoughts. What? Why wouldn't you go yourself? This is a job slot. With it, you could become a city dweller. Why give it to your sister-in-law? No, I won't agree to this. His mother's voice rose sharply. She clearly couldn't fathom his decision. Mom, I know you mean well, but I'm still young. There will be plenty more opportunities in the future. There's no rush. Besides, I'm not earning any work points at home right now. Who knows? Maybe one day our whole family will work in the city and become city folk. Wang Hui coaxed, gently shaking his mother's arm. You with such a good opportunity, how could you think of them? You're driving me crazy, his mother said, frustrated by his lack of ambition. You child, you're just too kind-hearted. His mother sighed. Wouldn't it be better for you to become a city dweller? His father tried to mediate. This matter isn't. Don't rush. Wait until we get the quota, then we can decide. Besides, it's late now. Let's talk about it another day. Go on, get out of here, you brat. I don't want to see you today. I'm going to sleep, his mother said, sulking as she lay down. His father waved for him to leave. Seeing this, he turned and quietly exited. His father came out to close the door and said, Your mother is just upset and hasn't figured it out yet. She'll be fine by tomorrow. Go back and get some rest. All right, Dad, Wang Hui replied, rubbing his head. Husband, what on earth is that kid think? Wife, think about it. Our sixth child is a man of great ability. If he can get one quota, he can surely get a second. Maybe our family can truly transform and all become city folks. Just rest assured. But when Wang Hui returned to his room thinking about how to persuade his mother if she still disagreed tomorrow, he gradually drifted off to sleep. For several days in a row, his mother ignored him, leaving Wang Hui feeling both amused and exasperated. Wang Hui lay in bed calculating that it was about time to go find Director Lu for the quota. Glancing outside, it was already late and his parents and other family members had long gone to work. He heard a series of ya-ya cries and turned to see little Ya lying beside his bed babbling away. Looking at the sweet milky-scented little Ya, Wang Hui touched her soft, tender cheek. Not bad. After this period of nutritional supplementation, little Ya was starting to gain weight, becoming chubby and cute. He adored her immensely. Next time he went to the county town, he would check the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there was any malted milk to bring back for the family. Wang Hui propped himself up, moved the still babbling little Ya to the other side of the bed, and got up to wash up. Little uncle, you're up. He'll heat up your meal. Come eat after you've washed up, Arya said, peeking from the kitchen at Wang Hui as he washed. Gurgle, gurgle. Okay, gurgle, gurgle. Wang Hui replied, brushing his teeth and speaking indistinctly. Arya, I have things to do. I'm going out. Don't save lunch for me. As he spoke, he took a piece of candy from his pocket and popped it into little Ya's mouth. Then, thinking for a moment, he grabbed a handful of candy and handed it to Arya, smiling. I have plenty more. Enjoy them yourself. And take good care of little Ya at home, okay? I'm so sweet. I understand, little uncle. Be safe and come back early, little Ya said with narrowed eyes, savoring the candy. He turned, waved, and walked out of the house. As before, he left the village, found a secluded spot, took his bicycle out of his spatial storage, mounted it, and rode away. Catching sight of the county town in the distance, he stashed the bicycle back into the space and entered on foot, muttering incessantly, what a hassle. I have to get a bicycle this time no matter what. If I have to do this every time, it'll be a real pain. Before he even reached the textile factory gate, the guard uncle called out to him. Young comrade, are you here to see Director Liu? Yes, uncle. Do you know me? No, but I saw you when you delivered those 200 caddies of fish last time. Oh, young comrade, care for a smoke? A smoke? Wang Hui slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, how could I be so clueless? I didn't even bring cigarettes. I still have no sense of social etiquette. He quickly opened the Taobao System, found a tobacco and liquor store, and bought a pack of Peony brand cigarettes. Uncle, have one of mine, Wang Hui said, pulling out the cigarette pack and offering one. Oh, good cigarettes. And with a filter. Young comrade, you're too kind. The guard uncle took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, becoming even more enthusiastic. Director Liu is in a meeting right now. He'll take you to his office to wait. Oh, look at that. From now on, I must always carry cigarettes and candy. They make things easier. Shall we have you brought your uncle some good stuff this time? It's tough being the canteen director here. There's a whole factory of people waiting to eat. Before Director Liu even entered the door, his eager voice preceded him. Uncle Liu, don't rush. Since I'm here, the goods won't be missing. Oh, where are they? How much? I've stashed them in the alley outside the factory. 2 big wild boars. As he spoke, Wang Hui used the meat shop in his system to purchase 2 large fat pigs weighing nearly 400 caddies in total and filled in the detailed address deep in the alley next to the county textile factory. After filling it out, a location map appeared in his mind for confirmation. Wang Hui glanced at it, saw no issues, and confirmed directly. Your delivery has arrived. Please confirm receipt. A mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Confirm receipt. Wang Hui smiled at Director Liu. Uncle, the goods are in the alley beside the factory. He'll take you there. Good, he'll get some people right away. Director Liu hurriedly pulled him out of the office, also calling for comrades from the factory's security department to join. Following the address in his mind, Wang Hui led Director Liu deep into the alley, where 2 large pigs were tightly bound, grunting incessantly. Director Liu was overjoyed, never expecting it to be pork. Don't just stand there. Come on, lend a hand. Get the pigs to the canteen to be weighed and processed. Today we're treating everyone to pork. Director Liu directed the security comrades to send the pigs to the canteen. Shall we? You've done your uncle a huge favor today. Wait a moment, he'll have the master chef stir-fry a couple of dishes, and we'll eat right here. Director Liu laughed heartily, patting Wang Hui on the shoulder. Uncle, you see. Wang Hui rubbed his head awkwardly. Oh, your uncle understands. Wait here. Director Liu turned and left the room, returning shortly to hand Wang Hui a piece of paper. Here you go. This is the work quota. Don't lose it. Just fill in your name before you start. He took it with a smile, turning it over and over in his hands. He never imagined that such a simple piece of paper represented the lifelong pursuit of so many people. Wang Hui tucked it safely against his body. Director, the 2 big wild boars weigh a total of 456 caddies. A young man rushed in, his face beaming with joy. Good, I understand. Director Liu nodded with a smile. Director Liu turned and said with a grin, Shall we look, the pigs weigh 456 caddies in total. As agreed, 300 caddies can be used for the quota. What do you want to do with the remaining 156 caddies? After a moment of thought, Xiao Hui replied, Uncle, I'd like to exchange the 156 caddies for some ration tickets, preferably a bicycle ticket. Director Liu nodded in agreement and reminded him, think about what other tickets you might need. Wang Hui stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let me think. A bicycle ticket plus some grain oil and sugar tickets if you can spare them. Uncle, can you help me figure out how much these would amount to? You've really put me in a tough spot, kid. Let me go out and ask around for you. Director Liu said as he turned and left. Before long, he opened the office door and pulled in a middle-aged man, introducing him to Wang Hui. Xiao Hui, this is your uncle Jiang Wenming, the logistics director of our textile factory. I've told him about your situation. Don't worry, your uncle Jiang and I are close. Director Jiang smiled and said, since you were brought here by Luda, just call me Uncle Jiang from now on. Let me take a look at your request. A bicycle ticket now costs nearly 100 yuan on the black market. We certainly can't price it at black market rates. Let's say 60 for you. They'll give you some other tickets for the rest plus 50 yuan in cash. Director Jiang cheerfully pulled out a handful of tickets and counted out 5 big 10 yuan notes, handing them over. Wang Hui took the stack, and right on top was the bicycle ticket he wanted. Looking at the thick wad of tickets in his hand, though he didn't really need them, he knew giving them to his mother would make her very happy. As usual, he stuffed them into his pocket, instantly transferring them into his system space. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Lu, I thank you both in advance, Wang Hui said as he pocketed the tickets and money. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Lu. Wang Hui's face flushed, slightly hesitating. Directors Jiang and Lu watched him stammer, his face turning bright red. Exchanging a glance, Director Lu chuckled. You kid, just spit it out. No need to be so coy. Wang Hui rubbed his hands together and said cautiously, well, esteemed directors, do you happen to have any more job quotas? Could you spare a few more for me? His eyes were filled with anticipation. A few? You little rascal, your greed knows no bounds. Job quotas are extremely precious, they don't come easily. But since you've asked, we'll try to think of something for you. Just don't get your hopes up too high after all. You understand. Director Lu first widened his eyes, seemingly taken aback by Wang Hui's request, then a hint of a smile appeared on his face, his tone tinged with helplessness. Oh, my 2 dear uncles, I can get even more good stuff. You've got to help me out here. He smiled helplessly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Good stuff. You're quite the talker, kid. Can you even get us a wristwatch? Your Uncle Jiang has been wanting one forever, but they're always out of stock. Nowadays, forget foreign Longines watches. Even domestic Shanghai brand ones are hard to come by. Just help our factory get more meat. Your matter, your Uncle Jiang, and I will ask around for you. If not, I'll check with other factories too, Uncle Lu said with a just wait and see, Uncle. Haha, your Uncle Jiang and I are counting on you. Bringing in more meat solves a big problem for us. Uncle Lu dismissed Wang Hui's words as mere bravado and didn't take them too seriously. Wang Hui, thinking he still needed to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a bicycle, took his leave from the 2 directors. He headed straight for the cooperative after leaving the factory, as bicycles were hot commodities and might not be available if he delayed. Anyone here? Do you still have bicycles? Wang Hui approached the counter and asked inside. An ant came out from the back, glanced at Wang Hui, and said impatiently, Yes, we do. Which model do you want? We have Forever and Phoenix brands. The Forever is 150, the Phoenix is 180. You also need a ticket. No ticket, no trouble, and you can't ride it either. Wang Hui retrieved his money from the system space. From these 2 times, he only had 92 plus 50, totaling 142. Not enough? He lowered his head in thought and found the currency exchange function in his Taobao shop. As expected, he could deposit and withdraw. Just as I thought, it works like an online marketplace. He withdrew some money to make up 180 and took out a bicycle ticket. Comrade ID, like a Phoenix brand bicycle. As soon as the saleswoman saw the ticket and money, she became enthusiastic. A little comrade, why didn't you say you had it? Come look. This is the bicycle you want. He'll write you a receipt. Remember to get it stamped at the police station. The saleswoman pushed a brand new Phoenix bicycle over to Wang Hui. This was the first big purchase he made here. As soon as he stepped out, he rushed to the police station to get the stamp. Now he could finally ride the bicycle openly around town without fear of being caught or having to sneak around. Wang Hui excitedly rode the bicycle around the county, drawing envious glances from many people. Once the initial thrill wore off, he pedaled out of the county and headed toward Wang family village. Wow, Hui, you bought a bicycle. Look how new it is. Yeah, our brigade only has one, and it's old. We barely do. Hui, if something big happens in our team, you'll have to lend it to us. Right. If someone gets married and uses this to pick up the bride, folks from other villages would be green with envy. Hey, dear uncles and Andy's older brothers and sisters, do you think I'm that stingy? If something big comes up, come borrow it from me. As long as I'm not using it, I won't say a word. Wang Hui pushed the bike through the crowd, greeting each of them. Everyone responded in turn. Well done, Xiao Hui, you've really made something of yourself. Xiao Hui, you must take good care of us elders from now on. Wang Hui smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. As long as I can help, I certainly want refuse. As he spoke, he continued pushing the bicycle through the door of his home. Having heard the news, his parents were already waiting in the yard. When they saw him enter, they pulled him aside and gathered around the bicycle, exclaiming in awe, So this is a bicycle. Wow, a Phoenix brand. What a treasure. Dad, mom, fifth sister, big brother, sister-in-law. Can't you take a look at, is this bike more precious than me? Wang Hui looked helplessly at his family, their gazes all fixed on the shiny new bicycle, as if it were a rare gem. He felt neglected, a bit disheartened. We see you every day. Shoo. This bicycle is a first time, his father said with a smile, eyes sparkling with excitement. His mother chimed in. Yes, son, this bike is absolute. Fifth sister, big brother, and sister-in-law all nodded in agreement. All right, everyone stop staring and give it a try, Wang Hui said, pushing the bicycle into the yard and inviting his family to experience the joy of riding. His father was the first to hop on, circling the yard a few times with a beaming smile. His mother, fifth sister, big brother, and sister-in-law each took a turn, all showering the bicycle with praise. Watching his family's joy, Wang Hui felt a deep sense of accomplishment. He realized that just one bicycle could bring his family so much happiness. How wonderful it would be if one day he could help everyone, even the whole village, buy their own bicycles. I am a man from a future era. Wang Hui, a smile dancing in his eyes, watched his family argue over who could ride the bicycle for a bit longer. With knowledge and experience surpassing this era coupled with the aid of the Taobao system, I believe I can surely achieve this, he thought. Envisioning his future blissful life, he said, Dad, Mom, there's something else. Come here for a moment. Hearing their youngest son's words, the couple exchanged a glance and followed him into the house. Without further ado, Wang Hui pulled out the work quota given to him by Director Liu and handed it to his father. The old man, who had been about to light another cigarette, was startled when he saw the paper. Is this the work quota? What, this is the work quota? It's just a piece of paper, his mother said, taking it gently. Wang Hui pointed to the blank space. Just fill in the name here. Dad, Mom, let's give this opportunity to fifth sister. Wang Hui declared. What are you doing? Give it to her. This is our family's chance. If she marries later, she'll belong to someone else. No, his mother retorted immediately. Mom, listen to me. I can get more. Director Liu has promised to keep an eye out for me, Wang Hui explained patiently. I can't argue with you. Do as you wish, his mother sighed helplessly. At that moment, his father called out to the others. What are you all doing out there? Come in. The youngest has secured a work quota for Dongmei. Upon hearing this, fifth sister, Wang Dongmei, hesitated. Little brother, you should take it. I'm not capable. Or give it. His mother snorted coldly. Give it to him. Let him give me a grandson first. At these words, the eldest brother and his wife both hung their heads. Fifth sister said apologetically, Little brother, maybe you should go. I'm afraid I won't do well. Wang Hui encouraged her with a smile. Fifth sister, just go. There will be plenty more opportunities. With your little brother's skills, I can get even more. All right, I'll decide. Dongmei, you're going, their mother declared decisively. But, fifth sister tried to protest. No buts. It's settled, their mother cut her off firmly. In front of the whole family, Wang Hui picked up a pen and wrote the 3 characters for Wang Dongmei in the blank space on the work quota. After writing, he handed the quota to Wang Dongmei. Here, sister, it's yours. Don't lose it. This is crucial. Then he turned to his father. Dad, go to the brigade leader tomorrow and get a certificate. That way fifth sister can start working at the textile factory smoothly. His father nodded hastily. Sure, I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. Wang Hui looked back at Wang Dongmei and continued. Once Dad gets the certificate, he'll personally take you to the textile factory in a few days to make sure everything is in order. Seeing his sister still dazed, Wang Hui smiled and handed her the quota. Fifth sister, from now on you'll be a you little rascal, always teasing your sister. Fifth sister made as if to hit him, but then fell into Wang Hui's arms, laughing and crying at the same time. Little six, don't worry. He'll remember your kindness. In the following days, Wang Hui continued to set traps on the mountain and catch some game. A portion went to the brigade, and the rest was kept for the family. Moreover, he discovered clay at the foot of the mountain, which thrilled him. He secretly used the Taobao testing shop to have the soil analyzed. The analysis showed that the clay was perfect for making red bricks. He also paid for a tutorial on red brick production from a technical shop. He thought that since the country was undergoing rapid development, red bricks would certainly have a market. It was definitely a viable venture. He planned to set up a red brick factory in the village to boost its development. Without further delay, he went to see the brigade leader. Brigade leader, I have great news. Wang Hui ran up to the brigade leader. The brigade leader laughed and patted his shoulder. Oh, isn't this our brigade's little hunter? What good news do you have? Did you catch a lot of game today? The young man waved his hands. No. Brigade leader, I found clay in our village that can be used to make red bricks. The brigade leader's eyes lit up immediately. He asked eagerly, really? Where did you find it? The young man pointed to a distant slope. Over there. I noticed the color and texture of the soil were different from the rest, so I dug some up out of curiosity. After testing, I found that this clay is very suitable for making red bricks. The brigade leader was so excited, he almost jumped. He immediately decided to take some people to dig up a bit of clay and try making bricks. But when they brought the clay back and were about to start, they realized they had no technical know-how. No one in the village knew how. The brigade leader slumped to the ground in despair. Seeing this, Wang Hui quickly pulled him up. What's wrong, chief? The brigade leader said weakly, we don't have the skills. We don't know how to make them. Looks like it's a no-go. What a pity. Is that all? I know how, Wang Hui said, patting his chest. I read about the method and process when I was in school. Good, excellent. The brigade leader clapped Wang Hui on the shoulder so hard that the young man nearly lost. Over the next few days, through repeated trials and improvements, they finally succeeded in firing the first batch of high-quality red bricks. News quickly spread throughout the village. They planned to expand production by taking on more hands. This would not only allow the villagers to build their own brick houses, but also create job opportunities and increase their... The brigade leader took some of the fired red bricks to the commune and found Director Hu Yifan. Grinning, he said, Director Hu, take a look at the red bricks our village has produced. What? You made these? No, how did you manage it? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Director Hu stood up in shock. The brigade leader kept smiling. How would I dare? A young comrade in our brigade first discovered the clay suitable for making red bricks, and since he knew the technique, he led us through several days of trials to produce these. If you don't believe me, Director Hu, you can come and see for yourself. After hearing the brigade leader's words, Director Hu examined the red bricks and was very pleased. He immediately decided to personally lead a team to inspect the village's kiln. When Director Hu arrived at the kiln, the brigade leader had Wang Hui demonstrate the brick-making process in front of him. Director Hu was full of praise for the red bricks they produced. Your brigade's cadres and members are all fine comrades. You are a model for the entire commune. Applause rang out wave after wave. Every villager's face was beaming with smiles. Captain Wang, where is that young comrade from your village? Said the brick factory director. Director Hu, this is Comrade Wang Hui from our village. It was he who helped us make the discovery. The brigade captain pointed at Wang Hui, speaking with pride to Director Hu. Excellent, excellent. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Come tell us how you made the discovery and how you led the comrades in crafting the first red brick. Director Hu looked at Wang Hui, admiration shining in his eyes. Subsequently, the commune director reported the matter to higher authorities. The superiors took it seriously and promised to dispatch experts for investigation. If the brick factory proved viable, they would grant the village corresponding policy support. Amid this process, Wang Hui took time to bring his fifth sister Wang Dongmei to the textile mill. At the mill, Wang Hui found Director Liu and Director Jiang. With a broad smile, he said, Director Liu, Director Jiang, this is my fifth sister Wang Dongmei. Our family intends to assign the work quota to her. I've come to ask for your kind assistance in looking after her. A flicker of surprise passed through Director Liu's eyes before he responded warmly, so she's Xiao Hu's sister. No problem at all, rest assured. We'll expedite her onboarding. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to come to your Uncle Liu. Director Jiang chimed in. Indeed, your sister Wang Dongmei seems quite sharp. She'll surely learn the ropes quickly and excel at her work. With our care, you can set your mind at ease. Wang Hui expressed his gratitude. I am deeply indebted to you both. My sister is new here. I earnestly ask for your guidance. Wang Dongmei spoke nervously. Director Liu, Director Jiang, I will work diligently and cause no trouble. Director Liu smiled. Don't be nervous, young lady. As long as you put in the effort, you will surely succeed. Wang Hui felt a quiet joy for his sister, thinking, my sister has always been hardworking. I believe she will learn and thrive at the mill. Wang Dongmei's heart swelled with anticipation and gratitude. She silently vowed, I must work hard and not let my brother down. Director Liu helped his fifth sister complete the onboarding procedures, then showed her the dormitory. Handing her the key, he instructed, this is your room. If you need anything, just tell your Uncle Liu. Oh, and don't forget to handle your urban residency registration. With that, he departed. Wang Dongmei gazed at the key in her hand, her heart brimming with hope and gratitude. She understood how hard-won this opportunity was. She resolved to work diligently, living up to the expectations of her younger brother and family. Afterwards, Wang Hui took his fifth sister to the supply and marketing cooperative. Fifth sister, I see you're missing many things. Let me buy them for you here. Let's see, a teapot, a quilt, and a set of clothes. That's enough, little brother. They'll pay you back when I earn money, said fifth sister Wang Dongmei, her eyes welling with tears as she lowered her head. Fifth sister, no need. Keep your earnings for yourself. Remember to learn the skills well at the factory. If anything comes up, just go to Director Liu or Director Jiang. Wang Hui comforted his sister. She nodded softly. After escorting his fifth sister back to the dormitory, Wang Hui went to Director Liu's office. Upon entering, he said with a smile, Director Liu, my sister is all set. She's already in the dormitory, organized. I've also brought something with me this time. Would you be interested? Director Liu looked at him quizzically. You brought something? Meat. Where is it? Wang Hui chuckled. No, Uncle Liu. Not meat. He then mysteriously pulled a square box from his pocket and handed it to Director Liu. Wang Hui explained, this is a small token of my appreciation for your care and help with my sister. Director Liu burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. You really are a thoughtful child, but I cannot accept your gift. He returned the box to Wang Hui. Wang Hui quickly waved his hands. Director Liu, please keep it. It's from the heart. Without your help, I wouldn't have gotten this quota, and my sister might never have entered your mill. This is just a small gesture. I hope you won't refuse it. Director Jiang suddenly interjected, a small gesture. Wang Hui, this is a Swiss Longines watch, a rare foreign treasure. This is no small token. This is far from a small gesture. Director Liu, who hadn't noticed the contents earlier, now looked at the exquisite packaging. Opening the box, he gasped, it really is a watch. And a Swiss Longines no less. A wry smile crossed Director Liu's face as he shook his head helplessly. You little rascal, you've really put me in a spot. If it were anything else I could refuse, but this. I can't bear to part with it. How about this, young man? Sell it to me. Wang Hui quickly declined. Uncle Liu, what are you saying? I have no use for it, but it's perfect for you. Director Liu nodded, then paced thoughtfully back and forth. After a moment, he returned and said, let me discuss this with your Uncle Jiang first. He pulled Director Jiang aside and whispered, Old Jiang, I really want this. What do you think I should give the boy in Director Jiang replied calmly, Old Liu, it depends on what he wants. I reckon what he needs most right now is another. If you can get him another quota, that should do the trick. Director Liu frowned, troubled. But we don't have any spare. He pondered further, then added, last time the factory director specially approved his quota just to keep the boy happy, so he'd bring us meat from time to time. Getting another one now will be difficult. Director Jiang smiled. Our mill doesn't have any, but that doesn't mean other factories don't. Try the steel mill, the machinery plant. Use your connections. Director Liu slapped his thigh. You're right. Old Jiang, your mind is sharp. I was overthinking it. With so many factories in our county, there's bound to be one. He then led Director Jiang back to Wang Hui and said cheerfully, they'll shamelessly accept this watch. I promise you will secure a few work quotas for you, though they might be from other factories. Since the brigade was about to build a brick factory, Wang Hui was in no hurry. Instead, he reassured Director Liu, "Uncle Liu, no rush. Just keep an eye out for me." Director Liu patted Wang Hui on the shoulder. "Moved. You're such a sensible child caring for your sister," and Director Liu smiled. "Good. Come to me anytime you face difficulties." Director Zhang added, "Me too." The three exchanged smiles, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. At dawn on the second day, as the sun just rose, Wang Dongmei awoke from her slumber. She quickly got up, neatly tidied her bedding and clothes, making herself appear clean and spirited. Shortly after, Director Liu arrived punctually and led her to the factory's cafeteria for breakfast. Along the way, Wang Dongmei felt the gaze of the textile mill workers, who were filled with curiosity about this newcomer, personally escorted by the director. After breakfast, Director Liu again guided Wang Dongmei to the workshop. It was filled with various textile machines humming as if narrating their busyness and importance. Wang Dongmei looked at these massive machines, feeling a bit nervous, but more so full of anticipation. Director Liu brought her to a textile machine and introduced it, saying, "This is the most commonly used loom in our factory, capable of producing various types of fabric." Then Director Liu also arranged for an old Master Qin to guide her. "Master Qin, this is Comrade Wang Dongmei. I'm entrusting her to your care." After the director left, the workers gathered around and asked, "Hello, Comrade, I'm Wang Hua, worker here. What's your relationship with Director Liu? Why did he personally bring you to our workshop? Yeah, tell us about it." Seeing so many people crowding around, Wang Dongmei was startled, then lowered her head, unconsciously clasped her hands, and remained silent and timid. "Alright, why aren't you back at work?" "You're scaring the young lady," Master Qin interrupted the crowd. "Young lady, they're just curious, don't be afraid." "Thank you, Master Qin, for helping me out. I'm just not used to it." Yet Old Master Qin looked at this young girl and couldn't help but feel a fondness for her. She was truly adorable, just like his granddaughter. Then Master Qin meticulously explained to Wang Dongmei how to operate the machine, covering aspects such as startup, debugging, and maintenance. Wang Dongmei listened attentively, nodding from time to show understanding. After demonstrating the operation, once he let her try. However, the actual operation turned out to be far more difficult than anticipated. When Wang Dongmei attempted to start the machine for the first time, she was flustered and nearly caused a malfunction. Fortunately, Master Qin was there to assist, preventing any incident. "Little Dongmei, don't rush, take your time, get familiar first," Master Qin comforted her, afraid of causing any psychological shadow for the young girl. Wang Dongmei, however, showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, she encouraged herself, "You can do it." Then she humbly sought advice from Master Qin, carefully observed his methods, and continuously tried to operate and watching the young girl's eagerness to learn, Master Qin believed that over time Wang Dongmei would gradually master the operation skills of the textile machine, becoming proficient in starting and stopping it, adjusting parameters for optimal weaving results. Meanwhile, the commune director led experts dispatched by higher authorities to our Wang family village. They arrived at the site where the clay was discovered, saw their experimental brick kiln, and began an on-site investigation. "Director, experts, what do you think of this?" the brigade leader asked, nervously, silently praying for everything to go smooth. The commune director carefully observed the surroundings and nodded. "Looks pretty good." The experts also began discussing among themselves, "The soil quality here is quite suitable for brickmaking. Yes, and the raw material resources are also abundant." The brigade leader listened attentively, his hope growing strong. "However, the transportation is not very convenient," one expert expressed concern. The brigade leader's heart instantly tightened again, and he quickly explained, "We can find a way to solve this problem. It will definitely not affect the construction and operation of the brick factory." After a detailed survey, the experts concluded that the terrain, soil quality, and other relevant conditions were entirely consistent with what had been reported earlier. "That's great," the brigade leader exclaimed excitedly. "This brick factory is so important to our village." He thought to himself that not only could they build brick houses to improve the villagers' living conditions, but it would also bring considerable income to the village, something everyone had long desired. Saying this, the brigade leader turned to Wang Hui, his eyes full of gratitude. "Wang Hui, this time it's all thanks to you for discovering the clay. Oh, our village has such a great development opportunity." Wang Hui smiled sheepishly. "Brigade leader, it's what I should do." He was also very happy inside that his discovery could bring such a big change to the village. The experts excitedly stated that this place was very suitable for building a brick factory. "We will formulate a detailed construction plan as soon as possible, striving to get the brick factory operational soon." The brigade leader nodded repeatedly. "That would be wonderful. Just let us know if you need any cooperation." Everyone was full of anticipation, as if seeing the bright future of Wang family village. "Is this young man the Comrade Wang Hui mentioned in your report?" An elderly expert with graying hair and glasses who looked scholarly pointed at Wang Hui and asked, "Yes, Li Lao, this is that comrade." Not bad, young comrade. It's already commendable that you discovered the clay nearby, but what's even more remarkable is that you realized its use and even made a sample. Truly impressive. Your name is Wang Hui, right? Would you be willing to become my student?" Li Lao asked with a smile. "Li Lao, you? Sir, do you really intend to take this young comrade as your student?" "Oh." Wang Hui was dumbfounded. "What are you ahhing for? Hurry up and agree. Do you know who Li Lao is?" Commune director Hu Yifan anxiously gave him a push. Wang Hui's eyes twinkled. This didn't seem like a bad thing. It could also provide me with a lot of help in the future. "Alright, your student greets you here, teacher. Thank you for being willing to take me as your student, but I must go back and ask my parents." Wang Hui turned and bowed to Li Lao. Indeed, you should ask properly, Li Lao said with a smile. I am Li Wenqing, just a teacher. Tonight I'll go back with you and ask your family's opinion. Congratulations, Li Lao, on gaining an outstanding disciple. Congratulations. The experts who came with Li Lao offered their congratulations. Haha, thank you everyone. But we're not here for this. The higher-ups said that if this place is indeed suitable, we need to find a proper plan in a short time to build the brick factory and put it into production as soon as possible. Li Lao said, adjusting his glasses. My student will join us as well so he can learn. I think this area is good. Look, the clay is right next to it. I don't think so. This spot is a bit too close to the forest. I think it's fine. That open space is nice, nestled by the mountains and river, and convenient for material collection. Seeing the experts immediately engage in a heated discussion, without wasting a moment, Wang Hui felt he should also take active steps. That evening, Wang Hui brought Old Li home. His parents felt puzzled seeing their youngest son bring back a refined elderly man and were about to ask. But their youngest son interrupted. Father, mother, this is Expert Li, who came down with the commune director today. He wants to take me as his student. Hearing this, both parents showed expressions of delighted surprise. They exchanged glances and his father said excitedly, That's wonderful. Sir, thank you for being willing to take in our child. His mother quickly chimed in, Yes, thank you, sir. Our child has loved reading since he was little, but unfortunately we couldn't afford. Old Li smiled and nodded. Yes, I've come to take him under my tutelage. As long as this lad works hard, he will surely achieve something in the future. Sir, rest assured, if he's disobedient, just tell me, and I'll discipline him, his father quickly replied. All right. For the next few days this lad will stay with us. Very well, thank you for your trouble, sir. His elder brothers and sisters-in-law were also thrilled, as if a star of literary fortune had descended upon their family. Thus in the following days, Old Li, Wang Hui, and the experts were far from idle. They left early and returned late each day, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the construction of the brick factory. They focused not only on product quality, but also on increasing output and other aspects. Commune director, who actively sought sales channels to boost sales volume and profits. He had initially worried about insufficient demand, but it turned out that many places in the county needed bricks. The local textile mill, steel plant, and others required large quantities for expansion, staff dormitories, and street offices. Even housing repairs in the county town needed them. Current production was far from enough. Upon his return, director, who specifically informed the experts and Wang Hui about this. Wang Hui purchased books on red bricks from his online bookstore. Through discussions with his teacher and the experts, he subtly guided them toward a construction plan, selecting more efficient tunnel kilns and optimizing the kiln structure. By ensuring the lengths and configurations of the preheating, firing, soaking, and cooling zones met firing requirements, they greatly enhanced production capacity. After this period of hard work, the brick factory's construction was nearing completion. On the day of official completion, the first trial firing began. The experts closely monitored every aspect of the kiln. After a period of testing, the bricks appeared to be of good quality, but the final results would only be known after about 3 days. Seeing the experts had been working long hours, the brigade leader said, Everyone go and rest. They'll have someone keep watch. When the products are ready, I'll call you all back. I might need a good rest this time. I've been busy for so many days, I need to sleep well. He'll lie in bed all day. Yes, me too. Old Li waved his hand. Then let's all go and rest. All right, Old Li. After they replied, the brigade leader led them away to rest. 3 days later, the commune director led a large group of people into the village. This was the largest delegation of leaders Wangjia village had ever seen, filling the working brigade members with both novelty and tension. They curiously peered at the unfamiliar faces. Having rarely encountered such high-level officials, they appeared somewhat restrained and at a loss. The commune director walked and talked with those around him, full of anticipation for this visit, hoping to bring development opportunities to Wangjia village. Meanwhile, the working brigade members silently watched the group, speculating about their intentions. Soon the first batch of trial bricks was produced. After specialized testing in all aspects, both output and quality had been greatly improved. The significant increase in production and the excellent quality of the bricks thrilled everyone present, ensuring the brick factory could begin operations. Delighted with the trial results, Old Li took Wang Hui to the visiting leaders and reported to an elderly man with graying hair. Old Zhao, the trial results for the brick factory are remarkable. Improvements like the kiln structure can be applied to other brick factories to greatly boost production. Old Zhao beamed. Oh, really? That's wonderful. This is a tremendous boon for our construction efforts. Excellent. So this is the student you've taken on. His gaze fell upon Wang Hui. Old Li turned and smiled, introducing him to Wang Hui. This is Old Zhao, named Zhao Guoping. He's an important leader from the construction bureau. Wang Hui quickly and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, great leader. Old Zhao laughed heartily. So you're the one who discovered this place, aren't you? Truly impressive. However, I'd like to hear if you have any other ideas or suggestions. Wang Hui replied earnestly. Great leader, as the saying goes, to get rich, build roads first. We have everything ready except for one crucial element. The biggest challenge now is transporting the bricks. Old Zhao nodded understanding and reassured him, Don't worry, lad. These issues are already being addressed. Someone will be sent soon to handle the transportation, so there won't be any problems. Not long after the great leader and his entourage departed, Old Li also had to pack up and return. He needed to take the experts the test results, current production figures, improvements to the brick factory, and a series of preliminary plans for the plant's future to write a report for submission. That day, Old Li was busy packing in his room, preparing for his journey home. While organizing his belongings, he said to Wang Hui, "Wang Hui lad, do you plan to come back with me?" Wang Hui hesitated. "Teacher, Before he could finish, Old Li interrupted him. Old Li smiled, patted Wang Hui's shoulder, and handed him a piece of paper, saying gently, "It's all right. You're still young and haven't traveled far. Stay home with your parents for a while. This is my address. Just send me a telegram before you come. When you're ready to venture out, you can come find me." Wang Hui nodded, feeling a bit disappointed, but understood Old Li's kindness. He knew he was indeed still young and had been away from home for a long time. It was time to return and spend time with his parents before seeking out his teacher again. Though reluctant to part with Old Li, he agreed. "Lad, I heard you're currently in middle school. Here are some books on geology. Read them for now. When you have time, also study middle and high school materials. I believe things will get better, and you should still aim for university." Old Li looked at the boy before him. He thought to himself, in these times of material scarcity and severe food shortages, many villagers can barely afford to eat. For a family in this mountain village to send a child to school, even through middle school, is remarkable. This lad must be quite cherished at home. Wang Hui held the books in his hands, listening to his teacher's advice, and replied, "All right, I understand, teacher." The next morning at dawn, "Teacher, goodbye. I will definitely come to find you in a while. Esteemed experts, I wish you a smooth journey." Amid the farewells of Wang Hui and the team leaders, Elder Li and the experts embarked on their journey home. After seeing off the teachers, Wang Hui lingered at the brick factory for a while before heading home to rest. Uncle Meat. After not paying attention to the little one for a while, she had unexpectedly learned to speak. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Wang Hui saw a little milk ball running over. He quickly scooped up Xiaoya and stuffed a candy into her mouth. "Sweet, hee hee, sweet." Wang Hui turned and saw Arya also standing in the yard. He said to her, "Arya, have your parents gone to work? Is there anything you need, uncle? Should I go call grandma and grandpa back?" "No need. They'll take Xiaoya to rest on the bed. I've been exhausted these past few days." "Okay, uncle." Arya watched as her uncle carried Xiaoya into the room, then she picked up her basket and headed up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables. Since her uncle was watching Xiaoya at home, she didn't need to look after her. It was a good opportunity to go and gather some green. Wang Hui, holding Xiaoya, lay on the bed and opened the system interface. The Taobao screen displayed Super Taobao System, host Wang Hui, store level 1 star, age 16, money 14350,950, 2 yuan jiao 60, Fan Taobao shopping interface, spending record storage space. After all this spending, this is all that's left. It looks like a lot, but it doesn't last. I can't just spend money without earning it. Otherwise, what will I do when I have no money left to buy things? Wang Hui frowned deeply, a trace of worry on his face. He began to ponder how to increase his income. Suddenly, he remembered the second line on the interface and muttered to himself, store level 1 star. Does this mean I can open a shop? Doesn't Taobao provide a platform for people to open stores and earn money? I think it should be feasible. Then, recalling that he could withdraw money from the system, he figured he should be able to deposit money as well. I need to spend some time trying this out, he murmured, his eyes revealing anticipation. However, to his confusion, there was no option to open a shop on the interface. Looking closely, the interface only displayed the current content with no second page or page-turning button. Could the key lie in the 1 star behind store level 1 star? With a tentative mindset, Wang Hui concentrated and used his will to click on that 1 star. Sure enough, a very simple small interface appeared. On the small screen, it showed, "Do you wish to open a 1-star Taobao store?" Open. The interface shifted, and then it only displayed 3 functions: sell goods, set price, and shipping method. More importantly, since the store was only 1 star, it could list a maximum of 2 products. This was reasonable. But did it have a deposit function, and how to operate it? With these questions, Wang Hui clicked on the Money tab again. However, the result was disappointing. It only allowed withdrawals with no option to deposit. Could I have guessed wrong? Wang Hui asked himself. Perhaps he was being too greedy. Being able to open a store already provided a source of income, which was quite good. Nevertheless, he now needed to carefully consider what to sell. Wang Hui began to examine his storage space to see what there were some games such as wild chickens. He mentally placed a wild chicken into the sell goods section and discovered that the system could even identify items. The screen displayed authentic wild chicken, suggested price 120 yuan. Oh, is this priced according to the original world? Wang Hui pondered inwardly. A sudden inspiration struck. Can I sell antiques? They aren't worth much now, but in the original era, antiques were very valuable. It's worth a try. Wang Hui looked around his home, but saw no objects that looked like antiques. Alas, he would have to find an opportunity to try that later. For now, he would list some game to replenish his funds. Wang Hui first categorized the game in his space. He found that wild chickens and wild rabbits were the most abundant, so he listed these two following the system's suggested prices. Wild chicken at 120 yuan per gene, wild rabbit at 40 yuan per gene. After setting the inventory, he chose home delivery as the shipping method and closed the system interface. Well, from now on, he would have to spend more time in the mountains. Sleep. Wang Hui held Xiaoya, gently patting her back, and gradually drifted off to dreamland. Uncle, Grandma told me to call you for dinner. Arya gently shook Wang Hui's hand. Dinner. Is it already dark? Wang Hui glanced outside and saw that it was indeed dark. He hadn't expected to sleep for half a day. It seemed the past few days had truly worn him out. He looked beside him. Xiaoyu was gone, taken away at some point. At the dinner table. Youngest, I heard today that your teacher wanted to take you away. Why didn't you go with him to study? This is a rare good opportunity. In the past, this would have been a chance to rise overnight. The father looked at his son with confusion. The eldest brother also chimed in. Yes, little brother, why didn't you go along? We're all worried you might miss this precious opportunity. The mother said nothing but showed a worried expression, concerned about her youngest son's impending long journey, his first time away from home. She was still very anxious. Faced with his family's questions and concern, Wang Hui explained with a smile, Dad, Mom, the teacher asked me to stay home with you all for a while first and go over later. Hearing Wang Hui's answer, the father nodded in agreement. That's good. Remember to study hard under your teacher once you go, and don't let down his expectations for you. The mother gently patted her son's hand and advised, Yes, child, study diligently and become a successful person. After speaking, worry still lingered on her face. Her youngest son was about to travel far for the first time. She remained concerned. Let's eat. After the meal, they cleared the table and everyone returned to their own rooms. After dinner, Wang Hui went back to his room and thought it had been a while since he last went to the county town. Maybe he should go. The next day, early in the morning, an extraordinarily handsome young man sped down a country path on a bicycle. It was Wang Hui, apparently heading to the county town. Oh, it's you again. Not bad, young man, you've bought a bicycle. Who are you here to see this time? Director Liu. Wang Hui, sitting on the bike with one foot on the ground, beamed and offered a cigarette to the gatekeeper. Hee, uncle, I just got a bicycle ticket, so I bought it. Walking was just too slow. I'm not here to see Director Liu this time. I'm here to see my sister, he said, patting the seat proudly. Your sister? Is your sister in our factory? Which one is she? The gatekeeper asked curiously. Yes, my fifth sister, Wang Dongmei. Wang Hui replied. Dongmei? That girl. So you're her brother. The gatekeeper nodded in sudden realization. Yes, how has my sister been doing lately? Wang Hui asked with concern. Your sister has been doing great. Old Master Qin in our factory can't stop praising her, the gatekeeper said with a smile. You have no idea. Your sister is such a clever and hardworking girl. In just a short time, she has already mastered operating the textile machines in our factory. The gatekeeper uncle's face beamed with a smile as he lavished praise without restraint. Hearing such compliments, he quickly responded, Haha, thank you for the kind words, uncle. They'll go find my sister now. With that, he strode eagerly toward the factory grounds. The gatekeeper uncle warmly pointed the way. All right, your sister is in that section over there. You'll see her once you enter. Following the direction the gatekeeper uncle indicated, he hurried into the factory area. Little brother, what brings you here today? Seeing her younger brother's sudden arrival, the sister was pleasantly surprised. Fifth sister, I came today to see how you're doing here. Has anyone been bullying you? Wang Hui asked with concern. Don't worry, your sister is doing just fine here. Director Liu and Director Jiang have been very kind to us. The sister replied with a smile. The two chatted about everyday matters, sharing snippets of their lives. Wang Hui told his sister about the recent happenings in the brigade and at home, while she described the working environment in the factory. Time flew by during their conversation, and before they knew it, half a day had passed. As they talked, Wang Hui observed the textile machines in the factory, pondering whether he might improve them in the future. He noticed that while these machines could handle basic textile tasks, there was still room for efficiency improvement. If only he could find a way to boost production speed and reduce costs, or perhaps produce advanced textile machines directly. With that thought, Wang Hui decided to research relevant materials later to see if it was possible to enhance these machines. He encouraged his sister to keep working hard and promised to visit her often. His sister nodded. Around noon, as mealtime approached, Wang Hui followed his fifth sister to try the factory cafeteria. While standing in line, he looked ahead to see what dishes were being served today. Seeing how little grease there was, he turned and tugged at his sister's sleeve. Sister, is this all your factory cafeteria serves? How many times a month do you get meat? You work so hard every day. How can you manage without some oil and fat? Little brother, I've heard there's a food shortage outside now. Many places are running out of grain. We're lucky to have anything to eat at all. The fifth sister sighed softly. Really? I hadn't noticed. They'll see what I can do, Wang Hui said with an awkward smile. Xiao Hui, I heard this morning that you were coming. I thought you were here to see us, but it turns out you came for your sister. Director Liu and Director Jiang approached together. Uncle Liu, Uncle Jiang, not at all. I came to see my sister first, and then I was going to find you. Hee, all right, then we'll be waiting for you in the office. After having lunch with his sister, Wang Hui leisurely strolled toward Director Liu's office. As soon as he entered, he heard Director Liu's teasing voice. Oh, our busy man has finally arrived. Wang Hui asked in confusion, busy man? Me, eh? Director Liu replied with a smile. Yes, you. Don't you know? You found clay in your village, and I heard many experts came afterward, and even a factory was built. Wang Hui burst into laughter. Haha, not at all. How did you find out about all this? Director Liu explained. Our factory needs bricks too, for repairs, maintenance, expansion, and so on. Since you have bricks there, it's great. We don't have to look for them in other cities. Wang Hui smiled helplessly. Our brick factory isn't fully built yet, and the road isn't open. That's true. From your brigade to the county town, it's fine if you're biking or walking, but driving a truck with bricks won't work. So what are you planning to do? The leadership has already arranged it. Someone will come to build the road later. That's good, that's good. Xiao Hui, you saw the food in our cafeteria today. We haven't had meat in a long time. When you have a moment, can you get us some? No problem, Director Lu, don't worry. I brought a batch of meat this time. Where is it? I'll be here soon, just relax. Wang Hui immediately purchased a large quantity of meat from the Taobao meat shop and was about to place it in the usual alley when he noticed that after opening his own store, there was now a home delivery option. Wang Hui quickly filled in the textile factory's address and selected home delivery. Director Jiang, Director Lu, come quick. There are 3 tricycles at the factory gate all loaded with meat. Come see. Just then a young man burst into Director Liu's office. What? Director Lu grabbed the young man's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Wang Hui quickly came to the young man's rescue. Looks like the meat I ordered has arrived. Come on, Uncle Lu, Uncle Jiang, let's go check it out together. All right, let's go. Director Lu and Director Jiang rushed out the door toward the factory gate as if afraid the meat might vanish if they delayed. When the 3 reached the factory gate, they saw 3 worn-out tricycles piled high with slabs of pork. A burly man looking mighty and robust stepped forward from the tricycles and said, "May I ask which one of you is Wang Hui? This is his meat. We've delivered it for him." I am. Wang Hui replied, inwardly stunned by how incredible this system was. This home delivery service was truly worth it. He then turned to Director Lu and Director Jiang and said, "My good uncles, why don't you arrange for people to unload the goods and store the meat quickly?" Oh, right. Have the procurement and security departments come to unload it and take it to the cafeteria for weighing. Director Lu hurriedly instructed. After a while, the pork was unloaded. "The goods have been delivered, so we'll take our leave now," said the burly man, who then led his team away on their tricycles, disappearing from sight. In his heart, Wang Hui gave a big thumbs up to Taobao's home delivery service. This method of delivery was incredibly useful. When the textile factory workers heard that someone had delivered a large amount of meat, many dropped what they were doing and came to the cafeteria to see. The procurement and security departments were helping the cafeteria staff weigh the meat. After witnessing this scene, Wang Hui was led back to the office by Director Lu and Director Jiang. "Xiao Hui, you've really helped our factory a lot. Regarding what we mentioned last time, we made some inquiries outside and managed to get another job quota from the county sugar factory. Are you interested?" Director Lu said with narrowed eyes. "Of course I am. How could I not be? Thank you so much, both directors." Wang Hui hadn't expected another quota so soon. "Hee, you little rascal," Director Jiang said, shaking his head slightly. "Hey, race the job quota. Don't lose it. If you do, whoever finds it gets it, and you'll have no one to cry to." Director Lu opened a drawer, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to Wang Hui. Wang Hui took it, looked it over. It was no different from the last one, and then gazed at the 2 directors. "Young as I am, I thank you both again, my uncles." At that moment, a young man knocked on the door and entered to report, "Director, this batch of pork totals 1500 Jin." "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Director Jiang waved his hand, then turned to Wang Hui and said, "Xiao Hui, 1500 Jin of meat. On the black market outside, it's almost 1.5 yuan per Jin now. We certainly can't go by that price here. We'll give you 1.2 yuan per Jin. What do you think, Xiao Hui?" "Sure, no problem. 1500 times 1.2 equals 1800 yuan." Director Jiang took out 1800 yuan and handed it to Wang Hui. "Uncle Jiang, is meat really that expensive outside now? It's almost twice what it used to be." Wang Hui asked in surprise. He remembered that a Jin of pork used to cost only 0.6 to 0.8 yuan, but now it was over 1 yuan. Uncle Jiang sighed. "Yes, many places around here are running out of food. I hear that across the country many areas are already facing shortages." Wang Hui frowned. How could this happen? Isn't the government doing something? Uncle Jiang shook his head helplessly. "They want to help, but the situation is too severe. We've just endured the 3 years of natural disasters, yet the whole country still faces a grain shortage." Wang Hui realized the gravity of the situation. Although he had the ability to help, he also needed to consider how to use his funds. After all, his money was not inexhaustible, nor could it solve the nationwide grain shortage entirely. At that moment, he fell into deep thought, pondering how to make the right decisions in these difficult times. The office fell into a momentary silence. By now, that gentleman should have already started researching hybrid rice. "Can I lend a hand?" Wang Hui lowered his head, thinking. He opened the system interface and searched in the Taobao store. He indeed found a store selling technical books. Wow, this is expensive. 5,000 yuan. That's equivalent to over 5 million in the future. Sigh. But if we could develop hybrid rice ahead of time, it would solve the food crisis. Calculated this way, it's not expensive at all. Oh, it's quite cheap. If only I knew that gentleman's address, I could teleport directly to him, or have it delivered, or at least mail it to him. Alas, what a pity. Since I bought it, I'll take a look myself when I have time. Wang Hui smiled, feeling quite pleased. "Xiao Hui, I heard you'll be going to study with your teacher soon," Director Jiang suddenly asked from the side. "Yes, in a while I'll be. For now, my teacher just wants me to spend time with my parents at home." Wang Hui nodded. "Kid, when you make it big, don't forget us." "Ha ha." Director Lu laughed heartily. "What are you saying, uncles? How could I ever forget you?" "Lin Hui, quick, you kids study hard with your teacher. He's a man of great learning," Director Jiang added. "It's getting late. You should head back," Director Lu said, glancing outside. "All right, directors will be going then." Wang Hui also looked at the sky. If he didn't leave now, it would be dark by the time he got home. The 2 directors saw Wang Hui out of the factory gate. Wang Hui rode his bike out of the county town. On his way back, he saw people surveying and measuring the terrain. He went up, offered a cigarette, and struck up a conversation. "Master, it looks like you are here to build a road." The master took the cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Good cigarette. You carry cigarettes on you, and with filters too." "Yes, we've been ordered to build a road here all the way to a place called Wangjia Village." Wang Hui smiled and explained, "I had some business at the textile factory today, so I brought them along." The master chuckled and teased, "Oh, then I'm in luck today." Then Wang Hui asked curiously, "Master, are you doing survey work?" The master nodded and replied, "Yes, young man. We're the advanced team. First, we measure the terrain and topography to understand the geological conditions and determine the general route of the road." After a brief pause, the master continued, "Young man, we'll need to design the blueprints later. Once the blueprints are ready, construction will begin. Master, please continue your work. I need to head back," Wang Hui said with a smile. "All right, young man, be safe on your way back," the master waved. Wang Hui got on his bicycle and rode home thinking, "It seems the road will be built soon. If possible, I should start the brick factory. Once the road is finished, we can transport bricks directly. Tomorrow, he'll go see the brigade leader." As soon as he got home, he saw that it was almost time for his parents to finish work. In a daze, the family members returned from work. At the dinner table, Wang Hui took out the work quota for the county sugar factory that Director Liu had given him that day and said to the family, "I went to see fifth sister in the county today and ran into Director Liu and the others. They helped get another work quota. I think we should give it to Daya." "Give it to Daya?" The family looked at each other in confusion. "Me?" Daya pointed at herself in shock. "Yes, Daya, it's for you," Wang Hui said with a smile. This time his father and mother said nothing, which surprised Wang Hui. "Dad, Mom, aren't you going to ask?" His mother rolled her eyes and said, "Ask what? What's there to ask? After what happened with fifth sister last time, giving it to Daya this time is nothing special." The next day, Wang Hui knocked on the brigade leader's door. "Brigade leader, can we start hiring people for our brigade's brick factory now? When I came back yesterday, I saw that road construction had already begun. We can start early. Once the road is finished, we can immediately transport bricks to where they're needed." The brigade leader looked at Wang Hui. "Kid, I've already asked about this. Road construction isn't that fast. It takes a lot of manpower to collect sand and stone. Also, I heard that someone will be coming to take charge of our brigade's brick factory. Once that person arrives, we can start work." "Oh, I see." Wang Hui nodded slightly. A few days passed like this. Wang Hui lay on a recliner playing with Xiaoya, who babbled happily with a big smile on her face. "I knew you'd be at home. The person in charge of our brick factory has arrived. They'll take you to meet him," the brigade leader said as soon as he entered. Wang Hui handed Xiaoya to Area. "Area, keep an eye on Xiaoya at home. I'm going out with the brigade leader." "All right, little uncle, I'll take care of Xiaoya." Area took Xiaoya's hand. "Brigade leader, let's go." Wang Hui called out to the brigade leader, and they walked out together. "Comrade Wang, is this the young comrade Wang Hui from your village?" A man with a square face emerged and walked. "Yes, Comrade Liu Hui, this is Wang Hui from our brigade." The brigade leader introduced him to the young man. Then he turned to Wang Hui and said, "Wang Hui, this is Comrade Liu Hui, sent by the organization to be the director of our brick factory. Hello, I've just arrived and am not yet familiar with the area. I see the brick factory here has been built but hasn't started operations yet, right?" Liu Hui glanced at the newly constructed factory complex. "Yes, we're all rough folks. We still need educated people like you to take a look." The brigade leader walked with Liu Hui through the factory grounds. Wang Hui followed behind them. After they had toured the entire brick factory complex, the three sat at the entrance to check. "Little Hui, you don't mind me calling you Little Hui, do you?" "Not at all, Director Liu Hui." "Little Hui, what else does our brigade's factory currently need?" "Director Liu, what our brick factory lacks most right now is manpower. For production, we need people, and if the demand for bricks is huge, we'll need even more. I've heard that road construction, like clearing weeds along the route, also requires many hands." "That's true. And when it comes to the brick-making process, you're probably the most familiar with it in the brigade. You'll need to teach the others. I suspect that's one reason your teacher left you here." "Director Liu, do you know my teacher?" "Yes, I had the honor of meeting him once." "Brigade leader, how many people can the brigade spare for work now?" Little Hui is right. For road construction and handling clay, we need workers. I discussed this with the commune director before coming. In a while, people from other brigades will come to help. If we still lack hands, we'll request more. As for the brick factory's workforce, Little Hui, you've made a great contribution this time. I can give you 2 quotas. Discuss with your family who should come. All right, don't forget. Okay. Wang Hui hadn't expected to receive 2 quotas at once and nearly jumped up. "Director, may I offer suggestions for the other workers? Our brigade has many impoverished households. In some villages, only the elderly and children remain. In others, a single woman raises several children." The brigade leader said hesitantly, "That's a good idea. I agree. We can reserve some lighter positions for them." The director smiled and patted the brigade leader on the shoulder. "Really? Truly. Thank you so much, Director Liu. The brick factory is just starting out. We don't need too many people yet. As production expands later, we'll gradually increase the staff. No rush for now. First, we need to build the team. If not, I'll have to request more people from above. I can't handle everything alone." With that, Director Liu dashed straight out, leaving Wang Hui and the brigade leader exchanging bewildered glances. Afterward, Wang Hui and the brigade leader each went home. At lunch, Wang Hui told his family about the day's events. "Dad, Mom, I now have 2 more work quotas for the brigade's brick factory. Who should we give them to?" As soon as he spoke, everyone stared intently at Wang Hui. "How are you so capable? You just got a job for Daya, and now you have more." "Well, isn't it because I'm so talented?" Wang Hui puffed out his chest proudly. Give them to your eldest brother and his wife. Look, your brother's eyes are already fixed on you, Dad said with a laugh. Everyone turned to look at the eldest brother, who felt embarrassed. No, it's not that. I just think my little brother is amazing. Yes, that's it. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at his stammering explanation, bending over with mirth. Let's do it this way. Give the brick factory jobs to your eldest brother and his wife. It's close to home, and maybe they'll give us old Wang's a chubby grandson. Mom also smiled. Just now it was the eldest brother, now it was the sister-in-law's turn to blush. All right, I'll find time to take Dia to the sugar factory to get her started. We can't delay too long, it wouldn't be good if someone else takes the position. Wang Hui frowned. Yes, Xiao Yao, go to the brigade leader's place to get a certificate when you have time. Mom agreed. Okay, but shouldn't we change Dia's name? Dad suddenly said. For working in the city, maybe we should change it. Mom thought it made sense too. Dad, Mom, how about Dia be Wang Jia area be Wang Shirhan and Xiaoya be Wang Rian? Dia area and Xiaoya can stay as nicknames. What do you think? Wang Hui suggested. Good, let's go with what the youngest says. Both parents nodded in agreement. Dia, remember from now on you're Wang Jia. Work hard in the city. Mom instructed. Grandma, I remember. Dia said, lowering her head. Wang Hui looked Dia up and down. Mom, does Dia have other clothes? If not, I'll get some fabric and make her a new set to wear. The sister-in-law and Mom also examined Dia. They exchanged glances and nodded. This outfit isn't suitable. She needs new clothes. After all, you helped get the quota, we can't let you lose face. I think we have enough fabric at home for a new outfit for Dia, and we should get her new shoes too. A complete new set. Mom said, turning to go into the couple's room to fetch some fabric. Eldest daughter-in-law take a few days to make the clothes. Mom handed the fabric to the sister-in-law. Okay, Mom, I understand. The sister-in-law took the fabric and replied. In the afternoon, Wang Hui found the brigade leader with a grin. Brigade leader, please issue a certificate for my niece. I'm taking our Dia to work at the sugar factory in the county town. What? The brigade leader's eyes widened in shock. Wang Hui had already sent his sister Dongmei to work at the textile factory, plus the 2 quotas for the brick factory, and now there was a sugar factory quota in the county. All right, kid, you're really capable. Now your whole family will be working in factories. What's your niece's name? Dia. The brigade leader started writing the certificate, but paused at the name field. No. Dia is her nickname. My niece's real name is Wang Jia. Jia. That's a beautiful name. All right, I've issued it for you. Here you go. Wang Hui took the certificate from the brigade leader and returned home. 2 days later, with the sister-in-law and Mom working overtime, a new outfit for Dia was finished. Wang Hui rode his bike with Dia sitting behind him carrying the certificate the brigade leader had issued earlier, heading to the county town. Not knowing where the sugar factory was, he went directly to the textile factory where his 5th sister worked and told Dia, if you need anything in the city, you can come to your 5th aunt. Dia nodded. Wang Hui smiled and patted her head. Little brother, why are you here again? 5th sister ran out from the factory area, her face flushed, and stood before Wang Hui and the others. Haha, 5th sister, I'm here to take our niece to work at the sugar factory. Since I'm passing by, I figured I'd bring her to see the place so she can find you if anything comes up. Wang Hui leaned casually against his bicycle, smiling. Dia is coming to work in the county town too. That's wonderful. Dia, don't hesitate to find me if you need anything. Little aunt. Dia replied softly, likely her first time in the city, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Sis'll go find Director Lu. You keep Dia company for now. Wang Hui waved his hand and headed toward the cafeteria director's office. All right, you kid, wait a moment. He'll ask my master for some time off later, then he'll take Dia for a stroll around town. 5th sister said, then trotted back inside. Wang Hui had no choice but to pause and wait for her return. She said to Dia, let's go. The 2 linked hands and walked out. Only then did Wang Hui head toward the office, knocking on the door. Come in. As the door opened, he saw Director Lu bowing his head over some paperwork. At the sound, Lu looked up, recognized him, and immediately rose, walking over with a beaming face. It's you, Xiaohui. Did you bring more meat so soon? Uncle Lu, not this time. I came to ask if you could take me and my niece to the sugar factory for her onboarding. We don't even know where the county sugar factory is. Wang Hui scratched his head. Oh, no problem. After lunch, I'll take you there, Director Lu said. Hearing that Wang Hui hadn't brought meat, he sighed inwardly, thinking it was too soon to expect more. He had been greedy. Uncle Lu, are you out of food again? Did you finish the last batch so quickly? Wang Hui asked in surprise. Even with rapid consumption, given the frugality of the times, it shouldn't have been gone in just a few days. Not yet, but there's no harm in stockpiling more food and meat. It's never a mistake to have extra reserves, Director Lu said, pouring a cup of tea for Wang Hui. That's true. Wang Hui took the cup, gently blew on it, and took a sip. And so Director Lu busied himself with work in the office while Wang Hui sat alone in a chair drinking tea. His mind wandered. Once the brigade's brick factory was up and running, he would go find his teacher. Today he also had another task. No antiques, but he could buy some stamps. If he remembered correctly, stamps had appreciated quite a bit in value over time. All right, what are you daydreaming about, kid? Time to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Director Lu patted the lost in thought Wang Hui. Got it. The 2 walked together toward the textile factory's cafeteria. On the way, they ran into Dia and 5th sister, and Wang Hui invited them to join Director Lu for the meal. He took the opportunity to introduce her. Uncle Lu, this is my niece. She's the one heading to the sugar factory. If she ever needs anything, I'd appreciate it if you could look out for her. Turning to Dahlia, he said, "Come on, say hello, call him. Just call me Uncle Lu too, so I don't feel old." Huh? Dahlia glanced at Wang Hui, and only after he nodded did she softly utter 2 words, "Uncle Lu." "A young lady, I accept that, uncle. If you ever need anything, come find me, your uncle," Director Lu said with a resigned smile. "All right, kid, we've all finished eating. Now I'll take you to the sugar factory for the onboarding." Director Lu set down his chopsticks and smiled at me. "Great, Uncle Lu," I replied excitedly. "Then let's go? It's very close." Director Lu stood up, and I followed closely, curious. Uncle Lu were walking. "Is it really that close?" "Yes, kid. Look over there. What factory is that?" Director Lu pointed ahead. "Oh my, the sugar factory is right across the street." "That close?" I exclaimed, my mouth agape in astonishment. "Haha, it's your own fault for not paying attention. Several factories around here are clustered together, and the sugar factory happens to be right here. You must have never noticed the nearby factories before," Director Lu said with a chuckle. "All my bad for not noticing. If I'd known it was this close, I wouldn't have needed you to guide us." I scratched my head sheepishly. "All right, enough of your cheekiness. Let's go in." Director Lu patted my shoulder and stepped through the sugar factory's gate. The 3 of them entered the factory gate. Perhaps because Director Lu was leading them, the guard didn't even stop them. Soon Dia completed her onboarding procedures at the sugar factory. A staff member then led Dia to the dormitory area. Before leaving, Wang Hui urged her, "Take good care of yourself here. Go home when you can. If any problems arise, you can always find Fifth Aunt or Uncle Lu." After bidding farewell to Dia and Director Lu, Wang Hui headed straight to the post office. He bought a few stamps, then, after some thought, sent a telegram to his teacher saying he would visit once the brigade's brick factory was on track. Afterward, Wang Hui prepared to ride his bike home. As he pedaled, he observed the road under construction. Incredible, simply incredible. Whether now or in the future, this pace is amazing. In such a short time, they've already built so much of the road. At this rate, it'll be open for use before the end of the month. Wang Hui rode along, glancing left and right when his eyes caught a familiar figure. He shouted loudly, "Uncle, you're still here." It was the uncle who had come for the field survey last time. The uncle looked up. I was wondering who it was. "It's a young comrade. Heading home from the county again." "Yes, uncle. Have a cigarette." Wang Hui, as usual, pulled out a pack from his pocket and offered one. "Oh, you don't smoke, do you? Looks like this pack is the same one from last time. You haven't finished it yet." "Yeah, I don't smoke." "Young lad, which village are you from?" "Hee, uncle, I'm from the village this road is leading to. Wang family village. Your village and brigade have really made something of yourselves. You've produced someone remarkable, finding that special clay for making bricks and actually producing them. Truly impressive. If only my own kids were half as capable." "Oh, uncle, you flatter me. It was just a stroke of luck." "Say, uncle, how many more days do you think the construction will take?" "At the current pace, with many hands making light work, we should be done within 10 days. Wang Hui's heart leaped with joy at this news. The village's development would accelerate dramatically. He smiled at the uncle and said, "That's wonderful. It'll be so much more convenient for us to get in and out of the..." The uncle nodded. "Yes, once this new road is complete, not only your village but the surrounding ones will benefit too. It's all thanks to that young man from your brigade." Wang Hui smiled modestly, but inwardly he thought that if he hadn't traveled back in time and found the brick-making clay, this road might have taken who knows how much longer. The two chatted for a while longer, then Wang Hui bid the uncle farewell and continued on his way home. Throughout the journey, his spirits were exceptionally high, as if he could already see the future prosperity of his brigade. After bidding farewell to the uncle, Wang Hui hummed a tune all the way home on his bicycle. Being praised to his face truly delighted him. "Youngest, with that silly grin on your face, did you find money on the road, or have you taken a fancy to some girl?" His mother was puzzled by her youngest son's unusual behavior, seeing him come back with such a foolish smile. Wang Hui was startled and immediately restrained his grin. "No, Mom, I just remembered something funny." "Oh, you silly boy, I thought you had encountered some joyful event." A flicker of melancholy passed through his mother's eyes. In truth, she still wished her youngest son would marry before leaving. Once he departed to study under the old master, it would likely be difficult for him to return. Yet she could not hinder her son's future. "Youngest, did you take Dia to school, eh?" His father, noticing his wife's dejection, quickly interjected. "Dad, you can trust me with such matters. I sent Dia off. It turns out her school is right next to Fifth Sister's textile factory." Wang Hui patted his chest. "That's good. Those two girls can look after each other in the city." His father took a puff from his pipe and said. His mother sat nearby, stitching a sole, and spoke softly. "Youngest, when do you plan to go see your teacher?" Wang Hui placed his bicycle under the eaves, leaned against it casually, and replied nonchalantly, "No rush. It'll still be some time. I need to guide the workers at the brick factory, first ensure normal production before I can leave. Oh, youngest, you can teach our eldest and his wife ahead of time. They can help you train the rest later. That way you can go to your teacher sooner and not keep the old master waiting too long." Though his father's face was full of reluctance, he still offered the suggestion. Dad, rest assured. They'll go to the factory tomorrow to ask about it. It won't be delayed." Only then did Wang Hui sense his parents' reluctance to let him go. That night, lying on his bed and gazing at the moon outside, Wang Hui thought, "It seems he'll soon be leaving this village where I've lived for so long." Wang Hui opened the system interface and clicked on the one-star shop. The previous prey had long been sold out, and other game had been listed subsequently. There wasn't much left in his spatial inventory. He would need to go up the mountain in the next few days to set up traps properly. He needed to hunt more game and leave some for his family. Wang Hui took out the stamps he had purchased from the post office that day and pre-listed them in the selling section. The system prompted, a 1960s stamp recommended price, 3,000 yuan. A note added that a single stamp was not highly valuable, but a full set was recommended at 500 yuan. Wang Hui realized the stamps were quite valuable, especially if he could acquire a complete set. This opened up a new avenue far better than merely selling game. Items like complete stamp sets, antiques, and even rare medicinal herbs or wild ginseng were all viable. The next day Wang Hui rose unusually early and went to the mountains to set traps. With the aid of his hunting skills, he crafted numerous traps. He had no intention of retrieving these traps and letting them gather dust in his system space. Since he wouldn't need them once he joined his teacher, it was better to teach his elder brother how to use them. That way, after he left, the family would still have a steady supply of game. After setting the traps, Wang Hui went down the mountain to find the brigade leader. "Brigade leader, there you are. I've been looking all over for you," he said, jogging over to the brigade leader who was working in the fields. "There's nothing much to do at the brick factory these days. What else can I do but work the fields? What's on your mind, lad?" The brigade leader replied while continuing his labor. "Brigade leader, how's the brick factory these days? Has factory director Lu mentioned when we'll start production? The road repair crew should finish by the end of this month, so we need to prepare in advance." Wang Hui took a deep breath and said, "Really? That's soon?" The brigade leader's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that many teams from the commune had sent people to repair the road, but he hadn't expected such rapid progress. Yes, with so many people working together, progress is naturally fast. And everyone is very motivated, arriving early at the worksite and working until dark. The brigade leader nodded, slightly lost in thought. "Come, I'll take you to see the factory director. I've already selected the people. Oh, we're just waiting for the brick factory to start." The brigade leader suddenly snapped back to reality and waved his hand. The sooner the brick factory was operational, the sooner it would generate value. Neither of them wanted to waste a single day. They strode quickly toward the brick factory. "Factory Director Lu, when do we start making bricks?" The brigade leader shouted loudly as soon as he and Wang Hui stepped into the factory premises. "Haha, I knew it was you, Wang Jigang, from your voice." Factory Director Lu emerged from the factory, followed by several unfamiliar faces. "Factory Director Lu, who are these people?" Wang Hui asked, looking at the strangers. "These are the personnel assigned to me by the higher-ups. With them we can set up a simple organizational structure for the factory." Factory Director Lu said with a smile. "Oh, Director, when will the brick factory start hiring? I heard the road outside will be finished by the end of this month. We need to speed up our progress too." Wang Hui looked at Factory Director Lu with eager anticipation. Factory Director Lu smiled and replied, "Speaking of which, even if you hadn't come, I would have gone to find you. We are indeed about to start. I've already spoken with the commune director and we'll begin recruiting from the various brigades in your commune first. Once the people arrive, we'll rely on you, young man, to provide training. There's no one else here to teach them. You're the one who knows the most right now." Wang Hui patted his chest and assured, "No problem, leave it to me." "Director, brigade leader, when can these people arrive?" The brigade leader thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Hui, I can bring our brigade's people today. As for the other brigade," Factory Director Lu chuckled, "the people from other brigades will be here tomorrow. Rest assured, young man." Wang Hui envisioned the workers he would train continuously producing bricks in the factory and all the houses in their brigade turning into brick and tile structures. His thoughts wandered for a moment before being pulled back to reality. He nodded excitedly. "All right, I'll come tomorrow to start their training. They'll make sure they get the hang of it quickly." That evening after work, Wang Hui took his elder brother up the mountain. "Brother, look, this is a trap. It's simple to use and can be reused multiple times." Wang Hui taught his brother about the types of traps, how to make them, and how to place bait. Finally, they brought the day. The next morning, a large crowd had already gathered at the brick factory. They stood in small groups, whispering to each other, their faces filled with curiosity and their eyes shining with anticipation. Neither Factory Director Lu nor Wang Hui had expected them to arrive so early. By the time Wang Hui came with his elder brother and sister-in-law, the crowd had already been waiting for quite a while. Since everyone was already there, Wang Hui decided to start early. During the process, he noticed that no one looked down on him because of his youth. Instead, they gazed at him with hopeful and expectant eyes. Wang Hui decided to lead this large group in a mighty procession toward the raw material selection site. As they walked, he explained in detail the basic principles and production process of red bricks. Wang Hui pointed at the clay on the ground and said, "The first step in making bricks is preparing the raw materials. We need to select high-quality clay. Look like the one in my hand now. It usually needs to have a certain level of stickiness and plasticity." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of clay and explained to the crowd, "This piece in my hand, you can all hold it and take a look." Wang Hui handed out the clay in his hand, letting everyone feel it. "Look at this big piece of clay." With that, Wang Hui raised a hoe and broke it apart. After breaking it, you can see there are stones, weeds, and other impurities inside. These all need to be removed. Look at this clay that has already been cleaned. The next step is to add water and mix it. This is a labor-intensive task that requires teamwork. A few of you come and join me. Just use this long-handled wooden rake. Turn and stir the clay vigorously. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Hui tested it with his hand. Keep stirring until it reaches the right moisture and consistency. This relies on experience. Everyone can come and feel it. The crowd all began to test the moisture and uniformity of the mixed clay with their hands. After everyone had tried, Wang Hui continued, "Next is the stage of making the molds. These are already made. You see, just pour the mixed clay into the mold, use this tool to press it down firmly and scrape off the excess clay. Then blabber blabber." The workers followed Wang Hui as he demonstrated and explained, learning the complete process of brickmaking. "Now everyone go and give it a try." After watching Wang Hui's demonstration and hearing his instruction to try, the workers split up to begin. When problems arose, they actively sought Wang Hui's advice, and he patiently resolved their doubts. Wang Hui walked around observing the workers as they practiced, promptly correcting any mistakes. After a day of hard work, everyone had basically familiarized themselves with the entire brickmaking process. Based on his observations throughout the day, Wang Hui divided the workers into several groups, assigning them specific duties: the digging group, the cleaning group, the mixing group, the molding group, the firing group, and so on. With this division of labor, everyone could focus on their own tasks, saving time and effort while speeding up production. The next day, after obtaining the factory director's approval, Wang Hui began assigning tasks to the workers according to this grouping. True enough, after the grouping, each person specialized in their area, reducing the learning time and allowing the factory to commence production sooner. After a week of continuous guidance from Wang Hui, the workers were able to independently handle the factory's production tasks. Seeing the first batch of bricks entirely produced by themselves, the workers clapped joyfully. Seeing how quickly the workers learned, Wang Hui also clapped happily, feeling proud for them. The factory director said, "Labor is the most glorious. We are all great." After the director's words of encouragement, everyone's morale soared even higher, and they threw themselves wholeheartedly into production. "Kid, now that you've taught them, it's time for you to set off and find your teacher, isn't it?" Director Lu patted Wang Hui on the shoulder. "Yes, once the road is repaired, I'll set out to find my teacher." Wang Hui said, his eyes gleaming as he watched the workers bustling about making bricks. Before he knew it, an entire month had passed, seeming to vanish in a single night. Wang Hui bid farewell to his parents and family, embarking on the journey to find his teacher. Before leaving, he sent a telegram to his teacher. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Hui officially boarded the train heading to the capital. Neither in his past life nor his present had he ever ridden a green train. He stored all his luggage in his space, carrying only a satchel on his back, so he settled in quickly on the train. But others were different, laden with large and small bags. After everyone boarded, the entire carriage was packed with people, bustling and extremely crowded. It took a long time for the carriage to gradually become orderly. This train ride would last a full 3 days, so Wang Hui had specifically brought a book given by his teacher in his backpack to pass the time. With a whistle, the green train slowly started. Wang Hui watched the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, his thoughts drifting amidst the surrounding noisy chatter and the train's clang-clang sound. Suddenly, a small commotion broke out in the carriage. Wang Hui gradually snapped back to attention and saw a young man rushing urgently down the aisle. The carriage was already crowded, and his movement bumped into many people. Those bumped into cursed and grumbled, but the young man ignored them, his gaze shifty as he continued forward. Just as Wang Hui turned back and was about to close his eyes again, a sharp scream pierced his ears. "My wallet is gone." A middle-aged woman, her face filled with anxiety, soon began to sob as she frantically searched around her seat. Her eyes were full of helplessness. The woman's shout drew the attention of the entire carriage. People cast concerned glances, and those nearby started inquiring about the situation, soon breaking into murmurs. At that moment, a passenger next to the woman pointed at the young man rushing through the carriage. "It's him. I saw him lingering around this Annie earlier, acting all sneaky. It must be him." "Yes, I saw it too." Another passenger pointed at the young man, who was still pushing towards the door. "Stop right there. Don't run." A burly man bellowed and gave chase. Hearing the shout, the young man fled. Seeing someone daring to chase him, the young man immediately pulled a dagger from his pocket, twirling it in his hand. Squinting, he said, "I didn't want any trouble. Just let me go. I'm only after money. If you make this difficult, I don't mind spilling some blood." The burly man froze, slowly stepping back. He dared not risk his life. The others who had initially wanted to help also sat down silently. At this point, Wang Hui stood up. "Excuse me, sir thief, could you please return this auntie's money?" The young man brandished his knife. "Oh, looks like we have another one who isn't afraid of death here. If you want me to return the money, come and get it yourself." "Young man, don't go. Money is just a worldly possession. You can always earn more later." "Young man, don't try to be a hero. Don't stir up trouble. Let the train police handle it." Everyone was urging Wang Hui to back down. "Come on, kid. You want to be a hero, don't you? Come on. Let me show you some red." Seeing everyone afraid, the young man's arrogance swelled. With a loud bang, a crashing sound echoed as the young man flew to the connecting area of the carriage, clutching his stomach and lying on the floor. The passengers in the carriage were stunned by the sudden scene, plunging into a dead silence. A few seconds later, someone reacted, bursting into exclamations. "My God, that was incredible. I didn't even see how he got over there," a middle-aged man exclaimed. "That punch was simply brilliant. Is he a martial arts master? Can he walk on walls and leap over rooftops?" A young man shouted excitedly, gesturing wildly with his hands. Wang Hui retrieved the lost wallet from the young. He handed it to the middle-aged woman who had lost her wallet. After taking the wallet and checking its contents, the owner, having confirmed nothing was missing, was moved to tears and repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Wang Hui. Thank you for finding it. Had Wang Hui not held her back, she would have knelt before him. Just then the train's police officer arrived. The moment handcuffs were placed on the young thief, the entire carriage erupted in thunderous applause, with everyone praising Wang Hui. Amid the applause and admiration, Wang Hui silently returned to his seat. The carriage gradually regained its calm, but the image of his punch was deeply etched in everyone's mind. Young lad, that punch of yours, it's Bajiquan, isn't it? No wonder you dare to travel alone. The elderly man sitting opposite Wang Hui remarked, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He mused to himself, this boy is so young, yet his fist techniques are so proficient. Yes, sir, you noticed. And you, elder? Wang Hui replied, curious. He wondered how this old man could recognize his style at a glance, wondering what kind of master he might be. Me? I'm not a martial artist. I've just seen a Bajiquan master before. Young man, have you ever considered joining the military? I could help you get in. With skills like yours, you'd have a promising future, the old man said with a smile. Elder, I'm actually heading to the capital to see my teacher, Wang Hui replied, thinking, so he's from the military. But seeing through me at a glance, this old man is no ordinary person either. Oh, a teacher? Is it your martial arts teacher? In the capital? Tell me, I might know him, the old man said, curiosity piqued. No, I mean teacher Li Wencheng. He'll be studying under him from now on, Wang Hui said with a smile. Him? You're studying under him? Well, that's good. We need educated young people like you. The old man was a bit embarrassed. He had thought Wang Hui was just a martial arts practitioner, not realizing he was skilled in both letters and martial arts. Wang Hui glanced out the window at the sky. It was getting late, so he leaned back against the train seat ready to sleep. He still had 2 full days on this train and needed to conserve his energy. When he opened his eyes, he felt uncomfortable all over. His arms and neck were a bit sore. The sky outside was already bright. He relieved himself, then returned to eat something to fill his stomach, pulling out a few boiled eggs from his satchel. He looked at the old man opposite him, who was also awake. He handed him 2 eggs and said, Elder, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Take these 2. Young lad, keep these eggs for yourself, the old man said, pushing the eggs back with a smile. Elder, just take them. I have plenty more, Wang Hui replied, patting his satchel. Then I'll gratefully accept, the old man said, taking the eggs with a smile. After finishing his eggs, Wang Hui took out a book his teacher had left him and began reading to pass the time. Young lad, you're very good, still reading and learning even now, the old man opposite praised. Elder, you flatter me. I just can't sit still and wanted to kill time on this train, Wang Hui replied. In truth, Wang Hui had initially wanted to read, but the surrounding noise was too distracting. He was just going through the motions. He opened his system interface, taking this opportunity to study it further. A light screen appeared before his eyes. Super Taobao System. Host Wang Hui. Shop level 1 star. Age 16. Money 100300 yuan and 87 cents. Taobao shopping interface. Purchase history. Storage space. After selling meat and stamps through the Taobao shop recently, his money had once again reached 100 yuan. He needed to organize his belongings. His personal shop was still 1 star. He wondered if it was due to insufficient training. This would need to be confirmed through future experiments. In his personal storage space, there was a document on hybrid rice. Having just the document wasn't enough. He needed to search the Taobao shop for a few rice mother plants to send along with the document to that gentleman. Wang Hui murmured, I need to find them. Damn, so expensive. Even the document wasn't this costly. Wang Hui exclaimed as he looked at the prices for the rice female parent seeds and male parent seeds displayed on the screen. Those 2 items alone cost 600 yuan. Such tiny seeds were that expensive. Should he not exchange them? After all, with that gentleman around, they would be found eventually. He decided to put it aside for now. Wang Hui lost all interest and closed the screen. He slumped onto the train table. Elder, what if I had a way to change the current grain yield? Wang Hui said, staring blankly into the distance. The old man across from him sighed, a trace of helplessness and bitterness on his face. Alas, young lad, if you truly had such power, you'd be a miracle worker. Not to mention anything else, just look at this train. How many people here can't get enough to eat? The old man continued, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the carriage. Wang Hui followed his gaze and saw that the passengers looked gaunt and frail, clearly not well off. Many of them wore shabby clothes. Most were farmers or laborers with meager incomes, struggling to meet basic needs, barely having enough to eat or wear. Yes, the current grain yield is too low to feed so many people, Wang Hui said with emotion. Moreover, they had just gone through 3 years of natural disasters, leading to a severe drop in grain production. If only we could find a way to increase grain yields, how wonderful that would be. Wang Hui muttered to himself. Maybe we could try some new agricultural techniques or develop efficient fertilizers and pesticides. Wang Hui began to think, imagining future fertilizers and high-tech farming machinery. Those are good ideas, but implementing them requires a lot of funds and resources, the old man cautioned. Alas, yes, not to mention the scarcity of talent in this field. All of this requires investment of time, money, and resources. Exactly what we lack the most, Wang Hui sighed inwardly. Forget it. When I get to my teacher's place, I'll find a chance to locate that gentleman. If possible, I'll deliver the document and the parent seeds to boost grain production as soon as possible, Wang Hui thought. Wang Hui looked up at the people around him again. Just wait a little longer, soon we won't be short of food. At that moment his eyes sparkled brightly. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. Again it rose and set. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Capital Station. Please prepare your belongings and get ready to alight. Dear passengers, the train is approaching. With a long resounding whistle, the train slowly came to a halt at the platform. Before the doors had fully opened, the passengers inside were already scrambling to rush out. Don't push, ouch. A white-haired elderly woman shoved abruptly from behind stumbled and nearly fell. She frowned, her face etched with helplessness. Sorry ma'am, it's just too crowded today. Can't control it. Please bear with me, the young man behind her said apologetically, clutching his bag tightly, while his eyes darted anxiously toward the exit, his expression tense. Just then Wang Hui saw a woman carrying a child being jostled and nearly falling. He immediately stood up to steady her, saying, "Everyone take it slow please. Don't squeeze the child. She almost fell. No need to rush, the train stops here long enough for all of us to get off." Yet his voice was drowned out by the surrounding clamor, having no effect at all. The space between people was compressed to the extreme, luggage pressing and colliding against one another. Ouch, my shoe. Look, someone even lost a shoe. Stop pushing. The strap on my bag is about to snap. The entire exit was packed so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. Amidst the chaos, Wang Hui and the elderly man across from him sat calmly in their seats, as if completely unaffected, watching the crowd scramble desperately and clumsily out of the carriage. A faint smile curled at the corner of Wang Hui's lips. Only when the carriage had mostly emptied, leaving but a scattered few, did he and the old man leisurely gather their belongings. Wang Hui slung his bag over his shoulder, his gaze calm and unhurried as he strolled toward the door. Stepping off the train, Wang Hui felt suffocated after 3 days on board. The noisy environment and foul odors constantly grated on his nerves. He resolved never to take a train again if he could help it, or at the very least he would buy a sleeper ticket next time. Enduring this for so long was unbearable. Grandpa'll be off now. Wang Hui bid the old man farewell and dashed away. This kid, the old man shook his head. Standing at the train station exit, bag slung over his shoulder, Wang Hui's gaze wandered through the bustling crowd. Around him, people hurried past or greeted loved ones with bright smiles. Alone, he stood there, a whirlwind of guesses racing through his mind. Could it be that the teacher didn't arrange for anyone to pick me up? Or maybe he never received the telegram. Wang Hui desperately hoped someone would come for him, even if just holding a sign with his name. A gentle breeze blew across the platform, carrying a hint of coolness, but failing to calm his restless anxiety. Wang Hui bit his lip, scanning his surroundings incessantly. He thought to himself, the teacher really didn't get the telegram. Or is something unexpected keeping him away? He took a deep breath and decided to wait a little longer. Why are you still here, kid? Not leaving? Wang Hui turned to see the old man from the train. Grandpa, it's my first time here. I don't know my way around. I sent a telegram to my teacher before coming, but I'm not sure if he got it. No one's come to pick me up yet. Wang Hui scratched his head and sighed. Your teacher is very busy. Come with me. He'll take you there, the old man said with a raised eyebrow and a hearty laugh. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much, Grandpa. Gratitude shone on his face, and his voice carried a note of joy and relief. A heavy weight lifted from Wang. Come on, let's go, the old man said warmly, taking Wang Hui's hand. His face beamed with a smile that radiated comfort and reassurance. A bit embarrassed, Wang Hui nevertheless followed the old man out of the train station. As they stepped outside, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him. He recalled that in his past life, the capital had always been a distant, mysterious place he never had the chance to visit. Now he had finally realized that dream, and in the most unexpected way. Standing on the streets of the capital, Wang Hui felt the city's vibrancy and vitality. Though there were no skyscrapers, yet the streets were thronged with traffic and pedestrians. Everything here was both strange and familiar, stirring a longing in his heart. He wished he could spend more time strolling through this city, visiting its famous sites and historical landmarks. He yearned to experience the solemn grandeur of the Forbidden City and the majestic splendor of the Great Wall. There were also the Summer Palace, the Temple of Heaven, and many other places worth visiting, each steeped in rich historical and cultural heritage. Yet reality did not allow him to linger. He had to reach his destination quickly and find his teacher to see if he could send. He decided that when he was less busy in the future, he would return to the capital and spend more time savoring the city's charm. Time slipped away unnoticed as the old man led him to Capital University. His teacher had never given him many details, and he was surprised to learn that his teacher was a faculty member at the nation's top university. With the old man guiding him, Wang Hui entered with ease. It seemed the old man held a fairly high status here. Wang Hui tilted his head and asked, Grandpa, you seem to have quite a standing here, able to bring people straight in. Haha, you little rascal. Like your teacher, I'm just an ordinary teacher here, the old man said with a wide grin. Come on, I'll take you to your teacher. Hearing this, Wang Hui's heart brimmed with anticipation. When they finally stood before the teacher, his excitement surged. Oldly, look who I've brought for you. You old scoundrel, who have you brought? Wang Hui, what are you doing here? The teacher exclaimed in surprise. Teacher, it seems you really didn't get my telegram. At the station, I was wondering if you'd forgotten me. If this grandpa hadn't guided me, I wouldn't have known how to get here. Wang Hui's words carried a hint of disappointment. I did receive the telegram, but I've been so busy lately that it slipped. It seemed the teacher hadn't intentionally forgotten, but had merely been overwhelmed by work. This isn't just any old man. This is Pei, winching old Pei. He's a teacher here at the university, just like me, the teacher said, pointing to the elderly man. Thank you, Teacher Pei. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would have taken me to find my teacher, Wang Hui said, expressing his gratitude to old Pei. Wang Hui then offered his thanks to old Pei. Teacher, I need to talk to you about something. Wang Hui hesitated, glancing around as if uneasy. Old Li smiled warmly, reassuring him. It's fine, we're safe here. Old Pei is family, speak your mind. Sensing Wang Hui had something important to share, Old Li waited. Wang Hui took a deep breath and said, Teacher, I have some materials here. Please take a look. Carefully, he pulled a handwritten proposal from his bag and handed it to Old Li. The document was meticulously prepared, though it only contained preliminary observations. Old Pei, come see this. Hearing this, Old Pei hurried over to Old Li, a hint of tension in his expression. He took the document and read it intently, his gaze gradually turning solemn. After a moment, he set it down, looked at Old Li, and nodded appreciatively. Old Li, your student has promise. It's just a concept, but it's highly feasible. However, I've heard that someone is already researching this area. Old Pei, you mean someone's already working on it? Wang Hui felt a surge of joy. He could finally find that gentleman's address. Old Pei nodded affirmatively. Old Pei, do you know his name? Where is he now? Do you have his exact address? Old Pei looked at Wang Hui, puzzled. Realizing his eagerness, Wang Hui quickly added, Old Pei, you and teacher said it's highly feasible, right? I'm no expert in this field, it's better left to professionals. Xiao Hui, don't rush. I'm just surprised you've looked. Old Li's voice carried a note of astonishment. Hee, you flatter me, teacher. I don't really understand much. But in our village, some families have higher crop yields while others have lower ones. You know our brigade. Everyone's land is basically the same. Yet under identical conditions, yields differ. Everyone knows it's about the seeds, so they usually ask families with better harvests for seeds. That gave me an idea. What if we cross high-quality varieties with other good ones to create even better seeds? Old Pei laughed heartily. So that's it. On the ride here, you kept asking if there was a solution. You little rascal already had a plan. Old Li added, indeed a clever lad. Only such unique thinking can lead to breakthroughs. Wang Hui's heart swelled with joy and motivation. The person I mentioned earlier is named, and is currently at. Wang Hui was ecstatic. It was indeed him, that gentleman. If he sent his materials, results could come sooner. Teacher, what if I mail these materials to him for his research? He asked, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Old Li smiled. Sure. He's an expert in this field. Once he sees it, he'll study it thoroughly. Grateful, Wang Hui quickly said, Thank you, teacher, thank you. His voice trembled with excitement. Hey, race his current address. You can send the materials there. They'll let him know too. He'll definitely look at it, don't worry. Old Pei said warmly. Wang Hui nodded, knowing these materials were crucial for the gentleman's research, especially since he had even more complete. By the way, Xiao Hui, have you registered at the school yet? Old Li suddenly recalled. No, teacher. I came straight to you. No problem. Let's go handle the registration first. Old Li stood up and led Wang Hui out of the office. Along the way they chatted. Old Li asked about Wang Hui's recent life and encouraged him to study hard. Xiao Hui, since school hasn't officially started, you can use my library card to browse the library and see what interests you. Then you'll decide your focus area. Old Li smiled. Okay, thank you, teacher. He'll make good use of this time. They reached the administrative building and completed the registration. Then Old Li handed Wang Hui his library card and explained how to use it. Remember to take care of the books. Come to me anytime if you have questions. Got it, teacher? Wang Hui took the card, filled with anticipation and gratitude. In his past life, he hadn't studied seriously. He resolved to seize this opportunity to read and learn, building a solid foundation for the future. Great. Wang Hui replied with a smile. Old Li pointed to a small, slightly weathered building ahead. Look, that's the school library. Wang Hui looked up. The old building exuded an air of solemnity despite its age. Let's go inside. Pushing open the door, a musty smell greeted them. Rows of wooden shelves lined the room, filled with neatly arranged. The shelves seemed ancient, each book carrying the wisdom of the past. The wooden floor creaked under their feet, as if whispering old stories. Though the collection was modest, it was a precious treasure. Most books were handwritten, with neat, forceful strokes reflecting the era's relentless pursuit. Though the collection was modest, it was a precious treasure. Most books were handwritten, with neat, forceful strokes reflecting the era's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Wang Hui gently touched the volumes, feeling the weight of history. This section is on soil science, that one, and hey, race, the agriculture section. Since you have ideas, you might find this area useful. Okay, I understand. Thank you, teacher, Wang Hui replied. Little boy carrying a school bag on his back, unafraid of the sun's scorch, or? Wang Hui hummed joyfully. Teacher, I'm going out to mail a letter. Wang Hui declared loudly. All right, take it easy on the way. The post office isn't close. Would you like to borrow my bicycle? Li Lao asked with concern. No need, teacher. He'll walk. ITLL, give me a chance to grab some breakfast. Wang Hui replied with a smile. Very well, take your time, Li Lao reminded him. Off I go. La la la. Today is a good day, a fine day. Wang Hui hummed, his steps light as he dashed out of the school gate. What a lively child. Li Lao murmured with satisfaction, watching his retreating figure. Wang Hui strolled along the unfamiliar streets, the morning sunlight casting a long, slender shadow behind him. The roadside breakfast stalls emitted billowing steam, fried dough twists sizzled in the wok, while the aroma of soy milk permeated the air. How fragrant it was. He approached a stall, bought 2 steaming hot buns, and munched on them as he walked, his heart brimming with contentment. Soon he arrived at the post office. Inside the post office, the staff busily sorted letters. Wang Hui carefully handed over his letter, watching as the clerk stamped it with the postmark. After a moment's thought, he stood outside the post office and penned a letter to his family, reassuring them of his safety. Once the letters were sent, Wang Hui hummed a tune on his way back. Just then a fine drizzle began to fall, and he quickened his pace toward the school. By the time he returned to school, half of his body was drenched. Seeing his state, Li Lao quickly fetched a towel to dry him off, and asked with concern, "Did you catch a chill on the way?" Wang Hui shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine, teacher. The rain just came out of nowhere." Afterwards, Wang Hui returned to the library and began preparing earnestly for the day's studies. Treading softly, he made his way to the agricultural books section, his eyes eagerly scanning the shelves for texts on cultivation techniques. Finally, he found a yellowed manual titled Crop Planting Handbook and cradled it in his hands as if it were a treasure. Wang Hui chose a seat by the window. The sunlight filtered through the mottled glass, illuminating his focused face. He gently turned the pages, the paper emitting a faint rustle, as if whispering tales of bygone years. He read every word and sentence intently, sometimes frowning as he pondered complex theories, other times his eyes lighting up with excitement over newfound planting techniques. With a pencil in hand, he diligently recorded key points in his notebook, each stroke imbued with reverence for knowledge and hope for the future. Those around him were also immersed in their own worlds of books, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of Wang Hui turning a page. In this somewhat humble library, Wang Hui, driven by the desire to hasten the realization of hybrid rice technology, eagerly absorbed cultivation techniques. "Hey there, little one, whose child are you? This book is quite precious. You mustn't scribble on it." A young man in a blue mouse suit with a fountain pen tucked into his breast pocket, exuding an air of refinement, pointed at Wang Hui. "Me?" Wang Hui pointed at himself, bewildered. "Yes, who else? Do you realize how valuable books are these days? I can't have you damaging them." "Well, I'm a student of teacher Li Wensheng. Look, hey, race his library card. He let me use it to read," Wang Hui said, holding up Li Lao's card for the young man to see. The young man took the card, examined it closely, and scrutinized Wang Hui from head to toe before saying awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I thought someone was trying to sneak in and cause trouble. My mistake, I apologize." His face flushed crimson, and a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. After this brief commotion, the library gradually returned to its tranquil state. Wang Hui sat back down, delving into his book, occasionally sketching and writing in his notebook. A week later, "Wang Hui, is there a Wang Hui here? I have a letter for him." The postman called out from outside. "A letter for me?" A sudden flash of insight. He remembered the letter he had sent. "Mine, it's mine." Wang Hui took the letter and hurried off to find Li Lao. In Li Lao's presence, he tore open the envelope. "Dear Mr. Wang, reading this is like seeing you in person. Regarding the suggestions you proposed, we have already begun research. After a period of observation and experimentation, we have indeed found it to be a potential breakthrough. We are currently..." After finishing the letter, he marveled at how impressive it was. They had already started research and were progressing so swiftly. "Teacher, I'll write a letter tonight incorporating my latest thoughts. Could you review it for me tomorrow? If there are no issues, I'd like to send it as soon as possible." "All right, no problem. They'll help you check it tomorrow." "Thank you, teacher." Wang Hui dashed out in a flash. This kid always in such a hurry. Under the dim lamplight in a single dormitory at Capital University, Wang Hui sat at his desk compiling the materials he had meticulously organized over this period. He retrieved the research data on hybrid rice from his system space and gently placed it on the table. Then he carefully examined the detours taken in earlier research and diligently recorded them in a small notebook. Next, combining his compiled materials, he wrote a letter to the scholar, hoping only to offer some assistance. The next day, Wang Hui handed the letter to Li Lao. "Little Wang Hui, take a seat and read a book while I go through this. He'll discuss it with you afterward." "All right, teacher." Wang Hui found a spot in Li Lao's office and began reading. Time seemed to fly when one was fully absorbed in a task. Wang Hui, this letter of yours. Some parts look excellent and quite feasible. Send it over for him to see." "Got it, teacher. I'm off now." Wang Hui jogged all the way to the post office. Familiarity made the process smoother this time, and the letter was... By the time Wang Hui returned, it was already dark. That night, lying on his dormitory bed, he thought, now it's up to the scholar's own efforts. "I've done all I can to help." The next morning, while washing up, he recalled dreaming that the scholar had adopted his suggestions, leading to an early breakthrough in hybrid rice research. With the first generation of hybrid seeds planted, the yield had soared dramatically, and the vision of a bountiful harvest made him laugh out loud, even in his dream. After this period of interaction, he realized that the teacher's greatest strength lay not in geology, but in mechanics, where he had made significant contributions to the repair and improvement of domestic machinery. With the teacher's help and the resources from the Taobao system, wasn't it only natural for results to emerge? Wang Hui decided to focus on this field from then on. "Teacher, I want to learn mechanical engineering from you from now on. After being immersed in it these past few days, I've realized that our rabbit kingdom is still too weak in this field, relying entirely on importing foreign machines. It's just not right, teacher. You rascal, fine. They'll find you some books to start with." Before long, the teacher returned carrying 6 books. "Finish reading these first." Old Li pointed at the 6 books and said, "This one, Fundamentals of Mechanical Design, covers basic principles, common mechanisms, and component design. This one, Mechanical Drawing, helps beginners master the creation and interpretation of engineering drawings. Mechanical Manufacturing Technology introduces manufacturing processes." "All right, teacher. They'll take them back and read them," Wang Hui said with a smile. Come find me if you have any questions. Old Li also chuckled, offering him support and encouragement. I will teach her. Wang Hui nodded, expressing his gratitude to Old Li. Then, cradling a thick stack of books, he left the office with a light step and returned to his single dormitory. Upon entering, Wang Hui eagerly sat at his desk, neatly arranging the books before him. He took a deep breath, his heart brimming with anticipation and resolve. He opened the first book, Fundamentals of Mechanical Design, his eyes fixed intently on the pages as he began to diligently study each chapter and every sentence. To him, this book was a treasure trove of knowledge. As time passed, Wang Hui gradually became immersed in the world. He meticulously examined the principles, methods, and techniques of mechanical design, frequently picking up his pen to take notes, recording crucial knowledge points and insights. His gaze was resolute and focused, as if he aimed to absorb the entire book into his mind. The dormitory was silent save for the rustle of pages turning and the soft scratch of his pen on paper. He read with complete concentration, constantly pondering the content and attempting to apply what he learned to actual. The night grew deep and moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow into the room, yet Wang Hui did not cease his studies. He knew that to become an excellent mechanical designer, he would need to invest even more effort and time. In this tranquil atmosphere, Wang Hui savored the satisfaction that knowledge brought. Yet he also understood the truth of the saying, read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. Mere reading without practice was futile. Even as a beginner, he knew that while learning theoretical knowledge, he also needed to engage in hands-on practice through experiments and internships. After finishing the books in hand, he planned to seek out his teacher. Time flew like an arrow and days passed like a weaver's shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a long stretch of time had swiftly slipped away. The biting wind raced through the streets and alleys, bringing with it a piercing chill, heralding the quiet arrival of the coldest time of the year. Yet a unique atmosphere permeated the streets and lanes, a blend of joy and anticipation unique to the approaching new year. During this period, Wang Hui studied diligently under Old Li, earnestly and tirelessly absorbing knowledge and skills. To his own surprise, he discovered he possessed a remarkable talent for mechanics. Not only could he quickly grasp and master the theoretical knowledge taught by his teacher, but he also purchased books on mechanics from future eras through his Taobao system, continuously pondering them, which broadened his thinking. He was even able to apply this knowledge in practical operations. He had accompanied Old Li on business trips to repair various types of machinery and equipment. Facing complex malfunctions, he could swiftly pinpoint the issues and propose effective solutions. This gradually elevated his standing within the team, and his abilities earned increasing recognition from everyone. Additionally, he actively participated in the teacher's work on improving machinery. Through in-depth research and practical exploration, he indeed put forward many valuable suggestions. Old Li highly praised his performance, stating that he possessed great talent in this field. Such acclaim greatly inspired Wang Hui. In fact, within half a year, he had secretly been researching textile machinery. Immersed in the world of mechanics, he worked tirelessly sketching design blueprints for textile machines. Every line, every component was meticulously designed by him. He first determined the product's functions and performance requirements, then selected suitable materials and devised rational process routes and fixtures. Combining his learned knowledge with materials from the Taobao system, he strived to make this machine reach the most advanced level. During the drafting process, Wang Hui encountered some difficulties, but relying on his solid foundation and flexible thinking, he overcame them one by one. As the blueprint gradually took shape, a creative and efficient textile machine design emerged before his eyes. Wang Hui felt confident in his work and looked forward to this machine playing a significant role in actual production. Teacher, I've recently designed a blueprint for a textile machine. If you have time, please take a look. With that, Wang Hui handed over a document folder. Old Li took it, but didn't open it, continuing with his work, head bowed. You rascal, not bad, huh? Already starting to design. We'll take a look when I have time. After a while, seeing Wang Hui still standing there, Old Li smiled helplessly and said, all right, I'll look at it now. Old Li opened the folder and glanced at the design drawings, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The design was not only novel in concept, but also meticulously detailed. Wang Hui, you've truly amazed me. Old Li looked up, a smile of admiration on his face. This design is excellent. If it can be realized, it will have a significant impact on our textile industry. Hearing Old Li's words, Wang Hui felt a surge of joy. However, Old Li's tone shifted. There are still a few areas that need further refinement. For instance, the material of this part could be optimized to improve the machine's stability. Indeed, the older the wiser. Wang Hui listened attentively to Old Li's suggestions, jotting down the key points. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I'll revise and perfect it as soon as possible, Wang Hui said excitedly. Carrying a wealth of insights, he left Old Li's office eager to start improving his design. During the revision process, he discovered other areas that could be optimized and improved. While making changes, he sighed. Indeed, I need to communicate more with others and not work in isolation. From now on, whenever I have an idea, I should discuss it more with the teacher and the others. After an all-night effort, Wang Hui finally completed a new design draft. Ignoring his drooping eyelids, he immediately rushed to Old Li's office. After handing over the new blueprint, he leaned back in an office chair, hoping to rest for a while. Seeing the child so exhausted that his eyes could barely stay open, Old Li knew he couldn't sleep there in the cold winter. He shook his head, stepped forward, and draped a cotton coat over him before returning to examine the new design draft the young man had just delivered. Xiao Hui, you're awake. Xiao Hui rubbed his eyes, slowly opening them, and said with a hint of embarrassment, "Yes, teacher, I'm sorry, I dozed off." He realized he had inadvertently nodded off while waiting for Elder Li to review the documents and felt deeply apologetic. Elder Li smiled, gently shaking his head to show it didn't matter, then softly placed the manuscript on the table and said warmly, "It's all right, Xiao Hui. It's normal for young people to get tired sometimes. However, I've finished reading it. This document is quite good. They'll submit the proposal soon and try to have a prototype machine ready before the new year." Xiao Hui immediately sat up straight, perking up, and quickly replied, "All right, teacher. Shall we go now?" "Xiao Hui, you head back first. They'll go submit the proposal. Once it's approved, I'll ask the mechanical manufacturing department to help us build the prototype. After all, clothing is a fundamental need. I'll expedite this." Wang Hui nodded hastily. "All right, teacher." He knew his teacher had always held high hopes for him and supported his research. Turning, he left the office, his steps as light as if treading on clouds. He hummed a tune as he walked. "We common folks are joyful today, truly joyful." In the days that followed, Wang Hui waited anxiously, unable to focus on any book or sit still. Finally, he received news that thrilled him. "Wang Hui, your proposal has been approved. We need to hurry to the mechanical manufacturing department to build the prototype and test it." Wang Hui replied excitedly, "Great, teacher, let's go now." Elder Li smiled. "All right, let's go. Follow me. This must be your first time at the school's mechanical manufacturing lab." Wang Hui nodded yes. They headed to the mechanical manufacturing department together, eager to successfully build the prototype and verify its feasibility. "Feijing, old Fei, come over and assemble a machine for me in a few days." Elder Li addressed a white-haired but spirited old man. "Old Li, it's been a while since you visited. What new machinery?" Elder Fei asked with a smile. "Yes, here are the blueprints, take a look." Elder Li handed him a drawing. "Oh, let me see. Who designed this?" Elder Fei inquired, looking at the blueprint. "My student, that young man over there, Wang Hui." Elder Li pointed to him. "This kid. Old Li, I must say, you know our rabbit country is short on resources. We can't waste a single. Take it away, don't waste it." Elder Fei shook his head, disappointed. "Old Fei, have I ever joked? This proposal is already approved by higher-ups. Look, Elder Li hurriedly explained. "Oh, really? But, is it viable?" Elder Fei looked at the blueprint skeptically. "Don't worry, I've reviewed it. This design is highly feasible." Elder Li patted his chest confidently. "Is that so? With you backing it, let's give it a try. I've looked at these blueprints, they're not difficult. We can finish in a few days. Come, then we'll assemble and test the machine." Elder Fei nodded after a moment's hesitation. "Xiao Hui, you heard that. We'll return in 4 days. On first startup, we'll show them something impressive." "Haha, I'll be waiting to see that." Elder Fei replied, his voice tinged with curiosity and excitement. Time flew by like a fleeting white horse. On the fourth morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. "Teacher, it's been 4 days. Let's go see if the machine is ready," Wang Hui said impatiently, his eyes gleaming with urgency. Elder Li smiled and shook his head. "What's the rush? It's still early. Let's have breakfast first, then head to the manufacturing department to find Elder Fei." Wang Hui nodded, but his anxiety didn't fully subside. He kept checking his watch, each second feeling agonizingly slow. Finally, after breakfast, they set off for the mechanical manufacturing department. Arriving again, they saw a group of seasoned craftsmen bustling about. Scattered at their feet were numerous finished mechanical parts, a testament to their skilled craftsmanship. "You're here. We've made all the parts from your blueprints. Now it's up to you. Let's help you assemble them." Wang Hui led the team in assembling the textile machine. Though they knew the blueprints were from a young man, everyone was hopeful. What if it succeeded? However, as they focused intently, a cry broke the rhythm. "Oh no, this part doesn't fit. The dimensions are off." All eyes fixed on the problematic component. Elder Fei compared it with the blueprint, and after a brief silence decisively said, "We can't let one part delay. Li Yuan, remake this part immediately according to the blueprint." Thus Li Yuan hurried off with the blueprint to craft a new part. After repeated measurements, he brought it to the assembly workshop, everyone's faces etched with anticipation and tension. All eyes were on the final part. Elder Fei personally installed it securely. As the last piece clicked into place, cheers erupted. Despite the fatigue from long hours, everyone's faces bloomed with victorious smiles. "This textile machine was designed by my student Wang Hui. Let him start it for the first time," Elder Li said to Elder Fei with a smile. "Fine, young man, go ahead. We'll conduct the test. Today is its first trial run. We'll record the data." Wang Hui carefully started the machine. It emitted a low hum and began to run slowly. Initially, everything ran smoothly. The prepared yarn and rollers operated steadily. Suddenly, a strange grating noise came from the machine, and everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. "Stop! Shut it down and check!" Elder Li shouted loudly. Elder Li and Wang Hui led the team in a thorough inspection. After a flurry of activity, they found the problem: a slight looseness in a screw on a transmission component. "Fix it quickly and restart the test." Upon restarting, the machine ran smoothly. After waiting a while with no further issues, yarn was continuously woven into cloth. The mechanical manufacturing department erupted in cheers. "Quick, record the data." The textile machinery with its cold, gleaming metallic shell ran steadily as Old Li and Wang Hui paced around it, seemingly observing something. After a period of Operation Old Li, and Wang Hui collected and analyzed the preliminary data. Before long, the results were presented to everyone. Seeing the data, Wang Hui couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. Based on the existing textile machinery data, the production efficiency of this new machine has increased by not only that, but it also reduces energy consumption and saves a significant amount on labor costs. Just look at these finished products, their quality rate has also improved by several percentage points. Everyone present were seasoned experts, including scholars like Wang Hui and Old Li. They all engaged in a lively discussion about the various advantages of the new machinery. Alright, we still need to observe the stability and durability of the new textile machine. Let's leave it here and run it for a few more days. If those aspects also fully meet the standards, then this new machine can be promoted for widespread use. Old Li said with a smile. Right. But based on my experience, there's no need to worry about the stability and durability of this new machine. Oh, it's definitely fine. It might even have significant improvements, and maintenance costs will be greatly reduced. Let's focus on collecting data over the next few days. Old Fei said, a joyful smile spreading across his face. After several days and nights of intense work, the team gathered more and more data, gaining a detailed understanding of every aspect of the new machine. Its stability and durability were proven exactly as Old Fei had anticipated. After Old Li and Old Fei submitted the experimental data report for the new textile machine, the higher authorities promptly organized personnel for evaluation. Following multiple studies and analyses, the conclusion was reached: this new textile manufacturing equipment was innovative and practical, fully suitable for widespread adoption across the Rabbit Nation. The news brought immense joy to the entire department of Wang Hui, Old Li, and Old Fei. Their successful improvement of the textile machinery earned high praise and recognition from the Rabbit organization. Rumors even said the event would be published in the newspaper. At the commendation meeting, Wang Hui could barely contain his excitement. Teacher, could you prioritize promoting this in my hometown? Wang Hui leaned in, slightly feeling a bit embarrassed to ask Old Li. Old Li was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Xiao Hui, that's a good idea. If conditions permit, letting your hometown folks benefit first shouldn't be a big problem. Great, thank you, teacher. After some waiting, the higher authorities finally agreed to first implement the new machinery. When the news arrived, Wang Hui was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. Xiao Hui, the notice has been sent out. Your hometown should have news soon. Stay here and organize things these few days. We urgently need to produce a few sets of equipment here, and you can return with the technical team then. Really, teacher? He'll get right on it. Wang Hui bid farewell to his teacher and bounced out the door, turning around. He thought for a moment if he was going back, he should call his parents to tell them. Oh right, there were no phones now. Oh, he could only send a telegram instead. He immediately went to the post office, handled the business at the telegram counter, and then returned to his school dormitory to pay. The rest didn't matter much, but the key thing was that he had many books and documents from a future era. Although he currently had only 2 sets of documents, one on hybrid rice and another on textile machinery manufacturing, there were many books that would only be published later. These books must not be discovered even in his private dormitory. He stored all these books and documents into the system space. Wang Hui slowly scanned the room, confirming nothing was left behind, then nodded with satisfaction. After all, before returning home for the new year, he had to return the books he had finished reading to the library and see if he could borrow a new book to take home. This way he could enrich his knowledge while enjoying a pleasant holiday. Soon Wang Hui received a notice from Old Li, including the departure time and train ticket information. Wang Hui eagerly checked the ticket and found it was a sleeper berth. This was absolutely fantastic. Thinking of the long and exhausting journey when he came this time, he could finally rest comfortably on a soft sleeper berth. It was incredibly exciting. Moreover, he would still make it in time for the new year, allowing him to fully enjoy the journey. Teacher, are you coming with us? Wang Hui asked curiously. Yes, I'll be traveling with you. After all, the initial manufacturing of this new textile machine requires someone to personally oversee it. Since you're going back too, you can come with me to the textile mill to check on the operation of these machines. We need to meticulously record data, conduct in-depth research and analysis, understand the actual operational efficiency of these machines in the hands of the factory workers, and see if there's room for further technological improvement. Old Li said earnestly. Do I have to go too, teacher? With you as our anchor, isn't that enough? Xiao Hui said. However, Old Li replied firmly. Xiao Hui, a test is a test, but this is ultimately a new piece of textile machinery. We can't rely solely on theories and lab data to judge its performance. Only by conducting real-world point experiments in the factory can we truly understand its working condition and reliability. Only then can we make informed decisions about whether to fully promote this new textile machinery. Xiao Hui listened to his teacher's words. Although still a bit hesitant, he ultimately agreed. He knew his teacher was right, so he assured his teacher, all right, teacher, no problem. I will go to the factory immediately after the new year to participate in this point experiment. I believe that through our efforts we can surely unlock the full potential of this new textile machinery. Old Li was pleased with Xiao Hui's positive attitude and encouraged him. Very good, Xiao Hui. Let's look forward to the breakthroughs and progress this new textile machinery will bring. Soon Wang Hui along with Old Li and the technical team boarded the train with the relevant equipment. Wang Hui also heard that the textile mill in his hometown, upon learning about the capital university's new machinery's point experiment at their facility, actively coordinated with higher authorities to secure maximum support and assistance for the arriving experts. On this journey home, compared to the trip there, the 3 days spent in a sleeper compartment passed unexpectedly quickly. Lying on the comfortable berth, he occasionally read a book, letting the words carry his thoughts into the distance, but more often than not he exchanged ideas with Elderly. "Teacher, I don't understand this problem. Look at this mechanical part. Why is it like this?" Elderly replied, "Oh, this one is simple. Try thinking about it from another angle, and you might find a new insight." Wang Hui continued, "Teacher." Elderly always listened patiently with a gentle smile, then dissected the issue with his vast knowledge and experience. Through their back-and-forth exchange, he helped Wang Hui solve the problem. The rhythmic clang-clang echoed in his ears as Wang Hui stared absent-mindedly at the scenery racing past the window. Elderly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Hui, we're almost at the terminal. Do you want to come with us to the factory first, or go home?" Wang Hui turned his head, a conflicted expression on his face. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Teacher, I'll go to the factory with you first. After all, this new textile machinery is my design, and I want to see the results as soon as possible." "All right, let's go together. It won't take long. We'll probably just do some prep work before the new year," Elderly said with a smile. "Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the terminal. Please prepare to disembark." The clear, loud voice of the attendant came through the green train's broadcast system. Hearing the announcement, Wang Hui sat up on his berth and began packing his luggage. Elderly and the technical team members also started organizing their belongings. As soon as they stepped off the train, Wang Hui and Elderly spotted a prominent sign that read, "Welcome technical personnel from the capital." They immediately noticed the county textile factory's receptionist, the factory director. Seeing a group approaching him, the receptionist knew these were the people he was supposed to meet. He warmly stepped forward, the county textile factory director's face beaming with a sincere smile. "Welcome, welcome. You must be tired from the journey," one of the leaders said, firmly shaking Elderly's hand. After watching the equipment being unloaded from the train, the group, surrounded by others, walked toward the textile factory, with the teacher and the leader exchanging pleasantries. As soon as they stepped through the county textile factory's gate, they could feel the tense yet orderly work atmosphere. The roar of machinery rose and fell, and workers bustled about the workshop. The factory director, beaming warmly, said, "You've had a long journey. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Let's not rush, let's have a meal first." The group headed to the cafeteria. After dining with the county textile factory director, they discussed the preparations for the new textile machinery. "Let's take a look at the factory floor first." Under the director's guidance, they arrived at the workshop prepared for the trial. Elderly walked to a corner, knocked on the wall, and said, "This wall needs reinforcement. It might not be sturdy enough. Run some tests to ensure it can withstand the vibrations from the new machinery." The factory director nodded repeatedly, diligently, noting down the issues Elderly raised. Wang Hui, with a slight frown, scrutinized every corner of the workshop with focused attention and said, "The space is quite spacious, but shouldn't we optimize the ventilation system? Otherwise, I'm concerned that when the machines run, the heat will affect both the equipment and the workers." The factory director stared in astonishment at this child uttering such professional remarks, a flicker of doubt in his mind. This kid looked no more than a teenager. How could he know so much? Could he just be speaking offhand? Just as he was about to scold him, he saw the child show no sign of backing down, his eyes clear and bright, brimming with confidence. Noticing the director's change in expression, Elderly quickly explained with a smile, "Haha, director, you don't know this, but the new textile machinery we brought this time was designed by this young friend. He's also the one who advocated for pilot production here." The director was so stunned his mouth hung open. So that was it. He immediately realized his earlier attitude was inappropriate and quickly said with an apologetic smile, "Oh my, so that's how it is. I never expected someone so young to possess such talent. I understand the issues you've raised. He'll arrange for the ventilation system to be improved as soon as possible to ensure the machines run smoothly." After touring the factory grounds, Elderly and Wang Hui made corrections to the preliminary preparations. Once the factory's groundwork was complete, the official trial could begin. After the tour, Wang Hui decided that since he was already here, he might as well visit his fifth sister and eldest niece. "Little brother, you're finally back. When I was at home, I heard Mom and Dad say you sent a telegram saying you'd come back to spend the new year with us this year. I didn't expect you to be back so soon," Wang Dongmei said joyfully. "Fifth sister, yes, I'm back," I replied with, "Xiao Hui, is this your sister?" Elderly asked curiously from the side. "Yes, teacher, this is my fifth sister, Wang." I introduced her to Elderly. "Then you should spend time with your sister. Since there's nothing much to do before the new year, you can go home first and come back after the holiday." Elderly turned and left with a smile. "All right, teacher. Little uncle, you're back." Dia shouted excitedly, "Yes, little uncle is back. During my time away, how have you two been doing at the factory? Has anyone bullied you? Are you doing your work well?" Wang Hui asked with concern. "By the way, when do your textile factory and sugar factory start their holidays? If it's in the next few days, I'll wait and go back with you. If it's too late, I'll head home first and come back to pick you up later." Wang Hui asked with a smile. "Little uncle, I'm not really sure either. The exact time depends on the factory's production progress, but it should be soon since the new year is almost here." Dia replied with a frown. The fifth sister suddenly interjected, "Same for me. I heard a group of experts from the capital came to the factory to conduct some kind of experiment, so I don't know when we'll get time off. Wang Hui raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself how fast the news traveled. Then he replied casually, "Oh, that." The fifth sister looked at him in surprise. "Little brother, you know." Wang Hui nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, because your little brother came with them." Dia exclaimed in astonishment, "Really, little uncle?" Wang Hui, his face lit with a smile, gently stroked Dia's head and said, "That's right. Your little uncle is pretty amazing, isn't he?" Dia nodded vigorously, her eyes full of admiration, and replied, "Little uncle is really amazing." Then Wang Hui continued, "Since you don't know the exact holiday time yet, and there's nothing for me to do here before the new year, I'll head home first. You two keep busy and remember to come back early once you're on holiday." The fifth sister and Dia answered in unison. Wang Hui thought for a moment that it wouldn't be proper to return home empty-handed, so he purchased some pork from the meat shop in the system and brought it home. Always come home often, come home and see. Humming a tune, Wang Hui swayed leisurely along with his luggage toward Wang family village, gazing at the newly repaired road leading to their village. He recalled the former bumpy path that turned muddy with every rain, and now walking on this smooth new road was truly comfortable. As Wang Hui stepped onto the soil of Wang family village, a familiar scent rushed toward him, filling his heart with warmth. A group of children suddenly burst out, and he watched them play, frolic, and scuffle before his eyes, their laughter ringing in his ears. Yet every child looked gaunt and sallow, almost reduced to mere skeletons. Wang Hui's smile gradually froze. He crouched down, pulling a child dressed in a blue, oversized patched garment, and asked, "Little one, haven't you been eating well? Why are you so thin?" The child looked at him timidly. "There's hardly anything to eat at home now. Just filling our stomachs is already very." Just then an old man carrying a shovel and wearing a Sun Yat-sen suit that had been washed nearly white glanced at Wang Hui. "Oh, isn't this old Wang's sixth child? Back for the new year?" Wang Hui quickly stood up and replied respectfully, "Yes, I haven't been back for so long, and since the new year is approaching I came home." The old man smiled. Good, very good. You're the first college student from our brigade. Study hard under your teacher and contribute more in the future." The old man turned to look at the gaunt children and shook his head helplessly. "These kids. Such hardship." Wang Hui asked with confusion. "Uncle, hasn't the village already set up a brick factory? Why has it become like this?" The old man sighed. "Child, you don't understand. The harvests haven't been good these past few years, and everyone's life has been tight. Our brigade is lucky to have the brick factory, other brigades. Alas, child, you should head back first. It's been a while since you've seen your parents, hasn't it?" "All right, uncle." After speaking, Wang Hui watched the old man stagger away with his shovel. Wang Hui gazed at the backs of the children and the old man, his mind swirling with thoughts. "Mom, Dad, your precious son is back," he shouted as he strode into the courtyard. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Yakin and Wang Lingyue inside the house hurriedly stopped their work and came out to greet him. Li Yakin's eyes glistened with tears as she took Wang Hui's hand and looked him over. "Son, we've finally been waiting for you." Wang Lingyue smiled beside her, but the smile hid deep longing and concern. Seeing the new white hairs on Li Yakin and Wang Lingyue, Wang Hui felt a pang of sorrow. Wang Hui set down his luggage and asked, "Dad, how's everything at home lately?" Wang Lingyue frowned and let out a long sigh. "Same old, no big changes. The harvest from the fields is mediocre, not enough food, and life at home is still tight. Luckily, the brigade has the brick factory, and your elder brother and sister-in-law work there. Otherwise, things would be even harder. But the others? Meet." Just then, an adorable voice reached Wang Hui's ears. He turned to see a little girl with a bun hairstyle looking especially cute, stretching out her hands and walking toward him. Wang Hui quickly stepped forward, scooped the child into his arms, and kissed her cheek. "Isn't this our little princess Xiaoya? You little glutton, always thinking about meat." Xiaoya giggled in Wang Hui's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, overjoyed. Indeed, a child's smile was truly healing, and in that moment, all his worries seemed to melt away. "Our Xiaoya wants meat, huh? I just happened to bring some back from the county town. Mom, I'm craving it too. Let's have meat tonight." Li Yakin emerged from the inner room, a kind smile on her face. All right. You just spoil her." The family began bustling about. Li Yakin washed and chopped vegetables, while Wang Hui prepared to help with the firewood. Soon steam rose in the kitchen as his mother skillfully stir-fried the dishes, the aroma gradually spreading. Xiaoya couldn't resist hopping to the kitchen door again and again, peeking in and sniffing with her little nose. Seeing this, Wang Hui smiled and gently tapped Xiaoya's nose. "Xiaoya, don't crowd. It'll be ready soon." Just then, elder brother Wang Hongjun and sister-in-law came home from work, smelling the meat aroma throughout the house. "Mom, Dad, is there something special today? The whole house smells of meat. Are we having meat tonight?" Father Wang Lingyue beamed at everyone. "Nothing particularly special. Your younger brother is back and brought meat from the county. It's a good chance for us to improve our diet." Wang Hongjun laughed. "Oh, looks like we've come at the right time." Sister-in-law Lin Hongxia chimed in. "Indeed, the aroma hit me as soon as I walked in, but stirred up my appetite." Everyone gathered around the dining table, joy radiating from their faces. Motherly Yakin served rice for everyone, and the family ate the fragrant meat while chatting about recent amusing events. The room filled with warmth and happiness. Wang Hui looked around the room, put down his bowl, and asked his father with confusion, "Why don't we build a brick and tile house? Hasn't the brick factory been set up?" Elder brother Wang Hongjun put down his chopsticks and sighed. Little brother, you don't understand. Even though the brick factory exists, the bricks aren't cheap. Our savings are far from enough. Father Wang Lingwei agreed, exactly. And to build a brick house you have to hire craftsmen. That's another expense. He then gently patted Wang Hui on the head. Little one, we're just ordinary folks. We can't just decide to build a new house whenever we want. Wait a bit longer until we've saved up more money. Brother, sister-in-law, while working at the brick factory, haven't you noticed that there are also defective bricks? The good ones and the defective ones are basically the same, just with a tiny flaw. We don't need to buy the best, just these defective ones will do. And they're cheap, we might get a large batch for half the normal price, or even less. Elder brother Wang Hongjun's eyes lit up. Oh, that's true. Why didn't I think of that? But will the factory sell those defective ones to us? Wang Hui fed Xiaoyao while saying, don't worry, brother. You're still employees of the factory. There might even be an employee discount making it even cheaper. After finishing his meal, Wang Hui returned to his small room, lay down on the bed and pondered. If I have time, I can go to the factory and ask about it. It should be fine since these defective products need to be dealt with anyway. If I talk to the brigade leader, we could also buy these defective items for building brick houses for the brigade members in the future. He mused that if the house building plan succeeded, it would benefit both his family and the brigade significantly, improving their living conditions. Tossing and turning for a while, Wang Hui sat up and gazed at the moonlight outside the window. Thinking he couldn't sleep anyway, he realized it had been a long time since he last checked his system. A light screen appeared before his eyes. Super Taobao System. Host Wang Hui. Shop level 1 star. Age 16. Money 31206 yuan and 53 cents. Taobao shopping interface. Purchase history. Storage space. Wang Hui glanced at it. Recently, there had been only expenses and no income, and the money in the system was nearly gone. He would need to spend some time looking for valuable items. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any money to buy things in the future. He opened his shop, but the system space was now empty except for some books and packages. All the items that could be listed for sale had already been sold. As he thought, drowsiness gradually crept over him. Wang Hui closed his eyes and drifted into a dream. In the dream, he saw his brand new brick house and imagined selling antiques through the system, earning a fortune and using it to purchase a vast amount of materials from the system. Unconsciously, he let out a giggle. Xiao Hui, what are you laughing about? The voice jolted Wang Hui awake from his sweet dream. Mumbling, he said nothing. He rubbed his eyes and looked at his motherly Yakin standing by the bed. His mind was still lingering on the pleasant dream. His motherly Yakin smiled and said, look at you sleeping. What good dream did you have? Wang Hui scratched his head sheepishly. Mom, I dreamed that our lives are getting better and better. His mother gently patted him. Get up quickly. Dreaming alone won't work. We still need to rely on our own efforts. Wang Hui nodded and got up to start a new day. He thought about going to find the brigade leader today. Brigade leader, are you free now? I have something to discuss with you. Oh, isn't this our brigade's college student? Home for the new year, huh? Brigade leader Wang Jigang put down his work and smiled at Wang Hui. Come in and sit down. What do you need from me? Wang Hui entered the room and found a stool to sit on. Brigade leader, have you ever thought about building brick houses for our brigade? Brigade leader Wang Jigang widened his eyes in shock. What did you say? How can our brigade afford so much money to buy bricks for building houses? Wang Hui smiled. Brigade leader, you misunderstood. I'm talking about the defective bricks from the brick factory. These defective ones only have minor flaws and don't affect their use or appearance. They are perfectly usable for building houses. You see, the people in our brigade can buy these defective bricks at a very low cost and build houses with them. That's entirely feasible. Brigade leader Wang Jigang listened to Wang Hui's words, stood up, paced around the room with his hands behind his back, and thought for a long while before saying, Xiao Hui, your idea is not bad, but can these defective bricks really be used? Are they safe and of guaranteed quality? Wang Hui said eagerly, Brigade leader, if you're not sure, we can go to the factory and check these defective bricks ourselves. If they really don't affect usage and the price is low, we can save a lot of money this way. Brigade leader Wang Jigang nodded. Let me think this over first. Within 2 days, Brigade leader Wang Jigang brought Wang Hui and a few skilled masters to the brick factory. The masters carefully examined the defective bricks, tapping and measuring them. After the inspection, the veteran masters agreed these defective bricks indeed have only minor flaws. They are perfectly fine for building ordinary houses. The brigade leader finally felt relieved. Great, now there's hope for building new houses in the village. Xiao Hui, since the bricks are fine, the next step is the price. Should we go ask the factory director? Wang Hui responded, sure, brigade leader. I hope the factory director can give us a reasonable price. The two arrived at the factory director's office. Brigade leader Wang Jigang got straight to the point. Director Lu, our brigade wants to use your factory's defective bricks to build houses. Please give us a fair price. Director Lu frowned and thought for a moment. Since it's for building houses for the brigade and the village, I won't charge too much. Let's set the price at 1/3 of the original price for each defective brick. Wang Hui quickly interjected, Director Lu, that price is still a bit high. Could you lower it a little more? Everyone is not. Director Lu looked troubled. This is already the lowest price I can offer. Any lower, and it won't be a good deal for the business. Brigade leader Wang Jigang exchanged a glance with Wang Hui. The brigade leader gritted his teeth and said, Director Lu, please do us a favor and reduce it a bit more. If our brigade has any future housing needs, we will come to you to buy bricks. Director Lu hesitated for a moment, glanced at Wang Hui, and finally relented. Alright, let's make it 1/4 of the original price per brick. I can't go any lower. Brigade Leader Wang Jigang and Wang Hui finally broke into satisfied smiles. As soon as Brigade Leader Wang Jigang returned to the brigade, he shared the news with the villagers. Upon hearing it, the villagers were overjoyed. Now they could buy bricks for just 1/4 of the original price. They imagined that in the future their entire brigade would be filled with brick houses, which would bring great pride when their sons married or their daughters wed. That evening, the entire village was immersed in joy. Every household was brightly lit and families gathered to discuss how to build their future new homes. I want to build a house too, a young man said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and longing for the future, as if he could already see his house standing before him. I just want to make the yard bigger and add more windows to the house to make it brighter. An elderly woman said with a smile, her face beaming with happiness. She imagined rooms filled with light, warmth, and vitality. Wang Hui's family was no exception. The whole family sat around the dinner table enthusiastically discussing how to design their own house. Dad, let's build a house with 4 large rooms, spacious. Wang Hui suggested, excitedly yearning for a comfortable and roomy home where they could enjoy family time to the fullest. All right, whatever you say, his father Wang Lingyue responded cheerfully, his eyes showing support for his son. That night, all the villagers of the brigade were immersed in beautiful hopes for the future. They drifted into sweet dreams with smiles on their faces. The next day, the team members' enthusiasm remained high. Along the way, Wang Hui could overhear villagers discussing the matter of building their own houses, pondering when to purchase bricks and how to proceed with construction. Just look ahead. A group of elderly men and women resting under a tree were still chatting. When do you reckon my house can start being built? Old Zhang gazed at the dilapidated mud brick house before him, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Old Zhang, to build a house, we must first prepare the money, then haul the bricks back from the brick factory before we can break ground. You see, when the time comes, well, tell the brigade leader together and ask him to help us haul them back, said Oldly, his neighbor, with a smile. He too was one of the village elders, filled with anticipation for the new house. Haha, wonderful, wonderful. I never thought us old bones could still live in new brick and tile houses. We've truly caught up with good times. Old Zhang clapped his hands excitedly, a radiant smile of happiness spreading across his face. Of course, US farmers can also enjoy a good life, chimed in another neighbor, Old Son. You all must give me good advice on how to build this new house so it looks nice, Old Zhang asked impatiently. Don't worry, Old Zhang. When the time comes, we'll discuss it together. I guarantee we'll build you a house that's both beautiful and practical, Oldly replied with confidence. Several elderly folks sat around the yard enthusiastically discussing the design and layout of the new house. They envisioned their future lives, imagining themselves living in a spacious, bright new home, enjoying a blissful old age. I think we should add more windows, that way the light will be better, Old Son suggested. Right, and we need to build a big courtyard where we can plant flowers and vegetables, Oldly added. And the roof. It must use good materials to prevent leaks, Old Zhang supplemented. Everyone spoke in turn, each voicing their opinions and ideas. Their faces glowed with joy and anticipation, as if they could already see the new house rising from the ground. When Zhang Hui passed by, this group of elders pulled him into a chat. Wang Hui, you're a college student now. You have to help us old folks figure out how to build a house that's both nice and practical. Don't worry, we'll discuss it together when the time comes. They'll make sure your houses are built beautifully and practically, Wang Hui said. Haha, then we'll wait for your news, little Wang Hui. Wang Hui quickly nodded. All right, uncles and aunties, I'll let you know as soon as there's any news. As the new year approached, Wang Hui and brigade leader Wang Jigang decided to tally the villagers who wanted to build new houses before the year ended. They calculated the number of bricks needed, discussed it with the factory, and arranged transportation, aiming to bring the bricks back before the new year so construction could start immediately after. Over the next few days, Wang Hui and the brigade leader busied themselves actively preparing construction tools, estimating the number of craftsmen required, and recording the villagers' ideas about the size and layout of their houses. After sorting through everything, Wang Hui and the brigade leader discovered that the villagers' needs were indeed diverse. My house needs at least 3 rooms, the kids are older now and need separate spaces. My house needs to be. Brigade leader Wang Jigang even specially invited a few master craftsmen to discuss matters. After all, building a brick and tile house was a lifelong undertaking. Thus, it had to be carefully planned to meet the villagers' needs as much as possible. With everyone's efforts, the house plans gradually became clear. The brigade leader also presented the final plan to every villager. Brigade leader, although it's a bit different from my original idea, this plan is indeed very reasonable. I have no objections, one villager stated first. Others also nodded in agreement. Yeah, this is already good enough. Brigade leader Wang Jigang said with a smile. All right then, since everyone has no objections, well, prepare before the new year. Gather the materials and find the craftsmen. After the new year, we'll officially start construction. As the new year drew nearer, every household in Wangjiao village was decorated with lanterns and colored banners filled with a festive atmosphere. Yet the villagers were not idle regarding the houses. Some busied themselves clearing clutter to make space for post-holiday construction, while others gathered to discuss labor division during the work. They were filled with anticipation for the official start of construction after the new year. During this time, Wang Hui also went to the county town to pick up his 5th sister Wang Dongmei and Dia Wang Jiai. Thinking the teacher had nothing much to do, he also invited him to spend the new year at his home. Finally, the lively New Year celebrations passed. They had all grown a year older. As soon as the weather warmed up, the villagers eagerly threw themselves into the construction of the new houses. Seeing that there was probably nothing left for him to do at home, Wang Hui set off with old Li for the textile factory in the county town. He figured that by the time he returned, the village would likely be filled with rows of brick and tile houses, and every family would be living in bright, spacious homes. A truly wonderful thought. Although the housing issue was about to be resolved, food remained a major problem. Building houses was physically demanding work. One needed to eat well to have strength. They had to find a way to solve the food problem. Wang Hui and old Li slowly paced through the factory, looking around here, knocking and inspecting there. Both were very satisfied. The newly renovated factory met all the standards for this fixed-point experiment. While inspecting the factory, Wang Hui recalled the children he had met at the village entrance when he first returned. He asked old Li with some concern, "Teacher, do you have any way to get enough grain? You should also know that the entire Wangjiao village is currently actively building houses. If there's a shortage of food supplies, it would be a real disaster. You little rascal, do you even need to worry about that? Your brigade leader has probably already thought about it. Just rest assured." Old Li frowned, pondered for a moment, and then replied, "Well, everyone is facing the plight of grain scarcity right now. I can't guarantee that I can successfully obtain grain. However, I will do my best to inquire and see if there are any feasible channels. As soon as I have any news, I'll get back to you." Hearing this, Wang Hui said gratefully, "That's great, then I'll leave it to you, teacher. Without your help and support, our Wangjiao village would probably have a hard time getting through this difficulty." He added, "Once the matter is resolved, I will surely thank you properly." Old Li waved his hand with a smile, indicating there was no need for thanks, and comforted Wang Hui not to worry too much. After showing Wang Hui and the entire technical team the basic facilities of the factory, old Li began arranging the next tasks. All the machinery and equipment brought from the green train had already been transported and placed in a corner of the factory. "Come on, everyone, lend a hand. Next we need to assemble and get the machinery running." An old man, namely clad in a blue mouse suit, stood at the entrance of the factory. He continuously directed the crowd, overseeing the disassembly of the machinery being hauled in. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the factory's calm, yet bustling atmosphere. Everyone immediately halted their tasks, their gazes converging on the source of the noise. Upon hearing the commotion, old Li, who had been directing, stopped and rushed over, nearly colliding with Wang Hui. Move quickly, let me get in and see." A large component lay toppled on the ground. "Really, how could you be so careless?" Old Li muttered as he began inspecting. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, clutching the hem of his clothes tightly, head bowed. A fine sheen of sweat had broken out on his forehead. "A grown man like you, what's the matter? Don't you know how important this mechanical part is? This was shipped all the way from the capital. I don't even know what to say anymore." Upon hearing the news, the factory director rushed over and immediately began berating the middle-aged man. Turning to old Li with an apologetic look, he said, "Sorry, old Li, this was our mistake. What do you think we should do? Is it still usable? If there's any issue, just tell us, and we'll follow your instructions. This part is actually quite sturdy, there's no real problem. Don't be too hard on this, comrade, just be more careful in the future." A faint smile curled at the corner of old Li's mouth. The factory director and the middle-aged man finally let out a deep breath. "Since there's no issue, let's continue." Old Li's gaze drifted toward Wang Hui, his eyes darkening slightly. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. With that, old Li turned and left the factory area. Wang Hui cast a glance at the toppled component and followed him out. "Master, is something wrong?" Wang Hui asked softly. "Xiao Hui, that part can't be used anymore." Old Li let out a long sigh, a hint of worry in his tone. "This?" Wang Hui paused for a moment before speaking in a low voice. His brows furrowed slightly, his mouth open as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Old Li pondered for a while, then slowly spoke. "Xiao Hui, tomorrow you and I will go to the steel factory here and see if we can ask a master there to help us make a new part. Remember, we'll go quietly." "All right, master, I understand." Wang Hui nodded, indicating his comprehension. Thus, the next day, Wang Hui and old Li quietly set off for the county steel factory. Along the way, Wang Hui kept glancing around nervously, his face tense, silently praying that the masters at the steel factory would be competent enough to help them forge the part. "Don't worry too much, things will work out eventually. It'll just take a few more days at most." Old Li appeared calmer, his gaze deep and composed, as if contemplating various scenarios and their solutions. Wang Hui barely registered old Li's words, his anxiety still lingering, unable to fully dissipate. An arched gate stood silently before them, its surface bearing the rust-eaten characters, County Steel Factory. Wang Hui followed closely behind old Li as they stepped into the factory. As soon as they entered, a wave of heat rushed toward them, followed by a cacophony of noise. The roar of machinery was deafening, as if it would pierce their eardrums, forcing them to cover their ears. The two had to raise their voices to be heard, yet even so it was difficult to make out each other's words. Wang Hui frowned deeply, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. He shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the grating noise. Yet the surrounding clamor continued to assault his nerves, leaving him feeling deeply uncomfortable. Despite this, he forced himself to remain calm and stayed close to old Li. They wandered through the vast steel factory, searching for the master craftsman. But the layout was a labyrinth with crisscrossing passages leading in every direction. Wang Hui kept glancing left and right, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. He seemed lost in this steel jungle, unable to find his way. Xiao Hui, this won't do. We need to find the person in charge or the factory director here and have them help us locate a master. That'll be much simpler than searching blindly. Old Li shouted loudly. All right, master, but will it really work? What if the textile factory finds out? Wang Hui asked uneasy. Xiao Hui, we can't afford to worry about that now. At most we'll say we need some custom parts. They don't know the specifics anyway, we can just make up an excuse to brush it off. The most important thing is to find a master and get the part made as soon as possible, otherwise I really don't know how we'll salvage this. Xiao Hui, let's go straight to the security office at the factory gate and have them take us in. That's the fastest way. Wang Hui's face lit up with surprise at old Li's words, but then a note of concern crept in. Master, will that really work? Will the security guards believe us? Old Li smiled faintly, his eyes radiating confidence. Don't worry, Xiao Hui. Once we identify ourselves and explain our purpose, they'll definitely take us to the factory director. So they went to the security office. Old Li calmly stated their identities and purpose to the officer. After examining their credentials, an officer was assigned to lead them to the factory director. Wang Hui's anxious heart eased slightly. He followed Old Li and the officer to the director's office. Standing before the director, Old Li raised his head, his gaze steady and resolute, and spoke slowly. Director, I apologize for the sudden visit, but we have no choice. We are conducting an experimental project on new machinery for the textile factory, a project of utmost importance. However, an accident occurred yesterday, and a critical component was damaged. This damage has severely impacted our experimental project. If we cannot find a replacement in time, the entire project will face a standstill. We are well aware of your factory's extensive experience in steel manufacturing, so we came specifically to ask if you could assign a master to fabricate a new part based on our drawings. We are confident that with your factory's capabilities you can resolve our urgent crisis. Wang Hui watched the director nervously, dreading the word impossible from his lips. No problem, I'll certainly help. I've heard that a group of experts arrived from the capital, so it's you. I'll arrange for an experienced master to take a look right away. With that, the director turned and left. Before long, the director returned with an old master, his hair streaked with white, but his spirit brimming with vitality. The old master craftsman gazed intently at the blueprints brought by Elder Li. Master, you are the finest craftsman in our factory. Can this be done? The factory director asked, full of anticipation. The old master pondered for a moment, then said, well, it's a bit challenging, but not entirely impossible. Hearing this, Elder Li and Wang Hui perked up and promptly joined the old master in discussion, eager to produce the part as soon as possible. At the textile factory, the expert team, led by Elder Li, had been assembling the machine methodically over the past few days. Now the machine was nearly complete save for a single missing part. It was the part that had fallen to the ground. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing that Elder Li and Wang Hui had been absent for the past 2 days, likely already aware of the problem and working on a solution. Yes, those two were usually the most attentive to this project. I wondered why I hadn't seen them lately. I wonder if they've come up with a solution. I hope it can be resolved soon, someone said with a worried sigh. Should we contact the capital and ask them to make a new one and send it over? Just then Elder Li and Wang Hui entered the factory gate with broad smiles. Hey, are you all done here? What are you? Everyone turned to look at them. Someone asked anxiously. Elder Li, we're just one part short. Did you find a way during You already know. We've assembled everything else. Who doesn't know? All right, it's solved. Look, this is the new part we brought back. Let's install it and give it a try. Great. The crowd immediately gathered around and carefully installed the new part. Everything's in place. Ready to start the test. Elder Li called out. All eyes were fixed on the machine about to start. Elder Li took a deep breath and pressed the start button. The machine roared to life and began running smoothly. We did it. We did it. Cheers erupted throughout the workshop. Elder Li's hands trembled with excitement. Excellent. Everyone's hard work these past days has paid off. Next step is the formal trial, he said. Wang Hui, go contact the textile factory director and ask him to provide us with various materials, cotton, wool, flax, for testing. You record the data. It's just after the new year, and it's quite cold. Let's see how the new machine performs in this. And after Elder Li finished his instructions, the team sprang into action. Wang Hui hurried off to contact the factory director, while the others gathered around the new textile machine for final adjustments and checks. Before long, Wang Hui returned, but his expression was grim. The director says materials are tight right now. They can only provide us with a portion of cotton for now. Wool, flax, and the others are not available at the moment. However, he promised to submit an application for more. I'm sure the other materials will arrive soon, Wang Hui added. Elder Li took a deep breath. Let's not worry about that for now. Since we have cotton, let's start the experiment with it. We'll test the others when they arrive. The new machine started up, and everything went smoothly at first. But before long, a strange noise emanated from it, and its speed began to slow. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats as they crowded around to find the problem. Could it be that the cold weather is causing the parts to malfunction? Someone speculated. Why is this happening? We never encountered this in the capital. Is it that part? But it shouldn't be. Master, we saw it being installed ourselves. There's no way it's wrong. As everyone was discussing the issue, Xiao Li, who was inspecting the wiring, suddenly shouted, "Oh no, it's an electrical problem. There's a short circuit here." Upon hearing this, everyone understood. So that's it. The circuits in the capital are more stable. The old wiring here is bound to cause problems, someone remarked. Xiao Li nodded in agreement and said, They'll go check the entire factory's wiring now to see if there are any other issues. With that, he grabbed his tools and hurried off. All right, Xiaoli, go quickly. If you need any help, just ask, another person said. Thanks, I'll be back as soon as I can, Xiaoli replied, waving his hand before disappearing into the crowd. As Xiaoli's figure faded, the others resumed their discussion on what to do next. Elderly decided to first speak with the factory director. The factory's old wiring needed to be upgraded. It was fine for the trial, but if multiple new machines were to run in the future, the circuits would certainly need replacement to handle the load, and power consumption was also a concern. After Xiaoli inspected the factory's wiring and found no other issues, they restarted the experiment. This time the machine ran for an extended period without any problems. Yet even in this short trial, numerous difficulties arose. First, the cotton clogged at the feed inlet. The high moisture content of the cotton combined with the cold weather caused it to stick together, leading to intermittent feeding and uneven machine operation. To solve this, the team urgently brainstormed solutions. Some suggested drying the cotton to reduce moisture, while others proposed adjusting the feed channel or modifying the inlet structure. After thorough research, the team finally resolved the issue. But as one problem was fixed, new ones emerged. For instance, the uneven thickness of the cotton yarn resulted in substandard fabric quality. Under high-intensity operations, some parts experienced severe wear, and there was even a case of smoke emission. Faced with these challenges, the entire expert team divided their efforts and collaborated. Elderly, along with several experienced master craftsmen, meticulously inspected every component of the machine, recording the degree of wear on each part. Meanwhile, Wang Hui and the remaining technical staff analyzed the causes of the uneven yarn thickness and adjusted the process parameters. This drive shaft is too worn. It must be replaced, one master said. The speed and tension of the yarn need to be more precise, or the quality won't be guaranteed, Wang Hui added while reviewing the data. Everyone was working frantically, and the workshop was filled with a tense atmosphere. Finally, after overcoming countless obstacles, Wang Hui and his team managed to stabilize the machine's operation. When the machine ran again, the yarn it produced was uniform in thickness, and the fabric was of excellent quality. The entire workshop was filled with joy. Let's take a break now. Wang Hui asked the director when the other materials will arrive. Once we complete all these tests, we'll be done, Elderly said with a clap and a smile, his voice brimming with anticipation and excitement. Wang Hui immediately stood up, his eyes shining. All right, I'm on it, he said without hesitation, heading for the door. Young man, wait a moment. As he stepped out of the workshop, someone called out to him. Wang Hui was quite surprised. Besides Sister 5, the cafeteria director and the logistics director, he didn't really know anyone else here who was looking for him. Turning around, he saw it was the middle-aged master worker who had accidentally dropped the parts on the floor earlier. Master, are you looking for me? Young man, hey, something for you. The master worker handed Wang Hui a small box. Master, what is this? Wang Hui asked, bewildered. Young man, I know your parts were damaged because of me. Though you didn't blame me, I know I caused trouble for everyone. I can see you work diligently and intelligently. This is something from my hometown. It's not worth much now, but please accept it as my apology and gratitude. The master worker's eyes flickered nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Without giving Wang Hui a chance to refuse, he turned and hurried away. Wang Hui thought for a moment. He had important matters to attend to, so he simply stored the box in his space, deciding to return it to the master worker when the opportunity arose. Director, we still need materials other than cotton. When will the supplies we requested arrive? Wang Hui fixed his gaze on the factory director. The director smiled and replied, it's you. Don't worry. I made a special inquiry yesterday and learned that the materials are being urgently transferred from another city. They should arrive here in a few days. Please be patient for a while longer. The director patted Wang Hui on the shoulder. Rest assured, once the materials arrive, they will be allocated to you immediately. Your production and experiments won't be delayed. At the same time, I'll keep a close eye on the logistics to ensure everything goes smoothly. Really? Then I'll go tell my teacher. Wang Hui's eyes lit up, and he turned and left the director's office. He informed Elderly about the materials, explaining that they might take a few more days to arrive. Elderly smiled and said, it's fine. This is expected. Take these days to rest well, or you can go home and visit your parents. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wang Hui's eyes. Teacher, then I'll go see them. It's been a long time. Elderly nodded with a smile. Go ahead, Xiaoli. Work is important, but family matters more. Wang Hui packed a few things and set off for home. Along the way, his mood was exceptionally joyful. I wonder how the brigade's houses are coming along. Wang Hui was eager to return, his mind filled with images of the village. He envisioned the villagers working fervently on their houses, and his heart swelled with anticipation. After a bumpy journey, Wang Hui finally arrived at the familiar village entrance. From afar, he could see that many houses were already under construction, their frameworks taking shape. He quickened his pace and entered the village. Oh, Xiaohui is back. A villager greeted him warmly. Yes, uncle. How are the houses coming along? Wang Hui asked with a smile. They're doing great. Take a look for yourself. The uncle pointed to the bustling crowd working enthusiastically in the... All right, I'll head home now. Wang Hui waved to the uncle. Dad, Mom, I'm back. His father Wang Lingyue and mother Li Yakin rushed over excitedly, took his hands, and asked him all sorts of questions. How's work in the county? Have you had a hard time? Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'm doing fine at the textile mill in the county. I haven't suffered. Besides, I have my teacher there, Wang Hui said with a smile. My colleagues are also very kind to me. You can rest assured. Really? Don't hide anything from us, his father said, still skeptical. Wang Hui clasped their hands tightly. Dad, Mom, it's really nothing. I can take care of myself. Seeing the lingering worry in his parents' eyes, Wang Hui sighed helplessly and changed the subject. Mom, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? During dinner, the family gathered around the table. Under the dim candlelight, the aroma of food filled the air. Little Yip babbled excitedly while the adults shared recent news and amusing stories, their laughter and chatter echoing warmly. After dinner, Wang Hui lay in his small room thinking about how the brigade would soon be filled with brick houses. Gradually, he drifted into a dream. Is your sixth child at home? I heard he came back yesterday. Yes, he is. Ugh, how annoying. I finally get some time to rest, and you won't even let me sleep. As the voices outside grew closer, Wang Hui felt a headache coming on. It seemed he wouldn't be sleeping in today. He had no choice but to get up. Wang Hui dressed, lifted the door curtain, and saw the brigade leader Wang Jigang walking toward him with a bitter expression. When their eyes met, Wang Jigang's gaze brightened. Wang Hui took a step back. Wang Hui, I need to talk to you about something, the brigade leader asked urgently. Brigade leader, give me a moment. Let me wash up first. All right. As soon as Wang Hui finished washing, the brigade leader grabbed his hand and dragged him away before he could even have breakfast. Panting along the way, Wang Hui asked, Brigade leader, what's so urgent? The brigade leader replied while running, You'll know when we get there. Filled with confusion, Wang Hui could only follow. Arriving at the brigade headquarters, Wang Hui hurried inside. He saw that many people had already gathered, basically all the brigade's cadres. Wang Hui, the reason we called you here is that you've spent some time in the county and the capital. We were hoping you might have a way to get some grain and also help us hunt some game in the mountains. These past few days of house construction have consumed grain very quickly. What was supposed to last until next year's harvest is now running short. Wang Jigang looked at Wang Hui with anticipation. Wang Hui frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he spoke. As for the grain, I'll do my utmost to find a solution. But regarding foraging in the mountains, it's indeed difficult this season. Still, I'll give it my best try. The brigade leader looked at him with hopeful eyes and said, It's okay. Just do what you can. If you find something, that's great. If not, don't push yourself too hard. All right. Leaving the headquarters, Wang Hui walked home while pondering what to do now. Regarding the grain, he had mentioned it to Elderly before. He wondered if Elderly had any connections. Back home, Wang Hui immediately explained the situation to his parents. Dad, Mom, I need to go to the city for something later. His mother showed a hint of reluctance and confusion. You've only been back for a day. Are you leaving so soon? Wang Hui quickly explained, No, it's not that. I have something to take care of. He then recounted everything that had happened at the brigade headquarters to his parents. His father nodded and said, I see. Then go this afternoon and get it resolved as soon as possible. All right, I'll rush back for dinner. Wang Hui replied with a smile. Master, about the grain issue I mentioned last time, do you have any connections or leads? Wang Hui hurriedly approached Elderly. Elderly frowned slightly and shook his head gently. Not yet. This matter is rather difficult to handle. Wang Hui's eyes dimmed, instantly a trace of disappointment creeping into his voice. Master, then what should we do? Our production brigade. Elderly patted Wang Hui on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't lose heart. Let's think of another way. There's always a... Wang Hui bit his lip and nodded. Master, I understand. After leaving Elderly's place, Wang Hui wandered aimlessly around the textile factory, kicking at the pebbles along the path, his thoughts in disarray, uncertain what to do. Just then a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned around and saw it was the master worker who had given him something earlier. Young man, why are you wandering alone here? The master worker asked with concern. Wang Hui shook his head and handed him a box. Nothing much, master. Oh, by the way, this is the box you gave me last time. I'm returning it to you. It's yours now. Consider it a gift. I should thank you for not holding my mistake against me, the master worker said, pushing the box back before turning to head to his workshop. His spirits low, Wang Hui turned and trudged homeward with heavy steps. He sighed inwardly as he walked, his heart filled with helplessness and dejection. During dinner at the Wang household, Youngest, what did your teacher say today? Wang Hui shook his head and replied, Master doesn't have any leads for now. We'll have to wait. Wang Lingyue furrowed his brow, a worried expression on his face. He comforted, Don't be discouraged. There will be a way. Let's think of other avenues. Wang Hui nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. All right, that's settled then. He resolved to use all 30,000 yuan to purchase grain and donate it to the production brigade. However, he was well aware that without a proper reason or excuse, this matter could easily be discovered and investigated. Lying in bed, Wang Hui pondered how to solve this problem. Suddenly, he thought of his system. He quickly opened the system interface, searching for a method or item that could help him. After some searching, he found something that truly captivated him, a high-tech bionic human. Each bionic human cost 100 million yuan and could provide comprehensive services, including identity documentation. Though the price was steep, it seemed like a viable solution. However, Wang Hui currently lacked the funds to purchase such. There were other options, such as providing a letter with a verifiable origin to explain the source of the grain. But he worried about ensuring the grain could be delivered directly to their brigade. After all, the entire rabbit country was facing a severe grain shortage, with many regions in need of supplies. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the small box sitting on the table, the one he had brought back. This box had been stored in his space. He had intended to return it today, but since that hadn't worked out, he had simply brought He carefully lifted the lid, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Inside the box lay a small plate-like object. It looked quite exquisite, exuding a unique charm. It appeared oval-shaped with natural and flowing lines. The flared foot at the base was both stable and delicate, giving it an air of seamless perfection. Both in appearance and texture, it conveyed an impression of elegance and nobility, as if it were a work of art. Wang Hui gazed silently at the object, lost in thought. It doesn't look like anything valuable. Keeping it shouldn't be a problem, he thought to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. After all, it was just a small plate. Accepting it wouldn't be a heavy burden. Moreover, since it seemed quite nice, he considered listing it on the Taobao system. Even if it was worthless, it wouldn't matter. It could just serve as a keepsake. But when Wang Hui opened the Taobao system to list it, he was stunned by the recommended price. The interface clearly displayed Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Brush Washer, suggested price, 300 million. This astonishing number plunged Wang Hui into deep contemplation. Could this little trinket really be that Wang Hui chuckled self-deprecatingly. I really am an inexperienced bumpkin. To me, this is just a small plate. But look, Northern Song Ru Kiln Brush Washer, just a name change, and its entire status is different. Wang Hui hesitated, his gaze wavering over the object. Can I still keep this? If I hadn't known its value, accepting it would have been fine. But now that I do, I can't simply pretend ignorance. Frowning, Wang Hui muttered, forget it. This thing isn't urgently needed by me right now, and it's not worth much in the present. He'll repay that master worker by making him part of the first batch of workers for the new machinery. Stealing his resolve, he listed it directly on his Taobao shop. To his astonishment, it sold within moments. Wang Hui lay there dazedly, as if hearing a crisp, melodious notification. Transfer to Alipay, 300 million yuan received. Alas, this was merely Wang Hui's fantasy. He imagined that as soon as the money arrived, he would immediately purchase a high-tech bionic robot from the futuristic Taobao store. He found himself stumped while reading the instructions for the bionic robot. Although buying this bionic robot was meant to solve the urgent grain shortage in the brigade, the tech product wasn't disposable. It could also be useful for other village matters or even broader issues in Rabbit Country. Thus, the character setting had to be meticulously planned to maximize the bionic robot's utility. This would not only bring long-term benefits to the village, but also greater gains to Rabbit Country. Wang Hui paced back and forth in his room, his brows tightly knit, deep in thought. He stopped, leaned against the window, and gazed at the moon in the sky, silently calculating. If set domestically, what identity should it assume? Where would the grain come from? If set abroad, perhaps it could introduce more advanced technologies and ideas to Rabbit Country. And regardless of domestic or foreign settings, how could it earn Rabbit Country's trust? Enough. The cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. He'd deal with it once the money arrived. Wang Hui pulled the covers over his head and soon drifted off to sleep. In his dream, cartload after cartload of grain was transported to their Wang family village. Tang tang. A pleasant dream was interrupted by the soft approaching voice. Oh my, whose little treasure is this? So adorable. Come here, uncle will give you some candy. Wang Hui peeled the candy wrapper and placed a piece of candy into the little girl's mouth. The little girl's big round eyes turned into crescent moons, utterly endearing. After washing up, Wang Hui lay on a lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun while holding the little girl. Life was truly comfortable. How wonderful it would be if it could always stay this way. Wang Hui opened the system interface. Super Taobao System. Host Wang Hui. Shop level 1 star. Age 17. Money 300030126. 53 yuan. Taobao shopping interface. Purchase history. Storage space. So it's arrived. It's sold overnight. Wang Hui stared in disbelief at the money column. Opening the records to check, indeed, the Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Brush Washer had been purchased. With 300 million in hand, many ideas could now be realized. The brigade's grain supply was currently sufficient, but it might not last until the busy farming season. Following yesterday's plan, he first needed to figure out how to gain the rabbit's trust. Wang Hui's eyes darted around thoughtfully. He purchased a simulation humanoid from the high-tech shop, set its identity, and also bought a very valuable set of data from the system store. He packed everything together, used the Taobao system's address transmission function, sent it off, and then paid no further attention. After a period of rest, Wang Hui received a notice from his teacher to return and continue the remaining material experiments. Fortunately, the remaining material experiments went incredibly smoothly. Within a month, all experiments were completed. He also helped the county textile factory train employees to operate the new machinery. Wang Hui fulfilled his decision by letting that middle-aged man become one of the first to operate the new equipment. Of course, he also brought along his fifth sister. That day, Wang Hui, Elder Li, and the entire technical team were packing up to return to the capital. Everything was packed, and they were about to board the train for the journey home when a worker from the county textile factory rushed urgently to Elder Li. Whether he couldn't stop in time or something else, he bumped into Elder Li. Seeing this, Wang Hui immediately steadied Elder Li's arm. Teacher, are you all right? Expertly, am so sorry, so sorry. The machines in our factory suddenly malfunctioned and can't be used. Please come back and take a look first, and then leave after fixing it. The worker kept bowing in apology. But Wang Hui felt something was off, an indescribable sense of unease. Elder Li steadied himself, regained his balance, and began to straighten his clothes. When he reached into his pocket, his movement suddenly paused, but he quickly returned to normal. Then turning around, he said, since the machines are having problems, there's no need to rush back. Let's resolve the machine issues first. With that, elderly led Wang Hui and the others back to the textile factory. As soon as they arrived at the production workshop, they saw a crowd gathered outside the building looking rather noisy. Elderly with Wang Hui and the team pushed through the crowd and entered the workshop. Indeed, they found the machines were not. Wang Hui stepped forward and examined the machines carefully. He found no major issues, only that one component was misaligned. However, what puzzled Wang Hui was that under normal circumstances this component could not have become misaligned, unless someone had deliberately caused it. Deliberately caused. Wang Hui was startled, finding it hard to believe his own thoughts. His eyes widened as he looked incredulously at Elderly, hoping for an explanation. But Elderly said nothing, only gently shook his head. This reaction plunged Wang Hui into deep thought. After inspecting the machines, they also discovered several other minor issues. Wang Hui frowned, pondering silently. Although these minor issues don't affect the normal operation of the machines, Elderly turned to the technical team gathered around him and said, "Everyone go back for now. You've worked hard today. Tomorrow we'll come back together to deal with the textile machine problems." The technical experts nodded in agreement. One of the younger experts asked, "Elderly, are these minor issues serious?" Elderly smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, these are just small problems. We'll handle them together tomorrow and they'll be resolved quickly." Elderly clapped his hands and said, "Rest assured, with our years of experience, these small problems won't stump us. Everyone has been rushing back and forth today. Go back and get some good rest. Recharge your energy, and tomorrow we'll solve the problems together." Wang Hui returned to his lodging, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He murmured to himself, "I'd better go find the teacher first. Today's events seem strange." Knock, knock, knock. Wang Hui knocked on the door. "Come in." As soon as the door opened, he saw a cloud of smoke dissipating and a pungent smell hit him right in the face. "Teacher, what are you doing? The smell in the room is terrible." Wang Hui waved his hand in front of his nose as if trying to dispel the unpleasant odor. "Teacher, today." But before Wang Hui could finish, Elderly interrupted him directly. "Wang Hui, nothing happened today. Do you understand?" The teacher's tone was stern, making Wang Hui feel a sense of unfamiliarity. He didn't understand why his teacher would say that. Had nothing really happened? Wang Hui hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Oh, teacher, I understand." Despite many questions still lingering in his mind, seeing Wang Hui's expression, Elderly frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his answer. But Elderly said nothing more, only silently watching Wang Hui. "Xiao Hui, if there's nothing else, you can go back now." Wang Hui turned and left Elderly's residence, filled with confusion. Elderly watched Wang Hui's retreating figure and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. In truth, these minor machine problems were quite simple. Elderly, along with Wang Hui and the team, worked through an entire day to maintain and repair all the machines. They watched as the machines began to run again. However, just when everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief and return immediately, Elderly suddenly said, "Let's not rush back just yet. Let's observe for a few more days to see if the machines have any further issues." Hearing Elderly's words, although somewhat resigned, no one objected. After all, no one wanted to make another trip. If any problems remained unresolved, it would be troublesome. So everyone decided to follow Elderly's arrangement and stay a few more days. They waited for 3 days, during which the machines operated normally, without any further malfunctions. On the 4th day, Elderly finally led Wang Hui and the others onto the return train. Once on board, Wang Hui was surprised to find a stranger among the group. He scrutinized the stranger carefully, and a sudden sense of familiarity washed over him. "Oh ho. So it's him. No wonder. So it's him." Upon seeing this person, the doubts in Wang Hui's mind instantly dissipated. He mused to himself, "So that's how it is. All the unusual events over these past days are closely tied to this man." His gaze locked onto the figure, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. He couldn't help but recall the delays of the past few days, speculating silently. Perhaps the reason we were held up all this time was to depart together with him to provide cover for both him and these documents. He knew full well that the documents this man carried were invaluable beyond measure. At this thought, a wave of tension washed over Wang Hui. He understood that to ensure the safety of this man and his documents, countless individuals must be guarding them in secret. Perhaps this entire train is under tight surveillance to guarantee his and the document's security. Wang Hui's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. With a long, resonant whistle, a train slowly began to move, the screech of wheels against rails echoing through the air. Seated by the window, Wang Hui watched the scenery, was by a complex mix of emotions stirring within him. As the train rumbled on, his thoughts drifted back to an earlier time. Back then, Wang Hui had just come into a massive sum of 300 million yuan. The money filled him with exhilaration, but also immense pressure. He fully grasped the weight of that fortune. After careful deliberation, he decided to purchase a high-tech simulation robot. The money was well spent, allowing him to communicate with the robot through a system. When configuring the robot's identity, he thought to himself, an overseas Chinese identity should attract attention and lay the groundwork for the subsequent plan. But the placement location posed a dilemma. Ultimately, he decided to place the robot in the seawater near the Rabbit coastline. Even as he made this decision, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. Will this really work? What if someone finds a flaw? Wang Hui was fraught with worry. Yet he quickly reassured himself, I can't back down now. This is a viable plan. As long as every detail is handled with care, success is certain. Thus Wang Hui meticulously planned each step, even giving the document case special waterproofing to ensure the vital information inside remained undamaged. When he set the robot's delivery address to the seaside drop-off point, his heart pounded so fiercely he could hear his own tense breaths. It must succeed. Wang Hui prayed, silently clenching his fists. His eyes were fixed on the delivery confirmation displayed on the system, a mix of anticipation and anxiety churning within him. Once contact was made with the rabbit, a convincing backstory could be crafted. This overseas Chinese yearning to return to his motherland braved countless hardships across the ocean only to be tragically shipwrecked. In this way, he would become a figure of great attention. With the case by his side, he could present advanced foreign materials. As long as the materials were sufficiently cutting-edge, they would not arouse suspicion, but instead attract significant interest. He never expected that after all the twists and turns it would end up in his hands. He had thought it was meant for a neighboring city. The next stop is Capital Station. Passengers alighting here, please prepare in advance. The train announcement jolted Wang Hui from his thoughts. Clang, clang. Amidst the roar of the engine, the train slowly pulled into the capital station. As the train came to a halt, Wang Hui was about to gather his luggage when a sudden commotion outside the window caught his attention. He looked up to see a group of uniformed individuals approaching their carriage. These people wore stern expressions and moved with a disciplined, powerful stride, inspiring a sense of reverence. However, to Wang Hui's astonishment, they did not merely take away a single person, but escorted the entire carriage's occupants away. Wang Hui's eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene. He turned to look at Old Li, who sat beside him, hoping for an explanation, but Old Li simply shook his head silently. What is going on? Wang Hui murmured to himself, his mind filled with confusion and doubt. He had thought the journey would be smooth, never expecting such a turn of events so close to the end. Wang Hui glanced at the other technical experts traveling with them, noticing that none of them seemed surprised by the situation. Some even wore calm expressions. It was then he realized that perhaps when they were inspecting the textile machinery issues, they had already been aware of the situation, leaving him the only one in the dark. As Wang Hui's mind raced, the uniformed personnel reached the carriage door and signaled for everyone to follow them. Wang Hui let out a resigned sigh and reluctantly rose to follow the crowd out of the carriage. Old Li walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and said softly, "Don't worry, it's fine." Inside a small dark room. "Young man, our people reported that you noticed an extra person on board after boarding. But you didn't say much. You seem quite sharp. I imagine you've already guessed something." An elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor entered the room. Wang Hui said nothing, simply nodding. "Young man, don't worry. I'm a close friend of your teacher. My name is Guan Yu, you can call." Old Guan said with a smile. "I've just brought you here to sign a confidentiality agreement. Once you're done, you can leave. Your teacher is waiting outside." "Thank you, Old Guan." Wang Hui's eyes lit up. He signed the document immediately and walked out of the small room. Outside, an elderly man in a blue Zhongshan suit was waving at him. Indeed, his teacher was waiting for him outside. "Xiao Hui, there are some things you should keep to yourself. Don't speak of them." Teacher, rest assured. I understand." Wang Hui nodded. "Then let's head back together. We still need to organize all the data from this trip and write a report." Yes, we encountered quite a few issues this time. Even at the school's manufacturing department, we've never faced so many. We'll need to summarize it properly. We'll have to work quickly once we're back. No more delays this time. The two walked side by side, discussing the various situations they had encountered during their business trip to his hometown's textile factory. Meanwhile, on the other side, a large group of white-haired researchers, some leaning on canes, others in wheelchairs, all clad in lab coats, surrounded a case. Every single one of them looked on with eager anticipation, like children waiting to open a gift. "What do you suppose is inside?" One of the old men, hunched with sparse graying hair, but eyes that sparkled with vigor, said, while staring fixedly at the box. His wrinkled face was brimming with anticipation and curiosity, as if he could see through the box. "I have..." An old woman with a slightly stooped back and a head full of silver hair slowly shook her head in reply. Her voice was aged and hoarse, carrying a sense of having weathered many storms. "I wonder if it will be a material formula like last time. The previous one had many applications, such as in tanks." Another old man interjected, a gleam of excitement dancing in his eyes. To them, every new formula could bring about tremendous change and progress. "Probably. Hopefully there will be more. We're short of everything now." Someone chimed in, a note of helplessness in their tone. At present, they were in dire need of supplies and technology. Every bit of material and know-how was exceptionally precious. Everyone hoped to gain more from this mysterious box. "All right, everyone, no need to rush or guess. We'll find out once we open it," a middle-aged man said as he entered with several. "Everyone, this is the one who brought back the materials," the middle-aged man said, pointing to the young man beside him. "Wang Guoyu, he's returned from abroad." "Oh, my young man, that's truly impressive," everyone praised in unison. "Quick, open it and show us what's inside." The group of elderly scientists urged him impatiently. "You all are the most crucial research talents for our nation right now. How about you step out for a moment? Once we open the box, if there are any documents, we'll certainly hand them over to you." The middle-aged man tried to persuade them to leave. "No, we want to see what's in the box right now," someone insisted firmly. "Little you, we understand your concerns, but it's fine. We really want to see this first-hand data." One of the old men said eagerly. Elder Zhang, please don't make this difficult for us." "All right, the box is right here. It's not going anywhere. The documents will eventually be given to us." In the end, it was an old man who appeared to be the leader who stabilized the situation. Only then did the middle-aged man surnamed Yu have his people escort these vital researchers out of the small room. The middle-aged man Yu looked at Wang Hui and gestured for him to open the box. As a highly advanced simulation robot, Wang Hui was well aware that the middle-aged man did not fully trust him. Perhaps only after seeing the contents of the box would that trust be earned. Without a word, Wang Hui opened the box and stepped aside. You could immediately see a stack of documents lying inside. Beneath them was a sealed folder marked with 3 large red letters SSS. You turned and handed the documents to the person behind him, who promptly left the room, presumably to deliver them to the research team for verification. Brother, you sorry about that. The contents of this box are precious. It's not that I was unwilling to hand them over before, the simulation robot Wang Hui said with a smile. It's fine. We're all on the same side. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Excellent, excellent. Little Yu, after a preliminary review, the feasibility of these materials looks very good. Oh, we can basically confirm they are all authentic. The old man said excitedly, his wrinkled face glowing with excitement. Another old man chimed in. Yes, there's a lot of advanced information here, but with our current technology and equipment, we simply can't manufacture it. He sighed, his eyes revealing helplessness and regret. A third old man continued. We're just starting out. If our machinery and equipment lag far behind those abroad, at least 5 generations behind. To produce these materials, we're missing almost all the necessary equipment. He shook his head, his face full of worry. Finally, an old woman sighed. What a pity. To have such precious things, but be unable to create them. It's truly. Her tone was filled with regret and reluctance. Wang Hui smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, esteemed experts and professors. Our organization should be able to provide you with some equipment blueprints or finished products in the future. The rest will be up to you to keep pushing forward. His voice was steady and powerful, lifting the spirits of the experts slightly. The elderly scientists asked in a really? Their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Wang Hui nodded with a smile. Oh, young man, don't call us experts or professors. We're a bit older than you. My surname is Qian. You can call me Grandpa Qian, the leading elder said with a kind smile. Yes, just call us Grandpa and Grandma. Those around Elder Qian chimed in, nodding in agreement. This is your Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Zhao, Grandma Wang. Another elder introduced, warmly pointing to each person, and Wang Hui greeted them in turn with a smile. All right, Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Zhao, Grandma Wang. His voice was gentle and cordial, putting the elders at great ease. Haha, this child is so polite. Indeed, he's just so likable. The elders showered Wang Hui with praise, their eyes full of affection and admiration. Wang Hui's demeanor greatly satisfied them, and their fondness for the young man grew. By the way, we didn't open this file bag marked SSS. We were afraid it might contain valuable materials. Elder Qian said, a hint of caution in his eyes. Oh, I remember this file bag. It's indeed very special. It contains part of the research data on little boy. When we obtained it, we sealed it immediately and haven't opened it since. We don't fully understand these materials, but we know their importance, so the organization insists on handling them with the utmost care. After all, if they were lost or leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Hui gently stroked the SSS mark on the file bag, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes as he continued. As far as I know, our organization expended immense manpower and resources to obtain just this portion of the research. Although our understanding of little boy itself is still quite limited, I hope that with the materials we've acquired, we might help our country take another step forward on the path of research. Well, it's getting late. We should head back now. Will you make sure to rest early today? Elder Qian said, signaling to the others with his eyes. Elder Zhang, Elder Zhao, Elder Wang. They exchanged glances and said, yes, it's getting late. We should take our leave now. Little Yu, take Guo Yu to rest early. Very well, I'll escort Mr. Wang to rest now. Yu Wu turned and led the simulated robot Wang Guo Yu away to rest. A group of elderly men and women watched as Wang Guo Yu was led away. They gathered again to examine the documents. Look at the data in this file. If we could actually produce it, how thrilling that would be. This would greatly enhance our nation's defense capabilities, giving us more confidence to face various challenges and threats. Imagine if these technologies were applied. Our military would possess more advanced and powerful weaponry, and combat effectiveness would be significantly boosted. This way we can better protect our motherland. Yes, look at this. The data and design concepts here are excellent. If implemented as planned, I believe astonishing results will be achieved. Moreover, this innovative thinking holds great significance for advancing our country's science and technology, fostering progress in related fields. Additionally, these projects may yield a series of derivative products and technological breakthroughs, providing new momentum for economic growth. Indeed. Every detail in these plans has been meticulously designed and validated with high feasibility. With sufficient support and resources, they are poised to become reality and bring monumental changes to our national defense. Finally, someone proposed this SS-level file contains highly sensitive information that cannot be handled. We should report it upward and organize the following materials as well for superiors to make decisions. After all, these are matters of national security and must be treated with utmost care. Everyone nodded in agreement, resolving to act immediately and complete the relevant tasks as soon as possible. Speaking of which, I wonder how much effort Guo Yu's organization expended to acquire these materials. Elder Wang sighed. Elder Zhang continued, leaving aside the most precious one. Every other material formula here is a valuable asset in any country heavily protected. To obtain such materials under these circumstances, the patriotic members of their organization must have made great sacrifices. His voice carried a note of heaviness. Alas, you're right. Unfortunately, at this stage, even with the materials, we can't produce some of them. I wonder if this betrays those patriotic comrades who, living abroad in hardship, still yearn to repay our motherland. Elder Qian shook his head helplessly, a flicker of self-reproach and regret in his eyes. After a brief moment of silence, someone asked, "So what should we do now?" Elder Qian pondered and replied, "Since we've obtained such valuable materials, we should make full use of them, research and develop the technologies within. Even if we can't produce everything, achieving 4/5 or even half the effect would be a technological revolution for us now. At the same time, we must strengthen investment and support in domestic-related fields, cultivate more specialized talents, and elevate our technological level. Only then might we one day fully replicate or even surpass the materials in these documents." You're right. We can't let their efforts go to waste. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Thus they began to act vigorously, meticulously organizing and analyzing the documents. They believed that with persistence they would achieve results and make greater contributions to the strength of their motherland. Meanwhile, Wang Hui, after being taken back to school by elderly, lay on his dormitory bed, thinking by now the simulated robot Wang Guoyu should have gained their trust, given how precious any data related to little boy is. "Ding, you have a message." Wang Hui sprang up from the bed instantly. This was the first time he had heard a system prompt other than the one activating the Taobao system. He had thought it was just a mute system. Who would have guessed it would make a sound today? It turned out to be a message from the simulated robot. Opening the system screen, he read the message, "Dear customer, Wang Hui, hello. I am the simulated robot you purchased. All materials have been handed over to." After reading Wang Guoyu's message, Wang Hui found it was much as he had expected. Since a certain degree of trust had been established, some things would now be easier to handle. Moreover, Wang Hui finally had someone to share some of his thoughts with. Even if it was just a robot, it was better than keeping everything bottled up inside. If he held it in too long, it might drive him crazy. Ding, another message arrived. "Dear customer Wang Hui, based on my observations, the machinery in this country is very outdated. Many of the materials provided earlier cannot be produced here at all, or would require a vast amount of time to realize. Do you have a way to speed up the process?" "Dear customer, absolutely. However, the simplest method now is for you to provide a batch of machinery suited to the current stage for them to study. This way they can research your materials while also reverse engineering the machinery." "All right." Wang Hui thought and replied, "What equipment do you think is most needed at this stage?" "A 10th Santon hydraulic press, I suppose. You could also provide calculators. I've reviewed materials from this era. I found that your current method for calculating little boy uses an abacus, which is too time-consuming. You could provide scientific calculators along with the relevant materials already supplied. This could significantly reduce the time required." "Calculators? That's simple and inexpensive. And a 10th Santon hydraulic press, got it. What about the timing?" "No rush, let's wait another month or so. By the way, what do you need me to do during this time?" "That works. When we deliver the machinery, we can also bring a large batch of grain. Then we can request that a portion be allocated to our Wang family village, which would be perfectly reasonable. If you have free time, you can help me collect antiques. As you know, purchasing machinery and materials requires a lot of funds, and antiques are a quick and lucrative source of money." "No problem. This is simple. I can have the rabbits help collect them. I believe they will agree to exchange these items, which have no current value, for technical materials and machinery." No, there's no need. Although it's possible, I believe that given your current status, you could go abroad to collect antiques. I can also share the spatial usage rights with you. We may not have access to high-tech technical data and equipment, but we can still get our hands on the cultural relics looted from the rabbit country. We can directly retrieve them through spatial means to exchange for funds for development. This idea of yours. I agree. In a few days, he'll set off under the pretext of an organizational inspection. No problem. They'll leave you a message then." Ending his conversation with the simulation robot Wang Guoyu, Wang Hui lay down on the bed ready to rest. Wang Hui's daily routine was now quite simple, attending classes, participating in experiments with his mentor Li Lao, and then heading home after school. At school, no one dared to provoke him. Everyone was focused on absorbing knowledge, eager to shine in their respective fields after graduation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. During these days, Wang Hui's communication with the simulation robot, Wang Guoyu, grew increasingly frequent. Through this time together, he came to deeply appreciate the formidable capabilities of this high-tech creation. This robot could not only think like a human, but also possessed computational and learning abilities beyond imagination. In such a short span, its knowledge base in the mechanical field had already far surpassed Wang Hui's. Now, whenever Wang Hui encountered a difficult problem in his studies, he would seek guidance from the robot, and each time, he received a prompt and satisfactory answer. Even his mentor Li Lao had recently been full of praise for him, commending his rapid progress, and even remarking that it might not be long before his skills rivaled his own. "Ding, you have a message." Hearing the sound amidst his busy work, Wang Yu immediately paused and checked his phone. "Dear Mr. Wang Yu, I will depart for the Chick of the Foot Basin tomorrow." Seeing this message, Wang Yu was taken aback. "The Chick of the Foot Basin? Why there? Is it the right time to go now?" Soon he received a reply, "Rest assured, sir. I am a simulation robot, and can change my appearance. It'll adopt the face of an eagle sauce. Oh, that's possible. It's a pity I won't be able to see what you encounter abroad. That's simple. Purchase a high-tech 3D projection device from the technology store. I can connect in real time, giving you an immersive experience. I can even communicate with you telepathically and transmit sensory experiences. Wang Hui was extremely excited. This way he could feel as if he were there himself, gaining first-hand knowledge of the situation abroad. He immediately took action, heading to the technology store in the Taobao system to buy the latest high-tech 3D projection. Upon successfully connecting to the simulation robot, Wang Hui, a completely unfamiliar scene appeared before his eyes. It looked like a military base with guards stationed every few steps and patrols moving about. This device was truly remarkable, allowing him to switch between first-person and third-person perspectives. In first-person view, he saw everything the simulation robot Wang Hui faced. The third-person perspective was even more astonishing, offering a bird's-eye view of the surroundings and the ability to tag nearby individuals. On the battlefield, such a feature would undoubtedly be a powerful advantage. After disconnecting the 3D projection, Wang Hui gazed at the device, a pair of glasses on the table, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing is simply incredible. Once I arrive at the chick of the foot basin, I'll message you. Then just activate the 3D projection connection, and you'll see everything I'm doing there." "Great, just thinking about it gets me excited. A future paved with gold," Wang Hui replied with a raised eyebrow. Both were filled with anticipation for the upcoming journey to the chick of the foot basin, believing it would bring unexpected surprises and rewards. From that day on, Wang Hui always wore a pair of glasses. When he appeared before everyone again, Li Lao, seeing him with glasses, found it strange and couldn't help asking, "Xiao Hui, what's wrong with you? Are you nearsighted?" Wang Hui replied nonchalantly, "No, I just think wearing glasses makes me look more scholarly." Hearing this, Li Lao was momentarily stunned, then shook his head helplessly. He couldn't fathom why this young man would deliberately wear glasses to pursue a so-called scholarly and handsome look. However, since Wang Hui liked it, he didn't say much more. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several more days had passed. At this moment, Wang Hui was busy with Li Lao performing latest repairs on an old steel device. Just then, he received a message notification. Glancing at the system light screen, he saw that Wang Hui had arrived at the chick of the foot basin. Wang Hui touched his glasses and activated the 3D projection connection. Suddenly, a row of wooden houses appeared before his eyes. With their Japanese style, it seemed they had indeed reached the chick of the foot basin. As he was about to switch to third-person view, someone tugged his arm, followed by a voice. Xiao Hui, why are you spacing out? What are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing, teacher. Just thinking about some things." Wang Hui quickly turned off the 3D projection and turned to Li Lao. "All right, there's still some work to finish up here. Once we're done, we can head back." "Yes, teacher." Now Wang Hui only wanted to hurry back and connect to the projection, so he worked even harder on the finishing tasks, wrapping them up in no time. That evening, back in his dormitory, he lay on the bed and directly connected to the 3D projection. "Mr. John, it's a pleasure to have you in our country." As soon as he connected, Wang Hui heard a jumble of sounds. Thankfully, there were subtitles, or he wouldn't have understood a word. "Not bad, Guoyu. You've already infiltrated the enemy's inner circle." "No, I'm just using my identity. You can't tell from the first-person view. Switch to third person, and you'll see." Wang Hui switched perspectives and saw a banquet. At the table, besides Wang Guoyu, who had taken on the identity of an eagle sauce named John, there were several other eagle sauce individuals, all accompanied by a group of chick of the foot basin people. "Hey, Guoyu, looks like you haven't been exposed at all. Rest assured, Mr. Wang Hui, don't underestimate me. These are trivia. Seems like you're having a great time over there. Yeah, life is comfortable here. You know the chick of the foot basin. They have a strong admiration for power. Given my current identity, they treat me with utmost respect. You can see it right before your eyes." "That's true. You have plenty to eat and drink there. When do you plan to make your move?" "No rush, let's stay calm first." After observing this island nation closely these past few days, the volcanoes and earthquakes here are far too active. In the near term alone, Mount Shinmo, Mount Aso, and Mount Usu all pose significant risks, and they could erupt suddenly at any moment. If you can provide substantial assistance at the critical moment with my abilities, I could trigger a volcanic eruption in a short time, and then we can take the opportunity." "What? You can do that?" "No, that's not right. This approach is too dangerous and utterly..." Wang Hui's face was full of shock, as if he could hardly believe it. "Stop pretending. I know you too well." The simulation robot Wang Guoyu sneered. "If this actually works, I bet you'd be overjoyed. Don't act so sanctimonious. You really do know me." Wang Hui muttered, pouting. "But seriously, this eagle identity is really useful now. You won't believe it. These little Japs have agreed to take me tomorrow to see the pots and jars they looted from the rabbits." "Really? Really? All right, connect again tomorrow. We'll check it out together then." "No problem. Let's call it a day." "Okay." After disconnecting, Wang Hui, who was lying slanted on the bed, thought it over. There was almost no time difference between the two places, so he'd have to take a day off tomorrow and stay home. Otherwise, zoning out for a long time wouldn't work. Wang Hui woke up early the next day. Indeed, joy brings a spring in one's step and a light heart. Feeling refreshed, he made up an excuse to ask Old Li for a day off. He planned to spend the whole day in his dorm except for meals. If not for fear of arousing suspicion, Wang Hui, now flush with cash and able to purchase any supplies from the Taobao system, could have holed up in his dorm for an entire month. Ding! The The moment he received the message, he immediately connected the projection. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, revealing a short, somewhat sleazy-looking man who seemed less than two-thirds the height of the simulation robot. Lord John, good morning. Shall we go see the treasures collected from the East today? The little Jap said, bowing deeply. What's the rush? I just got up. Wait over there for a moment. The simulation robot Wang Hui replied with a tone of impatience. Huh, why didn't you agree? Wang Hui was puzzled. Mr. Wang Hui, my current identity is an eagle. Do you think I'd listen to him? I have to act arrogant. You have a point. Let's make things difficult for him a few times. Lord John, my sincerest apologies. I failed to consider properly. I have prepared a carefully crafted breakfast for you here. Please enjoy it. The little Jap bowed, even lower, becoming more deferential. Wait there. He'll be right over. Impressive. That presence absolutely solid. The simulation robot Wang Hui finally sauntered out the door. Taking one look at the so-called carefully prepared breakfast on the table, he turned and kicked the little Jap, whose eyes were nearly spitting fire. Only then did Wang Hui say, "Is this what you're feeding me? Rice, and your so-called miso soup, grilled fish, pickles, and fruit? That's it? Who do you take me for?" The little Jap thought the eagle was being utterly unreasonable, but deep-seated fear made him immediately fall to his knees and grovel repeatedly, saying, "Lord John, I'm so sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Is there something we did wrong? Please tell me. They'll change it right away. Please give me a chance. You should know who I am, right? Do you call this preparing for me? Anyone would think it was prepared for you." Wang Hui said angrily. It was only then that the little Jap realized his hospitality was lacking, not that the other was being unreasonable. "Lord John, it's my fault. They'll have someone prepare a new meal for you immediately." Before long, the little Jap returned with people carrying milk bread and Western-style dishes. "Now that's more like it." Wang Hui nodded and began eating breakfast. "All right, nothing else to do now. Take me to..." After finishing breakfast, Wang Hui straightened his clothes and said, "Yes, Lord John. This humble one will take you there. Please follow me." Wang Hui, who had been treating this like a 3D immersive movie, suddenly perked up. He immediately switched from a first-person perspective to a third-person one, ready to mark the route. Observing carefully from a bird's-eye view, Wang Hui exclaimed, "Oh, this little Jap is quite cunning. He's taking..." Wang Hui was astonished. "I never expected that even at this point heads still have the nerve to pull these little tricks. It's nothing. Did you think they were truly spineless? When you're strong, they flatter and curry favor. But once you show weakness, they'll latch onto you like a pack of starving wolves. Don't forget their so-called imperialism." "True. So Mr. Wang Hui, just do a good job marking the route. As long as he takes us there, a little cleverness is harmless." The simulation robot Wang Hui's tone was tinged with disdain. "Lord John, we've arrived." Just then a sycophantic voice rang out. After Wang Hui finished plotting the route, he immediately switched back to the first-person perspective. The wooden building before him grew larger, and just as it seemed he would crash into it, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. When he lowered it, a warehouse appeared before him with a metal door. "My lord, please," the little Jap said, pushing open the iron door and bowing with a gesture of invitation. As Wang Hui followed the simulation robot Wang Hui slowly into the warehouse, he saw before him a chaotic pile of porcelain, jade items and silk of various sizes, all haphazardly stacked. Unlike the simulation robot Wang Hui, who remained expressionless, Wang Hui felt all his blood rush to his head. He gasped for air, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene. These porcelain, jade, and silk items, whether in the present or the future, would have been relatively precious in their homeland. Yet now they were carelessly piled together, utterly disorganized. Some porcelain appeared shattered from collisions with fragments scattered on the floor. The jade items had not been spared either. Some were already cracked, having lost their original luster. The silk was crumpled into balls, its once exquisite patterns now blurred. This heap of chaotic treasures seemed to tell a story of their former glory and present desolation. They should have been carefully preserved, displayed in elegant cabinets, receiving admiration and appreciation. But now they could only dwell in this dark corner, accompanied by broken fragments. Not to mention that some of these porcelain, jade, and silk items were still stained with blood. "So this is what you brought back from the East?" An icy voice interrupted Wang Hui, whose anger was skyrocketing. "Yes, Lord John," the little Jap said, bowing and ingratiating himself. "Are you sure? You want me to look at this jumble of broken junk? Tell me which one of these is worth my time. Are you treating me like I'm here to see garbage?" The simulation robot Wang Hui glared darkly at the little Jap. "A thousand apologies, Lord John, but this is truly what we brought back from the East." The little Japanese knelt on the ground, his head thudding heavily against the floor with a series of dull, resounding knocks. Bang! The android Wang Hui, his expression impassive, sent the little Japanese tumbling several paces back with a single kick. The man clutched the spot where he had been struck, a trace of red seeping from the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper, and his body trembled faintly. "Are you looking down on me? Fobbing me off with this rubbish?" The android Wang Hui strode over and stood before the little Japanese, then crouched down. His tone was icy, and his gaze locked onto the man cowering just inches away. "Awesome!" Wang Hui shouted excitedly, waving his hands. His face beamed with elation, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "Guoyu, you're incredible. Kick him again a few more times." He continued to yell, as if venting all the fury and discontent pent up inside him. However, the android Wang Hui said calmly, "Enough, no need." The main task is what matters. Hearing this, Wang Hui nodded reluctantly, signaling his agreement. There was no choice but to agree. After all, he was merely a projection. From the first-person perspective, the android Wang Guoyu's actions felt as though he himself were doing them. Watching the little Japanese grovel and fawn before him brought a flicker of satisfaction. The android Wang Guoyu turned and walked out of the warehouse door, pausing at the entrance for a moment. Before long, another little Japanese approached and led Wang Guoyu on a tour of other places. After visiting several sites with a distinct Japanese flavor, Wang Guoyu said coldly, "I am deeply disappointed in your arrangements. Look at the places you've taken me to. A sheer waste of my time. Take me back." 1,000 apologies, Lord John. The little Japanese said, bowing. "Enough, say no more. Let's go." The android Wang Guoyu interrupted impatiently. The journey back was silent. "Guoyu, brilliant. You've got those little Japanese completely under your thumb. Of course, don't you know who I am? All right, let's check the next steps. Mr. Wang Hui, the areas around Mount Shinmodake, Mount Aso, and Mount Usu have recently shown frequent crustal activity. Volcanic tremors are increasing and the rock shells are fracturing. I believe the likelihood of eruptions in these zones is quite high. Perfect timing. Over the next few days, we'll lull the little Japanese into complacency. Then by triggering these 3 volcanoes to erupt simultaneously, we can exploit the chaos to collect everything into the system space. No problem, but these devices to trigger eruptions are a bit pricey. 15 million each, 45 million for 3. It's a shame to waste so much on them. Wang Hui opened the system interface to find the item he wanted. Don't be stingy. If you secure all those resources, you'll have no shortage of funds in the short term. Besides, there's more than just this country waiting for you. You have a point. Let's do it then. Send me the detailed coordinates of the 3 volcanoes. He'll place the order, change the delivery address, and have them teleported directly into place. Wang Hui replied. All right, Mount Aso is in Takehara, Aso City, Kumamoto Prefecture, Kyushu, at 32. 884 in 131. 104E. Mount Usu is at. I've given you all 3 addresses. They'll message you before we move. Okay, no problem. After disconnecting the 3D projection link, Wang Hui's vision went dark. When it returned, he was back in his own little den. Lying in bed, Wang Hui mused, what a surreal experience today, seeing so much without even stepping out the door. Watching those little Japanese grovel was truly satisfying. This android and 3D projection tech are incredible. The plan was about to be set in motion. To ensure he could witness it all, Wang Hui resolved to prepare in advance. He also planned to visit Elder Li the next day to ask for more book recommendations. If the coming days weren't too busy, he could stay in the dorm under the pretense of self-study. If things got hectic, he'd have to ask Teacher Zhao for leave. He needed to be prepared for both scenarios. But the next day, he couldn't find Elder Li at his office or any of his usual haunts. Frowning, Wang Hui muttered, strange, where's the teacher? Eventually, he learned from Elder Fei in the manufacturing department that the teacher had received an urgent notice and rushed off on a business trip. Since the teacher was away, Wang Hui had free rein over his schedule. He decided to study on his own in the library. Coming from a later era, he possessed a forward-looking perspective, and each lesson allowed him to draw analogies and insights, making his learning exceptionally efficient. Moreover, with the aid of his intelligent companion, the android Wang Guoyu, who could answer questions and offer unique learning methods and ideas, Wang Hui's understanding and mastery of knowledge were greatly enhanced. The learning methods provided were both efficient and engaging, constantly making Wang Hui feel his own progress and fueling his motivation. His pace of improvement surpassed even before. A few days later, rumble, rumble. Dull roars echoed from the distant mountain peaks. Through the 3D projection, the sky before Wang Hui's eyes turned a fiery red, as if doomsday had arrived. Thick rolling smoke rose like a colossal black dragon, piercing the heavens. Then scorching magma erupted from the crater, cascading downward and mercilessly consuming every plant and flower in its path. Wang Hui recalled receiving a message from the android Wang Guoyu early that morning, signaling the start of today's operation. His heart was a mix of tension and anticipation. This was the moment he had long planned for. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and spent 45 million to purchase 3 devices. After filling in the addresses, he waited anxiously for the delivery to succeed. He hadn't expected the devices to work so effectively. It had already begun. Wang Hui immediately switched to a third-person perspective. The town centered around Wang Guoyu plunged into utter panic. Run! The volcano is erupting. A woman who had fallen to the ground screamed at the top of her lungs. Her heart was filled with terror, as if the end of the world had come. Her face was contorted with horror, her eyes wide, and her fingers trembled as she pointed at the distant churning smoke, unable to believe the sight before her. Get out of my way, let me go first, a burly man shouted, shoving through the crowd. His only thought was to flee this pain. His face was etched with anxiety and unease, and his body surged forward, uncontrollably desperate to escape this terrifying scene. Oh heavens, what are we to do? Son, you cannot abandon me. An elderly woman said, her face taut with anxiety as she tightly gripped the hand of her robust son beside her. Her heart was steeped in despair and helplessness, uncertain how to confront this sudden calamity. She clutched her son's hand, hoping he could shield her. Someone please help me. A voice cried out from the crowd. It was a young girl, her eyes brimming with boundless terror. Her soul screamed within, yearning for a helping hand to guide her through this ordeal. The entire town was shrouded in thick smoke and dust with cries of anguish, shouts for rescue, and the crash of collapsing houses intertwining into a harrowing tableau. This scene was not unique to the town where the simulation robot Wang Hui was located. 2 other places suffered the same fate. Ignoring the ache in his heart, he seized the chaos to swiftly execute his plan. After altering his form, the simulation robot Wang Hui immediately set into motion, guided by Wang Hui's third-person perspective, navigating the shortest route to the previously hidden treasure trove. He disregarded the iron lock on the door and simply burst in. Before him lay a jumble of porcelain and jade artifacts. The simulation robot Wang Hui waved his hand. In an instant, the warehouse stood empty. Wang Hui, seeing the system space filled with a trove of antiques, felt his heart race uncontrollably. Wang Hui, don't get too excited yet. Hurry and guide me out while we can slip away. Oh right, let me think. First go left. Once no one's watching, switch back to your original identity and blend in with the crowd. Guoyu, I can't accept. I truly can't. This is too trivial. If only we could have wiped out those islanders. Soon after, the volcanic eruption subsided. Later, upon investigation, the island chickens discovered that the simultaneous eruption of 3 volcanoes had caused little damage beyond scorching trees along the path. The greatest losses and casualties came from the panic-induced collapse of buildings and stampedes, resulting in heavy fatalities. When Wang Hui heard this news, he merely uttered 2 words, serves them right. Ding. You have a new message, please check. 3 days had passed since the volcanic eruption. Wang Guoyu sent a message, I'm inviting you to watch a show. Hearing there was a spectacle, Wang Hui immediately left the library and returned to his dormitory to connect to the 3D projection. As soon as the connection was established, a cacophony of noise erupted. This country is too dangerous. I don't want to stay here any longer. Please let us leave. The simulation robot Wang Guoyu looked around with a terrified expression, his voice trembling with fear and unease. Mr. John, I deeply apologize. This is a natural disaster beyond our control. Please rest assured we island chickens are the safest and most civilized nation. A staff member nearby quickly tried to console him. Most civilized? Safest? Are you joking? A man named Smith retorted angrily. Look at the state of things. It's utter chaos. Mr. Smith, please do not insult our great. The staff member attempted to explain, but was cut off by Mr. Shut up. Come on, look at this disaster. The volcano caused no damage, yet you people have created a mess all on. Ha ha ha. Smith's laughter was laced with mockery and disdain. I don't care what's going on. Prepare everything now. We're leaving this place and going back to our countries. Wang Guoyu's tone was firm and resolute. Mr. John. Amid the rising clamor, the simulation robot Wang Guoyu guided the argument while explaining the situation to Wang Hui. It turned out these people were all gathered by Wang Guoyu using his current Eagle Sauce identity to unite and cause trouble for the island chickens. The island chickens had also discovered the missing items from the warehouse. Their desire to leave now naturally aroused suspicion. Though they deemed those items worthless, having them stolen without a trace would be a global embarrassment. The island chickens, considering themselves a great nation, could not allow this to be exposed. However, the coalition Wang Guoyu had assembled was too formidable. Under relentless pressure from various nations, the island chickens finally allowed this group to return to their respective homes. During the journey back, the simulation robot Wang Guoyu found an excuse to turn back to Rabbit. The trip to the island chickens came to an end. Wang Hui resumed his daily routine: library, self-study, meals, dormitory, a monotonous cycle of 3 points. After an unknown period while at the library, Wang Hui received a notice from Elder Li to report to the manufacturing department. When Wang Hui arrived, a piece of equipment was already in place. One look told him it was a tractor. Teacher, what is this? This is an agricultural machinery. A tractor. That Rabbit spent a fortune to import from abroad. Here are its complete technical documents, Elder Li said, holding a thick stack of papers in one hand and pointing at the tractor with a smile. In the following days, Wang Hui either delved into the tractor's technical materials with Elder Li or pored over various texts and books in the library. His life was fulfilling and busy, yet brimming with joy and challenge. Elder Li often caressed the finished tractor, his eyes filled with anticipation. As he carefully wiped it down, he murmured to himself, "This cost us a fortune to buy from abroad. We must study it thoroughly and maintain it well." Wang Hui stood by watching Elder Li's actions and sighed inwardly. It's thanks to generations of lovable people like Teacher who never give up and delve into research that Rabbit keeps advancing and catching up to those so-called developed countries. Elder Li, if this tractor could be promoted and applied nationwide, what immense convenience it would bring to farmers. Wang Hui remarked with emotion. Elder Li looked up at Wang Hui and smiled. Yes, child. That is our hope. But to achieve this goal, there is still a long road ahead. In this era, traditional animal-powered farming still dominated. If this advanced tractor technology could be successfully developed and promoted nationwide, it would not only greatly enhance agricultural efficiency, enabling deep plowing, soil loosening, seeding, and fertilizing, but also significantly lighten the farmer's labor burden. Wang Hui nodded silently, vowing to work even harder. Elder Li seemed to read his thoughts and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I believe in you, Wang Hui. Your ability to learn independently is strong, and I trust you to develop freely. But when you encounter difficulties, don't bear them alone. Come talk to this old man if you have problems." Wang Hui looked at Elder Li with gratitude and said, Thank you for your trust, teacher. I will. Elderly nodded with satisfaction, then continued wiping the tractor, his heart full of hope. He believed that with the joint efforts of Wang Hui and everyone else, they would surely build a tractor belonging to Rabbit, bringing a monumental transformation to agricultural production. Guoyu, don't we already have the technical data? Can we still not figure it out? Wang Hui asked anxiously. The simulation robot Wang Guoyu frowned and replied, You've seen that data too. Wang Hui pressed on, perplexed. Yes, I've seen it, but what of it? Wang Guoyu sighed helplessly and explained, Do you really think we can build it based on that data alone? You know full well that the crucial data and steps in that document are all missing. You'll have to deduce them yourselves. Actually, this problem is easily solved. Just purchase a complete research document directly from the system's tech store and hand it over. Simple and straightforward. Wang Hui frowned thought for a moment and said with a firm tone, If we do that, although we can produce a finished product quickly, it would merely be imitation, not innovation. How about we directly purchase the research logs instead? That way we get the research-focused direction and even advanced development ideas at the end. This can stimulate the researcher's independent thinking, encourage constant reflection and exploration during the process, and foster initiative and creativity through difficulties and failures. Even if it takes longer, I believe we are second to none. If we're going to do it, let's be the best. That's the optimal choice. I agree. That method is better, said the simulation robot Wang Guoyu. Wang Hui decided to first look for some technical data on tractor manufacturing from the system space. The day was bright and sunny. Wang Hui was quietly reading in the library when he received a notice from Elder Li about a seminar that afternoon inviting him to attend. Wang Hui was somewhat surprised but gladly accepted. That afternoon he arrived at the meeting room on time and looked up at the large characters on the blackboard, Tractor Seminar. Wow, someone exclaimed. Almost all the big shots from the school are here. Curiously glancing around the meeting room, he saw it was packed with people. Indeed, so many experts gathered together. A rare sight, another person chimed in. Wang Hui looked around and saw many familiar faces: his teacher, Li Wenqing, the manufacturing expert, Fei Zheng, Elder Fei, and others. And that one. People pointed out one after another. Wang Hui silently marveled at how this seminar had brought together the school's top mechanical talents. They would share experiences, learn from each other, and exchange ideas. For Wang Hui, this was undoubtedly a valuable learning opportunity. Come, Wang Hui, you're here. Sit over here. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Wang Hui as he entered. Although it was their first time seeing this young man, they had already heard much about him. Everyone knew he was Elder Li's most prized apprentice, not only exceptionally quick to learn, but also someone who had independently designed a new textile device, riding a wave of acclaim. However, everyone in this room was exceptionally gifted in their own right, and they were not about to let Wang Hui steal all. One of them murmured, Who here isn't a prodigy? I've heard that Wang Hui fellow has been stealing the show lately. Today we must take him down a notch in this meeting room. Meanwhile, Elder Li watched the arrivals deep in thought. When he saw Wang Hui walk in, a gratified smile spread across his face. After all, Wang Hui was one of his most valued students, and he had high hopes for him. At that moment, Wang Hui also sensed the strange looks and hostility from those around him, but he neither flinched nor feared. Instead, he straightened his back, his gaze firm, and walked toward the seat Elder Li had arranged for him. Elder Li looked up at the people in the meeting room and said, It seems almost everyone is here. Let's officially begin. I trust you've all reviewed the agricultural machinery, the tractor, over the past few days. Now we'll discuss how to design our own tractor and achieve mass production. You've all received a copy of the data purchased from abroad. I believe you've studied it thoroughly by now. Now let's hear your thoughts. Everyone exchanged blank glances. There was only one tractor here, and they weren't allowed to dismantle it to see the internal parts. All they could see was the outer shell. What use was that? How could they research it? Elder Li and Elder Fei, the seasoned experts, saw the bewildered expressions on the young people's faces and knew exactly what they were thinking. Elder Fei was the first to speak with a smile. I know you youngsters are complaining about not being allowed to take it apart, but you must understand. We only have this one unit. Since we're not familiar with this equipment, yet if we dismantle it, we might not be able to reassemble it. At the very least, we need to thoroughly study everything that can be observed now to build a foundation. Only then will the value of dismantling it be maximized. The group lowered their heads after hearing this, realizing it made sense. Importing this equipment had cost a great deal of money and effort. All right, why are you telling them all this? Let me start. From what we can see externally, the key areas are metallurgical processes and welding technology, the most fundamental aspects of tractor manufacturing. Metallurgy includes forging, casting, quenching, surface treatment, etc., for making various metal parts. You've already seen how the tractor's metal shell has excellent hardness and ductility. If we can replicate that. Welding technology is also an indispensable process in tractor manufacturing, involving the selection of welding materials, equipment, and techniques, among other aspects. These are the technologies we lack. If we can master them, it would greatly benefit our mechanical manufacturing capability, not to mention the precision internal components and engine manufacturing processes. Thunderous applause erupted and people cast admiring glances at Elder Fei. Truly worthy of Elder Fei. To discern so much in just a few days. A true master indeed, someone praised. Yes. Others echoed, expressing their admiration for Elder Fei's expertise. Elder Fei smiled and clapped his hands. All right, I've just set the stage. Now feel free to speak your minds. It's fine if you're wrong. Right. Given our technical limitations, I think we can try making the shell using existing metals. Even if we can't achieve 100% replication, we should manage 70 to 80%, someone said, their voice brimming with excitement and confidence. No. Steel resources are too precious for us to waste here, another person countered, frowning with a hint of worry and resignation. Unless we can improve or refining techniques the current resources won't allow. For a moment, everyone expressed their own opinions, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Some advocated for experimenting with new materials, believing that only by breaking tradition could superior results be achieved. Others insisted on a conservative strategy, arguing that existing resources should be prioritized for other critical areas. The debate raged on with no one willing to concede. Yet amidst this clamorous ambience, one person remained utterly silent, offering no opinion. That person was Wang Hui. He sat there quietly, earnestly listening to everyone's remarks, but uttered not a single word. Finally, someone noticed Wang Hui's condition. He looked at Wang Hui, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, and said loudly, "Wang Hui, I hear you are a distinguished disciple under Master Li. Do you have any insightful views or ideas? Share them with us all." As these words fell, the meeting room fell into an instant hush, and all eyes converged on Wang Hui. Those gazes carried a myriad of emotions and attitudes. Some were curious to hear what he might say, others were filled with doubt, uncertain if he truly possessed novel perspectives or suggestions. A few looked on with schadenfreude, awaiting his potential embarrassment, yet some sincerely encouraged him with their eyes. Yes, after all we've said, you should speak too. Indeed. Do tell. In an instant the meeting room grew lively once more, yet the focus remained steadfastly on Wang Hui. Then let me speak. As I see it, this tractor is an assembly composed of components such as the engine, transmission, running gear, steering, hydraulic suspension, power takeoff, electrical instruments, driving controls, and traction devices. The engine's power is transmitted to the drive wheels via the transmission system. Our current model uses a rubber belt as the medium for power transmission. After a lengthy exposition, Wang Hui's words came to an end. The entire meeting room fell into dead silence. Everyone widened their eyes, wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Those who had previously doubted him now gaped their mouths agape. They could never have imagined that this classmate who had been silent all along could analyze the tractor to such a profound extent in such a short time. Master Li, however, looked at Wang Hui with a face full of gratification, silently marveling that his judgment of the man had not been mistaken. After a long moment, some finally regained their composure, murmuring to themselves, "So that's how it is." Immediately following, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted in the meeting room, a testament to everyone's recognition of Wang Hui. Indeed, the most core component of this tractor is the diesel engine, which is also the primary reason we introduced this agricultural tool. Other machinery, such as the engines for cars, tanks, and aircraft, they would absolutely never provide to us. It is also my hope that everyone will work together to thoroughly research the engine technology of this tractor, and by drawing analogies, develop more powerful engines to be installed on our own tanks. Comrades, Master Li waved his hand forcefully through the air, his expression fervent. At present there remains a vast gap between us and the Western nations, but this very gap is our driving force. Now we must muster our energy, strive for excellence, surpass Britain and America, and let the world witness our Everyone responded in unison, their voices thunderous, "Strive for excellence, surpass Britain and America." The slogans surged wave upon wave, as if to pierce the very clouds. Each person was infected by this fervor, their eyes gleaming with steadfast determination. They knew that only through effort and struggle could the nation's prosperity and strength be realized. "Strive for excellence," they chanted in unison, the sound echoing across the square, lingering long in the air. In that moment, everyone was filled with confidence and resolve, determined to fight to the end for the achievement of the nation's developmental goals. "All right, everyone, go back and rest. Let's work together tomorrow." "Very well, we'll take our leave now." Hearing these words, the crowd filed out of the meeting room in an orderly fashion, each returning to their own quarters to prepare for the arrival of a promising tomorrow. After dinner, lying in bed, Wang Hui was conversing with the simulation robot Wang Guoyu. "Guoyu, how much longer until you return to the country?" "At the current pace, if nothing goes wrong, it'll arrive in 2 to 3 days. Pretty fast. We're not short on money now, so we should take care of some matters from before." "Sure, why not hand over the grain from your hometown Wangjia village along with the tinta sand and hydraulic press during this trip?" "All right, since we won't be short on cash in the short term, let's provide 10 hydraulic presses and 200,000 jin of grain." "Well, you've certainly become generous with money. 200,000 jin of grain is enough to feed 1 million people for a day. When I disembark, I'll find a remote spot and give you the address. You can just leave it there. Is that okay?" "Don't worry. My status in the country is quite special now. I can contact the right people directly." "Good, then let's do that." The issue of grain shortage in his hometown Wangjia village had always weighed on Wang Hui's mind. This opportunity to resolve it could not have been better. With one burden lifted, he felt much lighter overall. "Xiao Hui, you don't need to go to the library today. Just follow me instead." Master Li stopped Wang Hui, who was heading toward the library. "All right, master." Wang Hui looked at his teacher with a puzzled expression. "You rascal, after you all left yesterday, we old folks gathered again." Master Li lightly patted Wang Hui on the shoulder, his face serious and earnest, and continued, to speed up the research on the tractor and get it manufactured as soon as possible. We still think it's necessary to allocate work more reasonably, so we divided those who came to the meeting yesterday into groups. You, my boy, are in my group responsible for the engine part. Masterly paused before continuing. I knew you'd be up early heading to the library, so I came to inform you first. Master, I don't know much about this area. Isn't your grouping a bit? Wang Hui looked bewildered. Masterly smiled gently and said, don't worry. Later I'll recommend some books for you. Take a look first. Diesel engines aren't that difficult. Our main focus is to understand their research concepts and directions and see if we can achieve breakthroughs in other areas. Oh, I see. Wang Hui finally let out a soft sigh of relief. Take this. It contains information about the first diesel engine manufactured in our country built by the Zhaotong Machinery Factory in 1915. Master Li handed a document folder to Wang Hui. While we could manufacture diesel engines back in 1915, this is the first I've heard of it. Somewhat surprised, Wang Hui pulled out the documents from the folder and began reading. Didn't expect that, did you, eh? Unexpected, truly unexpected. Wang Hui muttered as he skimmed through the documents in his hands, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Yes, so there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Among these people you have the sharpest mind. Perhaps you'll even come up with some meaningful ideas when the time comes. Keep it up, Xiao Hui. Old Li said with a smile, patting Wang Hui on the shoulder encouragingly. Haha, teacher, you flat. Perhaps you could recommend a few more books for me to read. That would be more practical. Wang Hui replied with a modest smile. Old Li pondered for a moment and then answered, Let me recommend some professional books on engines, such as Principles and Applications of Internal Combustion Engines, Practical Engine Technology, and Detailed Principles of Engines. These will help you gain a deeper understanding of how engines work and their technical details. All right, thank you, teacher. I will read these books diligently and strive to improve my professional skills. Wang Hui, no problem. They'll head back now. Wang Hui organized the documents in his hands and placed them into a file bag, preparing to head to the library for some study. However, Old Li called him back. Hold on. First, come with me to the office of the Engine Research and Development Team. Old Li motioned for Wang Hui to follow with a smile. Wang Hui quickly grabbed his file bag and closely trailed behind Old Li. As Wang Hui stepped into the room with Old Li, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Old Li. Old Li smiled warmly and nodded calmly to the crowd. At that moment, a person in dark attire spoke first. Old Li, you're here. Old Li, the others chimed in. Old Li waved his hand with a smile and then addressed the group. All right, everyone, this is the final member of our team, Wang Hui. After speaking, Old Li turned to Wang Hui and introduced, these are your future colleagues. We will complete this task together. Wang Hui looked at the people before him and noticed a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Just then someone spoke up. Old Li, since everyone is here, let's begin. Old Li nodded and then glanced at Wang Hui, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He knew Wang Hui might still be adjusting to such an environment, but he believed this young man would quickly integrate into the team. Old Li cleared his throat and said, everyone, I've gathered you here today because there's an important task to assign. We need to research the tractor's engine and strive to develop it in the shortest possible time, coordinating with other teams to produce the tractor. With that, Old Li paused briefly before continuing. Now please introduce yourselves so we can get to know each other better. Thus, everyone began introducing themselves one by one. Each person had a unique expertise, which greatly surprised. He realized that this team brought together elites from various fields, all dedicated to researching the tractor's engine. After everyone had finished their introductions, Old Li spoke again. All right, now that we know each other, we need to formulate a detailed plan to ensure the smooth progress of this task. Does anyone have any ideas or suggestions? Thereupon the group began discussing. Each person presented their own views and suggestions, but after a heated debate, no feasible solution emerged. Ultimately, Old Li made the decision. All right, comrades, let's call it a day for now. Go back and think it over. We'll reconvene next time. Hearing Old Li's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They understood that this issue required more time for reflection and research to find a better solution. All right, Old Li, we'll head back and think it over carefully, one comrade said. Then we'll take our leave, another added. Teacher will head back as well. Wang Hui turned and left. Watching the crowd gradually depart, Old Li sighed inwardly. He also understood the gravity of this task. If no effective solution could be found in 2 days, they would have to resort to using the previous internal combustion engine design. Though not ideal, it would still be functional. All right, everyone, take care on the road. Let's gather here again in 2 days, and by then we must have a feasible plan. Old Li called out to the group. Everyone responded, pledging to give their all. Wang Hui returned to the library and began reading the 3 books recommended by his teacher. He immersed himself in them, as if entering a whole new world. Through reading these books, Wang Hui gained a certain understanding of internal combustion engines. An internal combustion engine is a mechanical device that uses high-temperature, high-pressure gases produced by fuel combustion to drive piston movement. This mechanical device has widespread applications in the industrial field and can serve as the power source for various modes of transportation. Whether it's a tractor, a car, an airplane, or a tank, they all rely on the internal combustion engine as a core component. It functions like a heart, providing powerful energy to these colossal machines. If this internal combustion engine could be improved and optimized, it would become an incredibly valuable asset. Wang Hui mused to himself. Moreover, if applied to practical production, it could even enable the creation of vehicles like motorcycles, greatly facilitating people's travel. And if the technology is advanced enough, it might even generate foreign exchange through exports. If I remember correctly, our country still owes a considerable amount of foreign debt, right? If this technology could generate revenue, it would undoubtedly help alleviate the pressure of foreign debt. With this thought, he developed new ideas about the internal combustion engine. Ding! Hearing the familiar notification sound, Wang Hui quickly answered the 3D projection. A coastline appeared before his eyes. Hey Guoyu, you're pretty fast. You're almost at the shore. Yes, I'm about to reach my destination. So where are you planning to disembark? The ship will dock near Shaanxi. Once I'm ashore and find a place, I'll contact you again. Great. I also have something to discuss with you. You see, recently my teacher, Old Li. Blah blah blah. After Wang Hui's account, the simulation robot Wang Guoyu understood the situation. So you're currently replicating the tractor, is that right? Wang Guoyu asked. Yes, this is a tool that will greatly aid agricultural development. Wang Hui affirmed. Since you've already purchased the tractor materials, just follow your teacher's research based on that, Wang Guoyu suggested. Perhaps this time we could also include an engine development log focusing on aircraft and tanks. Slightly more advanced won't hurt. After all, we've always followed the tradition of using one generation, hiding one, and researching the next. That's a good idea. Let's do it that way, Wang Hui agreed. I almost forgot the main business. Wang Hui contacted you this time because there's something I need to discuss with you. How rare. Usually it's me who seeks you out for matters, but this time you're the one coming to me. What is it? Nothing much. For now, I just need you to cooperate with me. They'll be arriving in Shaanxi in a few days. Our organization is shipping a batch of supplies via water transport. They'll send you the address and you can receive them. Wang Guoyu relayed the message to his superiors. Has the message been sent? It has. A few days later, somewhere in Shaanxi. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense gunfire shattered the night's tranquility, also breaking the long-standing peace of the small town. On the dimly lit streets, a staggering figure walked along. Bastard! Hand over the goods. The pursuers behind him shouted fiercely, their voices filled with rage and menace. Pa! Dream on. ITLL never be yours. The man ahead responded with difficulty, his voice weak, yet resolute. He spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, his body swayed, and finally, with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, blood quickly staining the earth beneath him. You can't escape. Hand it over now. The footsteps of the pursuers drew closer, their tones growing more urgent. Suddenly a clamor arose in the distance, as if someone was approaching. Bastard! Abort the chase. This place is no longer safe. Move out. The pursuers swiftly retreated. Quick, quick. The gunfire came from ahead. Move it. A squad of uniformed security personnel, alerted by the noise, rushed towards the fallen figure. A man among them, who seemed to be the leader, crouched down and turned the person over. When he recognized the face, his eyes widened in utter shock. He muttered to himself, the sky is falling. Then looking at his men, he shouted with a hint of a sob, get him to the hospital. Now. Hurry. If he dies, we're all finished. Don't just stand there, go. His voice trembled, filled with fear and What? We're on it. The group sprang into action. Some ran ahead to prepare the hospital, while the rest quickly found a cart, loaded the man onto it, and rushed towards the hospital. As for the leader, he hurried back the way he came, needing to report this immediately to higher authorities. The night was deep, like a heavy black veil, shrouding the entire city. Yet inside a ward of the hospital, lights blazed brightly, as if it were day. The brilliant light spilled out through the windows, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding darkness. Outside this ward, a bustling crowd had gathered, nearly filling the entire corridor. Some waited anxiously, others whispered among themselves. Each person's expression and demeanor were different, but all betrayed a deep concern for the patient lying on the bed. Creak. With a soft sound, the ward door slowly opened, and a doctor in a white coat stepped out. Doctor, how is the patient inside? The moment the doctor appeared, someone immediately couldn't help but ask. The doctor gently removed his mask and shook his head slightly, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. At that moment, reactions among the people in the corridor varied. Some broke out in a cold sweat, while others went weak in the knees and collapsed onto the floor. Oomph. I told you the news long ago, and this is how you handle it. Sending him to the hospital. How the hell do you do your job? Huh? Tell me. Say it. At that moment, a middle-aged man strode in from outside. His posture was straight, his steps steady and forceful, carrying an air of intangible authority. This is a hospital. Keep it down. No noise. While there's still time, go see the patient for the last time. The doctor frowned, his face showing impatience and anxiety, and he scolded loudly. The middle-aged man's face was contorted with rage, but he suppressed his fury, snorted coldly, and said, "Humph, a bunch of incompetents. They'll deal with you later." With that, he strode into the ward. Once inside, he immediately went to the bedside, grabbed Wang Guoyu's hand, and said emotionally, "Comrade Wang Guoyu, this is all our fault. We have failed you. There must be a mole in our ranks. That's how the information leaked, otherwise how could?" Wang Guoyu interrupted him, speaking with difficulty, Comrade, you woo, I'm afraid. I'm out of time." As he spoke, he pulled a letter from his chest. The envelope was already half soaked in blood. "The address is in this envelope. The things I brought back, they're hidden at this place." Wang Guoyu struggled to raise his arm, trying to hand the letter to Yu Wu. However, just as he was about to place the letter in Yu Wu's hand, his arm suddenly went limp. His body slumped onto the bed, and the letter fluttered down with his movement landing on the floor. Yu stared blankly at the blood-stained envelope on the ground, his mind a complete blank. His body trembled uncontrollably, unable to master his emotions. Suddenly he snapped out of it and shouted, "Doctor! Doctor! Come quick!" His voice echoed down the corridor, filled with boundless anxiety. Hearing his shouts, the doctor outside immediately pushed open the door and rushed in, quickly starting emergency procedures beside Wang Hui. They carefully examined his condition, but in the end could only sigh helplessly. "His injuries are too severe. It's beyond our power. There's nothing more we can do." The news hit Yu like a thunderbolt. His face instantly turned pale, and tears blurred his vision. Yu, his hands trembling, slowly crouched down and picked up the envelope from the floor. A chill ran down his spine, his body shaking uncontrollably. He struggled to stand, staggered out of the ward, his eyes filled with pain and fury. He glared at the crowd gathered in the corridor and said through gritted teeth, "Humph. Look at what you've done. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. I have urgent matters to attend to now. When I get back, I'll settle the score with you." With that, he turned and strode out of the hospital, leaving everyone staring at each other in bewilderment. Yu hurried to the hospital entrance and barked, "Let's go." Then he immediately jumped into a military green car that was already parked by the roadside. He sat in his seat, clutching the envelope tightly in his hand, trying to calm himself. The world outside the car window seemed to blur, his thoughts descending into chaos. The driver started the engine, and the car swiftly sped out of the hospital gates. As it drove through the streets, the surrounding scenery gradually faded, leaving only a streak of green in its wake. "Mr. Wang Hui, was this act splendid? Splendid, truly splendid. No wonder you asked me to connect the 3D projection in advance." Wang Hui's gaze turned icy as he continued, "What I didn't expect was that so many people would be hunting you. What I found even more surprising is that you possess such masterful acting skills. Truly eye-opening. I genuinely thought you were just an obedient simulation robot, but it turns out you've been hiding so deeply. Not to mention that incident in the footbath country. Your performance this time was absolutely stunning." Wang Hui couldn't help but exclaim. Then, puzzled, he asked, "What exactly are you doing this for? If it's about catching traitors and spies, you didn't have to go this far." The simulation robot Wang Hui replied, "If it were just about catching those people, indeed there would be no need. But the conspiracy behind this goes far beyond that. Their influence is deeply entrenched, likely infiltrating every sector. If we don't curb it and uproot it entirely, the longer we delay, the greater the harm it will bring in the future." Wang Hui frowned, his eyes filled with doubt as he asked, "Do you have solid evidence then?" "Perhaps not before, but now that we've used these materials and food supplies as bait, do you think they'll remain unmoved?" Wang Guoyu's lips curled into a confident smile. "So you plan to use this opportunity to lure them in?" "Exactly. This time with my technology and the micro-drones you provided, even if we can't completely eradicate them, it will be enough to cripple them," Wang Guoyu explained. "But you don't need to go offline now. What if I need to transport supplies or materials in the future?" Wang Hui asked worriedly. "Don't worry, that's easily solved. From now on, just send the address to Yu Wu and the others via letters, and let them After all, I've already died a heroic death here. It's only natural for the organization to tighten security from now on," Wang Guoyu reassured. "Right," Wang Hui said with a smile. "I've already delivered this batch of supplies, the hydraulic press, food, and calculators, along with the engine documents you mentioned last time, to the designated locations. By the way, what did you write on the letter?" "Nothing much. Just the specific supplies and quantities along with the intelligence gathered from this opportunity. Oh, and I also asked them to send 10,000 jin to your hometown Wangjia village. I believe they won't refuse such a request." "Almost forgot. Why did you have to die a heroic death? Was it necessary?" Wang Hui frowned, his face full of confusion and regret. "It's simple. Not to belittle anything, but given the current state of our country, lacking technology, resources, everything. So you go offline, switch identities, and develop abroad. To compete for resources, to gain more," Wang Hui said, clapping his hands. Meanwhile, Yu Wu carried the blood-stained letter into a sealed room. Inside the room, many were already waiting, including the elders Zhang Zhao and Qian, who had been present last time. Yu Wu's face was grim as he clutched the letter, as if bearing a weight of 1,000 tons. All eyes instantly focused on Yu Wu, the air seeming to freeze. Elder Qian broke the silence, first asking urgently, "Xiao Yu, what's this letter about? Where's Guoyu?" Yu Wu took a deep breath and said slowly, This was given to me by Comrade Wang Guoyu." Elder Qian's voice dropped low. "Where is Xiao Wang? Why did you come back alone?" Yu Wu, choking back tears, said, "Wang. Comrade Wang Guoyu has already sacrificed himself. This is the letter he left me." "What did you say?" Old Madame Wang's face instantly turned deathly pale as she collapsed straight backward, throwing the room into chaos. Someone hastily administered first aid, pinching her philtrum. After a long while, old Madame Wang regained consciousness, opening her eyes and tremblingly asking, You say that boy Wang Guoyu has sacrificed himself?" Tears welled up in her eyes, filled with disbelief and grief. Those around her wore heavy expressions, unsure how to console the elderly woman. "What exactly happened? Weren't you supposed to protect him properly? How did it come to this? Speak." Elder Qian grabbed Yu Wu by the collar and shook him. Elder Qian's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide, and his voice trembled. Elder Qian released his grip on Yu Wu's collar, clenching his fists, his body trembling slightly, as if on the verge of exploding with anger. Elder Qian, gentlemen, so many people suddenly appeared to block us, and it seemed they knew our every move. Yu Wu explained, his head lowered and voice trembling. Knew your every move. So the information leaked from within. What have you been doing? How was your preliminary intelligence work? Elder Qian barked. Comrade Wang Hui risked his life to bring us such vital materials and supplies. How can we ever face the trust of their organization? Such a fine comrade. Do you realize his sacrifice is an immeasurable loss to us? How will we ever look their organization's members in the eye again? The room fell into a deathly silence, no one daring to speak. Yu Wu mustered his courage and said, we will thoroughly investigate this and find the mole to avenge Comrade Wang Hui. You'd better. Elder Qian snorted angrily. If you don't find out, none of you will have an easy time. Elder Qian, since things are already arranged, let's first see what's in this letter. Elder Zhang said as he took the bloods. The letter was slowly unfolded, the handwriting blurred by bloodstains, but still revealing key information. This batch of supplies includes a hydraulic press. All placed at. Additionally, our organization member Wang Hui noted the scarcity of domestic supplies, so he urgently gathered 200,000 jin of grain, requesting 10,000 jin be donated to a certain Wangjia village in Shandong. After reading the letter, the room was filled only with increasingly heavy breaths. Good children, they are all good children. It is we who failed them, failing to protect Guoyu properly. All of you read this letter, Elder Zhang said with a heavy sigh. After being passed around, the letter finally reached Elder Qian. He clutched it tightly after reading. Yu Wu immediately locked down the town and captured Guoyu's killers. Go personally to receive the supplies. Also, as the letter says, send 10,000 jin of grain to that Wangjia village. This time no more mistakes, Elder Qian commanded solemnly. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Go on. Old Qian waved his hand, and Yu Wu turned to lead the team to receive the supplies. Watching Yu Wu's retreating figure, old Madame Wang couldn't help but sigh. Old Qian's such a good child, we've only met once or twice, and yet he. Her voice choked and her eyes reddened. Old Qian also sighed with emotion. Yes, I never expected this child to. He recalled the brief time spent with Wang Guoyu, his heart filled with regret for the young man. Let's go see him off, Old Zhang said with a trace of regret. All right, let's go together. Guoyu, you're doing quite well, aren't you? So many people have come to see you off. Wang Hui's tone carried a hint of teasing. Wang Guoyu smiled faintly and replied, I didn't expect them all to come either. A glimmer of emotion shone in his eyes. After a pause, Wang Guoyu continued, all right, once these matters are settled, I'll leave the country immediately to develop overseas. His tone was firm and resolute, as if he had already made up his mind. Wang Hui nodded in understanding. All right, well, do as you say. By the way, the information we gathered this time, just send it to this address. With that, Wang Guoyu handed Wang Hui a detailed delivery address. Wang Hui glanced at the address and said, don't worry, I'll handle it as soon as possible. 2 days later, the letter was delivered to Yu Wu. At first, he paid it little heed, setting it aside to focus on his pressing work. He knew the weight of his responsibilities, hunting down traitors, capturing hidden enemies, and ensuring the timely delivery of grain to Wangjia village. There was so much to do. Yet after a while, he suddenly remembered the unopened letter. He picked up the letter casually and opened it to read. At first, his expression was indifferent, as if it were just an ordinary piece of correspondence. But as he read on, his face grew solemn. This is from Guoyu's organization. Yu Wu thought in astonishment. The content of the letter made him increasingly tense. His heart began to race and fine beads of sweat formed on it. He understood the letter's importance. Not only did it refrain from blaming them for their failed protection, but it also provided the identities and current addresses of those who had ambushed Wang Guoyu. If the information in the letter was true, it could change the course of many things. In the past 2 days, Yu Wu and his team had spent immense manpower and effort, but found nothing, earning them a reprimand from Old Qian, who ordered them to capture the culprits within a short time. If the information in this letter is true, it's incredibly important. Yu Wu mused. His eyes gleamed with excitement mingled with a hint of concern. He began to doubt the letter's authenticity, worrying it might be a trap or someone's scheme to eliminate rivals. Yu Wu's mind was torn. On one hand, he wanted to believe the letter as it could bring a major breakthrough. On the other, he dared not trust it easily, fearing manipulation. In the end, he decided to report the letter to his superiors. During the report, his heart remained uneasy, hoping the letter would be taken seriously. When he saw that many regarded the letter with importance, he breathed a sigh of relief. But some expressed doubts, tightened. How about we verify it through spot checks, someone suggested. Agreed. Approved. Let's do it. When the verification results showed no errors, they immediately proceeded to arrest the individuals listed in the letter. Finally, we can make the arrests. Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Catch the spies. Catch the spies. A massive operation to apprehend enemy agents began. In an instant, the entire town was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Hui started preparing for Wang Guoyu's departure abroad, and the two began to study their plans. Guoyu, look, energy will be crucial in the future. Oil is mainly in the Middle East. If we get a chance, we should dip our toes. We can also make early investments in high-tech industries. Yes, we can take the opportunity to invest in or acquire mineral resources. Domestically, some technologies are hard to bring out, but abroad, with effective protection, we won't have to worry. Later investing back home will face much less resistance. Wang Hui and Wang Guoyu earnestly discussed their future direction. They knew that with technological progress, energy would become a focal point of global competition. The Middle East, as the world's largest oil-producing region, naturally became their focus. Guoyu, I think we should plan early. If we can establish our own influence in the Middle East, we can secure our energy supply and, if possible, even transport some oil back home, Wang Hui said. I agree. But establishing a foothold in the Middle East won't be easy. The situation there is complex with sharp religious conflicts. We need to tread carefully, Wang Guoyu cautioned. I know that, but we can cooperate with the camel and gradually expand our influence, Wang Hui said confidently. Beyond energy, they were also optimistic about the prospects of high-tech industries. These represented future trends holding immense potential and profit margins. Guoyu, we must closely monitor high-tech developments and invest in promising projects promptly. At the same time, we need to strengthen our own R&D to enhance our technological capabilities, Wang Hui said. All right, I'll handle that. Also, we can't overlook mineral resources. They're the foundation of industry and crucial for the country's industrial development now, Wang Guoyu added. Exactly. We can find suitable mineral resources abroad, invest in them, and develop them, Wang Hui instructed. Finally, they discussed the difficulties and challenges they might face while doing business abroad. Guoyu will inevitably encounter various obstacles and restrictions overseas. But as long as we prepare thoroughly and devise sound strategies, I'm confident we can overcome them, Wang Hui encouraged. Yes, we need to stay calm and decisive, adapting flexibly to situations. Also, we should focus on communication and cooperation with local governments and communities to gain their support, Wang Guoyu said. After an in-depth discussion, Wang Hui and Wang Guoyu gained a clearer vision for their future plans. They decided to refine the plan and make all necessary preparations before leaving the country. With their efforts, they believed they would achieve fruitful results. This venture abroad would be a new beginning. To be honest, they were quite looking forward to it. 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Wang Hui as he sat alone in a modest office. From outside came the thunderous roar of machinery, a sound that would have been deafening to others, but had long become a familiar hum to him. Director Wang Hui raced this month's production report. Please take a look. An assistant Xiao Li entered with a stack of documents in hand. Wang Hui took the report and flipped through it carefully. Production has increased again. Everyone has worked very hard. A gratified smile spread across his face. Indeed, everyone has put in so much for the development of the tractor factory, Xiao Li remarked with emotion. Wang Hui recalled the successful imitation and production of the tractor 3 years ago, his heart brimming with emotion. Especially back then, when resources were scarce, some argued that animal and human labor were sufficient and that resources should be allocated to more critical areas. But in the end, Elder Li overrode all objections and resolutely decided to petition for the establishment of this tractor factory. At that time, many were skeptical of the project, believing success was unlikely. But we made it happen. Wang Hui's eyes gleamed with determination and pride. Yes, we succeeded. The tractor factory has now become one of the region's key pillars, Wang Hui said with a smile. He nodded thoughtfully, knowing the journey had not been easy. There had been difficulties and setbacks, but no one had given up. We must keep striving to make the tractor factory even, Wang Hui declared. I believe we can do it. And we owe it all to you, Director Wang. After graduation, you came straight to the technical department and became its head, Xiao Li replied with confidence. For instance, all those tractor parts and mechanical improvements over this period. You spent countless hours and energy solving them. That's what made our thriving tractor factory possible. Wang Hui gazed out the window at the factory, his heart full of anticipation for the future. He knew that as long as everyone worked together, the tractor factory would have an even brighter tomorrow. A knock came at the door. Come in. Director Wang, we've run into some issues with the design of the new batch of tractors. A technician walked in holding a blueprint. Oh, is that so? Don't worry, it's fine. Let me take a look. Wang Hui stood up, took the blueprint, and studied it intently, his gaze gradually sharpening with focus. Look here, this new design incorporates some fresh elements. See this part? It's meant to ensure the engine's reliability and durability, capable of withstanding high loads and continuous operation. And here. I see. Director Wang, you're amazing. Without you, who knows what kind of mess we'd be in. Xiao Li chuckled. You're too kind, Wang Hui replied with a smile. Haha, little Wang Hui, you're too modest. Look at this factory. Since it was built, every problem that's cropped up, haven't you been the one to solve it? A hearty laugh came from outside the door. Master, what brings you here? Wang Hui smiled as Elder Li entered. Xiao Hui, I came specifically to see you today. Elder Li walked into the office and sat down. Oh, is something the matter? Wang Hui asked curiously. Xiao Hui, it's about your tractor factory. After these years of production, we've reached our target numbers. You know that domestic mineral resources are scarce. Although some patriotic compatriots abroad have brought back a bit of, or over the past couple of years, it's still far from enough. So after this batch is finished, tractor production will be suspended for now. Elder Li spoke gravely. Understood, Master. Seeing the seriousness on his teacher's face, Wang Hui's heart tightened. He knew this was inevitable. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then asked, and then? Elder Li frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, don't worry. There will be arrangements later. You've worked hard all this time. You deserve a good rest. Besides, you haven't been home in a long while, have you? I'm giving you leave now. Go home and see your family. With that, elderly forced a faint smile, but the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Hearing his teacher's words, a wave of warmth surged through Wang Hui's heart. Yes, it had been far too long since he'd been home. Longing for his family flooded his mind like a tide. He nodded and said, "All right." Yet seeing his teacher hesitate, as if wanting to say more, a flicker of doubt rose within him. Still, he suppressed his unease and decided to follow Elder Li's arrangement. After all, over the years, Elder Li, his mentor, had always been one of the people he trusted most. That night, Wang Hui dragged his weary body back to his lodgings and collapsed onto the bed. He lay there quietly, his eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling above. After a while, a soft ding broke the silence. Wang Hui answered the 3D projection call. "Wang Hui, what's wrong? Is something troubling you?" "Yes, my teacher acted strangely today." Wang Guoyu asked curiously. "Strangely? Tell me the details." So Wang Hui recounted everything that had happened. After listening, Wang Guoyu suddenly understood. "So that's it. Think about the books in your space. Those you spent so much time and effort secretly collecting. Now do you see why?" Wang Hui pondered for a moment, then murmured to himself, "Oh, if I calculate the time, it's about... So that's why Master told me to go back to my hometown. Don't worry. Over the past few years, we've sent technical data and mineral resources many times. Think about your tractor factory. It was built with the... or we sent back. Otherwise, given the current situation domestically, how could such a large factory have been established? So you don't need to worry about your safety at all. Our organization is quite popular back home." Hearing this, Wang Hui felt somewhat relieved. "That's true. My safety shouldn't be an issue. Even in the worst case, the higher-ups would still respect the face of the patriotic compatriots organization. They probably won't make things too difficult for me." "See?" Wang Guoyu laughed. "Speaking of which, it's been 3 years. How are things on your end now?" Wang Hui asked with curiosity. "Couldn't be better. Don't you wonder where all those mineral resources came from? I built it all up bit by bit." Wang Guoyu spoke with a hint of pride. "At the start, I kept searching for those smaller vein resources. After all, these minor veins could be rapidly harvested with mining equipment and promptly stored in the system space. This way, we could minimize the commotion caused by mining operations and reduce the risk of detection. However, regretfully, our strength remains relatively feeble so far. For those larger veins, we can only watch, helplessly unable to act. If only I possessed enough formidable power, I wouldn't have to skulk around like this. But thankfully, through 3 years of covert accumulation and development, I have successfully built a force of my own. Though this team still needs further strengthening, at least a solid foundation has been laid. Given enough time and opportunities, more chances will arise, and we can even stake a claim in those large mineral veins." Wang Hui, listening to Wang Guoyu's rambling account, came to understand that they already had a foothold outside. As long as they proceeded step by step, there would be no major issues. The next day, Wang Hui, having stepped down from his director position, packed his belongings and prepared to leave the capital for his hometown Wangjia village. Bang thud. The door was rudely kicked open, and a group of people stormed in. Their expressions were stern, their gazes sharp. One of them declared loudly, "Wang Hui, you can't leave." Wang Hui frowned, thinking, "I let my guard down. I never expected things to have come to this." He watched the intruders who were aggressively rummaging through the room. Forcing himself to remain calm, he said, "Comrades, what is the meaning of this? I have already resigned and am preparing to return to my hometown in Shandong. Why are you doing this?" The leader snorted coldly. Things aren't that simple. Someone has reported serious issues with your work. Don't think you've been discreet. You've been collecting many books, haven't you? You'll need to come with us for investigation." Wang Hui's heart sank. He hadn't expected his secret book collection to be discovered. "I am innocent. This must be a misunderstanding." Wang Hui protested loudly, but the group paid no heed, preparing to take him away by force. Wang Hui watched as they turned his room into chaos filled with unwillingness. Just as Wang Hui was being escorted out, someone blocked their path. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting my student?" "Oldly, your student has matters that need investigating. Please don't interfere," the leader replied bluntly. Oldly clenched his fists, his voice low. "Everything requires evidence. Have you... Step aside. I'm being polite out of respect, but don't push your luck. This is an order from above. No one can..." the leader said impatiently, forcefully shoving Oldly aside, ready to move on. However, Oldly stood firm, showing no sign of backing down. He furrowed his brows, his gaze blazing with determination, and declared, "Unless you explain yourselves today, you won't take him from here." The leader curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, glancing sideways at Oldly. If you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Men, escort Oldly back." At his command, 2 burly men stepped forward, each grabbing one of Oldly's arms and pulling him aside. With a sharp honk, a formidable military vehicle slowly approached and stopped before the crowd. The door burst open, and a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out. His stride was steady, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, daring anyone to meet his gaze. The man walked straight up to Wang Hui, locking eyes with him. His penetrating stare radiated authority and confidence, as if he could see through everything. "Let him go." The man's voice was deep and commanding, brooking no argument. His words shattered the tense atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. The leader hesitated, a troubled look on his face, but still tried to argue, "Sir, but..." However, the middle-aged man cut him off without hesitation. "No buts. Wang Hui's matters are no longer your concern." Though reluctant, the leader could only nod in submission. He then led his men away swiftly, leaving Wang Hui, the middle-aged man, and Oldly standing alone. "Oldly, you should head back first. I have something to discuss with your student. Yu Wu's tone carried a hint of finality. Old Li glanced doubtfully at Yu Wu, then at Wang Hui, pondering silently. What could Yu Wu want with Wang Hui? But since Yu Wu had spoken, he didn't press further. He nodded and turned to leave. Yu Wu turned back, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Hui, lost in thought. This Wang Hui seems ordinary, yet he has connections abroad. His investigation showed Wang Hui had never been abroad nor met any strangers. So how did he make those connections? Still, as long as he doesn't overstep his bounds, it should be fine. Wang Hui felt uneasy under Yu Wu's stare, his heart racing with anxiety. Have they discovered something? No, they couldn't have, but Yu Wu's gaze sent a chill down his spine. He struggled to steady himself. Don't worry. I didn't expect you to have ties with a patriotic organization abroad. They went out of their way to send a letter vouching for you. Since that's the case, I won't pry further. Please convey my thanks to your organization for their assistance. I'll take my leave now. Yu Wu said calmly, looking Wang Hui in the eye. Of course, Wang Hui replied, breathing a sigh of relief. He watched as Yu Wu climbed into the military vehicle and slowly closed the door. The vehicle drove off down the street. Hui, how was my performance today? Wang Hui straightened up, brushing the dust off his flawless. But I never expected they'd target you so quickly. It seems some people can't wait to get their hands on the tractor. A flicker of worry passed through Wang Hui's eyes. He knew these people were eager only because of the tractor factories. As the former head of the technical department, he had naturally become a thorn in their side. Yes, even after my resignation, they still come after me. But after this incident, I now have a protective charm. In a way, I have those people to thank. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Guoyu comforted him. Don't worry. These people won't last long. Wang Hui nodded, knowing Guoyu was right. Though these people had gained temporary power, their actions would eventually provoke public outrage, leading to their downfall. With that thought, his mood lightened. Enough, I won't dwell on it. Tomorrow, after bidding farewell to my teacher, I'll return to my teacher. I'm about to head back now. You must take good care of yourself in the capital. Wang Hui bid farewell to Old Li gazed at his most accomplished disciple, his heart brimming with reluctance. Shall Hui stay out of trouble for a while? I won't ask how you escaped last time. Just be careful when you return. He reached out and gently stroked Wang Hui's. Wang Hui felt his teacher's care, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Teacher, rest assured. He'll come back to see you when I have the... Old Li nodded slightly, a smile spreading across his face. Then let me see you off. With that, he rose and accompanied Wang Hui out of the room. Wang Hui quickly stopped him. Teacher, there's no need. I can go alone. Yet Old Li insisted on seeing him to the door. At the entrance, Old Li patted Wang Hui on the shoulder and advised, take care on the road. Wang Hui nodded and sighed. Wang Hui let out a breath, then turned and walked away. Old Li stood at the door silently, watching his receding figure until it vanished from sight. When Wang Hui once again set foot at the head of Wangjia village, time seemed to have left its marks on this small hamlet, yet everything here still felt familiar to him. Over these years, Wangjia village's development had been remarkable. Looking up, the dilapidated mud brick huts from 3 years ago were gone, replaced by neat rows of brick and tile houses. These dwellings were scattered tastefully throughout the village, evoking a sense of tidiness and comfort. Moreover, the once muddy paths had been repaved into smooth brick roads. Walking on them, one could feel their solidity and stability. Yet unfortunately, the village's basic facilities like education and healthcare had still not seen improvement. It would be wonderful if children could learn in bright, spacious classrooms. Still, Wangjia village's agricultural production had made significant strides. The crops in the fields thrived with vibrant vitality. When Wang Hui was at the tractor factory, he had specifically reserved a tractor for his own brigade. Village children played in groups, laughing and frolicking in the alleys. Though their clothes still bore patches compared to 3 years ago, they were vastly improved. Those once gaunt little faces had grown round and adorable. Wang Hui watched these spirited children, his thoughts drifting back 3 years. Back then, their frail bodies seemed ready to be crushed by life's hardships at any moment. Now, with his help and the villagers' hard work, life had taken a turn for the better. How wonderful! Wang Hui murmured, gazing ahead. Yes, much better than before. Someone nearby chimed in. It's the brigade leader. Long time no see. Wang Hui turned at the voice, and upon seeing Wang Jigang, his face lit up with a delighted smile. Yes, long time no see. I hear the city's been unsettled. Are you going back this time? Wang Jigang asked with concern, his eyes full of inquiry. Wang Hui sighed softly, a hint of hesitation in his eyes as he replied slowly, Brigade leader, I won't be going back for now. The future is uncertain. Wang Jigang patted Wang Hui on the shoulder and said earnestly, That's fine. Our brigade is developing step by step, and we need capable people like you to come back and lend a hand. It's good to stay put for a while. Wang Hui nodded solemnly, then turned his gaze once more to the familiar village, lost in deep thought. I have some things to attend to, so we'll be off now. You should head home. I bet your parents will be overjoyed to see you. Wang Jigang clapped his hands and turned to leave. All right, I'll head back then. Who are you? Sister, there's a strange big brother at the door. A little child with 2 tiny buns on her head ran into the house. Before long, Arya emerged from inside. She looked at Wang Hui standing at the door and asked softly, Are you my little uncle? 3 years gone, and Arya has grown into a young lady. Xiaoya, you've gotten so tall, I almost didn't recognize you. Here, have some candy. Ah, it really is little uncle. Let me carry your things, come in. Xiaoya peeked out from behind Arya, her big eyes twinkling as she stared at Wang Hui. Seeing this little one, Wang Hui felt all his gloom and frustration melt away. Xiaoya, don't you recognize your little uncle? He brought you candy. Really? Little uncle? I want some, I want some. At the mention of candy, Xiaoya darted out from behind Arya. Her little head bobbed as she ran up to Wang Hui, wrapping her arms around his leg. What a little sweet tooth. Wang Hui said, taking a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping it, and popping it into Xiaoya's mouth. Sweet. By the way, Arya, how's the village been lately? Wang Hui asked with a smile. Little uncle, the village is so much better now. Look at our big brick house. It's way nicer than before, so grand. Grandma even gave me a small room. And whenever Grandma's free, she goes out to chat with people, bragging about how amazing you are. Arya said excitedly. Is that so? Oh right. Lots of people came to the village this year. Mom said they're from the city. Some of the sisters are really pretty. Grandma even said she's finding a wife for you. Arya suddenly recalled. Oh what? Finding a wife for me? Wang Hui's jaw dropped in astonishment. No way, I'm only 20. I have to go on blind dates already. This is scarier than my original world. Wang Hui, yeah, I heard Grandma say. Stop, Arya. Let's not talk about that. Have some candy. Wang Hui, eager to change the subject, quickly interrupted. Why not talk about it? You rascal, gone so long, and you couldn't bring back a wife. His mother Li Yakin, carrying a large basket on her back, pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in. Xiao Lu, you're almost 20. It's time to find a wife. Mom, don't worry, I will someday. Someday. When is someday? I want you to bring a wife home right now, this instant. Mom, I just got back. Let me rest a bit. I promise I'll find one. Wang Hui scurried behind his mother, massaging her shoulders and back. You remember that. You promised me. You have to keep your word. Mom, I remember. Wang Hui wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. All right, you've had a long journey. Let Arya take you to your room to rest first. They'll call you when it's time to eat. Okay, Arya, Xiaoya, let's go. Wang Hui, hearing his mother willing to let him leave, immediately pulled Arya and Xiaoya. Hey, little uncle, slow down. Li Yakin watched her son hastily retreat to his room, shook her head, and knew that his marriage still depended on her. Wang Hui followed Arya back to his own room. After glancing at the furniture arrangement, he threw himself heavily onto the bed with a dull thud. Lifting his head to look at Arya and Xiaoya, he waved his hand. You two play on your own, I'll take a nap first. After an unknown period, he heard Li Yakin calling him from outside for dinner. It's so comfortable back home. He stretched as he sighed, got up, and walked out of the room. He saw his father Wang Lingyue and his eldest brother's family already seated at the dining table. The dinner was relatively sumptuous, even including pork. Wang Hui washed his hands, sat down beside his father, and today's dinner is really delicious. Mom's cooking is still the best. Wang Hui praised his mother's culinary skills as he ate. If it's good, eat more. You're alone out there, and it's not easy to come home. You need to replenish your nutrition. How long are you staying this time? Li Yakin asked with a smile. Wang Hui's hand paused as he ate before he replied, Mom, well, I might not be going back for a while. Little brother, why, what? Eat your meal. With food in front of you, can it shut your mouth? Li Yakin glared at her eldest son and said crossly. With that, she slapped the eldest son Wang Hongjuan on the head with a crisp smack, ignoring his aggrieved expression. Turning to her youngest son Wang Hui, she said gently, It's all right, little one. If you're not going back, then don't. Staying in the village is fine too. Our village is quite famous among the surrounding areas now, and it's been getting better over the years. Many from other villages envy us. Wang Hui nodded. After dinner, he returned to his room, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Xiao Lu, has something happened to you? His father Wang Lingyue had somehow already sat down by the bedside, holding a long tobacco pipe, occasionally taking a puff, and exhaling clouds of white smoke. This year there are more educated youth sent to the countryside than before, and some people. Dad, don't say anymore. Rest assured, I'm fine. Wang Hui snapped back to reality and quickly interrupted his father. He knew his father was worried, but there were things he didn't want his parents to know to spare them from worry. As long as you're okay. Your mother and I don't expect you to achieve great things, we just want you to be well. Wang Lingyue gave his son a deep look and chose not to press further. I understand. In the dead of night, Wang Hui connected to the simulation robot Wang Guoyu. Guoyu, what are you? Rat-a-tat-tat, sounds rang out. He, as you can see, fighting and grabbing territory. Guoyu replied with a laugh. What's going on? Wang Hui was somewhat astonished. I really didn't expect it. Last time I accidentally ran into a minor warlord around here. I used a simple feint to the east while attacking the west tactic, and I took him down. Guoyu said proudly. Are you sure? Wang Hui found it hard to believe. I'm sure. If you really don't believe me, switch to another perspective and see the current situation. Wang Hui immediately switched to a third-person view. After watching for a while, he was a bit stunned. A huge question mark formed in his mind. What's happening? He saw Wang Guoyu leading his men through the dense jungle, using the terrain to evade enemy pursuit. When the enemy, exhausted from the prolonged chase, decided to halt and rest, Wang Guoyu and his team crept close to the enemy under the cover of night, occasionally making noises to Sometimes it was a few sudden gunshots, sometimes a horn blown in the distance, keeping the enemy soldiers restless all night and their nerves on edge. The relentless harassment left the enemy soldiers physically and mentally drained, their spirits on the verge of collapse. From Wang Hui's third-person perspective, they looked utterly exhausted. Guoyu, how long have you been doing this? Almost 3 days. So do you get it now? Wang Guoyu replied, his face beaming with confidence and determination. Guoyu, you're amazing. The enemy advances, we retreat. The enemy camps, we harass. The enemy tires, we attack. The enemy retreats, we pursue. This is classic guerrilla warfare. Wang Hui said excitedly. Yeah, look at those enemy soldiers. They can't hold on much longer. This strategy is very effective. This battle will be over soon. Wang Guoyu said with a smile. Impressive. Of course. Now on a serious note, did you contact me so late for something? Wang Guoyu looked around and then gave the order to halt and rest. You know my situation. Should I take a break for a while, or? Wang Hui, I don't think that's suitable. If you were here with me, you could do whatever you want. But you're not. The current domestic climate is that labor is most glorious. Taking a day or two off is fine, but a long break won't do. People will gossip. You don't want to bring trouble to your family, do you? Wang Guoyu, hidden behind a tree and constantly on alert, continued. Besides, you won't have too long to rest anyway. Don't forget you now have an additional identity, a member of the patriotic organization. You can use this identity to take action. For example, provide some civilian technologies, just like before with the state setting up factories and you being in charge of the technology. Then, what if it ends up like the tractor factory before? Wang Hui was a bit worried. Don't worry. I estimate that in a few days someone will come to ask you to return to the tractor factory. Don't ask why. Think about how much technical data, how much grain, and how much machinery we've provided. Wang Guoyu said nonchalantly. Think for yourself. How hard would it be to obtain all this under normal circumstances? How hard would it be to send it back to the country? They must think we've sacrificed a great deal. And I reckon they've already started a thorough investigation of you. Oh right, plus I'm currently the only person they can contact. They must. Hey wait, doesn't that mean I'm in danger now? My family could also be at risk. Wang Hui was startled and stood up abruptly. Relax. I think there's probably already a lot of military force deployed around your village. Your family is likely under constant protection. Wang Guoyu comforted him. But to be absolutely safe, I recommend you buy an early warning device. And also a combat robot pet. To protect your family in case you leave. The coverage of this early warning device can span the entire county enough to ensure safety. Early warning device. Combat robot pet. Yes, the early warning device works through. And the combat robot pet. After Wang Guoyu's lengthy explanation, though Wang Hui didn't fully understand, he thought it sounded very impressive. Alright, we're not short on money anyway. TCH, back to the point. If they ask you to return to the tractor factory, I suggest you don't go back. Although tractors are still scarce, the market is relatively saturated. I suggest you work on something else. Something else. Yes, something else. Think it over for yourself first. I'm going to take the men and harass the enemy one more time. Brothers, follow me. Wang Guoyu shouted loudly. The rat-a-tat of gunfire shattered the silence of the deep night. Wang Hui watched as Wang Guoyu led a group of people constantly harassing the enemy. Their figures were agile, nimbly weaving between cover, leaving the enemy bewildered. By the way, Guoyu, how about I get you more robots or combat pets like yourself? Look at the state of you. Wang Hui gazed at Wang Guoyu, his eyes filled with concern. You're dreaming. You want to stay hidden while the robots do all the work, don't you? That path won't work. Wang Guoyu shot Wang Hui a look, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Why, oi? Wang Hui asked, puzzled. Take a look at the Taobao shop. Your permissions are insufficient. For these kinds of simulation machines, you can only buy one. Don't even dream of buying a second one. However, detection devices are still purchasable. So if you get me a reconnaissance satellite or an early warning system, I won't refuse. Wang Guoyu explained patiently. Oh, let me see. It's true. The shop level has always been 1 star, and they don't even give away to upgrade. Seriously, I was thinking that once I had money, I'd buy hundreds of thousands of robots and become the ruler of the world. Wang Hui grumbled, a look of disappointment on his face. Oh, you dare to think that big? Don't you eat beef? Wang Guoyu teased with a laugh. No. Wang Hui quickly waved his hand. Alright, that's enough. He'll harass them for another day, then we can finish this wave off. Wang Guoyu finished speaking and turned back to the tense battle preparations. I'll deploy a reconnaissance satellite for you right now along with the display and control console. You can operate it. They'll also give you some early warning devices. You can place them around your territory. Great. Generous. Spend as needed. We're not short on money now anyway. Opening the system mall, he purchased a reconnaissance satellite from the Taobao shop and deployed it directly into outer space. 11 early warning devices and the control console were placed into the system space. Remembering that the system space was already synchronized with Wang Guoyu, he could access them anytime. Everything is set. The early warning devices are in the space. Oh, just take them when you need them. Wang Hui yawned and added, it's late. He'll disconnect and go to sleep soon. Good night. After disconnecting, Wang Hui purchased a pet from the system mall. The appearance should be like a small native dog. Like this. Wang Hui muttered to himself as he modified the pet's appearance in the system. In the end, its fur was a mix of yellow. It looked tiny, but upon closer inspection, one could see its limbs were sturdy and strong. Its head had a broad forehead covered in short, stiff hair. Its eyes were not large, but they gleamed with vigilance and intelligence like cold stars twinkling in the night sky. Its ears were always perked up as if constantly listening to the sounds around it. Its nose was black and moist, twitching slightly, as if discerning the various scents in the air. Its mouth was long with the corners always slightly upturned, giving a friendly and amiable impression. When it ran, its steps were steady and agile. Its tail was neither long nor short, hanging naturally, and as soon as it hit the ground it wagged happily from side to side around Wang Hui. Although this little thing looked cute, one should not underestimate it. This little creature carried quite a bit of high-tech. Wang Hui took an early warning device from the system space and picked it up casually. This thing was smaller than a glass ball. He could just leave it anywhere at home. Wang Hui casually placed it in the cabinet inside his own room. Since only his mother came in to clean the room, leaving it there was perfectly fine. Done. Time to sleep. With that, Wang Hui buried himself under the covers. You little rascal, get up. Li Yakin threw off the covers with a single motion. Wang Hui shuttered, his eyes still closed as he groped around with his hands. Finally, he hugged something warm and fleshy, mumbling, Mom, let me sleep a little longer, okay? Why get up so early? Huh, where did this puppy come from? Puppy? What puppy? Still half asleep, Wang Hui had completely forgotten about the pet he had purchased. Look for yourself. What are you holding? Li Yakin pointed at the puppy in Wang Hui's arms. Woof! A sudden bark instantly dispelled all of Wang Hui's drowsiness. He slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that he did have a puppy, one he had gotten just last night. Mom, you mean this? I brought it back. This little thing was in my bag. Wang Hui scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Is that so? Never mind that now. There's something important to do today. Hurry up and wash up, then come with me. Li Yakin urged him. Mom, what's the matter that's so urgent? Wang Hui asked, puzzled. I'm taking you to meet a girl. Hurry up, hurry up. Li Yakin said excitedly, a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. What? Mom, are you serious? I just got back, and you're already setting this up. Wang Hui stared blankly at his mother Li Yakin. His face was full of resistance, his eyes showing utter reluctance. He wanted to escape, but his mother's gaze held him fast. He tried to protest, Mom, I just got back. Can't we go another day? However, Li Yakin shook her head firmly and replied with determination, No excuses. Hurry up and wash, then follow me. Her eyes held an unyielding resolve, making Wang Hui understand that escape was impossible this time. As he washed up, Wang Hui grumbled inwardly, damn it all. I, the great transmigrator, come home and immediately get set up on a blind date. Can this life get any better? After washing up and having a simple breakfast, Wang Hui was dragged out of the house by his mother Li Yakin. Son, it's strange. This girl is an educated youth from the city. She hasn't been here long, but she seems like a hardworking kid. Today during work, she somehow secretly told the brigade leader she wanted to marry into our village. The brigade leader saw she was beautiful and hardworking, a good girl, and since you just came back, he secretly asked me if I was interested. I've seen her a few times before. She's very pretty. So I took leave to come find you. Li Yakin held Wang Hui's hand, constantly talking about it, repeatedly emphasizing that he should chat nicely with the girl. Mom, what's the big deal? Look at our village, all brick houses. Maybe she just thinks our village is nice. Wang Hui replied with a smile, but his mind was racing. Such a coincidence. No way. Could she be coming specifically for me? Whether she is or not, better to be cautious. Wang Hui decided he should bring the puppy along. When Wang Hui reappeared before Li Yakin, he held a cute little dog in his arms. Its fluffy body and lively eyes made one want to draw near. Wang Hui's tall and straight stature coupled with his unique aura exuded an irresistible charm. Well done, son. You're even more something than before. Anyway, young ladies are sure to like it. Li Yakin circled around him twice. Brigade leader, I've brought Wang Hui over. Wang Jigang immediately understood what it was about and said with a smile, All right, let me go ask first. Wang Hui, if things work out, you'll have to treat me to a good meal and drink. No problem, I won't let you down. As Wang Hui was about to respond, his mother Li Yakin cut him off, and he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Before long, Wang Jigang returned and said to him and his mother, Guan Yuyao has gone back to the educated youth compound. He'll take you there. Don't worry, everyone else is out working today. She's the only one there. Wang Hui, your mother, and I will send you over soon. The young lady is shy, so you need to have a good chat with her. Don't just stand there like a block of wood. Okay. What else could Wang Hui do? With his mother watching, he could only nod in agreement. All right, we're here. He'll take you in. Wang Jigang said, knocking on the gate. Please come in. Wang Hui followed the brigade leader through the gate, muttering to himself, What a lovely voice. Like a nightingale's song, clear and melodious, it lifts the spirits. He curiously raised his head, his gaze passing over the brigade leader's broad shoulders, and instantly spotted the young woman standing in the center of the hall. She wore a fresh floral print blouse with 2 braids hanging over her chest. Her silky smooth hair exuded a faint, delicate fragrance. Her face was fair as snow with slightly flushed cheeks revealing a hint of shyness. Her eyes were like deep, clear lakes, bright and limpid, irresistibly captivating. The brigade leader introduced them. This is Wang Hui from our brigade, and this is the educated youth Guan Yuyao. I think you 2 young folks should chat on your own. Wang Hui quickly nodded in agreement. Though he harbored other thoughts, this was his first time in this body, and he felt a bit. He stole a glance at Guan Yuyao and found her with her head down, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, seemingly also a bit shy. Guan Yuyao said softly, All right, thank you, brigade leader. Wang Jigang smiled, then turned to Wang Hui and said, We'll be in the courtyard. Take your time chatting. Call us if you need anything. With that, Wang Jigang led his mother Li Yakin out the gate, leaving Wang Hui and Guan Yuyao alone. Now only the 2 of them remained in the yard, and the atmosphere grew exceptionally quiet. Wang Hui felt a wave of awkwardness, unsure how to break the silence. Inside the room, Wang Hui and Guan Yuyao sized each other up, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Woof! A crisp bark from the little dog in Wang Hui's arms broke the silence. It seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and wanted to ease it. Let's be straightforward. Tell me, who are you? I don't believe it's such a coincidence that you appeared right after I got back. Wang Hui stroked the puppy in his arms, eyeing Guan Yuyao warily. He thought to himself this woman's appearance was too much of a coincidence, making one doubt her intentions. Quite sharp, aren't you? Guan Yuyao clapped her hands, a hint of appreciative smile on her face. I'm here to protect you. Also, I've received word that investigations have been launched into everyone involved with the tractor factory. If you want to go back. Wang Hui interrupted without hesitation. No need. I plan to stay here for now. Although it's not the capital, this place puts me at ease. It allows me to calm down and think things through. Besides, I don't want to get entangled in those complicated matters anymore. His tone was firm and resolute, clearly having made up his mind. Guan Yuyao frowned slightly, looking at Wang Hui with some confusion. She recalled the instructions from her elder brother Guan Yu before she came to this mountain village. Wang Hui is currently our only way to connect with patriotic compatriots. No matter what, we must protect him, well, not like last time. And we must avoid any misunderstandings. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of pressure. Yet she still tried to persuade Wang Hui. But if you do this, your safety could be at risk. If you're willing to come back with me, we can provide better protection to ensure your safety. However, Wang Hui remained unmoved. He shook his head and said, I appreciate your concern, but I believe I can keep myself safe here. Besides, I need time to deal with some matters, and this is the best place for me. With that, he stopped paying attention to Guan Yuyao and focused on playing with the puppy in his arms. Seeing this, Guan Yuyao sighed helplessly. She had read some of Wang Hui's files before coming. Once he made a decision, it was hard to change. But she also understood that they had to respect Wang Hui's choice. So she could only nod silently, agreeing to his request and promised to keep an eye on his situation to ensure his safety. Don't overthink it. I just want to take this chance to rest for a while. Wang Hui said with a smile, stroking the puppy in his arm. So when does Comrade Wang plan to return to the factory? Guan Yuyao's eyes held a hint of expectation. I don't think he'll go back to the tractor factory. Comrade Wang replied calmly, his face showing no hesitation or reluctance. Hearing this, Guan Yuyao's expression instantly turned grim. She couldn't help but ask in disbelief, Comrade Wang, didn't you say? Her voice was filled with confusion. Comrade Guan, you're not from our tractor factory, so you wouldn't know. The number of tractors nationwide is already sufficient. There's no need to stay there any longer. Oh, is that so? They'll report this. So what do you plan to do next? I'm not sure yet. How about we start dating? After saying this, Wang Hui stared straight at Guan Yuyao, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Startled by his sudden remark, Guan Yuyao's face flushed all the way to her ears. She didn't know where to put her hands and stammered, See, Comrade Wang, why did you suddenly say that? Seeing her blush, Wang Hui laughed again. Haha, Comrade Guan, don't be nervous. I'm just joking. Of course, if we could become a couple, that would be wonderful too. Hearing this, Guan Yuyao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wang Hui, who was petting the dog. Comrade Wang, this kind of thing isn't a joke. Well, although you seem decent, I don't want a bookworm. I'm a soldier. If you can beat me in a fight, maybe you'll give you a chance. Zzz. Suddenly, a harsh, piercing electrical sound exploded in Wang Hui's ears, making his scalp tingle. He couldn't help but frown and rub his brow. This piercing static is utterly unbearable, and I have to endure it alone. What a dreadful situation. Wang Hui frowned deeply, rubbing his temples incessantly in a futile attempt to alleviate the distressing discomfort. The alarm suddenly went off. Someone must have intruded into the perimeter, Wang Hui muttered under his breath. Yet after only a brief moment, the warning sound abruptly ceased. Wang Hui speculated inwardly, silent so soon. Given the current circumstances, either the intruder has been captured or they sensed danger and fled in haste. However, the former seems more likely. Look at him. So frail and weak, I'm not interested. Guan Yuyao observed Wang Hui's somewhat delicate appearance as he rubbed his temples, curling her lips and remarking, he's far too feeble. A shiver ran through her. He seemed to sense Guan Yuyao's gaze and looked up toward her. Guan Yuyao quickly averted her eyes, inexplicably feeling a surge of nervousness. She muttered to herself, I mustn't let him find out. Deep down she knew that although this man appeared weak and fragile, this was her mission. She had to endure it. She finally spoke slowly. Well, your identity has been exposed, and many people are now watching you. That's why I've taken on this role, to protect you. But don't you dare harbor any improper thoughts. I'm formidable. I advise you not to entertain any shady ideas. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness wash over him. He let out a long sigh and said, Alas, what a mess this is. Lowering his head, he gently stroked the puppy in his arms, sinking into deep contemplation. He pondered, just as Guo Yu said, once my identity is revealed, it will inevitably attract widespread attention and covetousness. This not only poses a threat to me personally, but could also endanger my family. Although back in my hometown, my elder brother's family, my parents, and my fifth sister can look out for one another, my married sisters, Wang Guolan, Wang Zhao, and Wang Xia, have no one to protect them. I doubt those watching me will spare my sisters out of kindness. Comrade Wang, what are you thinking? Startled from his reverie, Wang Hui saw a fair, delicate hand waving. Nothing much. Comrade Guan, have you deployed personnel here? Wang Hui fixed his gaze on Wang Yuyao. Why do you think we would have arranged anything here? Guan Yuyao frowned. Comrade Guan, let's be straightforward. Given what happened 3 years ago, I refuse to believe there are no protective measures this time. Wang Hui stared directly at Wang Yuyao. Not bad. Though you may not look robust, you're quite sharp-minded. I won't hide it from you. Yes, we have station personnel here. Your family members, including your married sisters, are all under covert protection. Wang Yuyao nodded in response. At that moment, a few dark clouds drifted across the sky and the wind began to pick. Wang Hui felt a slight relief and stood up saying, I'm truly grateful. It's getting late. How about we go out for a meal? I'd better not. It's almost time. Let's call it a day for now. They'll find you if anything comes up. Guan Yuyao looked puzzled. All right, Wang Hui replied and turned to leave. Outside, the brigade leader Wang Jigang and his mother Li Yakin immediately surrounded him asking, how did your chat go? Mother, she's still here. Let's talk inside. Wang Hui gently tugged at his mother's sleeve. Miss, I apologize. We'll head back now. Feel free to visit us anytime. Li Yakin, realizing she had been too eager, said with a hint of apology. It's fine, Auntie. They'll come by when I have. Guan Yuyao, who had just stepped out, smiled. They'll take my leave too. Comrade Guan, take the day off today. The brigade. All right, thank you, brigade leader. Afterward, Guan Yuyao stood at the entrance of the educated youth compound, watching Wang Hui and his group gradually disappear into the distance. The sunlight cast long shadows on the ground. Li Yakin glanced back at Guan Yuyao, who was still standing at the compound gate, and turned to ask, what do you think of this girl? I think she's quite nice. Look, she's still standing at the gate. She's a city girl and will likely return to the city someday. It would be wonderful if you two ended up together. You should put in more effort and try to win her hand. Wang Hui thought to himself, that girl isn't here for a blind date. She has a real mission. But seeing his mother's relentless chatter, Wang Hui sighed, helplessly, a wry smile on his face, and could only respond with repeated murmurs of mm. Honestly, who came up with this idea? It's nothing but trouble. Couldn't they have chosen a different identity, like a colleague, a friend, or even a former schoolmate? There are so many options, and they had to pick this one. Look at mother's enthusiasm today. There will be plenty of headaches ahead. After the morning's blind date at noon, sunlight streamed into the house as the family gathered warmly around the dining table. His father Wang Lingyue shoveled rice into his mouth and asked, Huier, I heard from your mother that you had a blind date today. How did it go? Wang Hui just wanted to eat in silence and avoid the topic, but he couldn't escape. He mumbled, it was all right, nothing special. Li Yakin put down her chopsticks and quickly interjected, listen son, don't be too picky. She's good enough. Besides, that girl is the finest among all the educated youths here. Just looking at her brings comfort. When you take a wife, what matters is that she can live a steady, honest life. Wang Hui frowned, remaining silent as he continued eating. After finishing his meal, he retreated to his room, yearning for a good rest. However, soon he heard a soft knock. Opening it, he found his father Wang Lingyue sneaking in. With a mysterious expression, Wang Lingyue leaned close and whispered, Huier, tell me honestly, what are you really thinking? If you're not keen on this match, your mother can look for other suitable girls. We mustn't delay your lifelong happiness. Wang Hui sighed, deeply knowing he had to give an answer given his father's demeanor. So he said softly, Father, I know you and mother mean well, but I want to find someone who truly understands me. Wang Lingyue listened to his son's words and slowly nodded in understanding. He patted Wang Hui on the shoulder and said earnestly, Huier, what you say makes sense. But we also have to consider practical realities. Wang Hui felt a pang of inner conflict knowing his parents wanted him to marry soon, yet he had his own thoughts. Father, I will carefully consider this matter. Let me make my own decision, all right. Seeing that Wang Hui had already made up his mind, Wang Lingyue could only nod in agreement. Watching his father leave the room, Wang Hui lay sprawled on the bed, his thoughts tangled like a knot of hemp. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, marriage. As someone with a modern mindset, I have no desire to leap into the grave of matrimony so early. I want to savor the freedom of being single to the fullest, long live bachelorhood. But I really must give proper thought to my sisters. Should I go visit them, or should I have them move here? If I go to see them, the distance is too great. Far away water can't quench a nearby fire. If they move here, there's no suitable pretext, and they might not be willing. Oh, this is giving me a headache. Wang Hui tossed and turned on the bed, racking his brains over this dilemma. Just then, he recalled his conversation with Guan Yuyao that morning when she had suggested he return to the tractor factory. He really didn't want to go back, but if he didn't respond for too long, people might misunderstand his intentions. Why not find a factory here or simply build a new one? This idea gradually crystallized in his mind. Right when I was making tractors before, didn't I have the idea of building motorcycles? That's a great idea. I even sketched some blueprints back then. Oh, with a bit of optimization, it should work. The more Wang Hui thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes gleaming. A motorcycle requires steel components for the frame, an engine mounts tires and rims for support and movement, a diesel engine for power, a fuel tank for range, an exhaust pipe for emissions and engine function, a comfortable seat for the rider, and the remaining parts, braking system, steering system, lighting system, and so on. Oh, this is a headache. Without modern industrial processes, relying entirely on manual craftsmanship makes this quite difficult to achieve. Wang Hui let out a long sigh, his face full of worry. But he soon perked up again. Still, this vehicle has potential. Not just for personal use, but for export as well. As for manpower, these educated youths are excellent labor. As long as they studied seriously in school, they have real skills, and they've learned practical knowledge. Unlike in my previous era, where the anti-self-learning mechanism held everything back. If I can find a few with mechanical backgrounds and give them some training, they should pick it up quickly. With this thought, Wang Hui sprang up from the bed as if injected with adrenaline, his gaze fixed firmly into the distance. He made up his mind to start preparing for this endeavor within the next few days. He still needed to draw blueprints, find mineral deposits, and build the factory. The blueprints for the motorcycle parts were simple, but the minerals were a tougher challenge. Although the province where Wang Hui's village was located had abundant oil, coal, and iron, or securing a quota now would be like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Extremely difficult. However, this wasn't a problem for him. If the allocated amount was insufficient, he could simply extract some resources from his space. Turning them into finished products would definitely be a profitable move for him. To build the factory, he first needed land and permits. For that, he would have to approach Comrade Guan Yu. It would be far simpler for her to handle it than for him to do so. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and onto the bed. Wang Hui rose early, washed up, and hurried out. Knowing that the educated youths would definitely be working in the fields, he headed straight there. Sure enough, when he reached the fields, he saw Guan Yu bent over, toiling diligently. Wang Hui strode over, stood before her, and said softly, "Comrade Guan Yu, I need your help." Guan Yu looked up at Wang Hui with some surprise and asked, "Comrade Wang Hui, what is it?" Her eyes held curiosity and doubt. Wang Hui replied seriously, "Yes, it's something important." At this, the other educated youths nearby gathered around and teased, "Oh, Wang Hui has taken a liking to Comrade Guan Yu. I heard you two met yesterday." Another chimed in, Yeah, so you've set your sights on the prettiest flower among our Wang Hui's face flushed instantly, a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "Don't talk nonsense. I really..." Guan Yu was also a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "All right, stop teasing Comrade Wang Hui. Maybe he really does have something to discuss with me. Who already taking his side before you're even married? You're rushing into it. Stop it." Guan Yu scolded playfully. "That's not true at all. Comrade Wang Hui, come over here, let's talk away from them." She pulled Wang Hui over to a tree by the edge of the field. "All right." Wang Hui followed her. "Comrade Wang Hui, what do you need from me today?" Guan Yu asked. "I want you to help me apply for a piece of land. I want to build a factory." Wang Hui said eagerly. "A factory? What kind?" Guan Yu looked bewildered. "A motorcycle factory. I have the blueprints here. Take a look." Wang Hui quickly pulled several sheets of blueprints from his pocket, his hands trembling slightly, revealing his nervousness and anticipation. "This must be very precious. You just carry it around like this?" Guan Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Don't worry. It's just a blueprint. If I lose it, I can draw another. Take a look. Let me explain. This motorcycle functions like a bicycle, but it's far superior. It has an engine that runs on diesel, giving it much more power. It's way faster than a bicycle, and we can even make three-wheeled versions. Look at these sheets. These are all three-wheeled models." Wang Hui spoke enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is all this real? Can it really be done?" Guan Yu was skeptical. "Yes, absolutely. I have confidence." Wang Hui said firmly, his gaze full of, "All right, no problem. He'll submit the report today." Wang Hui said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Comrade Guan Yu. By the way, to manufacture the motorcycle need some mineral resources. Could you also ask if once the factory is approved, we can be allocated some resources?" Wang Hui's eyes were full of hope as he stared intently at Guan Yu. "No problem, that's simple. Anything else?" Guan Yu replied readily. "If it can be built, could I request some job quotas? I want to use this as a reason to bring my married sisters back." Wang Hui's face showed a hint of urgency, his hands unconsciously twisting his clothes. You? So you cooked all this up just to find an excuse to bring your sisters back? Isn't that too reckless? The country's resources aren't for you to waste." Guan Yu's eyes widened, a mix of anger and helplessness. "How can you scheme like this for the sake of your own family? I originally thought you were going to regroup and make a big push, but to my surprise, you only did it for your family. Phil, report all this. You may leave. I don't want to see you anymore." Guan Yu said angrily. Wang Hui quickly explained, "Comrade Guan Yu, I know this might seem improper, but my sisters are really struggling out there. I just want them to have a better life, to come back home, so we can look after each other as a family." His voice grew softer, and his head slowly drooped, wearing a look of guilt. Guan Yu looked at Wang Hui's conflicted and anxious expression, felt a softening in her heart, and sighed. "Forget it, I won't meddle anymore. He'll report everything, but I can't guarantee the outcome." Wang Hui's face immediately lit up with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Comrade Guan Yu. I truly appreciate it." With that, he bowed deeply to Guan Yu and turned to leave. Guan Yu watched his retreating figure, shook her head gently, and murmured to herself, "This guy really is a sentimental one." Meanwhile, as Wang Hui walked home, he pondered, since Guan Yu had agreed to help report the matter, there should be some resolution. Next, he would have to consider other issues. With that thought, Wang Hui couldn't help but tap his own head and mutter, "Ah, how annoying." To ensure a new factory operates normally, effectively, stably, and safely, and to promote rapid development, we need to establish sound marketing, supply, production, and quality management systems. If only I could be like the old tractor factory where I just handled the technical side and didn't have to worry about anything else. That would be perfect. But things are different now, I might have to take charge of everything. Forget it, no need to rush. For now, we'll wait for Guan Yu's news. After returning home, Wang Hui opened the Taobao system and began searching for motorcycle design blueprints. Though finding the items wasn't difficult, he knew the key lay in how to manufacture these components. Motorcycle components are no simple matter. They include the engine, clutch, transmission control mechanism, front fork, shock absorber parts, wheels, rims, and so on. Each component requires meticulous design and fabrication to ensure the motorcycle's performance and quality. Wang Hui mused to himself, I wonder if we can outsource the processing. If so, that would be fantastic. I hope many of these parts can be made by other steel mills. Otherwise, having to produce every single part ourselves would be such a hassle. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by the door opening as a middle-aged woman entered. It was his mother, Li Yakin. Upon seeing Wang Hui, she immediately asked with a smile, Huier, I heard you just want to see Comrade Guan Yuyao. How did it go? Any news? Wang Hui was taken aback by his mother's words and said in surprise, What? How did you find out so quickly? He muttered inwardly that news sure traveled fast in this village. Li Yakin smiled smugly and said, Think about it. In this small village, nothing stays hidden. The moment you left, I knew all about it. Wang Hui shook his head helplessly, thinking there really were no secrets in the countryside. But he couldn't be bothered to argue with his mother and instead continued studying the blueprints in his hands. Seeing her son silently, Yakin urged again, Don't change the subject. Come on, tell me what happened. Wang Hui replied impatiently, Mother, what's the hurry? Meanwhile, on the other side, after receiving the message from Wang Yuyao, a group of people gathered. Their faces were grave, the atmosphere tense. So what do you think we should do about this request from that young man? Should we agree? An elderly man broke the silence. Can we afford not to agree? Whether it's his personal request or from his organization, this is the first time he's asked anything of us. As long as it doesn't violate principles, we can agree, another person responded. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then someone produced the report written by Wang Yuyao and said, But look at what Xiao Yao wrote. He did all this just to bring his sisters back to their hometown. Yes, resources are tight right now. We can't afford to mess around, someone chimed in. How about we just reject it, another proposed. Reject it? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Someone asked worriedly. Why don't we take a vote? Someone finally suggested. All right, let's do that. Everyone agreed. So they began to raise their hands for a vote. After tallying, the result was 8 votes in favor and 8 against. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly tensed, and all eyes turned to the elder who had yet to cast his vote. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, Qian Lao, it's 8-8 now. Yours is the deciding vote. Which way are you? Qian Lao paused for a moment, then said firmly, I vote in favor. This declaration immediately caused an uproar. Someone exclaimed anxiously, Qian Lao, this young man is clearly causing trouble. How can you agree? However, Qian Lao raised his hand to quiet everyone down. He spoke slowly. All right, since the vote is done, let's stop dwelling on this. Besides, look at these design blueprints. They're clearly the result of careful thought and effort. He might have his personal motives, but overall his work ethic is commendable. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. The meeting then proceeded. All right, since the majority voted in favor, the first agenda item is passed. Now let's move to the second item, discussing Wang Hui's plan to set up a factory. The meeting room once again erupted into heated discussion as everyone shared their views and suggestions. Setting up a factory requires capital. This is no small sum. Exactly, and we need technical personnel. Finding someone experienced with motorcycles is a major challenge. As for the market, we're not sure if this product will be competitive. At this point, Qian Lao, who had been listening attentively, cleared his throat and said, Everyone, don't just focus on the difficulties. Think about the advantages too. Wang Hui is a resourceful kid, and the design blueprints he can produce speak volumes. We just need to offer some support and let Wang Hui figure out the rest. If he succeeds, it's good for both him and us. If he fails, we won't suffer much loss. All right, let it be. Notify Guan Yuyao directly. For the past few days, Wang Hui had shut himself in his home, remaining confined to his room. He devoted himself entirely to studying the motorcycle design blueprints and the schematics for each component, as if he had severed all connection with the outside world. The dense web of lines and annotations held his mind captive. His sole desire was to thoroughly comprehend the designs and realize his vision of establishing a factory so that his sisters could arrive sooner. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely and the cicadas chirped incessantly. Li Yakin watched her son's intensely focused demeanor from the side and couldn't help but nag. Xiao Hui, don't just coop yourself up in the house every day. You'll wear yourself out. You should go out for walks and see Comrade Xiao Guan too. Li Yakin's heart ached for her son's health, while she also hoped he would settle down soon. Without lifting his head, Wang Hui, preoccupied with deciphering the blueprints, replied perfunctorily, Mother, I understand. Rest assured he'll stop after a bit more. In truth, he was inwardly irritated, wishing his mother would stop disturbing him, yet he knew her concern stemmed from love, so he could only offer a dismissive response. That day, the weather remained scorching. In the afternoon, Guan Yuyao arrived in a flurry to see him. The moment Wang Hui saw her, his heart inexplicably tightened, and a foreboding feeling arose. He speculated inwardly, judging by her frantic manner, could it be bad news? Your request has been approved, Guan Yuyao stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui was overjoyed, as if envisioning his sisters already arriving at his doorstep. But before his elation could fully blossom, Guan Yuyao added, However, you are only granted the qualification to build the factory. For other aspects, you'll receive only limited support. The rest depends on you. In his mind's eye, the image of his sisters stepping through the courtyard gate faded further and further away. That's it. No joke. I have to handle everything else alone. Snapping back to reality, Wang Hui's eyes widened in utter disbelief, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, chilling half his heart. It seems my wish to bring my sisters back has made them reluctant to offer full assistance. But no matter, these are trivial matters easily resolved. He consoled himself inwardly, though disappointment was evident on his face. If that's how it is. Who told you to build the factory only for your own family? It's already generous of them to grant you the permit. Guan Yuyao pursed her lips and said while secretly thinking, building a factory. Utterly unnecessary. Wang Hui let out a helpless long sigh. Thinking it was a lost cause, he said, fine. The factory site will be in our brigade. Besides that, I'll need some manpower, no problem, right? Despite his frustration, he refused to give up easily, planning to secure whatever he could. Tell me, who do you want? He'll apply for you. Guan Yuyao was quite straightforward. You? Wang Hui blurted out. Me? What can I do? Guan Yuyao looked puzzled, yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Exactly. The factory setup involves numerous tasks, and I can't manage it all alone. You can be my assistant, facilitating communication between us and relaying messages up and down, which will speed things up. Wang Hui looked at her expectantly, believing her help would smooth many processes. All right, I'm here to protect you anyway, so that's fine. Anything else? Guan Yuyao asked. Yes, a factory needs various professionals. Marketing, supply, production departments all require staff. I see many talented individuals among the educated youth, especially those who studied mechanics. I'd like a batch of them. Wang Hui finished in one breath, mentally calculating the boost these people could provide. No problem either. They were sent to build up the countryside anyway, it's all the same wherever they go. Guan Yuyao nodded and continued. In a few days, official documents will be delivered to you as support. Then you can start building the factory. Good. He'll make thorough preparations in the coming days and see if I can secure more support. Wang Hui pondered whether he should negotiate further. However, Guan Yuyao replied mercilessly, that's none of my concern. Suit yourself. Her tone was dripping with. Wang Hui's heart tightened. He thought from her attitude, she probably doesn't believe that document. Could it be that the higher-ups think the same way? Wang Hui furrowed his brows in deep thought, musing, it seems I need to find another way. Comrade Guan Yuyao, how about I show you around the area these days? Wang Hui proposed enthusiastically. Guan Yuyao's heart tightened. She pondered, what does he mean? Could he be trying to romance? No, absolutely not. So with a stern face she replied, Comrade Wang Hui, I'm currently an educated youth and have to work in the fields. I don't have time to accompany you. Don't fool around. Wait until the official notice arrives. Wang Hui felt somewhat aggrieved. What's wrong with her? Is it that time of the month? I just wanted to take her out to survey mineral resources and make more preparations. How is that fooling around? Could she have misunderstood my intentions? Wang Hui was full of question marks. Suddenly a flash of insight struck. Wait, I've been misunderstood. Could she think I'm trying to court her? What do I do now? I'm innocent. Wang Hui quickly explained, Comrade Guan Yuyao, you've misunderstood. I genuinely want to make more preparations to speed up the factory construction. I have no other intentions. Please believe me. His eyes shone with sincerity, hoping she would see. There's no misunderstanding. Let's talk another time. I hope you won't come looking for me these days. They'll find you if something. With that, Guan Yuyao wore a look of disgust and aversion, turned around and trotted away as if someone were chasing. Wang Hui reached out his hand to stop her, but it was too late. He could only lower it helplessly and mutter, what a mess. He turned and went back to his room, choosing to occupy himself with other tasks rather than dwell on the trouble. 2 days later, in Wang family village, a large group of imposing-looking individuals accompanied by Captain Wang Jigang and other village leaders entered Wang Hui's courtyard. As Wang Hui stood in the yard, puzzled about who they were, one middle-aged man warmly grasped his hand. You must be Comrade Wang Hui. I'm Zhang, the county magistrate. Hello, Magistrate Zhang. You truly are accomplished at such a young age. Achieving so much so early is truly admirable. I had heard our county produced a remarkable figure who made outstanding contributions in the capital. Today I finally meet you in person. Wang Hui smiled modestly. You flatter me. These are just my duties. Oh, that's right. My memory fails me. I almost forgot the important matter. Here are your documents. Please take them. With a warm smile, County Chief Zhang solemnly handed a file to Wang Hui. Comrade Wang Hui, this is your factory establishment certificate. If you encounter any difficulties or need assistance in the future, feel free to approach me at any time. I will do my utmost to help. Wang Hui quickly nodded, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you so much for your concern and support. Should the need arise, I will not hesitate to ask. After they had chatted for a while, the brigade leader interjected, Esteemed leaders, it's nearly mealtime. How about we all? County Chief Zhang glanced at his watch and said with a smile, no time is running short. I have other commitments, so with that he led his entourage out of Wang Hui's courtyard. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Hui inwardly breathed a sigh of relief that they had come during work hours. Otherwise, he would have been swarmed by a crowd of inquisitive villagers, which would have been a real nuisance. He opened the file bag and found the factory permit inside, but he still lacked funds, materials, and personnel. Sitting on a chair, Wang Hui furrowed his brow and massaged his temples, fretting over the next steps. Suddenly, he stood up, his brow deeply creased. No, I have to talk to Guan Yuyao about this. Well, let's go. As Wang Hui passed by the fields, he saw a few old oxen ambling slowly in the distance, pulling weathered wooden plows behind them. An elderly man, one hand on the plow handle and the other wielding a whip let out a resonant shout that echoed across the countryside. In the fields, some women and children were bent over or crouching, toiling diligently. The moment Wang Hui appeared within sight of the working educated youths, some began to tease Guan Yuyao. Comrade Guan Yuyao, look who's here. Comrade Guan, your man is here again. Comrade Xiao Guan, Wang Hui has come looking. Look how often he's been coming these days. Guan Yuyao was utterly speechless. She pressed her hand to her forehead, inwardly grumbling. These people are hopeless, always fooling around. Wang Hui and I are nothing like what they say. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Comrade Guan Yuyao. Comrade Guan Yuyao. It was only when the educated youth beside her gave a gentle nudge that Guan Yuyao snapped out of her internal rant. She looked up at Wang Hui, feigning composure, but unable to hide her fluster. Is there something you need, Comrade Wang Hui? Haha. Look at these two, all shy and formal. Alright, with so many people watching they have to be proper. But it's still quite amusing. Hearing the conversation veering off track, Guan Yuyao grew both embarrassed and annoyed. She shot a fierce glare at the group, quickly stepped out of the field, and hurried over to Wang Hui. Lowering her voice, she said, Come on, I'll inform the brigade leader first, then we'll talk in the educated youth courtyard. Alright, in the educated youth courtyard. It seems you've received your documents. Who delivered them? Guan Yuyao asked curiously, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Yes, the county chief delivered them today. Wang Hui's voice carried a note of excitement, his face beaming with That's impressive. Since the county chief delivered them personally, the subsequent procedures should go more smoothly. What's your next move? Guan Yuyao crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly. No, having the county chief deliver them only speeds up the paperwork. Approaching you would have the same effect. If I want to get things started soon, I'm short on funds, materials, and talent. Wang Hui said with a woebegone expression, his brows knitted tightly. Sorry, but I can't help you there. Guan Yuyao pursed her lips, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Comrade Guan Yuyao, you might have misunderstood me. Wang Hui began to explain eagerly, his gaze full of, Don't say another word. There's no misunderstanding. I want plead with my superiors on your behalf, and even if I did, it might not help. Guan Yuyao turned her head away, a stubborn look on her face. Very well. Wang Hui let out a resigned sigh, his eyes filled with disappointment. Is there anything else? If not, I need to get back to work. I don't want to waste time. Guan Yuyao appeared somewhat impatient, her brow slightly furrowed. Wang Hui was taken aback, thinking to himself, why is she so cold? Does she really hold such a grudge against me? There is something important. I have a mineral resource distribution map for our province. I'd like you to accompany me to survey several nearby resource sites. Since resources are scarce, I hope that if this map proves useful, the priority supply can go to the motorcycle factory. Wang Hui looked at Guan Yuyao expectantly, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. What? A real mineral distribution map? You're not just playing with me, are you? Guan Yuyao's eyes widened with suspicion, her mouth agape. How could that be? Don't overthink it. Just come with me and see for yourself. I happen to have a small instrument for mineral prospecting. Wang Hui said hastily, gesturing with his hands. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll trust you this once. But as an educated youth, I can't just wander off. Since what you mentioned also requires me to report to my superiors, could you wait a few days? Guan Yuyao hesitated for a moment before agreeing, a trace of uncertainty in her eyes. Fine. I have a package arriving soon. When it does, you'll come with me. I'm sure you'll love it. Wang Hui smiled mysteriously, the corners of his mouth lifting. A package? He'll love it. No. Guan Yuyao frowned and waved her hands repeatedly, thinking, what is this guy up to? I can't be fooled so easily. Comrade Wang Hui, I hope you remember your position. For now, ours is merely a protector-protected relationship, and even later it will only be that of superior and subordinate colleagues. Having said that, Guan Yuyao turned and left the courtyard. What is she talking about? Has she misunderstood again? Last time was the same, and now this. That's why I say marriage is out of the question. A girl's mind is too hard to fathom. Can't I just live freely on my own? Wang Hui stood dumbfounded in the educated youth courtyard, watching Guan Yuyao's figure grow distant. He inwardly lamented his plight, then shook his head helplessly and left the yard to head home and prepare the package. When he got home, he saw his mother Li Yakin sitting in the yard watching Xiaoya play with the puppy while directing Arya to do Wang Hui looked up at the sky, puzzled. It shouldn't be time to knock off yet. Why is she back? She couldn't have come back just to wait for me, could she? Wang Hui hurried behind Li Yakin, massaging her shoulders ingratiatingly. Mom, you're off work so early, he said, his face beaming with a flattering smile, his eyes betraying a hint of obedience, his movements gentle and attentive. Yes, my dear son. Did you go see Xiao Yao again today? Tell me, what's the progress between you two? Should I start preparing to meet her family? Should I get the betrothal gifts ready? The more Li Yakin spoke, the brighter her eyes grew, staring at Wang Hui with eager anticipation. Cough. Mom, you're overthinking. The county magistrate came to deliver documents to me today. Look what I have in my hand. Wang Hui waved the document bag in front of Li Yakin, but inwardly grumbled, why does my mom only care about this? It's so frustrating. I don't care what that is. I just want to know how things are between you and Xiao Yao. Li Yakin slapped away Wang Hui's waving hand, her face etched with impatience, her tone laced with urgency. Wang Hui felt like he was having a streak of bad luck. Guan Yuyao had misunderstood him more than once, and his mother was constantly pushing for marriage. All he wanted was to build a factory. Though he had some ulterior motives, the whole situation was now driving him crazy. Mom, just drop it. His brows furrowed, his voice tinged with helplessness, unconsciously rising in pitch. All right, but you need to hurry up. I think Xiao Yao is a great girl. 2 days later, Guan Yuyao came to Wang Hui's house and said, the higher-ups have assigned me to accompany you on the survey. But if your resource distribution map is genuine, I hope you'll hand it over to them for extraction. Of course, you'll be given a certain share. All right. Do you need to take leave? Let's set off as soon as you're done. Wang Hui said impatiently, his eyes sparkling, his feet unconsciously pacing back and forth. No need. From now on, I'm your assistant. They'll help you handle some matters. Guan Yuyao straightened her back, her chin slightly raised, exuding an air of confidence. Great. Let's head out now. Wang Hui rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face brimming with anticipation. All right, let's go. No need. We'll take a new mode of transportation. Wang Hui gave a mysterious smile, the corners of his mouth lifting, his eyes full of secrecy. A new mode of transportation. What is it? A bicycle? A jeep? Where is it? Guan Yuyao looked around curiously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Is it over here? She asked, her face full of doubt, her gaze fixed on the corner covered by a tattered cloth. I didn't notice it when I first arrived. What's under this cloth? Guan Yuyao muttered as she stepped forward, her fingers gently touching the fabric. Without a word, Wang Hui strode forward, grabbed a corner of the tattered cloth, and yanked it off with force. The cloth slid away, revealing a metallic, bicycle-like object gleaming before them. What is this? It has 2 wheels like a bicycle. Is it a bicycle? Guan Yuyao's eyes widened as she leaned in for a closer look, blinking rapidly and tentatively reached out to touch it. No, think again. Wang Hui crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Guan Yuyao. She recalled the motorcycle blueprint Wang Hui had shown her earlier. It was identical to this. Is this a motorcycle? You actually made it. I thought. Guan Yuyao's jaw dropped in astonishment, her eyes brimming with surprise and disbelief. Of course I could make it. What did you think? Perfect timing. They'll take you for a spin and see how it performs. Wang Hui patted the motorcycle seat with a grin, his face radiating pride. The motorcycle before them looked like a steel beast, its body lines sharp as lightning cutting through the air. The metal casing gleamed with a cold, harsh light under the sun, as if it could pierce through darkness. The tires were thick and broad like the claws of a giant beast poised to strike. The headlight emitted a mesmerizing glow as if it could illuminate every road ahead. The motorcycle exuded an irresistible charm, captivating Guan Yuyao's gaze. She couldn't help but want to ride it. Let me try it. Her eyes burned with desire, her hands already reaching out eagerly. No problem. They'll teach you. First, put on this helmet. It's crucial for your safety, he said, handing Guan Yuyao a sleek helmet, his expression serious. For safety? Bicycles don't have these. Guan Yuyao frowned, reluctant, pouting slightly. No, you have to wear it. Motorcycles go fast and safety is this protects your head. Wang Hui's face was stern, his tone leaving no room for argument, his demeanor silent. Guan Yuyao nervously mounted the motorcycle while Wang Hui calmly walked to her side and began to instruct. Here, grip the handlebars. Feel it. Like holding the reins of a galloping horse. This on the left is the clutch. Squeeze it, yes, just like that. Wang Hui demonstrated beside her, his fingers firmly pressing the clutch, his eyes fixed on Guan Yuyao's movements, focused and earnest. Now kickstart it and give it a little gas, not too hard. As Guan Yuyao followed his instructions, the motorcycle let out a low growl. Yes, keep your balance, look straight ahead. Imagine your gaze is guiding the motorcycle. Release the clutch slowly, feeling the power engage. Wang Hui's voice was steady and reassuring like an anchor for Guan Yuyao. His hands unconsciously mimicked the actions, helping her understand. As Guan Yuyao rode the motorcycle slowly forward, he jogged alongside, shouting, "Great, just like that." After Wang Hui's patient and meticulous guidance, Guan Yuyao gradually mastered the skill of riding the motorcycle, the vehicle becoming steadier on the road. So you've learned to ride the motorcycle. How does it feel? Isn't it amazing? Wang Hui asked excitedly, his smile as bright as sunshine. Yes, exhilarating. This is the kind of vehicle I was meant to ride. Guan Yuyao's face glowed with excitement and satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with thrill. All right, now for the real business. We need to head out for the survey. We'll take this. Wang Hui patted the motorcycle's fuel tank, his tone resolute. Both of us together. Guan Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes darting away. What else? Wang Hui raised an eyebrow, his expression matter-of-fact. Isn't that a bit improper? Guan Yuyao fidgeted, twisting her fingers nervously. It's fine, it's fine. I'm telling you, this bike has excellent off-road capabilities. Whether it's flat ground or mountainous terrain, it can handle it all. Wang Hui declared confidently, thumping his chest. What kind of genius is this? Is his brain addled? Guan Yuyao gave him a look as if he were an idiot, rolling her eyes. Let's go then. Wang Hui swung onto the motorcycle, started the engine, and the roar erupted instantly. Have you packed everything? Guan Yuyao asked, deliberately checking her own backpack as her gaze swept toward Wang Hui, reminding him not to forget anything. Don't worry, I've got it all. Wang Hui patted the luggage strapped to the back of the motorcycle with utmost confidence. The wind roared past them as they sped along, her hair tossed into a wild mess. Trees on both sides of the road blurred past, as if time itself had become hazy in this breakneck rush. Soon the two arrived at the nearest marked spot on the map. Can't you slow down? Tell me, did you do that on purpose? Did you drive so fast just to make me? To make me? Guan Yuyao's voice carried a mix of embarrassment and irritation, her face flushed crimson with indignation. No, really, I didn't mean to. You've test-driven it before. Motorcycles just go this fast. Wang Hui quickly explained, though a secret grin crept across his face. Guan Yuyao climbed off the back of the motorcycle, her face still burning red, her legs feeling unsteady. She gazed at the unremarkable patch of land before her and asked Wang Hui, "Are you sure it's here?" Her eyes brimmed with doubt, her brows tightly knitted, and she muttered to herself, "This looks no different from anywhere else." Before them, the ground was blanketed in a thick layer of vegetation. Lush green grass and scattered wildflowers swayed in the breeze, releasing a faint scent of grass and blossoms. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary meadow. There were no protruding rocks, no visible signs of mineral veins. The soil was a pale yellowish-brown, soft underfoot, sinking slightly with each step and leaving shallow footprints. Occasional small mounds rose gently, blending seamlessly into the terrain, giving no hint whatsoever that mineral resources lay beneath. Looking up, a shallow stream meandered in the distance, its water crystal clear. Upon closer inspection, the streambed was covered in smooth pebbles, ordinary quartz, and the like, nothing out of the ordinary. The surrounding trees grew naturally, their trunks straight and branches stretching outward, leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Like the land itself, they presented a peaceful, unremarkable facade, utterly unlike a place rich in precious mineral deposits. Wang Hui, have you got the wrong place? This spot doesn't look like it has any mineral resources at all. Guan Yuyao's brows furrowed deeply as she muttered to herself, her gaze darting around, her initial anticipation slowly giving way to suspicion. Easy, just wait. What I say doesn't count. It's up to this. With that, Wang Hui took a metal briefcase off the motorcycle, a mysterious smile on his face radiant in the sunlight. What's this? Is that the mineral detection device you mentioned? It doesn't look that big. Will it work? Besides, after our bumpy ride here, it might be broken. Guan Yuyao leaned in, scrutinizing the briefcase, her eyes wide with curiosity and doubt. How could it break? Just look at the material of this case, Wang Hui said confidently, his chin slightly raised. Guan Yuyao took the briefcase, feeling its weight. It was surprisingly heavy. She knocked on it and ran her fingers over the metal shell. This case's shell material looks really good. Is it something good? Its shell is made of a high-strength alloy that's both wear-resistant and pressure-resistant. The surface is also frosted, which not only withstands erosion in harsh environments, but also effectively prevents scratches and impact damage. Wang Hui introduced it proudly, his face beaming with satisfaction. High-strength alloy. Erosion-resistant. Really? Do you have the formula? Guan Yuyao pressed on curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oops. I said too much. Forgot we don't have that yet. Never mind, I'll just blame it on the patriotic organization overseas. Wang Hui's heart tightened, and he quickly covered up, of course. This is the latest material our organization acquired. Absolutely top-notch. As for the formula, we'll talk about that later. Remember, today we're mainly here to verify this mineral distribution map. The rest. Guan Yuyao shot Wang Hui a glare, but redirected her attention to the briefcase, though inwardly she thought about how he was always hiding things. Fine. How do you open this metal case? Guan Yuyao couldn't wait to see what was inside. It needs a password. Wang Hui took the metal briefcase, placed it on a relatively flat surface, and deftly entered the combination. With a crisp click, the case popped open, revealing a sleek, sophisticated-looking device. Is this the mineral detector? Guan Yuyao's eyes lit up as she stared at the instrument, as if she had discovered a rare. Yes. Let me take it out so you can see. Once it's activated, it can detect real-time data on the type, depth, and reserves of underground minerals. Wang Hui lifted the mineral detector from the case and extended its 4 support legs at the base. After careful adjustments to ensure stability on the uneven ground, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Look, the front of the device has an LCD screen where all detected data will be displayed. And see the row of function keys around the screen. Each one is clearly labeled, making operation simple and convenient. Wang Hui explained patiently, his voice slightly trembling. Really? That's amazing. But how does it detect mineral resources? Guan Yuyao leaned in to examine the device, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Look at the top of the detector. There's a retractable antenna. These antennas can receive weak signals from deep underground, and the data is analyzed from those signals. The antenna material is lightweight yet sturdy, and its length and angle can be adjusted flexibly to suit various detection scenarios. Wang Hui pointed at the antenna, his fingers gliding lightly over the device. Wang Hui immediately activated the mineral detector. It emitted a faint hum as its precision internal components began working efficiently. Through the retractable antenna at the top, it seemed to engage in a mysterious conversation with the minerals below. After a moment of flickering, the LCD screen stabilized, displaying iron or coal ore. Wow, I didn't realize this area had such a rich variety of mineral resources. And the quantities are quite substantial too, Wang Hui exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with surprise. When we've seen this spot, let's head to the next location. With that, Wang Hui began packing up the mineral detector. What are you doing? Guan Yuyao asked, puzzled, her brow slightly furrowed. We've checked this area. Let's go to the next spot, Wang Hui said as he packed up. Wait, just like that. Does what's shown on the screen really mean there's something here? Guan Yuyao still couldn't believe it. She pointed at the screen, her eyes filled with suspicion, as if trying to pierce through the display to uncover the truth. No. Comrade Guan Yuyao, what else do you want? Do you expect us to dig it up ourselves? Wang Hui gave a helpless smile and shook his head, his face etched with resignation. We certainly can't dig it up ourselves, but I can't have others come to do it. Use this mineral detector again and give me detailed data and a map. He'll have someone come dig, and we'll find out. As long as we can confirm there are minerals underground, that's enough. Guan Yuyao frowned slightly, speaking with urgency, her eyes gleaming with determination. And think about it. If we really can mine resources here, building your motorcycle factory will be a trivial matter and your sisters can return sooner. Don't you agree? All right, that makes sense. Words alone won't do, we need to see the actual mineral veins. Wang Hui nodded, slightly agreeing with Guan Yuyao's idea. Guan Yuyao's gaze was also full of anticipation. She thought to herself, Wang Hui, although I'm your assistant now, it's not that I don't trust you, but this feels too simplistic. Just fiddling with it and claiming there are minerals, no one would believe that. We need concrete evidence. Then I'll measure again, Wang Hui said as he carefully set up the mineral detector, his expression focused and serious. At that moment, his only thought was to measure accurately and completely without making any mistakes. Guan Yuyao carefully helped record the data on the side, unconsciously holding her breath so as not to disturb Wang Hui. Her heart pounded nervously as if she could hear its every beat. There's a large coal deposit beneath our feet, roughly located underground. Wang Hui's voice was steady and powerful like the beat of a war drum. 100 meters east, there's a small iron deposit roughly located underground. Not much only. Wang Hui's eyes were fixed on the detector, not daring to be careless. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead, glistening under the setting sun. Oh, something good. 200 meters northeast, there's a small gold mine. Wang Hui shouted in excitement, his eyes lighting up as if he saw countless golden glimmers before him. His whole body trembled slightly with exhilaration. Guan Yuyao's hand, which was recording, suddenly stopped. She stared wide-eyed at Wang Hui in astonishment. Are you sure? There's a gold mine here. Her heartbeat quickened and she was filled with disbelief. This is absolutely incredible. Look, isn't it written here? Wang Hui pointed excitedly at the display, his fingers trembling slightly, as if he had discovered a treasure. He was so thrilled he could barely contain himself, his voice shaking with excitement. Let me see. It's true, and the quantity is quite substantial. Guan Yuyao's voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. A flush of excitement spread across her face. She thought, this is incredible news. Not just coal and iron, but also a gold mine. After a long, intense period of detection and recording, the air around them seemed to grow heavy. Guan Yuyao solemnly handed the notebook with the recorded data to Wang Hui. Take a look. Is there any discrepancy? Wang Hui took the notebook, his gaze shifting back and forth between the data on the detector and the instrument, carefully cross-referencing. He didn't dare overlook any detail, his heart tense with anxiety. If there's a mistake, it'll be trouble. This direction is a bit off. It should be. Wang Hui compared the data, diligently correcting it carefully. His brows furrowed and relaxed alternately, and sweat dripped from his forehead, falling onto the ground beneath his feet. All right, the rest is fine. I have to say, I thought a soldier's handwriting might not be great, but you surprised me. You have a hint of admiration shone in Wang Hui's eyes, along with a touch of respect. Of course, this girl is skilled in both letters and martial arts. Guan Yuyao held her head high with pride, her face radiating confidence, as if the praise was the greatest affirmation. Her heart was bursting with joy. Yes, I was blind not to see your talent. Let's head to the next location, Wang Hui said with a smile, his mood light and his steps brisk. All right, no problem. Guan Yuyao agreed readily, eager to move on to the next place. Her heart was full of anticipation, as if the next spot might hold even greater surprises for them. With the experience from the first attempt, the detection, this time, was extremely fast. In no time it was completed. Wang Hui had originally wanted to take Guan Yuyao to detect more mineral resource points, but at her insistence, they set off on the way back to Wang family village. Along the way, the setting sun's afterglow draped over them like a golden veil, casting long shadows. The distant mountains were dyed orange-red like blazing flames, and the forests seemed edged with gold. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if singing a soft song for their return journey. Just before they parted, Guan Yuyao said seriously to Wang Hui, leave the motorcycle and the resource distribution map with me. He'll report them along with everything else. Also, actual excavation might take some time. He'll inform you when there's news. Oh, all right. Wang Hui nodded. Though reluctant, he knew it was necessary. Still, a sense of loss lingered in his heart. His gaze lingered reluctantly on the motorcycle for a moment. This motorcycle was his treasure. Guan Yuyao saw through Wang Hui's thoughts at a glance. She rolled her eyes, but had a hint of a smile on her lips. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. The motorcycle isn't for my personal use, it will be handed over. I'll report my test drive experience and the motorcycle's data, and let the experts examine the actual vehicle. That will surely garner more support for building the motorcycle factory, so we won't lack manpower or resources. No problem. Thank you. Wang Hui said gratefully, his heart full of anticipation, as if he could already see the day the motorcycle factory was completed. He felt a surge of excitement. Oh yeah. The day when my sisters return and our family reunites is not far off. Wang Hui let out a long inward sigh, then handed the mineral resource distribution map to Guan Yuyao with a sincere tone. Whether this resource map is useful or not, I can no longer keep it on me. Please submit it on my behalf. Guan Yuyao took the mineral resource distribution map, her expression turning solemn. A flicker of resolve gleamed in her eyes as if she had already foreseen the impact this map would bring. She clutched the mineral resource distribution map, tightly seeming to feel its weight and value. She nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding of Wang Hui's decision and promised to handle this important map properly. Wang Hui gazed at Guan Yuyao with a resolute look. He knew what this decision meant, yet he harbored no regret. He was fully aware of the significance of this mineral resource distribution map. If the resources could be successfully extracted, immense benefits would be reaped both for himself and others. Thus, he had unhesitatingly handed it over to Guan Yuyao. Since I'm submitting this, I'll give you the detector as well. It's of no further use to me. This way you can survey resource points in other provinces on your own. Wang Hui handed the metal case to Guan Yuyao. She accepted it solemnly and said to him, "This is an immense help to our nation's industry. I'll humbly accept it, and once again thank you deeply for your assistance. It's nothing. Once the mineral resources are confirmed to be genuine, I hope you can agree to my earlier condition," Wang Hui said with a firm voice, his eyes full of sincerity and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Guan Yuyao paused briefly, then nodded. She knew what condition he referred to. "I'll relay your message." Guan Yuyao nodded solemnly, then turned and rode away on her motorcycle with the resource distribution map, as if afraid to waste a single moment. Wang Hui stood still, watching Guan Yuyao's figure gradually fade into the distance, his heart filled with anticipation and hope. Only when her silhouette vanished completely into the sunset's horizon did he slowly come back to his senses. He took a deep breath, then turned and headed home. The setting sun descended slowly, its lingering rays filtering through the mottled leaves, casting dappled light onto Wang Hui's face. His cheeks were flushed red. He knew that before long the motorcycle factory would be built and his sisters would be able to. At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips and his steps quickened. As soon as Wang Hui reached his own doorstep, a chill swept over him, as if foreboding something unfortunate. He couldn't help but shiver, his heart sinking with a pang of unease that spread through his mind. Wang Hui shook his head, trying to dispel the ominous premonition, and slowly opened the courtyard gate. At a glance, he saw his father Wang Lingyue and his mother Li Yakin sitting in the yard. To his surprise, his eldest brother and sister-in-law, his fifth sister, and his niece Daya were also standing there. Seeing the entire family present, Wang Hui froze with 1 foot halfway through the gate, unable to step forward. His heart pounded like a trapped rabbit, and he groaned inwardly, "What's going on? Why is everyone here? Shall we come in? Don't just stand there. Come on in." Li Yakin spotted Wang Hui and quickly waved him over, her face carrying a hint of urgency, her eyes showing an unyielding determination. Seeing no escape, Wang Hui could only steel himself and step into the yard. After days of surveying mineral veins outdoors, enduring wind and exposure, he had hoped to sleep soundly in his warm, comfortable home. But instead of a cozy bed, he was met with a family tribunal. "I shouldn't have come back at all," he thought. "Shao Hui, where have you been these past few days? Why did you leave without telling your parents?" His mother Li Yakin struck, first her eyes filled with worry and reproach, her hands unconsciously resting on her hips. "Ah, dear mother. No, it's not like that. Something urgent came up, and I didn't have time. I'm back in just a few days." Wang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad, thinking at least it's not about matchmaking. But he still wore a placating smile, putting on a fawning expression. "Oh, is that so?" Li Yakin raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, her gaze seemingly piercing through Wang Hui's. Yes, Mom. You see, the county magistrate sent me a document earlier about setting up a factory. I've been busy. Mom, I'm tired. I want to go rest in my room." Wang Hui placed a hand on his lower back, feigning exhaustion. Just as he turned to leave for his room, he muttered inwardly, "Please don't ask anymore. Let me slip away. Hold on. Don't rush off yet." Wang Hui's step halted, and he plastered a smile on his face as he looked at his mother Li Yakin. "Mom, is there something else?" His heart fluttered, unsure of what new trouble awaited. "Ta!" Daya and Arya couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering their mouths. "Look at Uncle's expression, it's so funny." "You two shut up." Li Yakin shot them a sharp glare, and Daya and Arya immediately fell silent, covering their mouths, while their shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. "Shao Hui, I heard you went out with Xiao Yao these past 2 days, Li Yakin said, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. How did you know?" Wang Hui's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. How did news spread so fast? I have my informants. As soon as you left the village, someone came to tell us you two went out together, Li Yakin said proudly. "But what were you riding?" "I heard it's pretty fast." "That was a newly designed vehicle, a motorcycle. That's the factory I'm going to build," Wang Hui explained, hoping to shift the conversation to motorcycles. "Mom, let me tell you, this vehicle looks really cool. The lights." Wang Hui gestured excitedly, his face glowing with pride. "Stop. We don't understand any of that. Talk about something else. How does it compare to an ox cart? Can it pull a plow?" His father Wang Lingyue interrupted, frowning. "Dad, what did you say?" "Say that again. Pull a plow." Wang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, as if hearing some. "Yes, pull a plow. Can't it?" Wang Lingyue asked seriously, his expression stern. "Probably not." Wang Hui shook his head, helplessly torn between laughter and tears. "Can't? That's pretty useless then," Wang Lingyue said with a dismissive pout, his face full of disdain. "Dad, you can't say that. This motorcycle works like a bicycle, but it's much faster," Wang Hui explained anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead. "All right, you two stop arguing. Since it can't pull a plow, it's useless. We hardly ride the bicycle even a few times a year, let alone this thing. Li Yakin waved her hand impatiently. And Xiao Hui, don't change the subject. I'm not concerned about your factory right now. I don't care whether you work or build a factory. I only want to know how things are going with you and Xiao Guan. Will it work out? I want to hold a grandchild. While Wang Hui faced a barrage of questions from his family at home, Guan Yuyao, wearing a helmet, sped along a winding path on her motorcycle. Trees on both sides of the path flashed past, the wind roaring in her ears. The setting sun cast its glow upon her, outlining a captivating silhouette. Suddenly a squad appeared ahead, rifles raised, shouting sternly at Guan Yuyao, "No passage ahead. Halt them, or well, open fire." With a sharp screech, Guan Yuyao executed a stylish drift, bringing the motorcycle to a steady halt amid a cloud of dust. She kicked down the stand, removed her helmet, and shook her head. "What? Don't recognize me?" The squad leader, recognizing her, quickly ordered, "Lower your weapons." "Comrade Guan, what is this you're riding? It's amazing. The speed was incredible. Can I take a look?" A curious soldier approached, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Leave the vehicle here. Your squad will guard it. I'm going in first." Guan Yuyao turned the key and walked away. "Yes, well, ensure the mission is completed." The squad formed a protective circle around the motorcycle, whispering among them, "Wow, this thing is so cool. That parking move Comrade Guan did was absolutely stunning. I wish I could ride. Yet this is a great piece of equipment. It would make chasing enemies so much faster." Guan Yuyao entered an office and addressed a calm-looking middle-aged man. "Chief, I have something important to escort. Please arrange personnel immediately, preferably with a large truck. Also, there are 2 locations where I need you to send people to dig secretly. If they find coal, iron, or other minerals, report to higher-ups at once." Her eyes were determined and urgent, her heart pounding with anxiety as she silently prayed for everything to go. "Understood. Comrade Guan, please wait here. I'll arrange it immediately." The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. Soon he returned. "Comrade Guan, the truck and escort are ready." His tone was decisive, though fatigue showed on his face. His eyes remained firm. "Good." Guan Yuyao turned and left, addressing those still gathered around the motorcycle. "All right, I'm leaving now." Her voice was crisp and authoritative, her gaze sweeping over them with resolve. She led the team to load the motorcycle onto the truck and drove away. 2 days later, after traveling day and night, Guan Yuyao and her team arrived at a secret base hidden deep in the mountains. The perimeter was heavily guarded with watchtowers. Upon entering the base, she was taken to a spacious but tense conference room. "Comrade Guan Yuyao, is the mineral resource map mentioned in your telegram real?" An elderly man with graying hair asked sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on her, as if trying to see through her. "Elder Chen, yes. Here is the mineral resource map Comrade Wang Hui asked me to bring. He and I have already surveyed 2 of the resource sites. Troops have been sent to dig, and I believe news will come soon." Guan Yuyao handed over the map and her notebook, her heart a mix of tension and hope. She thought silently, they must take this seriously. "Excellent. Our industrial development has been slow due to scarce resources and technology. If this is true, these resources will greatly alleviate our current difficulties." Elder Qian's face lit up with excitement, hope gleaming in his eyes as he took the documents with trembling hands. "Everyone calm down. This hasn't been verified yet. Don't get your hopes too high." Another elder frowned, his expression stern. "Indeed, Elder Qian. No one at home or abroad has achieved such a feat. These mineral resources are buried underground. Who knows if it's just arbitrary marks?" "Elderly, that's not." Guan Yuyao tried to explain, her brows furrowed in urgency. "Comrade Guan Yuyao, this is not a place for you to speak freely." Elderly glared at her, his eyes sharp as daggers. "Elderly Xiao Guan is only trying to express her thoughts. Why be so harsh?" Elder Qian defended her with a hint of displeasure. "Elder Qian, don't let your connection to that Wang Hui and his patriotic organization sway you from the rules. Keep personal feelings out of work." Elder Li's tone was bitter, his face dark. "But Elder Qian..." Guan Yuyao tried again, her face flushed with anxiety. "Comrade Xiao Guan, stay calm. Let's wait for the excavation report." Elder Qian looked at her with a reassuring, warm, yet firm gaze. "Yes, Elder Qian." Guan Yuyao bit her lip, suppressing her impatience, her hands clenched unconsciously. "As for that vehicle, I won't be involved. You can handle it. I have no further business here, so will take my leave." Elder Li stood up, his stern face showing no emotion. For solemn-faced individuals immediately rose behind. Under Elder Li's lead, the group headed toward the conference room, their footsteps echoing in the silent hall. Just as he was about to open the door, Elder Li paused, turned back, and swept his piercing gaze over everyone like a cold blade. "I hope you all remember, anything he shouldn't possess should be handed over promptly, or it will only waste public resources." After Elder Li and his group left and closed the door, Guan Yuyao looked at Elder Qian in confusion. "Elder Qian, what did Elder Li mean?" Her eyes were filled with bewilderment and worry, her brow deeply furrowed. "Xiao Guan, it's nothing. Don't worry. Let's now discuss the motorcycle factory. We have the physical evidence and your report. Tell me your thoughts." Elder Qian smiled reassuringly, his gaze warm like spring sunshine, calming Guan Yuyao's nerves slightly. "I reckon this thing isn't even as good as a bicycle. As a joke, a bicycle only needs 2 steam buns for 100 kilometers. But look at this contraption. It requires diesel as fuel. What a flashy and impractical piece of junk. This is a complete waste of resources. Qian Lao, I believe it's utterly unnecessary." An old man with graying hair stood with his arms crossed, his face brimming with disdain. His tone was filled with negation, as if he were scrutinizing a worthless piece of scrap. I don't see it that way. I wonder if everyone remembers the previous blueprints. I happen to have them with me. A middle-aged man placed the previously submitted design drawings before the group, his expression agitated as he said, "Here, these are the last blueprints. As you can see, they include not just two-wheeled designs, but also three-wheeled ones." His eyes darted eagerly across the faces of the others, hoping for approval. All right, this three-wheeled design could be used for short-distance transport, greatly improving efficiency. And there's also... Someone stepped forward to examine the blueprints closely, their eyes suddenly lighting up as if they had discovered a new world, their face brimming with surprise. Yes. And I also believe this could be exported to earn foreign exchange. Earn foreign exchange? Really? Another person gasped in disbelief, their mouth opening wide enough to swallow an egg. Of course. Based on the data reported by Comrade Xiaoguan, I haven't heard of any better two-wheeled vehicle abroad. It's perfectly suitable as an export product. I think it's worth a try. After a heated discussion, it seems we must build this factory. Then let's allocate some resources and manpower to get the factory up and running as soon as possible. Qian Lao's decisive voice rang out like a mighty bell, filled with an unyielding authority. Yes, Qian Lao. Yes, Qian Lao. The group responded in unison, their voices crisp and resonant, echoing through the meeting room. Then let's call it a day. Everyone prepare to leave. Qian Lao stood up, ready to depart, a trace of fatigue on his face, but a glint of relief in his eyes. Wait, Qian Lao. I have something else to report. Guan Yuyao called out anxiously. Xiaoyao, what else is it? Well, build Wang Hui's factory as soon as possible. Qian Lao looked at Guan Yuyao warmly, his eyes full of concern. Qian Lao, it's not that. Wait a moment. As she spoke, Guan Yuyao trotted out of the meeting room, her steps hurried. Before long, she returned carrying a metal case, panting heavily, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Qian Lao, I'm talking about this. Guan Yuyao placed the metal case on the table, her eyes filled with anticipation. The elders gathered around the case, examining it, but failing to discern its purpose. Oh, it's not the metal case itself, but what's inside. It's the instrument Wang Hui used to detect underground mineral resources, called a mineral detector. Guan Yuyao explained, urgently gesturing with her hands. What? The group exclaimed in unison, rising abruptly, some even knocking over their chairs in their haste. Their eyes widened in sheer shock. Xiaoyao, is what you're saying true? Qian Lao's voice trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming with joy and anticipation. His heart leaped to his throat as he stared intently at Guan Yuyao's lips, dreading to hear a single no. Yes, it's true. In Wang Hui's own words, this device is better left in our hands than his. It can quickly locate mineral deposits, helping us acquire more resources for faster and better development. Guan Yuyao nodded solemnly. Oh, and I remember him saying the case itself is made of a special material, high-strength alloy. It's wear-resistant, pressure-resistant, and corrosion-proof. Is that so? Then this material deserves thorough study. Someone stepped forward and tapped the metal case. What a fine comrade, just like Wang Guoyu from their organization. Indeed. A sudden knock came at the door. Come in. Qian Lao said, his voice steady and firm. Qian Lao, this is a telegram from the garrison at Wangjia village. Please take a look. A young staff member hurried in and handed the telegram to Qian Lao. Good, give it here. Qian Lao took the telegram and scanned it quickly. Everyone, it's true. They've actually struck minerals. That means the resource distribution map is genuine. And there's more good news. Following the locations Xiaoguan provided, they've dug up the corresponding minerals. I believe you all understand what this means. Qian Lao clutched the telegram, his voice trembling with excitement, his hands shaking uncontrollably. In an instant, everyone in the office turned in unison to gaze at the metal case. This is a treasure indeed, someone murmured, their voice barely audible. Bang! I heard news has arrived. Li Lao, who had left not long ago, pushed open the door and strode into the meeting room. Li Lao, what are you doing? Someone complained, frowning with irritation. I merely heard that news came from Wangjia village. What is there something my status doesn't entitle me to know? Li Lao, hey, race the telegram. See for yourself. Qian Lao tossed the telegram onto the table. Not bad. It seems the resource distribution map is indeed real. Quite impressive. It appears Wang Hui has some skill. I want to invite him back. Any objections? How dare you? Qian Lao slammed the table. Li Xiaoyan, I warn you. You'd better not harbor any ill intent. All right, you old fool Qian. Why get so angry? If it's not allowed, fine. We'll see about that. Li Xiaoyan shrugged and turned to leave the meeting room. Xiaoyao, Wang Hui's identity is now widely known. Given his organization's help over the years, someone will surely try to use him as a weak point. You must ensure his safety. Qian Lao paused thoughtfully before adding, take this small telegraph device. Use it to contact me if anything comes up. No need to travel back and forth. Understood, Qian Lao. I will complete the mission. Guan Yuyao nodded solemnly. You've worked hard. It's nothing. Everything is in service of the people. All right, you little girl, hurry back. Tell Comrade Wang Hui that I approve of your relationship. Qian Lao teased. Approve what, Qian Lao? Guan Yuyao asked, puzzled. Xiaoyao, we heard you went on a blind date with that guy in Wangjia village, haha. Old Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter, and soon the meeting room was filled with laughter echoing back and forth. Oh dear. You all stop teasing me. Guan Yuyao's face instantly flushed, as red as a ripe apple, the blush spreading all the way to her earlobes. She covered her face, both embarrassed and annoyed, stomped her foot, and turned to flee the meeting room like a startled fawn. Hearing the laughter still echoing from the meeting room, Guan Yuyao gritted her teeth, silently thinking bitterly, what was I thinking back then? Why did I have to use blind date as an excuse? Couldn't I have said classmate or colleague? As she walked briskly, she kept blaming herself in her mind, her steps growing faster and faster, stirring a gentle breeze. No, it's not my fault. If anyone's to blame, it's that Wang Hui. It's definitely not my problem. Guan Yuyao tossed her head and strode away proudly, as if shaking off all her troubles. It seems someone has developed some improper thoughts about me. Wang Hui stared at the screen before him, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, elusive smile. A smile as cunning as a fox's. It turned out that when Wang Hui had given Guan Yuyao the mineral detector earlier, he had placed a micro camera on the metal case. Initially, he only wanted to see if the motorcycle factory would offer support, but instead he overheard someone plotting against him and planning to invite him. Looks like I need to take some protective measures. Wang Hui smiled and purchased a few more items from the Taobao system, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes, a gaze that seemed to see through everything. Then he remotely destroyed the micro camera through the system. During the days Guan Yuyao was away, Wang Hui's mother asked every day, Xiao Hui, where did Xiao Yao go? Did you make Xiao Yao angry? Why else wouldn't she come back to see you? Didn't you say she's your assistant now, eh? Why haven't I seen her yet? These words carried reproach like sharp arrows aimed straight at Wang Hui, leaving him both helpless and aggrieved. It got to the point where Wang Hui didn't want to stay home those days. Except for meals, he avoided his mother as much as possible. He still remembered the family trial a few days ago. Even though nothing was going on between them, the whole family had ganged up to interrogate him. Thinking about what it would be like if his three sisters also came back, he shuddered all over and almost wished they wouldn't return. Is anyone home? Comrade Wang Hui, are you there? Xiaoya area, have you seen your uncle? Guan Yuyao's crisp voice rang out in the yard as melodious as an oriole's song. To Wang Hui it sounded like heavenly music. No, big sister. Xiaoya and Arya answered in unison, their voices full of innocence. Woof! The family dog barked along as if welcoming Guan Yuyao's arrival. Guan Yuyao. I'm here. Wang Hui poked his head out from behind the house and waved at Guan Yuyao, who was standing in the yard. A few leaves were stuck in his hair, making him look a bit disheveled. Comrade Wang Hui, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Seeing Wang Hui's disheveled state, Guan Yuyao couldn't help but laugh, her laughter as pleasant as silver bells. You're laughing. It's all because of you and your blind date excuse. Let me tell you, I've been suffering these past few days. While you were gone, my mom kept asking me every day, where did Xiao Yao go? Did you make Xiao Yao angry? Wang Hui looked helpless, brushing dust off his clothes while complaining, his expression like that of a wronged child. Haha, looks like you've been living in dire straits these days. Guan Yuyao's smile grew even brighter, her eyes curving into crescent moons radiant as spring sunshine. You only just realized that. Wang Hui shot her a glance tinged with helplessness. Suddenly Guan Yuyao remembered how old Qian and the others had teased her, and her face turned cold. Humph, serves you right. Wang Hui was instantly baffled, muttering to himself. What's wrong with this girl now? A woman's heart is truly hard to fathom. Speaking of which, Guan Yuyao, you were gone so long. Any good news for me? Though Wang Hui already knew the outcome, he still pretended to ask with anticipation, a hint of slyness in his eyes. Speaking of that, there is good news. With this assistance help, the higher-ups have decided to support you in setting up the factory. Construction should start in a few days. Guan Yuyao patted her chest excitedly as she spoke. Well, thank you then. Wang Hui nodded with feigned calm, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching upward. Wang Hui, you don't seem surprised at all. Guan Yuyao stared at him suspiciously, trying to find a flaw in his expression, her eyes darting left and right as she examined him. I'm not surprised. I didn't believe that after giving so much they wouldn't offer full support. Wang Hui squinted and twitched the corner of his mouth, his gaze full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. I wonder if you've done something again, or if you're hiding something from me. Guan Yuyao leaned closer to Wang Hui, her eyes sharp. How could that be? And, before Wang Hui could finish, a figure cut between them. It was his mother Li Yakin, beaming as she firmly grasped Guan Yuyao's hands. Xiao Yao, where have you been these past few days? This brat of mine won't tell me anything when I ask. I haven't seen you in. Li Yakin asked warmly, her voice full of affection. Mom, am I still your favorite youngest son? Wang Hui muttered under his breath. Annie, I've been busy with the factory these past few days. I just came back as soon as things were settled. And my boss is right here. Guan Yuyao winked at Wang Hui. Your boss? Isn't that Xiao Hui? You little rascal, how can you let a girl run around outside while you laze around at home? Xiao Yao, let me teach him a lesson. Li Yakin promptly grabbed Wang Hui's ear and gave it a hard twist. Ouch, that hurts. Mom, go easy. There are people watching. Wang Hui winced in pain, his expression agonized. Uncle's getting a spanking. Uncle's getting a spanking. Xiaoya and Arya clapped and cheered on the sidelines, looking utterly innocent. Go on, you two little girls. I've been good to you for nothing. Wang Hui glared at the two little girls, his eyes full of resignation. Woof woof. The dog also chimed in, as, all right, Annie, let Wang Hui off the hook. Guan Yuyao interceded with a smile. You're lucky Xiao Yao pleaded for you this time. Next time you're on your own. Li Yakin let go and shot Wang Hui a warning glare. What is this nonsense? Wang Hui muttered while rubbing his ears, his face etched with grievance and helplessness, resembling a wronged young bride. You little brat. What did you say? Say it louder. Li Yakin planted her hands on her hips, her eyes glaring wide, as if she were about to grab his ears again, her aura like that of an enraged lioness ready to devour him. Mother, I really didn't say anything. If you don't believe me, ask her. Wang Hui, like a startled rabbit, deftly dodged behind Guan Yuyao, his hands clasped in prayer, as he looked at her with pleading eyes resembling a child begging for forgiveness. Help me out of this. 1,000 thanks. Auntie, I still have something to discuss with Wang Hui. If you're busy, please go ahead. Guan Yuyao quickly interjected, a sweet smile gracing her face. Then you two have a good chat. Ere you shall you come with me. Li Yakin relented, leading the two little girls away with reluctance. Phew. Wang Hui leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply as if he had just survived a fierce battle, fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Many thanks for your help, comrade Guan Yuyao. Let me treat you to a lavish meal. Spare me the lavish meal. We should focus on the factory construction for now. Guan Yuyao waved her hand, her expression turning serious. All right, come into my room and we'll talk. I tell you, I've already prepared everything. Wang Hui pulled Guan Yuyao toward. Guan Yuyao felt her mind in a haze as she followed Wang Hui into his room. What are you spacing out for? Look, these are the blueprints for all the motorcycle parts I've prepared. Wang Hui said, lifting a thick stack of blueprints from the table behind him. Guan Yuyao's pretty face flushed crimson as she snatched the stack and randomly pulled out a few sheets to examine. Wow, so many. Are you planning to make every single part yourself? Guan Yuyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping as the blueprints almost slipped from her hands. What are you thinking? That's impossible. I plan to outsource some of the less critical parts to other steel mills for fabric. For instance, Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill. Their veteran craftsmen should be able to produce qualified products. Wang Hui gestured as he spoke, brimming with confidence, as if everything was under his control. I never expected this. Your idea is perfectly feasible. It won't delay the factory construction and will speed up motorcycle production. Guan Yuyao rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling, as she looked at Wang Hui with admiration, a gaze that seemed to infuse him with boundless energy. Of course. Wang Hui raised his head with a hint of smugness, though inwardly he thought, if you knew about future assembly lines and contract manufacturing, you wouldn't be so amazed. You'd even find this quite low-tech. Yet he maintained a confident smile on his face. There's no time to waste. Wang Hui, when do we set off? Guan Yuyao asked eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation as she leaned forward involuntarily. Hold on. There's another blueprint here that I need you to deliver to the construction team. As for the rest, we need to discuss which factories to approach for processing. Wang Hui pulled out the bottommost sheet from the stack and handed it to Guan Yuyao. What blueprint is this? Let me see. Guan Yuyao snatched the blueprint and looked at it. Oh, it's the construction blueprint for the factory. No problem, I'll have someone deliver it for you. Now let's discuss which factories to send these blueprints to. Wang Hui pulled over a chair and gestured for Guan Yuyao to sit, the chair scraping against the floor with a creak. No problem. I remember you made a diesel engine before. Are you planning to handle that yourself, or? Guan Yuyao sat down, leaning forward seriously, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Wang Hui. No need. The engine I previously developed for tractor production can be directly adapted with improvements based on. Wang Hui crossed his arms confidently. It seems you've had plans to build a motorcycle factory for a while. You bet. All right then. For the remaining parts, we can have Anshan Steel Mill and Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill handle them separately. Guan Yuyao picked up a pen and began jotting notes on paper. Perfectly feasible. Look, this part can be processed by Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill. And this one too. Finally done. Wang Hui slapped the table, stood up, and stretched. Looking at Guan Yuyao, he said, let's proceed as planned. First, stop the tractor factory to secure the engine. We'll set off tomorrow. How about that? No problem, my leader. Guan Yuyao replied with a smile. After several days of travel, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the tractor factory. Before them, the factory loomed like a colossal beast crouching upon the earth. Towering smokestacks pierced the clouds, belching thick rolling smoke that rose like dark clouds into the sky, starkly vivid against the azure backdrop. The factory's machinery roared incessantly, the sound like rumbling thunder. The closer they got to the tractor factory, the more deafening the roar became, as if it could shatter their eardrums. So this is the tractor factory where you used to work. Its main gate looks far more imposing than those of other factories. Guan Yuyao looked up at the two enormous heavy gates. The cold metallic sheen of the thick iron doors exuded an oppressive, authoritative aura. You bet. I tell you, I was the top man in the technical department here. Everyone in the factory had to treat me with the utmost respect. Wang Hui raised his head, pride written all over his face, his eyes gleaming with nostalgia and self-satisfaction. Look at you all puffed up. Guan Yuyao rolled her eyes at him, though a hint of a smile lingered. Just then, two burly men who looked like security guards rushed up to them and bellowed. Where did you two rascals come from? Don't you know what factory this is? How dare you loiter around here? Guan Yuyao and Wang Hui exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of confusion and surprise. What was going on? Wang Hui steadied himself, stepped forward, pointed at himself, and said with a smile, Don't you recognize me? I'm Wang Hui. His smile carried a hint of confidence, believing his name would carry weight. A flicker of recognition passed through the men's eyes, but then they shoved Wang Hui with such force that had Guan Yuyao not caught him swiftly, he would have stumbled and fallen awkwardly. Wang Hui slowly brushed the dust off his clothes. At 20, his handsome face still bore a lingering smile, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, but his eyes suddenly turned sharp and fierce. Wang Hui slowly brushed the dust off his clothes. At 20, his handsome face still bore a lingering smile, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Indeed, when the people leave, the tea grows cold. You've done splendidly, truly. In just a few short months, you've managed to achieve this. Remarkable. Wang Hui's voice was laced with anger and disappointment, his chest heaving violently as he suppressed the raging fire within. Oh, if it isn't our former technical director, Comrade Wang Hui. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Mingyao, the current director of the tractor factory. An arrogant young man clad in a brand new work uniform sauntered out of a workshop and paced leisurely before Wang Hui, his face brimming with contempt. I wonder what business brings you to our factory today. We certainly don't welcome unidentified individuals here. Li Mingyao, you. Guan Yuyao glared at him, her fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, her body trembling slightly. Silence, Guan Yuyao. You need to mind your place. Understood. Li Mingyao narrowed his eyes, which resembled bottomless black pits, their depths unreadable. His tone was menacing, his words seeping through clenched teeth, cold and biting. Guan Yuyao's lips twitched, but in the end she uttered not a single word. She simply lowered her head and stepped aside, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart a tangle of conflict. Her gaze grew dim and lifeless. Wang Hui, I was planning to send for you, but you've come on your own. Truly, you can't find a thing even when you search high and low, yet it comes to you without any effort. Please, this way. Li Mingyao made a pleased gesture, a smug smile plastered on his face. A smile like a twisted mask, sending chills down one's spine. Fine then. I'm curious to see what you want to invite me for. A faint smirk curved at the corner of Wang Hui's mouth. Suddenly, a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes, and the caution that had been there vanished, replaced by resolve and fearlessness. Take him away. As he spoke, a man stepped forward and blindfolded Wang Hui with a coarse, heavy cloth, plunging him instantly into darkness. When light returned to his vision, Wang Hui found himself in a dank, gloomy dungeon. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, nauseating and foul. The dungeon walls were covered in moss, and water droplets dripped incessantly from the ceiling, echoing with a steady drip drop. Wang Hui stood in the center, facing a battered old table beside which sat a brand new chair. What's this? Looks like you intend to imprison me. Wang Hui said calmly, gazing at Li Mingyao with an expression as still as a placid lake, as if he had anticipated all of this. No. Why would I imprison you? I simply want to properly entertain our honored guest. Isn't that right, everyone? Li Mingyao spread his arms as he spoke, a hypocritical smile plastered on his face. A smile like a viper's tongue beckoning to those around him. Yet his eyes betrayed a sinister glint that sent a chill down the spine. Of course, our director Li is absolutely right. Exactly, we must entertain our honored guest. The crowd chimed in, their voices a chaotic jumble, each face wearing a fawning expression. Their sycophantic smiles were like ugly masks evoking disgust. Li Mingyao reclined in his chair, half closing his eyes, his demeanor leisurely and content savoring the flattery of the crowd. The chair was his throne, and he was the sovereign of this dark realm. Then what does this mean? Wang Hui raised his hands, revealing a pair of cold handcuffs clamped around his wrists. Under the dim light, the cuffs glinted sharply. Oh my, who did this? How could we handcuff Comrade Wang Hui, the former head of the technical department? Don't you agree, Captain Liu? Li Mingyao feigned surprise, yet his face showed no hint of astonishment. His expression was utterly insincere. Director Li, you must be mistaken. I never saw any Comrade Wang Hui. I only see a spy named Wang. We're interrogating a spy here. Captain Liu replied with a sarcastic tone, a smug smile curling at his lips, a smile steeped in malice. Captain Liu, what did you say? A spy? Then I must have a good look. Captain Liu, you'd better treat him well. Li Mingyao said, the corners of his mouth lifting, his voice dripping with malevolence, as if savoring a cruel game. No problem, Director Li. Captain Liu responded, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes, a gaze like that of a starving wolf spotting its prey. Men, let our spy comrade witness the true art of interrogation. Not a single spy who has fallen into my hands has ever managed to keep a secret. Captain Liu waved his hand, and several men entered the room, carrying various instruments of torture. These tools were rusted and stained, exuding an aura of terror, some still bearing dark traces of blood. Hold on, no rush. I still want to have a nice chat with our spy comrade. Li Mingyao drew in his legs, slowly rose to his feet, and paced over to stand before Wang Hui. He sat on the table, his fingers drumming absently on its surface. The tapping sound echoed starkly in the silent dungeon like a countdown to death. He smiled and said, I'd like to know about your organization. Care to share? So all this fuss from you clowns was for the organization. I know, but I won't tell. Isn't that infuriating? Ha ha. Wang Hui threw his head back and laughed, the sound reverberating through the cramped space. You? Captain Liu, let him see what you're capable of. The smile on Li Mingyao's face suddenly froze, the curve of his lips gradually flattening. His eyes turned dark and gloomy, as if a storm was about to break. Comrade Director Li has already done you a great favor by meeting with you. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Let's see if your bones are harder than my methods. Captain Liu said as he turned and picked up a blood-stained instrument of torture. The blood on it had long dried, as if telling tales of past agony and torment. You're welcome to try. Wang Hui's face remained calm as he looked at the instruments, showing not a flicker of emotion. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. Men, get to it. Captain Liu waved his hand, and several men approached with the instruments. Come on, let me see what you clowns are capable of. Wang Hui roared, his voice echoing through the dungeon, shaking the very soul. Zing! The men preparing to torture Wang Hui collapsed to the ground with a thud in an instant. Their faces contorted in extreme anguish, eyebrows raised high, eyes wide open. Their once dark pupils were now bloodshot, filled with terror. Their lips parted involuntarily, teeth clenched tightly, and low agonized groans escaped through their clenched jaws. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen for a split second, their expressions and movements halted. Everyone protect directorly, someone shouted. In an instant, chaos erupted in the dungeon. The air was filled with the clamor of thuds and clatters, a cacophony that engulfed the entire space. In the damp and gloomy dungeon, a nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. Li Mingyao sat slumped on the ground, his once pristine work clothes now stained with mud and utterly filthy. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked around frantically. All traces of his former arrogance vanished. His gaze resembled that of a startled rabbit, utterly devoid of its previous hubris. Among those surrounding Li Mingyao, some crouched nervously, peering around, as if expecting a monstrous creature to emerge from the darkness. Others trembled uncontrollably, their teeth chattering audibly. Even Captain Liu brandished his pistol, gesturing wildly, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead, dripping onto the ground, instantly absorbed by the damp earth. "Oh, what are you all doing? Putting on a show for me? Well, I suppose I should thank you then." Wang Hui curled his lips in a faint sneer and shook his head, his tone dripping with mockery. His voice echoed with unusual clarity in the silent dungeon, yet carried a chilling indifference that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Mingyao scrambled to his feet, heedless of the dust on his clothes, and charged at Wang Hui like a frenzied beast. "Director Li, be careful, don't get close. Director Li, get away from there." The crowd shouted in terror, their voices laced with fear and anxiety. "Get lost!" Li Mingyao roared, grabbing Wang Hui by the collar. His face contorted like a demon's as he screamed hysterically, "Tell me, did you do this?" His voice was sharp and piercing, as if he wanted to devour Wang Hui alive. Wang Hui grabbed Li Mingyao hand, prying his fingers open one by one. With an expressionless face, he said, "Director Li has such a good memory. Wasn't it you who brought me here? Perhaps heaven has finally taken notice and decided to make things difficult for you." "Ha ha ha." Wang Hui's laughter reverberated through the confined space, sounding particularly jarring. "Ha! Here I am the law. What I say goes." A sinister grin spread across Li Mingyao's face, his expression like a demon crawling out of hell, enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Yes, of course. Everything is up to you." "You're absolutely right." The lackeys echoed obsequiously, their voices trembling as they huddled together. "Look at yourself, a complete mess. Just because a few people flatter you, you think you're the boss. I wonder what kind of family could produce such a little wretch as you." Wang Hui shook his head, looking at the scene before him, as if he were watching a fool, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "How dare you?" the attendants shrieked in terror. "You insolent cur. You dare curse me. You want to die, do you? Then I'll oblige you today." Li Mingyao snatched Captain Liu's pistol, aimed it at Wang Hui's temple, a scornful smirk curling on his lips. His eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor that of a madman who had lost all reason. Bang! The dungeon door was kicked open, and a sliver of sunlight streamed through the crowd, falling upon the ground. The light briefly illuminated the dark corners, yet it could not dispel the fear and tension that permeated the dungeon. Who dares to disturb me? Do you have a death wish?" Li Mingyao roared hysterically, his back to the door. His voice, sharp with fury, sounded especially piercing amid the sudden disruption. "Li Mingyao, how dare you? Who gave you the authority? Who gave you the nerve?" An angry voice rang out like a thunderclap, exploding within the dungeon. Li Mingyao turned around, a look of disdain on his face. He pulled a slightly dusty document from his pocket and threw it at Guan Yu's feet. "So it's you, Guan Yu. You need to understand your place in mine. Take a look at this." His movements were rough and arrogant, as if flaunting his victory. Guan Yu picked up the document from the floor, and his eyes widened in shock. It was an arrest warrant for the spy Wang Hui. His hands trembled, causing the document to flutter slightly. "Brother, what are you waiting for? Save him." Guan Yu urged, her voice choked with tears. "Xiaoyao, I can't. Look at this." Guan Yu said helplessly, his voice filled with exhaustion and resignation. "How is this possible? How? Old Qian would never have signed this document. It was you, Li Mingyao. It was your grandfather, Li Xiaoyan. No wonder you're so brazen." Guan Yu pointed at Li Mingyao, her finger trembling with rage. "It seems you're fine. Then please leave. You're not welcome here. If you still don't know your place, you can stay here as well." Li Mingyao said coldly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Li Mingyao, you." Guan Yu bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. "Let's go." Guan Yu pulled Guan Yu, his voice low and resolute. "But brother, what about Wang Hui?" Guan Yu struggled, trying to break free from Guan Yu's grip. "Forget about him. Let's go. I'm telling you to go back." Guan Yu's voice carried an undeniable authority. "What another fine performance." Wang Hui clapped his hands slowly as he walked up to Li Mingyao. "Director Li Mingyao, is it? I'm done playing with you. I have things to do, no time for these games." His tone was light, as if the entire affair was nothing more than a boring game. With a sudden burst of strength, Wang Hui snapped his handcuffs and casually snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, a powerful surge of electricity flooded the entire dungeon. Everyone except Wang Hui collapsed instantly, their hair standing on end. Under the influence of the current, some strands became scorched, emitting a sizzling sound and an acrid smell of burning. The odor mingled with the dungeon's original stench, creating a sickening miasma. With another snap of his fingers, the current subsided. Covering his mouth and nose, Wang Hui walked over to Li Mingyao and crouched down. Oh my, look who's soiled themselves on the floor. And look at the drool running down your chin. Wang Hui, I won't let you get away with this. Li Mingyao's lips trembled, every word seeming to drain the last of his strength. The slurred speech was forced out through clenched teeth, laced with gnashing hatred. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, but the venom in his gaze was palpable as he stared fixedly at Wang Hui. Let me get away with this. Keep your life for now. They'll come for it in a few days. For now, you all just stay put. Wang Hui's gaze was icy as he leaned in and whispered into Li Mingyao's ear. Then, covering his mouth and nose with one hand, he waved the other dismissively. Ignoring Li Mingyao's incessant howls, he left the dungeon. It feels so good to see the sun again, don't you think, Comrade Guan Yu? Wang Hui spread his arms wide, welcoming the sunlight. Then, tilting his head, he looked at Guan Yu and Guan Yu, who were still standing nearby. Wang Hui, am not. Guan Yu cried out urgently, her voice choked with sobs, but before she could finish, Guan Yu raised his hand to cut her off. Guan Yu, shut up. He is now a spy to be arrested. Guan Yu's face darkened, his tone severe, brows knitted tightly, his eyes revealing helplessness and resolve. Brother, he is not, he really isn't. He was framed. Tears welled in Guan Yu's eyes, her voice trembling, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. I also know he was framed, but the arrest warrant has been issued. Without subsequent documents, we can only follow orders. Do you understand? Guan Yu gritted his teeth, speaking with difficulty, the corners of his mouth twitching, his heart filled with pain and helplessness. Enough, stop putting on this act in front of me. Do you think the two of you are enough? Ridiculous. Wang Hui's gaze suddenly turned sharp as a blade, his eyes brimming with anger and disappointment. Before his words faded, he closed in, rapidly executing a double elbow strike with lightning speed. Watch out! Guan Yu screamed in terror. Guan Yu barely blocked the move. With a loud thud, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, stark against his pale face. Guan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. In her heart, Wang Hui had always been a frail scholar. She never imagined he could be so formidable. Snapping back to reality, she rushed over to help Guan Yu up, her voice trembling with tears. Brother, are you all right? Useless. You can't even withstand a single blow from me. Wang Hui didn't spare them another glance, his voice cold, as if from an icy abyss. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Wang Hui strolled slowly down the street. On the corner wall, a striking slogan read, "Follow the great leader Mao." Big character posters fluttered gently in the breeze as a crowd gathered around, reading and discussing with rapt attention. At the alley entrance, bicycle bells chimed incessantly. People in plain clothes weaved through on their bikes, some with bags of vegetables strapped to the back seats. From deeper in the alley came the occasional laughter and shouts of playing children. A short walk ahead stood a Staytone shop, its glass display window slightly foggy, showcasing simple daily necessities. A long queue stretched out front. People clutched various ration tickets, waiting to make purchases, their faces a mix of anticipation and resignation. Pedestrians in modest attire hurried by or strolled leisurely, their expressions glowing with hope and aspiration for life. Yet Wang Hui's face was shrouded in gloom, starkly out of place with the surroundings. He looked up at the sky, the sunlight stung his eyes, making him squint. The anger and helplessness in his heart surged like a tidal wave. Just then, an old man who had just bought something from the state shop stared at Wang Hui for a long while. "A little Wang Hui, when did you get here? You seem a bit down. Tell your teacher what's wrong." Li Lao's voice was gentle and kind, filled with concern for the younger generation. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" "Just browsing, came to buy a few things." "Fancy running into you here. Got something on? How about coming to my place for a chat?" Wang Hui was about to say sure, but a flicker crossed his eyes. He forced a smile and said, "Teacher, I have things to do. They'll come find you when I'm free. They'll be off now." Li Wenqing noticed the shift in Wang Hui's expression and made a guess. He sighed. "Then take care of yourself. I will teacher. Take care." As Wang Hui turned, his gaze suddenly turned fierce. He muttered to himself, "Damn, didn't expect them so soon. Better not drag teacher into this." Bang! A gunshot tore through the sky. Wang Hui stood still, watching the crowd scatter in panic like startled birds, screams and shouts intertwining. The fury in his chest could no longer be contained. Damn it, they dare act so brazenly in broad daylight. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Wang Hui saw no one was injured, and his rage subsided slightly. "Wang Hui! Wang Hui! Wang Hui!" Each call grew louder and more vicious, dripping with boundless hatred and anger. "Oh, if it isn't our factory director Li Mingyao. Why so disheveled? What's with that hairdo? Trying a new style? Or are you up to something again?" Wang Hui stood motionless, staring at Li Mingyao with dark, unblinking eyes. Li Mingyao instinctively caught his breath, his heartbeat skipping a beat, his face a mask of panic. He glanced around, confirming that all his men were present, many with guns already trained on Wang Hui. His initial panic twisted into malevolence and madness. A cold smirk curled his lips as he roared, his eyes bloodshot, each word heavy. "How dare you? How dare you? Wang Hui'll make you regret crossing me." Today you die, and your family will join you in the grave. Ha ha ha. The laughter was bone-chilling. Fire. Bang. Bang 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 bang. 5 shots rang out. Hearing the gunfire, Li Mingio's face twisted with triumph and cruelty. He then drawled, collect his body. He'll handle the rest. F Factory Director Li. He's unharmed. See for yourself. Someone stammered, their voice laced with fear and, what did you say? Li Mingyao grabbed the speaker and turned to look. 5 bullets hovered midair as if stopped by an invisible wall. The bullet tips were deformed from the impact. Are you man or demon? Li Mingyao collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face ashen, eyes bulging with terror, pupils dilated, bloodshot lips, and teeth chattering uncontrollably. Don't you know who I am, Factory Director Li? Wang Hui stepped closer to Li Mingyao, passing the suspended bullets. He gently flicked each one aside. They fell to the ground with a crisp clatter, every sound hammering against Li Mingio's heart, quickening its beat. Li Mingyao grabbed the shoulder of a man next to him, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, fire. I order you to keep firing. Bang, bang, bang. Dust billowed across the street. Aren't you so formidable, you scoundrel? Let's see how you dodge this many bullets. Ha ha ha. Is that so, Director Li? Having a good time? How about I liven things up for you? With a soft snap of his fingers, countless whooshing sounds emerged from the dust. My arm is broken. Doctor, get me a doctor. My leg. My leg. Amidst the groans of pain, a silhouette flickered within the dust. Then slowly footsteps emerged. Thump thump. Each step was steady and forceful, the sound like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present, making every soul tremble. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Wang Hui's figure fully emerged. He stood tall and straight like an unshakable mountain peak. The onlookers were stunned at first, their eyes filled with astonishment. Some unconsciously gaped, their mouths wide enough to even the motion of pulling the trigger paused. They stared blankly at Wang Hui, disbelief etched on their faces. Their eyes brimmed with shock and terror. Li Mingio's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his heart flooded with fear. His once arrogant demeanor vanished like a punctured balloon. He muttered under his breath, Who are you? Why are you unscathed? This is impossible, impossible. His voice trembled with a desperate sob, his body shaking like a leaf in the autumn wind. Oh, my Factory Director Li Mingyao, why have you fallen to the ground? You people are truly something, not even offering a hand. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Wang Hui's lips, his eyes brimming with derision. As Wang Hui made a move to step forward, Li Mingyao sprang up from the ground, pointing a finger at those around him, shrieking hysterically, I see now, is it you? Did you betray me and deliberately miss the shot? His eyes were filled with suspicion and rage, as if he wanted to devour everyone around him. No, it really wasn't us, someone cried out, their voice choked with fear and grievance. Are you an idiot? Can't you see what's happening around you? Wang Hui looked at Li Mingyao as if he were a fool, his gaze resembling that of someone watching a pathetic clown. It was then that Li Mingyao, as if waking from a dream, finally noticed that most of the men he had brought were crippled. Some lay on the ground moaning in pain, while others curled up trembling uncontrollably. Li Mingio's eyes widened in disbelief, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. How can this be? How can so many people be injured all at once? His voice was filled with terror and confusion, his mind buzzing. Drip drop. Drops of fresh blood slid down Li Mingio's cheek and fell to the ground. Li Mingyao wiped his face with both hands. The stinging pain told him he was injured. Wang Hui, you dare to cut my face? He'll kill you. His voice was seething with anger and hatred, his eyes bloodshot like a rabid beast. Oh my, I never expected you to get hurt. What's wrong with you people? How did you let our esteemed factory director get injured? Wang Hui said sarcastically, his smile growing more brazen. Thrown off by Wang Hui's words, Li Mingio's eyes flickered as he looked at the people around him, his heart filled with suspicion and paranoia. How boring, truly boring. The show should end now. Wang Hui's eyes gleamed. He picked up a pistol from the ground, stepped forward, and pressed the muzzle against Li Mingio's temple. Wouldn't it have been nice if we had left each other alone? But you had to come looking for trouble. Truly you're a fool looking for a beating. His voice was as cold as frost, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. No. Li Mingyao screamed in despair. Young man, I advise you to put down your weapon and behave. Don't do something you'll regret. A slightly aged yet authoritative voice came from the corner of the street, carrying an invisible pressure that tightened everyone's hearts. Grandfather, it's grandfather. Grandfather, save me. Li Mingio's face lit up with ecstasy, as if he had found a lifeline. His voice trembled with boundless reliance and hope, as if he had suddenly found his backbone. An old man stepped around the street corner with steady strides, each step radiating an invisible pressure. His weather-beaten face was etched with deep wrinkles, each line a mark of time, as if telling tales of past vicissitudes. Unfortunately, a pair of gloomy eyes ruined his entire countenance, sending chills down one's spine. Useless fool, can't even handle such a trivial matter. And I have to clean up your mess. The old man's voice was low and hoarse, thick with dissatisfaction and reprimand. He lifted his chin slightly, his facial muscles taut. His dark, gloomy eyes fixed on Wang Hui, blazing with fury, as if they would burn him to ashes. Grandfather, save me. This kid is inexplicably powerful. Look at my hair, look at the bruises all over my body. He did all this. Li Mingyao rolled up his sleeves to show the black and blue marks and pointed at his own afro-like hair. When the old man saw Li Mingio's appearance, his face instantly flushed crimson with rage. Boy, you've gone too far today. If you come back with me now and tell me what I want to know, I'll grant you a quick death. Don't be ungrateful. The old man's voice was icy and ruthless like the biting winter wind that stung the skin. Wang Hui impatiently dug at his ear, a look of disdain on his face. Which insane old codger is this? Take him away before he pollutes the air. His tone was filled with disgust and contempt, as if the formidable old man before him were nothing more than a pathetic clown. Fine, fine, fine. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant young man. It seems you want to take the toast, so you'll have to take the wine. The old man laughed in fury, the sound echoing through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Old man, I won't drink the wine you offer because you're not worthy. Wang Hui straightened his back, his gaze firm as he met the old man's eyes, showing no fear, but only provocation. Fine, I've never heard that I'm not worthy in this little patch of land. The old man trembled with rage, his wrinkles deepening. Wang Hui pulled the trigger on Li Mingjio's arm. Bang! Wang Hui blew on the gun's muzzle, looking completely at ease. Ah, it hurts. Grandfather, save me. Li Mingyao let out a pig-like scream, his face instantly turning pale with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Wang Hui, you have some nerve. Release my grandson at once. The old man's eyes bulged as he roared, his voice making the very air tremble. Old man, I'm not the one with the nerve here. Do you think I don't know who you are? Li Xiaoyun. This whole affair was your private scheme. Wang Hui looked at Li Xiaoyun contemptuously, his gaze piercing through his soul to the darkest corners of his heart. How do you know that? A flicker of surprise passed through Li Xiaoyun's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a maniacal laugh. Ha ha, but even if you know, so what? You're not leaving here today. Dead men tell no tales. His laughter echoed through the empty street like the screech of a night owl, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Hui toyed with his fingers as if they were some rare treasure, completely ignoring Li Xiaoyun's threat. He mercilessly stomped on Li Mingjio's wounded arm, grinding it deliberately. Ah, it hurts. Li Mingyao let out a piercing scream, cutting through the air like an arrow. His face turned deathly pale, instantly, cold sweat pouring down like rain, his body convulsing violently. Is that so? Your grandson said the same thing. Take a look at him now. Wang Hui slowly raised his head, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A smile devoid of any pity, only endless mockery and coldness. Wang Hui, you're playing with fire. I warn you, release my grandson immediately, or beware of your loved ones. Li Xiaoyun's face darkened, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, like countless blades wanting to tear Wang Hui apart. Is that so? Go ahead and try. Wang Hui's voice was as calm as a still lake. Wang Hui'll make you pay for crossing me. Men, notify everyone. Execute the plan now. Li Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes and commanded viciously. Yes, sir. I don't mind telling you I've already placed men around your family, including your 3 sisters. Surprised? If you beg for mercy now, I might spare their lives. Li Xiaoyun's lips twisted into a sinister, bone-chilling smile. Beg for mercy? Old Li, you're adorably naive. Enough fun, leave something behind too. With that, Wang Hui's brow shot up, and he charged like lightning straight at Li Xiaoyun. He threw a punch with overwhelming force, crashing toward Li Xiaoyun's chest like a mountain falling, powerful enough to shatter a massive boulder. The middle-aged man beside Li Xiaoyun yanked him aside, dodging narrowly. You dare attack me? How audacious. Lin Dayong, he's yours. Li Xiaoyun's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Oh, so you're Lin Dayong. I noticed you earlier. Let's spar. Wang Hui attacked without hesitation, his form blurring as he rushed at Lin Dayong like a gale. Lin Dayong's eyes sharpened. He calmly sidestepped, his left hand forming a palm to strike Wang Hui's wrist in one fluid motion. Wang Hui reacted swiftly, changing his move mid-strike, bending his arm to drive his elbow like a heavy iron hammer into Lin Dayong's abdomen. Lin Dayong quickly sucked in his stomach, retreating rapidly to evade the elbow strike, then shifted his stance, moving like a phantom to close in on Wang Hui. He formed a fist, and using the Beng Quan technique of Xingyi Quan, thrust it at Wang Hui's chest with lightning speed and unstoppable momentum, the punch whistling through the air. Startled, Wang Hui crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the punch. A deafening bang echoed as Wang Hui staggered back several steps, his arms numb and aching. At some point, Li Mingyao, supported by someone, stood beside Li Xiaoyun and roared, Lin Dayong, kill him for me. He'll pay for your sister's medical treatment. Lin Dayong glanced expressionlessly at Li Xiaoyun upon seeing a slight, not a glint, flashed in his eyes. Lin Dayong ceased evading, meeting Wang Hui's fist heated with a Zhuan Quan of Xingyi Quan. Their fists collided in midair with a thunderous roar, sending a powerful shockwave outward, kicking up dust that formed a blinding cloud. Within the dust, their figures intertwined, the sounds of flesh hitting flesh echoing incessantly. I haven't stretched my limbs like this in ages. I'm done playing. Lin Dayong, fall. A series of hissing sounds came from the dust, followed by a figure crashing to the ground. Suddenly, someone burst out of the dust, charging straight at Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun, panic-stricken, stumbled to the ground, barely dodging Wang Hui's fist. Wang Hui withdrew his fist and stomped hard on Li Xiaoyun's chest. Oh, who's so kind as to give me a footrest? Wang Hui lifted his right leg and kicked out fiercely, sending Li Xiaoyun flying with a whoosh until he slammed into the wall with a smack and slid down. Grandfather, are you all right? You useless lot, why aren't you protecting my grandfather? Li Mingyao rushed to Li Xiaoyun's side, using his remaining good arm to help him up. Those still able to move immediately formed a line in front of Li Xiaoyun and Li Mingyao. Some had short hair soaked with sweat, veins bulging on their arms, Others gripped guns tightly, knuckles white from strained bodies trembling slightly, as if facing a ferocious beast. "Pa, you little bastard, how dare you? They'll make you pay 100-fold. Li Xiaoyun spat out blood, shoved away Li Mingio's support, his face dark as a storm cloud. "Old Li, look at you. Why don't you take care of the plants? You've crushed them all. Remember to apologize properly to these flowers and grass." Wang Hui pointed at the corner where Li Xiaoyun had fallen. Wang Hui's eyes turned sharp as lightning, radiating murderous intent as he charged at the crowd. He swung his left fist, the wind howling as it smashed into a man's face, sending blood and teeth flying, the man crashing before Li Xiaoyun and his grandson. Before anyone could react, Wang Hui stomped, his right foot spun into a roundhouse kick, sending the nearest few screaming to the ground. Wang Hui rampaged through the crowd, every punch and kick carrying immense force. Chaos reigned as people fell one after another, cries of pain filling the air. Li Xiaoyun and his grandson stared wide-eyed at the scene, their eyes as round as brass bells, shock overwhelming them. Their hearts pounded as if struck by heavy hammers, each beat filled with deep terror. They never imagined this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such terrifying skill. The swift movements, the fierce attacks. Every move seemed driven by lethal intent. This is incredible," someone exclaimed, voice trembling, legs shaking uncontrollably. "I misjudged him. I never expected he was this powerful." Li Xiaoyun's face was a mask of astonishment, as if witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. But in an instant his expression changed. "Mingyao, we need to leave." His voice was filled with panic and fear. "Leave? Where do you think you're going?" Wang Hui's voice was cold and merciless. He moved like a phantom, appearing before Li Xiaoyun in a flash, grabbing his throat with lightning speed and lifting him. Li Xiaoyun's feet left the ground instantly, his face turned crimson, struggling to breathe, only able to emit guttural sounds. "Comrade Wang Hui, would you do me the honor of sparing him?" A steady, authoritative voice rang out. "Is this like the old tale of the Calabash brothers rushing to save their grandfather one by one? Another one comes." Wang Hui sneered, gripping Li Xiaoyun's throat. With a sudden burst of strength, he flung him like a rag doll, hurling him harshly at the feet of the newcomer. A cloud of dust rose from the ground as Li Xiaoyun's body hit the earth with a dull thud. "Haha, old man, Qian, kill him for me, kill him." Li Xiaoyun lay sprawled on the ground, but he clung tightly to the newcomer's trousers, his face twisted with madness, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot like a beast that had lost its reason. His fingers turned white from the strain, and the hem of his robe was stained with mud and grass clippings. Grandpa Qian, save me. Save me." Li Mingyao, clutching his arm from which blood gushed profusely, stumbled toward old Qian, pleading. His voice was choked with tears, his body trembling incessantly, and the blood from his wound kept seeping out, dyeing his sleeve crimson. "Li Xiaoyun, you can't even save yourself. I'm only here to spare your life for now. Your punishment will follow soon." And old Qian lowered his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Xiaoyun at his feet. He kicked away the hand clutching his trousers with ruthless indifference, his eyes brimming with disgust. Ignoring Li Mingio's cries for help, old Qian slowly raised his head, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he looked at Wang Hui. "You must be Wang Hui." "Qian Guohui, I bled for this nation. I rendered meritorious service for this nation. You can't treat me like this. You have to help me, you have to." Li Xiaoyun, with disheveled hair and clothes covered in dust, his eyes reddened, roared hysterically. "Help you? Every bit of your current status was earned through your past merits." The smile on old Qian's lips vanished, leaving only a stern expression. His voice was as cold as frost, each word like a sharp blade. The air around them seemed to freeze because of his words. "Oldly, something terrible has happened." Suddenly someone burst in. Seeing the scene before him, his eyes widened, as if they would pop out of their sockets, his face instantly turning deathly pale. His lips trembled uncontrollably, but he could not utter a sound. His body seemed drained of all strength, and he stumbled back several steps before collapsing to the ground, unable to recover for a long while. The atmosphere in the room grew even more tense. "Ha, tell me, did it succeed? Were that brat's family all arrested? I order you right now immediately to go and have them killed. Kill them." Li Xiaoyun ground his teeth, his face contorted with madness, as if he had fallen into a state of frenzy. "I say, old Li, are you getting senile? Can't you hear properly? He said something terrible has happened." Wang Hui looked at him as if he were an idiot, his eyes filled with scorn and contempt. "Come on, tell me what exactly happened." Qian Guohui straightened up and asked unhurriedly, his voice steady and forceful, carrying an undeniable authority. "Speak, what exactly happened?" Li Xiaoyun raised his voice in accusation, a low growl emanating from his throat like the roar of a wounded. The man crawled forward a few steps, trembling as he tried to stand, but ultimately failed. He slumped to the ground, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his face mournful. "Old Li, old Qian, the men we sent all failed. Just as our people were about to approach them for some unknown reason, they instantly fell to the ground." "Did you hear that, old Li?" Wang Hui's eyes bore into Li Xiaoyun, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through his soul. "How is this possible? How is this possible? You? It's you. Who exactly are you? How did you do it?" Li Xiaoyun lay sprawled on the ground, suddenly muttering neurotically to himself, his eyes becoming vacant and hollow, as if he had lost consciousness. "Comrade Wang Hui, rest assured, I am not in league with this man on the ground. Let us wait here a moment. The punishment for these people on the ground will be delivered shortly. We will never mistreat those who have rendered meritorious service." Qian Guohui looked at Wang Hui, his gaze sincere. Regarding your organization, we have always wanted to communicate with you. The death of Comrade Wang Guoyu 3 years ago was our mistake. We owe you an apology. Qian Guohui's voice became hoarse as he struggled to suppress the grief within him. His eyes grew vacant, as if he were recalling that painful memory. Regarding the murder of Wang Guoyu, the organization never expected that the enemy could pinpoint his location with such precision. Isn't that right, old Qian? Wang Hui's eyes blazed with intense killing intent, sharp as a blade. This. Qian Guohui felt his strength drain away, all his energy sapped in an instant. An invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Old Qian, say no more. Let bygones be bygones. A polite smile hung on Wang Hui's face, his eyes revealing a hint of friendliness, but behind that friendliness seemed to lurk something deeper. Someone approached Qian Guohui and handed him a document. This is the verdict concerning Li Xiaoyun. Old Qian's eyes darkened slightly as he took the verdict, opened it, and said sternly, Li Xiaoyun accusing Comrade Wang Hui of being a spy, without a proper legal trial, is a grave mistake. You also privately mobilized personnel to detain him. You are to be temporarily detained. As for you, Li Mingyao, you are to be sent to the countryside. No, I don't want to go to the countryside. Grandpa Qian, please help me. I beg you. Li Mingyao rushed to Qian Guohui's side, clutching his leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. He looked utterly pathetic, a far cry from his previous arrogance. You can't arrest me. I am a man of merit. You can't arrest me. A glint of sharp light flashed in Li Xiaoyun's eyes before turning murky. Wang Hui inadvertently caught the old man's shifting expression. Lowering his head, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and he muttered softly, It seems this old codger still has a trick up his sleeve. Let's spare his life for now. I wonder if he had anything to do with Wang Guoyu's pursuit back then. As for his grandson Li Mingyao, he'll just kill him when he's sent to the countryside. Then he'll take them away now, Comrade Wang. Qian Guohui narrowed his eyes, a look that seemed to conceal many inexpressible emotions. Wang Hui clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. For a long moment, he forcibly suppressed the rage within him, a fire that burned in his chest, threatening to consume him entirely. His teeth ground audibly as he finally forced out a single word through clenched jaws. Fine. Men, take all these people. Qian Guohui issued the order, his voice loud and commanding. Yes, came the synchronized reply. Instantly, a large group of people surged out from the surrounding alleys. Their steps were uniform, well-trained, each one with a stern expression. They swiftly approached Li Xiaoyun and the others, roughly pulling them up from the ground. With a click, cold handcuffs locked around their wrists. They escorted the prisoners away without a moment's hesitation, leaving no trace of delay. The fury on Wang Hui's face instantly dissipated, leaving him standing as still as a sculpture. A faint, inscrutable smile flickered in his eyes, a glint of light, carrying an air of mystery and complexity. He watched silently as Qian Guohui led the group away, his gaze following them until their figures vanished completely around the street corner. With a flick of his finger, a subtle streak of light shot from Wang Hui's fingertip and disappeared. Then, a relaxed smile on his face, he strode away from the place with an unhurried grace. 3 days later, the bright sunlight bathed the tranquil courtyard. Wang Hui lay on a lounge chair in the yard, eyes closed contentedly, holding Xiaoyu in his arms. A small dog obediently curled up at his feet. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a touch of coolness and stirring his hair. Yet his thoughts were communicating with Wang Guoyu, who was far abroad. Guoyu, how are things going for you overseas? Not bad. I've propped up a puppet and our influence is quite renowned locally. You wouldn't seek me out without a reason. Tell me, have you run into some trouble? Wang Guoyu's reply came swiftly, his voice brimming with confidence and ease. Lately Wang Hui briefly recounted his experiences from the previous days, his tone shifting between a low, grave murmur, as if recounting a heavy past, and a fervent crescendo that seemed to vent his pent-up indignation. So that means you have invisible surveillance cameras planted around Qian Guohui, Li Xiaoyun, and the others now. Wang Guoyu's voice carried a note of surprise, caught off guard by Wang Hui's methods. Ever since I found out someone was plotting against me, I bought a ton of equipment from Taobao, covert surveillance insects, defensive microelectromagnetic devices, and the like. Wang Hui's tone held a hint of smugness, like a child showing off a new toy. So that means the bullets stopping the electrocution in the dungeon and Li Xiaoyun's men collapsing for no reason were all thanks to this gear. Wang Guoyu pressed, his voice brimming with curiosity. Yes, Wang Hui affirmed. And what about Li Mingyao? Wang Guoyu's voice turned serious. Killed. Before he set out for the countryside, I had already arranged a targeted release of a herd of wild boars. He got gored to death. Couldn't be deader. What a gruesome sight. I've got pictures and videos right here. Take a look. Wang Hui's voice held no trace of pity, only a cold. Besides that, I made a big discovery. Someone met with Li Xiaoyun in secret. Just as I suspected, he was definitely faking insanity that day. Too bad I couldn't figure out who the contact was. Wang Hui's tone carried a hint of regret, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Hui, don't forget there's still one person. Who do you think it is? Wang Guoyu paused, his voice heavy with gravity. Qian Guohui. Wang Hui said with certainty, then frowned as he thought it over. I have my suspicions about him too, but these past few days the covert drones haven't found a thing. No matter. There will be plenty of chances to find out. Suddenly a gleam flashed in Wang Hui's eyes. Someone's coming. I've got to go, Guoyu. All right. Wang Hui remained lying on the lounge, her eyes closed, and said lazily, we have a guest coming. Arya poked her head out of the kitchen, her lively eyes scanning the yard. She scratched her little head and muttered to herself, there's no one here. Is little uncle sick? Just as Arya was about to speak, a voice as clear as silver bells rang out Wang Hui. Guan Yuyo's voice shattered the courtyard's tranquility, but Wang Hui kept his eyes closed, making no move to greet her. Little uncle's sister Xiaoyao is here. Wang Hui remained sprawled lazily on the lounger. Guan Yuyao entered and stood beside him, watching him lie there motionless, not even bothering to open his eyes. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in her eyes, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. She took a deep breath, her face pale, and after a long moment finally spoke about what happened before. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. We were always on different sides. Wang Hui wore a gentle smile, but the moment he opened his eyes, the smile vanished without a trace, replaced by a flat, distant gaze. From now on, let's not interfere with each other. You do your thing, I'll do mine. I hope you won't come looking for me for no reason anymore, Comrade Guan. In an instant, Guan Yuyao regained her composure. The tears in her eyes vanished as if they had never been there. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Wang Hui, are you really going to abandon the motorcycle factory? Yet didn't I already give you the blueprints? Weren't you there during the preparations? What more do you want? Wang Hui's voice started low and somber, carrying suppressed emotion, but as his anger rose, he stood up, holding Xiaoya, his voice suddenly sharp with fury. I don't want to deal with any of this right now. Get out of my house. Now. Xiaoya tugged at Wang Hui's clothes, tears glistening in her eyes. Her voice quivered with a hint of a sob. Little uncle, too loud. Xiaoya's head hurts. Wang Hui immediately pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and held it to Xiaoya's lips. He lowered his head and smiled. It's little uncle's fault. Here, have some candy, and you'll feel better. Sweet hee hee, little uncle, I want some too. There's enough for everyone, enough for everyone. Woof. Huh. Why? Wang Hui glanced back at Guan Yuyao, who was still standing in the yard, his eyes filled with impatience. Didn't I tell you to leave? Guan Yuyao stammered. Li Mingyao is dead. Did you know? Li Mingyao is dead. Wang Hui first feigned confusion, then his voice rose sharply with disbelief. Really? Serves him right. Guan Yuyao kept a close watch on Wang Hui's expression, trying to discern any clues. Wang Hui lay back down with Xiaoya in his arms, looking utterly languid, and said casually, so that old man Li Xiaoyan, is he dead or not? His tone was offhand, as if he were merely asking out of curiosity. No, he's not. Guan Yuyo's voice trembled slightly, lacking confidence. What a pity. Did you just come here to tell me about Li Mingyao? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Wang Hui's words were cold and dismissive. He didn't even bother to look at Guan Yuyao, as if she were an insignificant. Fine, I'm leaving now. Guan Yuyao bit her lip, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, then turned and walked away. Wang Hui watched Guan Yuyo's receding figure, squinting as he sank into thought. I knew Li Xiaoyan would have protectors after all these years. I was planning to take him out too, but it looks like he'll have to play the long game and fish for something bigger. A slight frown creased his brow as he plotted his next move. In the small courtyard enclosed by red bricks, a few vegetables and some nameless wildflowers were planted in the corner. The vegetables were fresh and verdant, with glistening dewdrops hanging on their leaves, sparkling under the sunlight. A gentle breeze swept by, causing them to sway lightly, adding a touch of vitality and color to the small yard. Hey, Xiaoya, these people really are something. I just want to live peacefully, but they insist on stirring up trouble. Xiaoya, don't you think these people are bastards? Aren't they villains? Wang Hui gently rocked Xiaoya in his arms, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness and vexation. His brows furrowed slightly, a trace of weariness in his eyes. Villains, bastards, beat them all up. Yeah. Xiaoya waved her little fists and shouted in her childish voice, looking incredibly adorable. Her cheeks were rosy like ripe apples, and her eyes sparkled with innocence. Wow, Xiaoya is so formidable. She has defeated all the villains. Wang Hui was amused by Xiaoya's antics and burst into laughter. He gently tapped her nose with his finger, his eyes brimming with affection. Xiaoya waved her little hands, trying to catch the teasing finger, letting out a giggle that was as crisp and melodious. Xiaoya, do you think Guan Yuyao came today of her own accord, or was she sent by someone to gather information? Wang Hui held Xiaoya, squinting lazily as if lost in thought. Why am I even telling you this? You're still so young, you just be happy every day. He let out a soft sigh, a doting smile blooming on his face, as warm as a spring breeze. Beep, 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 beep. In a room of the county guest house, the dim yellow light cast a gloomy ambient. A figure hunched over a telegraph machine. The girl's slender fingers danced rapidly across the keypad, like nimble little sprites fluttering gracefully. Her expression was grave, her gaze focused intently on the machine. The tapping of the telegraph echoed incessantly in the cramped space, as if whispering a hidden secret. The corner of the room was cluttered with odds and ends, and the old posters on the walls had yellowed slightly. Finally done. Honestly, Wang Hui is right here. How could Li Mingyio's incident possibly be his doing? Anyway, I've done what I needed to do. I just hope the higher-ups will approve my request. Guan Yuyao stretched her back, easing her body, a mix of weariness and anticipation on her face. Her forehead was beaded with fine sweat, a few strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. It seems Guan Yuyao has already relayed the information. I just wonder how much those people will believe. Wang Hui watched the footage transmitted by the covert surveillance device, his brows knitting slightly as he pondered silently. His fingers drummed unconsciously on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Elsewhere, Senior Qian, there's a telegram from Wangjia village. Let me see it. The corners of Senior Qian's lips curled up slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, as if capable of penetrating all secrets. He glanced briefly at the telegram's content, then handed it back. Deliver this to Li Xiaoyan. Yes. Li Xiaoyan looked at the delivered telegram, his eyes blazing with a blood-red fury, as if ready to spew fire. A cold, chilling smile curled at the corner of his mouth. How could this be? How could it be? My poor Mingyao, my grandson, how could he have suffered such torment? I don't care. I don't care. I want him dead. I want him dead. His voice was filled with rage and madness, as if he had fallen into a state of frenzy. His hands clenched tightly into fists, the knuckles turning white. Whoa, this old bastard still has ideas. Looks like he can't be allowed to live much longer. Wang Hui gritted his teeth as he watched the transmitted footage, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. His breathing quickened, his chest heaving violently. At that moment, a short masked figure appeared silently behind Li Xiaoyan like a ghost. The mask bore twisted patterns, exuding an eerie aura, while the eyes behind it gleamed with cunning light. In a strange accent, he said, Li San, you are a very good citizen. There's an ancient Chinese saying, a wise man adapts to circumstances. You are very wise. As long as you provide intelligence for our legs and chicken, we will be good friends. We will give you rewards beyond your imagination. Li Xiaoyan sat on a wooden chair, leaning forward. Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, filled with malice. Sadakin, I don't need any generous rewards. Right now, I just want you to help me capture someone. I want to torture him to death with my own hands, making him wish he were dead. Wang Hui was closely monitoring this scene through the covert surveillance device. Seeing Li Xiaoyan's vile expression, he instantly sprang to his feet in fury, grinding his teeth, and with veins bulging on his forehead. His gaze turned icy cold, a murderous intent roaring in his heart. Li Xiaoyan, how dare he? This is national betrayal, a national betrayal. Such a traitor who sells out his country for personal gain must never be allowed to continue his evil deeds. Despite the raging fire within him almost driving him to lose control and rush out to tear Li Xiaoyan apart, Wang Hui took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the seething turmoil in his eyes. He sat back down and continued to watch the transmitted footage, not missing a single detail. In the footage, Sato tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion. Oh, I wonder who Li San wants to capture. Our Legsan chicken are extremely powerful. No matter who it is, we will surely bring him to you. Li Xiaoyan frowned. Sadakin, this person is a bit uncanny with very peculiar methods. You must be extremely careful when capturing him. Sato's eyes beneath the mask widened instantly, and he shouted angrily, Baka. A mere commoner, this is as easy as taking candy from a baby. How dare you doubt the strength of our great Japanese empire? Li Xiaoyan quickly waved his hands, his face plastered with a fawning smile as he explained, Sadakin, no, it's not that I doubt your country's strength, but... Sato interrupted him rudely, hands on his hips, and bellowed arrogantly, no buts. Just wait for our good news. With that, he turned and strode away, his heavy footsteps gradually fading, leaving Li Xiaoyan alone, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. This transaction between Sato and Li Xiaoyan was bound to relay some information, though it was unclear what. Wang Hui quickly operated the covert surveillance device to follow the little Japanese Sato. As for Li Xiaoyan, he was of no further value. He would be dealt with shortly. Wang Hui stared intently at the transmitted footage, not blinking. After an unknown amount of time, Sato finally stopped before a remote, dilapidated house. He first looked around cautiously, then raised his hand and knocked on the door in a pattern of 3 short knocks and one. After a long while, the door slowly opened a crack and a head poked out. The head furtively looked left and right, and after confirming no one was around, it cautiously let Sato inside. The room was filled with a stale, aged aura, the light dim and flickering. Sadakin, what message do you have to deliver this? A low, hoarse voice sounded. Yamashitakin, this is the message. You must send it back, it's of utmost importance. Sato's voice was lowered to a near whisper. Is that so? Let me see. Yamashitakin eagerly extended his hand, taking the object Sato handed him. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Hui finally caught a glimpse of what was being passed. It was information about agents stationed in the land of the rising sun. Wang Hui's brow furrowed deeply, and the flames of rage reignited within him. He knew all too well that if this information was transmitted, the consequences would be catastrophic. Wang Hui stared intently at the transmitted images, his thoughts drifting back to a news article he had seen online in his past life. It told of an agent who had been undercover in the Eagle Country for years, ending his own life in a Virginia prison by placing a plastic trash bag over his head, securing it around his neck with a shoelace, and suffocating himself. Wang Hui shook his head, a fleeting chill in his eyes. He muttered inwardly, I can't let these 2 little devils get the message out. I was planning to keep them around to see if they'd uncover anything new. But now, forget it. He'll just eliminate them. Wang Hui fixed his gaze on the returning footage, a dangerous glint flashing through his eyes. A frosty veil settled over his face as he ground his teeth and whispered, It seems I need to think of a proper way to entertain these beasts. Then he opened the Taobao system and scanned it urgently. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh ho, I've actually found something good. A naked eye 3D holographic projection device. Let me find a jammer and other gear to pull off a proper scheme. You beasts just wait for my judgment. Yamashitakin, don't you think the sky is darker than usual today? Sadakin, I feel the same way. But what does that have to do with us? Let's get the message out first. Wang Hui watched the transmitted scene, a cryptic smile flickering in his eyes. He snorted coldly, still trying to send messages. Huh, I've specially prepared a jammer. If you can send out even a single word, it'll lose. Now let the show begin. Yamashitakin sat before a rickety table, his fingers pressing the telegraph key repeatedly. The sounds of dit echoed through the silent room. Suddenly a thick white mist surged from the doorway like a tidal wave, spreading rapidly in all directions. Yamashitakin, what is this? Why is there fog? Sato's eyes bulged wide with terror. He grabbed Yamashita's shoulder with such force that it caused the man to Baka. Sato, what are you doing? How dare you interrupt my transmission? Yamashita shoved Sato away, his face but in that instant he saw the fog that had already engulfed the entire room. His pupils contracted as he pointed a trembling finger ahead, his voice quivering thighs. What is this? Sadakin, forget all this, let's get out first. Yes, let's leave immediately. The two rushed recklessly toward the door, only to be flung back by an immense, invisible force. They slammed heavily into the wall, a trace of crimson trickling from the corners of their mouths. After collapsing in disarray, Sato glanced toward the window. He exchanged a look with Yamashita, and they both lunged madly at the window. A loud bang echoed as they crashed into it, only to collapse in pain at the corner of the wall, clutching their heads. Sadakin, are we trapped here? Yamashita cried out in despair, his voice thick with fear. White vapor puffed from his mouth and nose as he clutched his clothes tightly. Why is it getting so cold? Don't be afraid, Yamashitakin. There must be a way. Sato's words were meant to reassure, but his whole body trembled. Whether from fear or the cold, it was unclear. The air around them seemed to freeze solid, the temperature plummeting sharply. Suddenly the light flickered and died, plunging the dilapidated room into an impenetrable darkness. In the blackness, Yamashita's eyes darted about in panic, his breaths rapid and heavy. Suddenly faint shifting shadows began to emerge on the walls. Those shadows writhed as if alive, brandishing their claws like demons crawling up from the depths of hell, radiating boundless malice. Sato's body started trembling uncontrollably, his eyes bulging so wide with terror that they seemed ready to pop from their sockets. He tried to scream to break the dreadful silence, but his throat felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, allowing only faint dying gasps to escape. The shadows kept shifting, drawing closer. In his daze, they morphed into grotesque faces. Their eyes glowed with an eerie light, as if recounting endless grievances. Suddenly the scene before them changed. They found themselves standing before an ancient well surrounded by a nauseating stench of decay. The well was cloaked in darkness like the mouth of hell, from which came low mournful woos and occasional sharp creaks like the wails of evil spirits. The two let out a startled cry and clung to each other in fear, their eyes fixed on the well. Its walls were slick and covered in slimy moss. Then a woman's figure slowly emerged from the well's opening, drenched and dripping. Her hair clung to her face like tangled seaweed. With every movement, a splash of water echoed, amplified in the confined space, pounding against their eardrums. Her hands clawed at the well's edge, her fingertips white from the strained dirt wedged under her nails. With a sudden whoosh, she shot out of the well and landed with a heavy thud on the ground. Her body twisted at unnatural angles, every inch of skin bearing the pallor of death. Her hair spread across the floor like wild black thorns, rustling with her movements like countless cold serpents slithering. Her hollow eyes held only endless hatred, fixed unwaveringly on Sato and Yamashita. She began to crawl across the ground, her hands clawing frantically at the floor. A grating crackle sounded as her sharp nails carved deep grooves into the surface, the noise like the roar of a demon. Her movements were swift and abrupt, each lurch forward accompanied by a chilling rustle, like the prelude to the swing of death's scythe. Her figure drew nearer to the two men, filthy water dripping from her body, each drop echoing in the silence. The irregular drips sounded like a countdown to death. Her face was expressionless save for an endless hatred, as if she intended to drag the two men into the abyss. In their terrified eyes, the woman's horrifying figure was clearly reflected, approaching like the Grim Reaper. Her steps were light and silent, yet carried an indescribable sense of oppression, as if she were a malevolent spirit, slowly crawling out from the abyss of hell. An intense aura of death emanated from her like black smoke coiling around her body, cold and putrid, instilling fear in all who beheld her. As the woman crawled closer step by step, each footfall was like a heavy sledgehammer pounding relentlessly on the hearts of the two Japanese soldiers. Their faces turned deathly pale, as if all blood had been drained from them. Sweat beaded on their foreheads like beans cascading down rapidly, soaking their collars. Their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Their lips trembled, but they could not utter a single word. Only a guttural sound escaped their throats, as if fear had seized them by the throat. However, as the woman approached, the two Japanese soldiers were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders and bowels, and a pungent stench instantly filled the room. Wang Hui sat before the screen, staring intently at the transmitted images, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He seemed to sense the foul odor wafting through the screen, causing him great discomfort. Wang Hui snapped his fingers. Suddenly the scene in the transmitted images began to shift rapidly, and the eerie atmosphere dissipated instantly, as if swept away by a fierce gale. The two Japanese soldiers exchanged glances, their shifty eyes darting about in panic. Then they each patted their chests and let out a long breath, as if expelling all the fear from their hearts. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, the sound echoing through the cramped space. Yamashita and Sato were jolted by the abrupt noise, and their faces, which had just begun to recover, turned deathly pale, once more like sheets of paper. Sweat poured down their foreheads in large drops, their lips quivering slightly as they both stared at the door. Sato, so you're here. It took me quite some time to find you. Wang Hui frowned, covering his nose with a look of disgust as he stepped through the broken door. You two, don't you need to clean up? Who are you? Who sent you? Sato's eyes glinted with a dangerous light, filled with vigilance and suspicion. Watching the transmitted images, Wang Hui frowned and muttered to himself, looks like they don't know each other. Another snap of the fingers. In the eyes of the two soldiers, the surrounding scene shifted again, reverting to the terrifying scene of the ancient well. Wang Hui's appearance underwent a transformation. His skin became covered with intricate serpentine eerie patterns like countless cracks woven into a terrifying web. His eyes were deeply sunken into their sockets like two bottomless black pits devoid of any white. His face drew closer and closer. Why has it changed back? Let me out. The two screamed hysterically, their voices shrill and desperate. The hearts of Yamashita and Sato raced wildly, thundering in their chests like war drums. Their breathing became rapid and erratic, as if it might stop at any moment. Cold sweat poured from their foreheads and backs like rain, soaking their clothes as if they had just been pulled from the water. In this nightmare-like scene, fear engulfed them like a surging tide, suffocating them, leaving them unable to breathe or think. Finally, the terrifying figure passed through the two soldiers. Their eyes bulged, filled with despair and terror. In this endless torment, their bodies convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, and they crashed to the ground with two thuds, their faces blue and purple, eyes wide open, still bearing the remnants of terror, as if frozen in the final moment of their lives. Wang Hui watched the transmitted images, showing the two lying motionless. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he said contemptuously, useless. I wanted to watch a live show a bit longer, but they got scared to death. Trash. Wang Hui methodically began to retrieve the equipment through the Taobao system. He rubbed his brow, a trace of fatigue showing on his face. Since there's nothing interesting to see, let's end it. Looks like I didn't make a mistake buying this equipment. But it's a pity there are no more leads, he murmured, a hint of helplessness. Oh, I forgot about Li Xiaoyan. Just make it simple for him. A flicker of icy coldness flashed through Wang Hui's eyes, as if his gaze could freeze everything in that instant. The scene shifted. Li Xiaoyan was tightly bound to a cold, hard chair. Faint candlelight flickered in the room, casting shifting shadows that deepened the surrounding darkness. On his forehead, water droplets fell one by one. At first, Li Xiaoyan's face still bore a trace of stubbornness and defiance. His clenched jaw ground audibly, and the taut muscles of his face trembled, revealing the fear he was desperately suppressing. But as time mercilessly passed, his forehead gradually swelled and turned red as if it might burst. His brows were tightly knit, pain coalescing into a deep furrow between them, as if it could devour his soul. His eyes, once filled with anger, were now dominated by boundless fear and despair. Countless bloodshot veins streaked his eyeballs and tears brimmed in his eyes, yet they refused to fall due to the last vestiges of his stubborn pride. His dry, bloodless lips trembled slightly, and only intermittent painful groans could be squeezed through his clenched teeth. Who is this? A bit pitiful, huh? Wang Hui's mocking voice echoed in the room. It's you, Wang Hui. Li Xiaoyan raised his head with difficulty, replying in a weak but hate-filled voice. You devil, you'll get what you deserve. Though his voice was weak, it carried a deep curse. Wang Hui curled his lip disdainfully, a contemptuous smile on his face. What I deserve? Who told you to collaborate with the Japanese and pass on intelligence? You're a traitor. I am your retribution. So, drip drop, drip drop. Each falling drop was like a heavy hammer striking Li Xiaoyan's heart. His heart was filled with regret. Regret that he hadn't prepared thoroughly enough to strike a fatal blow, and thus had fallen into this hellish torment. He didn't want to die, yet he hadn't avenged his grandson. He tried to distract himself by recalling pleasant memories from the past, but the incessant dripping sound, like a demon's whisper, kept dragging him back to the cruel reality. He felt his sanity slowly crumbling, his inner defenses being relentlessly destroyed piece by piece. Wang Hui, you demon, I don't want to die here. No, I can't give up like this. I must survive. I must survive. Li Xiaoyan attempted to summon a faint glimmer of hope through his cries, yet each falling drop of water mercilessly extinguished what little remained. Time seemed to stand still, every second an agonizing torment. The pain intensified relentlessly, Li Xiaoyan's consciousness fading as he murmured, I did nothing wrong. This is what I deserve. Wang Hui. I will not let you go. Your grandson and I await you ahead. Wang Hui coldly observed the transmitted footage, his eyes devoid of any pity as he awaited the end of Li Xiaoyan's life. He uttered icily, serves you right, traitor. Seeing nothing more of interest, Wang Hui severed the transmission. After all this effort, he deserved a good rest. The sun rose slowly from the east, its golden rays gradually dispelling the shadows of the night, bringing the promise of a new day's hope and vitality to the earth. What? You say Li Xiaoyan is dead? No external injuries, scared to death. How is that possible? Guan Yuyao froze, her beautiful face etched with shock and disbelief. What astonished her even more was the second message. In this county, grant Wang Hui special privileges as compensation. When Wang Hui heard the news, his eyes widened, filled with confusion and doubt. They want me to have special privileges. How can this be? Yet after the brief surprise, his mind began to churn. I didn't want to be entangled with her anymore, but it seems I still need Guan Yuyao as a tool. Whatever, who knows what they're thinking. It looks like he'll have to have some fun again. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Hui's eyes, followed by a sinister smile. Wang Hui then made a grand gesture, constructing an agricultural machinery factory right next to the motorcycle plant, along with a large area of housing beside it. The construction site buzzed with activity. Workers labored busily as dust swirled in the air. Wang Hui erected a sign reading Wang Family Village Agricultural Machinery Factory. He not only provided funds, technology, and factory blueprints, but also had Guan Yuyao request additional personnel from higher authorities to assist in building the factory. Thus Wang Hui approached Guan Yuyao again. Comrade Guan, are there any mechanical experts or high-level skilled workers among the educated youth and those sent down? I don't know much about that. There's a mechanical professor named Hu in here. He'll need to check back and let you know later. No problem. I want to see Professor Hu in this afternoon. Wang Hui's tone was firm and brooked no argument. That afternoon the sun blazed as fiercely as ever. Guan Yuyao led a man before Wang Hui. The figure was slightly gaunt, yet his eyes radiated wisdom. Professor Hu, I believe Comrade Guan Yuyao has already briefed you. From today you work for me. They'll provide wages, food, and supplies. I won't treat you harshly as long as you do your job well, Wang Hui stated bluntly. All right, Professor Hu replied succinctly, his voice steady and resolute. You are no longer a disgraced exile. I can meet any condition you have. Anything you desire, if I can provide it, I will not be stingy. Wang Hui said, his gaze fixed intently on Professor Hu. Now I have some blueprints here. Take a look. This is a wheat thresher design, a corn thresher design, a harvester design, and a seeder design. See if you can make them. Wang Hui handed the blueprints to Professor Hu as he spoke. Professor Hu took the blueprints and examined them closely, his brow furrowing and relaxing alternately. I've never seen these before. You'll need to study them carefully, but the designs don't look too difficult. They can all be made. Then tell me what tools and people you need. I want to see the finished products as soon as possible, Wang Hui urged impatiently. I need paper pens and skilled workers, fitters, welders, and the like. The higher their skill level, the better, Professor Hu replied earnestly. No problem, Comrade Guan Yuyao. I want everything he mentioned, Wang Hui said, turning to Guan Yuyao. Wait, among those sent down with me, there's an 8th grade fitter named Wang Yu, Professor Hu added eagerly. Good, I want him too. Wang Hui rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. In the days that followed, Guan Yuyao brought many people one after another. They entered the site Wang Hui had designated, carrying toolkits or luggage. Among them were gray-haired mechanical professors and various skilled workers ranging from 3rd to 8th grade. Their spirits were dazed, their eyes vacant, as if they had lost their souls, reduced to mere shells, each one gaunt and emaciated. After Wang Hui delivered a speech, their eyes shifted from emptiness to skepticism and finally to a glimmer of hope. He then took them to the supply cooperative, purchasing ready-made clothes and daily necessities. After washing up and changing into new clothes, everyone's demeanor transformed. Their eyes regained a spark of light. With their assistance, the thresher's development progressed as swiftly as a spinning wheel. Soon a prototype was complete. However, since the wheat was not yet ripe, the wheat thresher couldn't be tested, so they had to experiment with the corn thresher first. Wang Hui personally operated the corn thresher. The machine's rollers spun rapidly and kernels of corn fell like golden rain. Through his tests, Wang Hui discovered that the corn thresher was hundreds of times more efficient than manual labor. Next came the development of the harvester and seeder. Truly, many hands make light work. The research on these two machines also advanced swiftly and prototypes were soon completed. On an open field, the brand new harvester and seeder stood gleaming, their metal bodies radiating a dazzling luster. Unfortunately, since it was neither harvest nor planting season, field operations were impossible. Wang Hui could only conduct simulated tests, and the results were surprisingly excellent. However, in recent days, Wang Hui faced pointed fingers and whispers every time he went out. On the streets, people murmured among themselves, their voices just loud enough to reach his ears. Look, that's him. Spending so much money and building his own factory. Isn't that capitalism and privilege? A middle-aged man in patched clothes said with a sneer. Exactly. Where does he get the nerve? An elderly woman chimed in, her face filled with discontent. Hearing these rumors, Wang Hui sneered inwardly. Either someone is jealous or someone is plotting something. But since no one has come, yet it must have been suppressed by someone. I wonder who. What's their game? Interesting, very interesting. No rush, the time isn't right yet. I need to add more fuel to the fire. The show is about to begin. The setting sun cast a golden afterglow like a soft veil, gently illuminating the streets of the town. The glow gilded everything along the path, making it shimmer brilliantly. With a gentle breeze passing by, the leaves rustled softly, as if whispering the toils of the day, their sound light and soothing like a lullaby. Wang Hui stood quietly beside the construction site, which was nearly half built, his gaze focused on the bustling scene before him, a contemplative look in his eyes. The clamor of noise and shouts rose and fell in an unending symphony. Some workers darted swiftly across the site, their feet kicking up clouds of dust. others swung their shovels, with force muscles taut, each motion accompanied by heavy breaths as they lifted and dropped piles of building materials, sweat falling like rain. Still others worked in unison to carry heavy loads, chanting rhythmic cries as they marched steadily toward designated spots, their shouts powerful and stirring. The workers were busy, yet orderly, sweat streaming freely across their faces and backs, yet no one complained. The air was thick with the scent of dust, and sweat brimming with vitality and energy. The gradually sinking sun, like a weary traveler, slowly approached the horizon. Then a crisp bell rang out like a horn, signaling the end of a day's labor. Hearing the sound, everyone put down their tools and let out long sighs, releasing the fatigue of the day. Their faces, soaked with sweat, now showed expressions of relaxation. Shift's over. These days have been really exhausting, a worker said, stretching widely, his face etched with weariness, as if trying to shake off all the tiredness in one motion. You can say that again. But once this factory's up fast, we'll feel better, another worker chimed in, a glimmer of hope shining in his tired eyes. But I heard this factory is being built by Wang Hui. Lately I've caught wind of some rumors. A younger worker said in a lowered voice, a hint of mystery and curiosity on his face. Watch your tongue. Let's head to the canteen together. After eating, go home to your wife and kids and enjoy a warm bed. Just focus on your own work. Why bother with anything else? An older worker interrupted him, his expression stern, making it clear no further words were welcome. Exactly. We just need to get this factory built. Guys, yesterday I used a ticket to buy a bottle of liquor from the supply cooperative. Let's have a good drink today and get back to work tomorrow. A burly worker laughed heartily, his laughter robust and unrestrained. Great. I'm in. The others responded in unison, and with weary figures they chatted and laughed as they gradually departed. Their footsteps and laughter faded into the distance, leaving only the empty construction site silent in the sunset's glow. Wang Hui watched their retreating figures, then slowly turned to gaze once more at the half-built factory. A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes as he mused to himself. It seems I need to find more eyes. With that thought, he spent some credits in the Taobao system to acquire certain devices and deployed them. At that moment, his heart was filled with both anticipation for the future and vigilance against potential dangers. Wang Hui connected with Wang Guoyu abroad through the system. Guoyu, I need your help now. I want you to spread the news that large quantities of iron, copper, oil, and other mineral resources are about to be shipped to my location. Wang Hui's voice was low. Oh, a lure. Worth a try, Guoyu responded. Then I'll await your good news here, Wang Hui said with a smile, a hint of anticipation and cunning in his expression. Days slipped away like fine sand between fingers, and before he knew it, half a month had passed. The wheat in the fields seemed to have ripened overnight. The stalks grew thick and sturdy, their color nearing golden yellow. The heavy ears of grain drooped low, the kernels within not yet fully plump, but already taking shape. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the waves of wheat to sway softly and emit a light rustling sound heralding the approaching harvest. The air was filled with the fragrance of wheat, intoxicating to the senses. The factory's construction had also made remarkable progress. The exterior walls were now being painted in an orderly manner, the white coating giving the entire building a clean and bright appearance. It seemed that only the slogans needed to be posted and the equipment and ample supplies awaited arrival. Wang Hui stared at the nearly completed factory, momentarily lost in thought, a mix of emotions swirling within him. At the same time, in a dimly lit room, somewhere the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. A stale odor permeated the air as if time itself had stagnated there. Report, Chief. A secret message has arrived from the rabbit country. A servant emerged from the darkness, his forehead beaded with sweat, hands trembling slightly as he handed the letter forward. The sweat glistened in the faint light. Oh, let me see it. The chief's voice rang out from the shadows, tinged with authority, as if from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. The chief slowly stepped out of the darkness, clad in a black robe, his eyes beneath the hood like icy pools of an abyss, exuding a cold, piercing gaze. He took the letter, unfolded it, and read carefully. Finally showing their true colors. These damn bastards have been hiding deep enough. His voice seethed with anger and disdain. The chief folded the letter, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes growing even colder. Go send people immediately. I want these rats found and rooted out. Don't let them interfere with our grand plan. His smile was like a specter's, sending shivers down the spine. Yes. The servant acknowledged the order and hurriedly withdrew, his footsteps echoing in the darkness before fading away. Meanwhile, in other hidden corners, similar scenes repeated endlessly. Time flew by like a fleeting steed glimpsed through a crack, and in the blink of an eye several more days had passed. In the courtyard, Xiaoya chased after a little dog joyfully, her laughter crisp and clear like silver bells echoing through the air. The dog barked, woof woof, as it wobbled unsteadily, making Xiaoya giggle uncontrollably. In the corner of the yard, a few hens clucked softly in the chicken coop, sometimes pecking at the ground, sometimes flapping their wings. Next to it, the vegetable garden was lush and green, brimming with vitality. In the kitchen, wisps of cooking smoke rose, filling the cramped space with a hazy mist. Aria's fair face was smudged with a few streaks of black, her brows slightly furrowed. Beads of sweat clung to Wang Hui's face, his eyes narrowed from the smoke as he swung his arm vigorously, stirring the vegetables in the wok. After bustling for a while, Wang Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and walked out of the kitchen. Like a deflated ball, he lounged lazily in an old rocking chair, his eyes half closed. Whoa, quite a crowd here. Let me see. Wang Hui suddenly perked up, sitting upright with his eyes wide open. Wang Hui surveyed through the eyes he had previously deployed. His gaze gradually turned solemn, and his brows furrowed tightly. The transmitted images showed that various corners around the county town had already gathered personnel from all sides. They appeared in diverse forms, some with shifty eyes and darting glances peering around, others with panicked expressions, foreheads beaded with sweat, moving in haste. Since almost everyone has arrived, it's my turn now. Wang Hui's lips curled into a playful smirk. After bidding farewell to his family, he strode with a light step toward the construction site of the agricultural machinery factory. At that moment, the final touches of the factory were proceeding vigorously yet orderly. Wang Hui clapped his hands to signal the crowd to gather. Once the crowd had assembled, Wang Hui spoke with a beaming smile. Today, I won't say much. You've all worked hard these days. Tonight, the cafeteria will add meat to the meal. In a couple of days, another batch of equipment and supplies will arrive. Keep up the good work. Oh, really? Excited yet doubtful voices emerged from the crowd, eyes wide open. It's true, it's true. I passed by the construction site cafeteria and saw plenty of pork. A young worker exclaimed with anticipation glowing on his face. Wang Hui raised an eyebrow, slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. As he had anticipated based on the feedback from the deployed devices, the news he deliberately leaked spread like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, rapidly reaching various factions and drawing significant attention. All factions began to stir restlessly, urgently mobilizing and assembling their forces. Send more people. Whether we can seize the supplies is secondary, but we must capture their organization's members. We must find out where their technology and resources come from. We cannot let the rabbit grow strong. In the secret chamber, the Eagle's leader, his face dark and gloomy, eyes gleaming with ferocity, spoke viciously. I must obtain this batch of supplies. If I can't, then destroy it. Speed up, our people. Under no circumstances should it fall into the rabbit's hands. Leave them no chance to grow stronger. In another covert chamber, the leader of the Leg Chicken gritted his teeth, his face twisted with rage, as if ready to devour someone, venting his fury. A clerk in a certain city office frowned in confusion. Isn't it strange? Lately, so many people have applied to go to the same county town. Wang Hui's eyes flickered, the corner of his mouth twitching into a faint, enigmatic smile. His gaze exuded confidence and composure. They probably don't realize yet that I deliberately leaked this news to lure them all here. Standing by the window, Wang Hui gazed into the distance, sneering inwardly. I've been waiting for you to take the bait. 2 days later, at a certain dock, as several heavily laden cargo ships entered the harbor, a large crowd gathered on the shore, gazing from afar at the massive vessels. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air. Several figures darted out from the crowd on the dock. The leader waved his hand, and the group, each wielding firearms, surged forward, charging toward the still rocking cargo ships. The crowd originally gathered at the dock reacted with varied expressions. Some elderly people stared in terrorized, bloodshot hands trembling, muttering incessantly, "What's happening? How did it come to this?" Some strong young men clenched their fists tightly, veins bulging on their foreheads, flames of anger burning in their eyes, itching to rush forward, but held back by those around them. Don't play the hero. They have guns. Women hurriedly grabbed their children, faces pale, fleeing the dock, while shouting, "Child, let's go home quickly, don't come out." Some children, frightened, burst into loud sobs, their little faces scrunched up as they clung tightly to their mothers. There were also some bold ones crouching in distant corners, stealthily peeking out to watch, whispering to those nearby, "Who are these people? Why are they fighting in our port? Don't talk, hide. More are coming. Do you think there's treasure on those ships? Why, Baka, they've beaten us to it. Hurry, hurry." Several factions clashed, plunging the scene into chaos with gunfire and shouts intertwining. Some of those crouching in the corners, upon hearing the accent of the speakers, instantly had eyes turning bloodshot. Their clenched fists bulged with veins, teeth gritted, ready to charge out at any moment, but were firmly held back by those beside them. That person, also with reddened eyes, spoke through gritted teeth. "Don't go out. We'll go back and find our people." With that, the group hurried away. Through the transmitted images, Wang Hui frowned slightly, his brows knitting into a knot. What's going on? Everyone's here to snatch, but where are the others? His furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he let out a cold laugh tinged with disdain. Seems someone is still blocking the news. Fine, it's better this way, just as I planned. I was worried about collateral damage. Since there are no meddlers, let me show you the power of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, are you looking for me? A voice suddenly rang out, shattering the calm. On the middle cargo ship, a figure appeared abruptly, as if materializing out of thin air. That voice, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred 1,000 ripples. The various factions fell silent, the fierce gunfire ceasing abruptly as all eyes focused on that silhouette. After a brief silence, a cacophony of voices erupted again. "Seize him. I want him alive. Time is short." The factions exchanged glances and issued orders simultaneously. They knew this figure was their ultimate target. Without further hesitation, they converged from all sides toward the middle ship, attempting to capture the figure. Some advanced cautiously with weapons drawn, others leaped directly onto the ship to launch an attack. In an instant, the entire scene descended into chaos, shouts of battle and footsteps mingling. Yet the figure remained unfazed, as if anticipating this very situation. He stood still, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as the crowd was about to reach the mysterious figure, the entire space seemed to freeze. The factions were bound as if by an invisible force, unable to move a muscle, only their eyes darting frantically. As confusion and unease set in, a voice emanated from the figure. Everyone, hey race, a little surprise I prepared. With a crisp clap of his hands, the figure dissipated like smoke, vanishing without a trace. Once they regained mobility, the inertia of their forward charge made it impossible to stop, immediately causing them to collide into one another, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Baka, who's crushing me? Get off now. An angry voice rang out. Bastard, get lost. Another roared back defiantly. What just happened to us? Why couldn't any of us move? Could it be the mysterious power of the East? A short figure spoke with a trembling voice, his legs shaking uncontrollably. A sharp slap landed heavily on the short figure's face, the crisp sound piercing through the clamor. Baka, how could there be any so-called mysterious power? Do you believe I'll send you to meet the Emperor right now? The leader's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes blazing with fury, and veins bulged on his forehead. Chief, please spare me this once. The short figure fell to his knees with a thud, his body quivering incessantly as he knocked his head frantically. Get lost, the leader roared, spittle flying. Hi. The short figure scrambled away, retreating to a corner where he cowered in silence, trembling. Several factions harbored the same confusion, but due to the inopportune time and place, they had to suppress their doubts for now. Their primary objective at the moment was to capture the person. At the harbor, the sea wind howled, whipping up layers of waves that crashed against the coastal rocks. Armed groups from various sides stood with guns raised, eyeing each other with hostility, none daring to fire first. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, fingers poised on triggers, muscles taut. As time ticked by, the air itself seemed to congeal, suffocating all who breathed it. Suddenly someone proposed, "Gentlemen, we can't keep this hidden for long. Why don't we cooperate first and find the person?" The speaker frowned, his gaze anxious. The leaders of the factions exchanged glances, their eyes meeting with suspicion and calculation. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded. Each selected 2 men from their ranks to search the cargo ship. Before long, the searchers returned to their respective leaders, whispering softly into their ears. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, as if an invisible string had been pulled taut to its limit. "Gentlemen, our side found no one. What about yours?" "No, neither did we." "Nothing. Strange, a person can't just vanish into thin air," someone muttered. "Useless, a bunch of useless fools can't even find one person." One leader bellowed in fury, brandishing his gun. "Baka, all of you deserve death." Another leader flew into a rage, kicking over a nearby crate which toppled with a crash, spilling its contents across the deck. Wang Hui's eyes narrowed at the sight of the scattered goods. After the commotion, silence descended, with each faction on guard, none knowing if the others spoke the truth. The sea wind continued to howl, tousling people's hair. Suddenly, a figure appeared soundlessly among one faction, nudging the person beside him. "Hey buddy, found the person yet?" These words drew immediate attention, like a pebble dropped into a still lake. "It's him. That's the one," someone shouted excitedly, pointing at the figure, his voice sharp and piercing the silent air. "Well, since you've already found him, why not hand him over?" "Are you mocking us?" "Hand him over," someone demanded, glaring, raising his gun with his finger on the trigger. "Baka, who's so foolish as to find him and not tell me? I would have taken him and fled long ago," the leader roared in exasperation, his face twisted like a demon's. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I haven't been caught. I just got bored and decided to show my face," the figure said, vanishing in a flash like a phantom from everyone's sight. "You skulking brat, come out at once." "Oh, I heard you were looking for me." The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, carrying an ethereal and majestic force that echoed across the empty sea. The voice resonated like a great bell, causing ears to ring. The factions scanned the cargo ships repeatedly, trying to locate the speaker. Their gazes were urgent and frantic, heads swiveling like rattling drums. The cargo ship swayed gently with the waves, its rust and were clearly visible. "Look up. I permit you to look up at me." The voice rang out again like a thunderclap, exploding in their ears, shaking them. What met their eyes was a dazzling flash of light beneath a twilight sky and a jet-black throne suspended in mid. The throne radiated a mysterious dark luster, as if an artifact from ancient times, with cryptic runes flickering faintly across its surface. Seated upon the throne was a masked figure, reigning with an air of supreme dominance. The mask concealed most of his face, revealing only a pair of deep, abyss-like black eyes that exuded boundless arrogance and authority, as though all beneath heaven lay under his gaze. 5 or 6 figures stood respectfully around the throne, their postures upright as statues, yet exuding a chilling aura. Their robes rustled in the wind. The figure on the throne tilted his chin slightly, looking down upon the crowd on the cargo ship from an elevated perspective. His gaze, like icy blades, swept over every face, plunging them into a frozen abyss. Those on the cargo ship instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, halting their actions to look up at the sky. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment. Awe at the unknown power, fear surged like a tide in their gazes, bodies trembling involuntarily, teeth chattering, reverence welled up unbidden. A faint contemptuous smile curled at the corner of the throne's occupant's lips, as if to say the people on the cargo ship were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. Unable to bear the immense pressure, someone's legs gave way, and they collapsed to the deck with a thud, their face ashen, sweat pouring down like rain, instantly soaking the planks beneath. Some of the bolder ones raised their guns, fingers squeezing the triggers, a desperate struggle flickering in their frenzied eyes. Bang, bang, bang. They fired continuously at the figure in the sky, and in an instant countless bullets rained from all directions toward the person on the throne. Yet just as the bullets were a hair's breadth away, the figure on the throne raised a hand gently, and time seemed to freeze. Those deadly bullets hung eerily in midair as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. He pressed his raised hand downward, and the suspended bullets lost all momentum, falling to the deck with a series of clinks sparking against the metal. As his hand descended, those on the cargo ship felt a tremendous pressure, as if an invisible mountain was bearing down. Their spines bent uncontrollably, knees buckling until they knelt, and then lay prostrate on the ship. Some tried to resist, gritting their teeth and bracing their hands against the deck to rise, but it was futile, only eliciting pained groans. Others were so terrified they wet themselves, a pungent odor spreading through the air. Hess scared into wetting himself, a truly useless waste. He sat upon the lofty throne, his form as unmoving as a mountain, yet he gazed down upon the crowd below with an air of supreme dominance. His eyes were as deep as ink, like an endless abyss, coldly observing everything before him. Wang Hui looked at the scene before him, thinking of the high-tech equipment. He had acquired: a gravity meter, a magnetic shield, a naked eye, 3D projector, and speakers. Suddenly, a faint, contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With a light wave of his arm, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The next moment, the group that had been standing on the cargo ship's deck found themselves in a vast expanse of ice and snow. A biting wind howled past, like countless sharp blades mercilessly piercing their thin clothing. The piercing cold slithered through their bodies like icy serpents, numbing their skin and making their blood feel as, "What's going on? Why are we suddenly in this godforsaken place?" someone shouted in terror, their teeth chattering audibly in the silent snowfield. Their eyes were wide as saucers, filled with fear and confusion, as if their gaze had lost its focus. "Everyone, I brought you here. Tell me who sent you, and how did you get the information?" A voice, ethereal and imbued with supreme authority, echoed from all directions. "It's that demon. I won't tell you. Go ahead and kill us all, demon. Then enjoy this frozen feast." The crowd looked up, trying to find the source of the voice, but all they saw was a fleeting golden light, like a shooting star. The light was too fast to catch, leaving only a phantom trace. "No, please spare me. Just let us go back, and I swear I'll never set foot in the East again." Someone wailed in despair, their voice shrill and hopeless. "I don't know anything. I was just following orders." Someone knelt in the snow, knocking their head against the ground. But their only response was the howling wind and swirling snow. Eventually, they huddled together and trudged through the icy wasteland, punctuated by occasional coughs. I think I can't go on. It's too cold." One person shivered, their gaze growing distant as if veiled by a thick fog that dimmed the light in their eyes. Their heart was filled with the fear of death, a fear that clung to them like a shadow, gripping their throat and making it hard to breathe. "You have to hold on." Someone supported them while offering encouragement, but their own heart was pounding. "If this continues, we'll all die here. What can we do?" The sound of their own heartbeat was starkly clear in the silence, each beat laden with deep fear. The extreme cold had turned their faces purple, their eyes wide with terror. The thick snow was like a sticky swamp, each step requiring immense effort, as if countless hands were pulling at them. Blocking their advance, each step demanded all their strength to pull their legs from the snowdrifts and stagger forward. Their legs were long, numb, mechanically repeating the motion, stiff and slow. Suddenly, someone stumbled and fell forward with a thud, instantly disappearing from sight, leaving only a dark. The snow pit was like a maw devouring life, sending chills down their spines. "Oh God! A person screamed, gripping their companion's arm so tightly that their nails dug in, leaving a shocking trail of. "We have to get out of here. This place is too weird," a strong man shouted, but even his voice trembled with unconcealed fear, hoarse and shaky. Wang Hui watched the transmitted images and muttered to himself, "Stubborn, aren't you? Won't say a word. Looks like I need to turn up the heat." Suddenly, a fierce wind and blizzard swept in like a white wall, bearing down on them. Their vision was completely obscured. They could only rely on a vague sense of direction, like lost lambs, and the howling wind roared in their ears like the growl of death itself. "Are we going the wrong way? We'll never get out." A man in glasses said anxiously, his lenses covered in frost, his vision blurred, and his anxiety growing. The anxiety made his breath quicken and his heart race. After walking for an unknown time, when the wind and snow subsided a little, they realized they had strayed from the path and were now at the edge of a valley. The snow beneath their feet gave way, sliding down in large chunks. They retreated in terror, trying to avoid being swept away by the white torrent. "That was close. We almost fell," someone said, patting their chest and letting out a long sigh. But they didn't know that greater danger lay ahead. They had no food, and hunger was tormenting them mercilessly. They would eventually starve to death. "I'm so hungry. I feel like I have no strength left," one person said weakly, their voice barely a whisper. Their eyes grew hollow and desperate, their bodies weaker, like candles flickering in the wind on the verge of going out. Those hollow eyes held no glimmer of hope. Night fell, an even more terrifying time. With no shelter from the wind and snow, they could only huddle together on the snowy ground. The temperature would plummet in the dead of night, threatening to consume them. Are we really going to die here? Someone sobbed, their body trembling uncontrollably. The next morning, as the weak sunlight fell upon the cargo ship, the local armed forces finally arrived. When they boarded the ship, they were shocked by the sight. A large number of people lay scattered across the deck, some with pale faces submerged in water. Upon inspection, the drowned were not surprising, but puzzlingly, some had purple faces, icy bodies, and pale lips, as if they had frozen to death in extreme cold. Yet the current weather conditions made such low temperatures impossible. What had happened? Wang Hui stretched, a faint sneer curling on his lips. Staying up all night was exhausting. But now I need to go collect the supplies. Although I didn't get any useful information, getting rid of these troublemakers serves as a warning to others. He wondered what fate would ultimately befall those who had tried to suppress the information.